Chapter 933, To Dare. The so-called soul techniques of sacrum were visualizations. In sacrum, the soul was the core of the will. It dictated everything from comprehension strength to willpower and disposition. Due to this sort of design, the soul techniques of sacrum took advantage of this, branching out with this core understanding as its core. In fact, it was precisely because of this that mental realm masters had once been banned by Lionel's Tatsuya clan. The ability to pressure another with your will and force them to do your bidding was a strength of the mental realm masters and thus a key cog in soul techniques for a very long time. Still, aside from those that used the soul for such nefarious means, the rest of sacrum's soul techniques relied on visualization. In the same way, visualizations could be considered to be projections of the will. These wills took form and provided powerful effects. Of course, this was the more complex side of visualizations, a side that went beyond just the comprehension and formation of fundamental runes into a novel and new form. However, what was the case 100% of the time was that the soul was a fragile construct that needed to be protected. No matter what form soul techniques took in sacrum, they always treated the soul like a fragile porcelain glass. It was only when Ryu formed an indestructible soul that he dared to use his soul in a similar way to the methods these techniques described. Because of his indestructible soul, Ryu was able to project his soul out and use it to cast techniques he would usually only be able to rely on his meridians for. Of course, this wasn't solely because of his indestructible soul, it was his indestructible soul that allowed him to dare to do so, but it was his Emperor Phoenix bloodline that gave him the method of doing so. However, these techniques, not only did they allow someone without a special soul like Ryu's to dare, it also gave them the method to do so. There were all sorts of such techniques here. The simplest of them were designed to jar the mind for split seconds, forcing an enemy into a state of lull at a critical juncture in battle to gain the upper hand. The most complex of them could even carry illusions and force the mind of an enemy into a maze they had to either break or make their way out of. Of course, these more complex techniques were more involved and as such required more effort on the user. In addition, it wasn't as easy to take advantage of the situation as it was in the former, simpler case due to how much concentration it took. These stronger techniques were thus only used as a final means or while with the support of a group or team. As for the simpler techniques, if there were offensive versions, there were, of course, defensive versions. Such an attack could be either greatly weakened or stopped entirely depending on the defense that was used and the talent of the soul cultivator. Between his perfect black body and divine chaotic annihilation, Ryu didn't feel he needed to worry about the defenses of his soul, at least not at this juncture. But its attacks, Ryu felt that this was the category he should choose from. How could he neglect his powerful soul? Since there were such techniques here, he would definitely have to learn one of them. And, since he was going to learn one of them, he might as well choose the most powerful one he was allowed to trade for. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't know enough about soul techniques to make a decision about which to choose. He could vaguely tell which ones were the most powerful, and he assumed that these were the ones that required what the introductions called soul runes. But he was still in the dark. Realizing this, he decided that he would go to the library ahead of time and then return to this place after he had gotten his fill. However, when Ryu went to speak with the elder heading these matters currently, he learned that he would only have one free entry into this place. Even if he had another free technique to pick, he would still have to pay to enter. Although Ryu didn't lack money, he didn't like wasting it like this and he was already beginning to feel a slight pinch. Still, Ryu decided that it was better to treat his future more seriously as opposed to randomly choosing a technique he believed was powerful. So, he handed the elder the introduction Jade for Refinement Sutra. The elder rose an eyebrow when he saw this, giving Ryu another look. He stared for longer than he usually would, probably because he realized that Ryu was blind. But, in the end, he shook his head. If he advised every disciple walking in and out of here, his tongue would have fallen from his mouth long ago. He didn't have the time nor the patience, so he let them all do as they pleased. Maybe if this elder realized that Ryu's status was a bit special, he would have deemed to say a little more. After all, the fact that Ryu had been allowed in at such an odd time meant that someone very high up had vouched for him. But, this lazy elder couldn't even bother to advise disciples, so how could he bother to remember all their names and faces? To him, Ryu's existence was just as new to him as any one of the other inner disciples. He simply didn't care. At the same time, Though, Ryu was glad he didn't need to listen to any nagging. He wouldn't have listened in the first place, so things were easier like this. Even Ailsa found it difficult to change his decisions, much less some elder he had only just met. Ryu nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the complete jade and walking out. What he didn't expect was for another entourage of people to be outside waiting for him. Chapter 934, The Genius of the True Martial World. Ryu didn't quite know what to say other than that these people had way too much time on their hands. Could they be considered inner disciples? Ryu hadn't really paid attention to the time he had spent there, but it had to be at least a day, maybe a day and a half. He had gone through and read so many techniques, taking his time and going through them all one by one. He just couldn't believe that someone, no, several someones, would be so free as to wait for him all this time. And yet, rather than being embarrassed, the three of them all had sinister expressions on their faces as though he should be scared of their scowls. Ryu was a person who had faced an 11th Order Wind Dragon while in the Immortal Ring realm without flinching. He had even fought a true sky god of the true martial world in Mistress Holy Wing. Was he supposed to feel intimidated right now? Despite this usually being a situation Ryu would lose his temper in, he almost couldn't help but laugh. After all he had been through, this nonsense bordered on comedy. Is this what the geniuses of the true martial world were up to? No, these people couldn't be considered geniuses. They were the dregs of the first heaven and Ryu's aim was far beyond what they could imagine. They were lucky to be born here while Ryu was lucky to be given this talent he would slowly, but surely, unearth. These people before him were nothing more than jumping clowns. Ryu Tatsuya, is it? I would advise that you make your way to the outer disciple ring promptly. There's someone waiting for. Ryu didn't even divert his path, walking right through a gap in their trio formation as though they weren't there. From what it looked like, he was not only blind, but also deaf. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this nonsense at all. They were lucky that he had been amused rather than enraged. The trio were so stunned that they didn't even react until Ryu was easily 50 meters away. Of course, this was also in part due to the fact that Ryu seemed to glide through the air. While his steps were unhurried, he actually covered extremely long distances with every stride. Snapping out of their stupor, the three vanished from their spots, crossing Ryu once more and this time squeezing together to block his path. Ryu's reaction was swift, swifter than anyone would have ever expected. He had already let them off once in exchange for the laughs, but he had never been a fan of listening to others talk nonsense in front of him. When the middle of the three saw that Ryu was actually attacking, a sinister sneer twisted his average face into something far less than average. It looked like this was what he was hoping for all along. The fact that Ryu dared to do this already sealed his fate. He struck out with a palm, using over 80% of his strike. For a probing attack, this was already overkill. Most would only use about 30% to probe an enemy before slowly increasing over the course of a fight. The fact that this young man had chosen to use this much out of the gate made his intention shine through all too clearly. Ryu's two pinched together fingers versus his palm, to him, the result was all too obvious. Someone who hadn't even stepped foot into the Path Extinction realm actually thought they could deal with him. He might have been at the bottom of the inner disciple rankings, but he was still ranked 9,892nd. There were over 1,000 spots between himself and a new recruit like Ryu. Just as the youth was feeling cocky, his palm slapped at nothing but air. The sound of whistling wind and compressed nothingness filled his ears for but a moment before two fingers shot through his throat. The disciple's eyes widened, as did the eyes of everyone around him. He dared to kill. Ryu pulled his hand back and it was as though he had never pierced a throat to begin with. His long, slender fingers were just as unblemished as they always had been, and those that were sharper noticed that his footsteps hadn't faltered even a single time. He left a single afterimage, one that was almost impossible to track, and before anyone could blink, he was already back in the very same spot. No one present had profound enough attainments to understand just how great Ryu's movement technique was, and Ryu obviously didn't have the patience to explain. The two other inner disciples that had come stood frozen in place as Ryu walked between them and their companion collapsed to the ground. Just what had happened? By the time anyone realized that Ryu had broken one of the sect's primary rules, he had already vanished into the distance. Ryu had long since memorized the map of the Radiant Star sect. So, outside of some seemingly forbidden regions that should be left untouched and were blacked out on the maps, he knew where pretty much everything was, including the library. The library was about the only place on the Radiant Star sect accessible to all. As such, it was located on its own mountain. Said mountain was hollowed out entirely and filled to the brim with books and knowledge, much of which touched on either abstract concepts, raw truths, or unsubstantiated research. Entry into the library was probably the only free pass in the whole of the sect. Ryu assumed that this was likely due to some policy passed by the higher-ups, but regardless, it didn't seem like many were taking advantage of this. The old female elder that allowed Ryu in seemed almost surprised to see a new face like Ryu's, but she seemingly also calmed down, assuming that Ryu would find what he needed and leave in a few minutes like every other new face seemed to. However, Ryu didn't have any intentions of doing such a thing. He had plans on being here for a while. Chapter 935. The bad news: the Tatsuya Library was something not even the elders of their clan could freely enter. Only Ryu and a select few others could, since he was the son of their patriarch and the grandson of their saint. This was to say that knowledge was very important to those of the martial world, so much so that it surprised Ryu that it was so easy to enter the libraries of the Radiant Star sect, and even more surprising that no one was taking advantage of it. However, Ryu wasn't one to bother with the stupidity of others, and the matter related to him killing a disciple had already been forgotten by him. After learning how the books were organized, he quickly found several books on the topic of soul and soul talents. When he opened the first, he was surprised to find that he actually didn't know as much as he thought he did. Or, rather, Sacrum was far more in the dark than he believed. It seemed that there were some talents that simply didn't appear in Sacrum at all. It wouldn't be until Ryu left this section to read up on lower-level worlds that he would come to understand. According to the books here, lower-level worlds could sometimes breed talents that were high-level, but they would be restricted by the weakness of the world's heavens and its fundamental runes. Essentially, Ryu's current talent was no less in substance in comparison to a true phoenix bloodline of the true martial world. The issue was that it was born under the weakness of Sacrum and was thus shackled. If one wanted to undo the shackles of their bloodline or talent from a lower world, they had a lot of trouble to go through, and there were different methods depending on what talent you wanted to unseal. For bloodlines, as an example, the best methods were beast meat, body realm cultivation pills, and beast cores. This was in order of most efficient to least efficient. It was also important that the class of the beast be exceptionally high. And it was at this point that Ryu realized that he had made a foolish error in judgment. The astral ship he had been on hadn't fed him heaven-grade beast meat like he had thought. Rather, it had fed him black-grade beast meat. The difference was that these black-grade beasts had been in the immortal ring realm, or rather, the Seventh Order. For Ryu, who had come from Sacrum, the idea of a black-grade beast reaching the Seventh Order was unheard of. And, the beasts that he was used to did carry nearly the same pressure as beasts from the true martial world. So, he had made an error in judgment with his eyes sealed. But, this wasn't entirely Ryu's fault either. The astral ship had advertised it as heaven-grade meat, and even the sky god Beauty that had served him also thought it was heaven-grade meat as well. However, it was clearly a piece of false advertising, known to fool those like Ryu who came from smaller worlds. Of course, now that Ryu thought about it, the S weren't for heaven-grade meat, it was more like heavenly meat. Even if he went to complain, the twin-phase merchant group would have plausible deniability. Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. When had he, Ryu Tatsuya, ever been fooled like this before? Still, this was still a bit of good news. After suffering at the hands of common-grade beasts like he had, if so much heaven-grade meat could only unshackle his bloodlines to the black grade, it would be too exaggerated. So, 3 months' worth of black-grade meat at the Seventh Order was enough to push my bloodlines from the peak common grade to the lower black grade. I'll either need stronger black-grade beasts, or I'll have to see if I can find some earth-grade meat, or, there were 2 other options, and that was, of course, body realm cultivation pills or beast cores. Beast cores were the most efficient, especially those with Dao runes. If Ryu found a single black-grade beast core was a compatible Dao rune for his fire dragon bloodline, for example, he could instantly unshackle it to the higher black grade. If he was lucky, maybe even the peak black grade. As for body realm cultivation pills, they had to be for the blood tempering realm. Ryu had fallen out of the blood tempering realm and back into the pinnacle of the vessel tempering realm after his rebirth, so these pills were perfect for him. Due to the point he was in his cultivation, it also wouldn't raise any suspicion unless he went overboard. Unfortunately, unsealing his other talents would be far more troublesome, especially his bone structure. According to the books, in order to unshackle bone structures, one could only use two methods: beast cores and Dao bones. Dao bones were even rarer than Dao rune beast cores were. Beasts with Dao bones had their Dao rune beast cores for an extended period of time and managed to transfer some Dao runes to their bones, multiplying their power several times over. Ryu's ice jade crystal body was actually considered to be at the peak black grade currently, potentially due to his rebirth or its mutation. Ryu wasn't sure. But, if he wanted to break free of its current restraints, he would need to absorb compatible beast cores, preferably ones with Dao runes, and it would be even better if he could absorb Dao bones. While unshackling bone structures was troublesome, unshackling meridians was quite easy, sort of. Unshackling meridians required nothing other than cultivating with high-level qi of the true martial world. The more quality qi your meridians were baptized with, the better. For Ryu, who had access to the chaos plane of the true martial world, this wasn't difficult. In fact, so long as he started to cultivate once again, it wouldn't be long until his meridians directly broke into the heaven grade. The bad news though, chapter 936, Infinite. The bad news was that the progression of his meridians was tied to his cultivation. The only reason he would be able to reach the heaven grade was because he was in the immortal ring realm. In fact, he would only be able to reach the middle heaven grade quickly because of this. If he wanted to break through this cap, he would have to enter the path extinction realm. And, if he wanted to enter the sovereign grade realms, he would have to break into the Dao pedestal realm. Only upon becoming a sky god would he be able to return to the ancestral grade. But, one had to remember that the true path of the chaotic silk meridians was unlocked by Ryu previously. This meant that his meridians were no longer of the ancestral grade, but were actually of the origin grade. As for how far Ryu would have to go in the sky god realm to finally fully unseal his meridians, he, quite frankly, had no idea. The book didn't have such information for him. Aside from this bad news, though, there was also great news as well. Ryu's spiritual foundation and his soul all didn't seem to require such dire straits. For the former, Ryu believed that this might be either related to the fact he had succeeded in completing all 13 rites, or it just might be related to the secrets of the Phoenix Sky God. As for the latter, his soul, he couldn't even begin to understand what was going on with it at all. He didn't know what his soul had been doing in the Death Shrine, who left it there, or who had managed to unshackle it completely. He simply didn't have such answers. If it had been his parents or grandparents, they would have let him know. But, the fact they said nothing meant they were in the dark about the matter. Ryu shook his head and refocused his attention. Now, he finally understood what was going on with lower worlds and how that related to his soul. The talents of lower worlds formed and passed on could be considered to be fragmented. This wasn't fragmented in the sense that the talents themselves were incomplete, but rather in the sense that a lower grade heaven didn't have the ability to provide any and all talents. This was where the concept of favored races came into play as well. Because the ancient beast won over the Fae, the heavens of Sacrum favored beasts. This not only allowed beast bloodlines to be more easily passed down, but it even led to a result where Ryu could be born with 4. It had to be understood that just because your parents had a bloodline, didn't mean you would receive it. And, even if you did receive it, it didn't mean you'd receive a high concentration of it. Someone like Ryu could only appear in a lower world where beasts were favored. Likewise, it was exceptionally rare for soul talents to appear in Sacrum. This was why soul natures were almost unheard of. In fact, the only few with soul natures Ryu had ever met were members or descendants of the martial gods, a people rejected by the heavens of Sacrum to begin with. Ryu came to understand that this was why Sacrum didn't know more about soul talents. In fact, the truth was that to the true martial world, there were 6 pillars of talent, not just 4 like there were in Sacrum. Spiritual foundation, bloodline, meridians, bone structure, soul, and Dao. To the people of Sacrum, a Dao didn't even become important until the Sky God realm, so it wasn't considered a pillar, and disregarding the fact mental realm cultivation had been banned for a large segment of their population, soul talents were too rare to be considered a pillar either. It was only after reading the information here that Ryu came to realize that soul natures, the very same talent that he, Ailsa and the rest of Sacrum held in such high esteem, was actually the lowest rung of soul talent there could be. Well, lowest rung wasn't exactly accurate since even soul natures could appear as sovereign, ancestral and even origin grade talents here. Rather, It was more accurate to say that they were the more common type of soul talent. As for Ryu's perfect blackbody soul talent, he didn't even have the words to describe how rare it was even in this place. The perfect blackbody soul talent was considered to be ancestral grade on its own. But, what was especially special about it was that it had the ability to take on the character of its owner, and especially their Tao, inheritances, and soul techniques. In this way, the perfect blackbody soul talent was a lot like the Refinement Sutra. It wasn't a lower grade because it was useless, it was rather a lower grade because its abilities were heavily reliant on its owner. Why then was the perfect blackbody soul talent considered ancestral grade and not common grade like the Refinement Sutra? That was because even if you were useless in all other aspects, the soul cultivation speed of someone with this talent could be considered to be godly. Not only was cultivation speed godly, but someone with the perfect blackbody soul talent could endlessly expand their spiritual sea without breaking through to the next realm. Meaning, theoretically, so long as the walls of your mind and your body were strong enough to contain it, you could make your soul both infinitely powerful and have infinite stamina. The best part was that if the perfect blackbody soul talent was born into a wealthy family, even if you were lacking Tao, inheritances and soul techniques, you could feed it an endless amount of treasures. What was the purpose of this? Simply put, the perfect blackbody soul can take on any nature. You want it to so long as you nurture it. This was why this soul went by two other names in the true martial world, the Infinity Soul or the Infinite Soul Nature. Chapter 937, that's right. The more Ryu read about his own soul, the more he understood what had happened that day against the tribulation and the more shocked he was. While his soul was ranked within the ancestral grade, it could easily become more powerful than most origin grade soul talents. In fact, it could become more powerful than them all. Ryu was very tempted. He was tempted to turn his soul toward that silver star hovering in his spiritual sea and swallow it whole. Back then, when he first got his perfect blackbody soul, it swallowed up his divine chaotic annihilation and he hadn't understood what was happening. But, now it made much more sense to him. Divine chaotic annihilation wasn't the only thing his soul could swallow, it just happened to be what it was most compatible with. According to these texts, there was a mention of a perfect whitebody soul and it was able to repel all things. These soul talents were two sides of the same coin, it was just that the perfect whitebody soul was considered to be the pinnacle of the origin grade and even beyond, something this book called the evolved grade or something to that effect. It was very possible that it had gotten lost in translation. This aside, the perfect blackbody soul was considered to be chaotic and heavily yin in nature, so it was very much inclined toward divine chaotic annihilation. If Ryu wanted it to absorb his other visualizations, he could. But, he had to be very careful. Nurturing his soul would take time and patience. If he wanted to absorb the silver star, setting aside whether it could or not without him imploding, this would mean that he would be gaining the space soul nature. However, unless he absorbed something else just as powerful as the silver star, any other soul nature he tried to gain would be suppressed until it could catch up. That would mean Ryu would lose out on the strongest gift of his soul by being too greedy. The silver star visualization was beyond anything Ryu could even begin to comprehend right now. Finding something equal to it might even be impossible. As useful as a space soul nature would be, he couldn't just paint himself into a corner due to a moment of recklessness. Ryu wondered, though, if he wanted a spear soul nature or a sword soul nature, how would he get it? Should he absorb spears and swords? That didn't seem to make much sense. As Ryu kept reading, he learned why it was that his soul was considered to be so chaotic and yin in nature. The perfect blackbody soul could absorb other souls and snatch what talent it had. It was similar to Little Nemesis' talent, but on a whole other level. Not only could he take another's talent, but he could take their memories and even snatch their Taos if he wanted. Someone else wouldn't dare to snatch someone else's Tao, but what about Ryu whose Tao encompassed heaven and earth itself? Wouldn't taking another's Tao instead strengthen his own? It's like, this soul was specially constructed for me. Ryu shook his head at the ridiculous thought. Soul talent couldn't just be snatched like meridians or bloodlines could be. Someone's soul was the foundation of their being, you couldn't alter it. If you could, whoever left Ryu's soul for him would have long since taken it for themselves. Such a powerful soul talent, who wouldn't want it? I see, interesting, so the perfect blackbody soul also has these abilities. Ryu realized that he had still been underestimating his soul. Ryu had reigned in the nature of his soul too much. If he allowed his soul to begin to influence his spiritual sea, not only it, but his spiritual sense as well would undergo a fundamental shift. Once Ryu's spiritual sense gained the black body characteristic, everything that touched it would feel as though it was sinking into an ocean. At its weakest application, Ryu's spiritual sense would feel no different from an empty void, formless and undetectable. At a medium-level application, it could swallow up someone else's spiritual sense, distorting their senses and making them feel as though they were sinking into darkness. At the highest levels of application, so long as someone touched Ryu's spiritual sense with their own, he could swallow their soul. Reading to this point, Ryu almost couldn't control the beating of his heart. This was the first time he had seen the strength of and truly unshackled talent of the true martial world, and it left him without words. Was this the power of a talent without chains? Was this the pinnacle of existence? Ryu subconsciously released his soul. Looking into his mental realm, he did nothing as his perfect black body sunk into his spiritual sea. Very quickly, a vastness of beautiful gold, rippling with illusory waters and waves, began to turn an ink black. Soon, the only color that remained at all were the flames rotating about his soul and the bright silver star that hung above it all. Ryu felt his mind tremble. Even without trying, spiritual chi rushed toward him, catalyzing from normal chi and fueling his soul. In the blink of an eye, Ryu's soul felt like it had been reborn, shedding the faulty chi of sacrum and overturning it for the perfect chi of the true martial world. Then, it stepped into the middle soul birth realm as though it was just a casual stroll in the park. Ryu exhaled a breath, forcing all of this to come to a halt. His breakthrough had caused a slight commotion, but it was ultimately still the soul birth realm, barely the immortal realms of the soul, and not enough to cause an uproar. In fact, he could sense many amused gazes as though they all found this little junior brother of theirs cute. However, only Ryu knew just how shocking this had been. He spent practically no time on his soul, mostly due to the inherent biases he had against it as a person born in sacrum. However, he knew well that every step of the soul was worth far more than most. There were only 5 soul cultivation realms if one ignored the 6th, soul quintessence. However, there were 12 chi cultivation realms. Taking a single step in the former was akin to taking more than 2 in the latter, and that didn't even consider the fact that all soul cultivation realm were broken into 4 pieces, while some chi cultivation realms were divided into 9 or more. Ryu went from the very bottom of the soul birth realm to the middle in one inhale. It quite literally could not get more exaggerated than this. It made his ice jade crystal body look like a joke of a talent. Ryu shook his head. It was about time he stopped patting himself on the back and focused his attention on the books that were here for alchemy. He wanted to see just how he would apply this new soul talent of his toward this field. However, just when he was going to move, several strong auras descended outside the library and a huge commotion was swept up. Ryu looked up a bit confused before a hint of realization overcame him. Oh, that's right, I did kill someone. Chapter 938. Didn't care. Ryu closed the book he was reading. They had taken longer to find him than he thought, so much so that he had already been here for several hours. The truth was that Ryu didn't know the rules of the sect, but most sects, regardless of background, unless it followed some sort of obscure, degenerate path, would have rules against disciples harming one another. It was just basic common sense. Of course, it also happened to be common sense that Ryu didn't care to observe. He had little patience for such things. He simply didn't care. If he had joined the sect through normal means, he would have, at most, crippled his oppressors. But, since he had done so off the back of Old Juan, then he would act as he pleased. Commanding him around didn't come without its troubles. Ryu casually walked out of the library to find a group of stone-faced elders. There were 3 of them in total, and they could be considered to be quite the lineup. Though, Ryu had no idea why they would send so many experts after a small-time inner disciple like himself. Every one of these elders were in the cosmic seed realm, the true cosmic seed realm. When they were younger, they had probably been outer or inner disciples. But, after failing to reach the mark to become a core disciple or higher, they became lower-tier elders instead. Elders were divided into the same ranks as disciples, excluding working. So, the lowest tier of elder were outer sect elders. But, considering the fact that Ryu was an inner disciple, at least in name, at least one of these 3 was an inner sect elder. As expected, Ryu's deductions were correct. The stone-faced elder in the middle of the other 2 was, indeed, an inner sect elder. He went by the name of Elder Lee, and he was in the second tier of disciplinary hall members. The 2 elders to his side, Elder Kai and Elder Guo, were both in the first tier and were outer sect elders. It was likely that these two were only here because the reports of Ryu's whereabouts came from disciples in their jurisdiction. Ryu hadn't bothered to hide his movements, so when he made his way down, many had seen him. In fact, those who learned of the news afterward all believed that Ryu had run. It wasn't until the reports confirmed that he had entered the library. The female elder frowned when she heard all the commotion, and it only deepened after Ryu walked out. But she didn't say anything. When Ryu appeared before the three elders, the pressure they exuded seemed to multiply several times over, causing the ground to quake to the heavy winds to rush over Ryu. Ryu, who had been uncaring to this point, frowned. However, because he could say anything, a somewhat shrill voice spoke out. "What the hell do you three think you're doing? Is my territory a place you can just stomp around on as you please?" Ryu only raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but the three elders reacted as though they had had their tails stepped on. Their auras receded like a like. No, it felt more like a tsunami. They rushed to hide their strength so quickly that Ryu was pretty sure he sensed at least two of them suffer backlash from the endeavor. At that moment, a small old lady walked out of the library, a cane in one hand. Without asking for Ryu's input, she suddenly used her free arm to wrap around his own, leaving him quite speechless. For one, this woman definitely didn't need his support. He couldn't see through her cultivation entirely, but she was most definitely beyond these three by no small measure. Second, even if she did need his support, Ryu wasn't the type to go easy on others regardless of age or gender. But he realized he couldn't even bunch a step with this old lady holding onto him. It was as though his only choice was to obediently be taken advantage of. Elder Ika, the stone-faced elder, turned docile and hesitant on a dime. Quite frankly, he wanted to slap his own forehead for forgetting that such an old coot was here. Why someone of her standing insisted on being in this place was beyond him, but what he did know was that this person had been here for so long that even he forgot about her. It wasn't until just now that he snapped out of it. Elder Ika didn't really care about anything normally, but when she did decide that she cared about something, dealing with the fallout would cause even the sect patriarch a headache. "Hurry up and scram, but what?" The annoyance on the old lady's face only seemed to be growing with each passing moment. Her cane even rose from the ground, a strong swirl of chi threatening to attack. This disciple killed a fellow disciple of his. It took all of Elder Lee's strength to finally squeeze these words out. He hoped that this would at least change things for the better. However, what he heard next almost made him faint. "And why should I care about a trash disciple who doesn't even know the value of knowledge?" It wasn't until this point that Ryu understood why it was this woman was doing this. It seemed that she was fond of disciples who took reading and literature seriously. With how fast cultivators read, how much information could they consume in just a few seconds? Let alone a few hours. Elder Ika was very used to new disciples like Ryu popping in for a few seconds or minutes before leaving in a rush and never coming back. It was very, very rare for any of them to stay as long as Ryu and even seem like they wanted to stay for more on top of that. Beyond this, she didn't care about anything else. Chapter 939, Pill or Potion. With another bellow, Elder Ika sent the three elders scurrying off. By that point, anyone who had come to spectate also rushed off, unwilling to get caught up in the old lady's rage. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. I've never seen their faces around the library before, but they actually dared to come here like there's some sort of show to watch. Elder Ika continued to grumble. She seemed just a half step away from spitting at the ground and grinding her soul into it like a true hooligan. Seeing such a scene, Ryu couldn't help but smile. This woman somewhat reminded him of his grandma Kunin. She would be soft and docile most of the time, but she also wouldn't hesitate to palm someone's head into meat paste in the next moment. "What are you laughing about, brat? I have a cane for you here too if you want it. I'm too old to be walking around, so I have no intention of protecting your safety after you've left. The other matters will be up to you." Ryu smiled and shook his head. He never asked for this old lady's help to begin with, now she was acting like he owed her a favor. Ryu wasn't the type of person to care about the thoughts of others. He didn't care about the optics so long as he, himself, knew the truth. The reason why he was alright with owing Old Juan a favor was because he had, indeed, needed Old Juan. However, this old lady was different. Whether she acted or not, he was fairly certain he would have been fine. At most, he was saved some hassle. But It wasn't as though this hassle had vanished entirely. Seeing that Ryu wasn't taking her seriously, the old lady was speechless. Did he see her powerful display? Did he feel her momentum? Did this brat have water between his ears? He should be shaking in his shoes right now. Ryu turned back and guided the old lady into the library again. He didn't really want to, but he didn't have much of a choice with her clinging onto his arm like this. It was only after bringing her to her desk that she finally let go. Once he was done, Ryu turned his attention back to his books. Right, alchemy. At this moment, though, another uproar was started in the sect. News of Elder Ika protecting Ryu spread like wildfire. And, without a choice, Elder Lee could only report this matter up to higher management. The matter became like a hot potato in the hands of the disciplinary faction until it eventually made its way to their head, the Grand Elder of the Radiant Star sect. Elder Lee thought that these matters would be finally handled at that point, but when news of what happened got back to him, he was left speechless. The Grand Elder only said a few words. Leave this matter be. Under the shattered expectation of the disciples and elders of the sect, someone had actually gotten away with murder in broad daylight. All the while, the person in question never shed even a single bead of sweat. He was simply enamored by his books. The world of alchemy was quite vast and endless, but it could also be simple. So long as you could control a flame, you could probably concoct something. There were two veins of alchemy, each with their different strengths. There were pill alchemists and there were potion alchemists. The former group relied on flames, purifying spiritual herbs and fusing them together. The latter group was more complex. They relied on unique waters and extracted from spiritual herbs instead. It was a different sort of refinement practice, but the function was similar enough. Pill alchemists were far more common than potion alchemists purely because the special waters needed were far rarer than the minimum requirement of flames used by the former group. If Ryu wanted, he could take either path. He obviously had the flames, and even unique flames, necessary. And, he was also certain that the yin water of the ice phoenix that he could nurture into existence would meet the requirements as well. If he wanted to maximize the usefulness of his knowledge as an herbologist, becoming a potion alchemist was probably better. While pill alchemists were more ubiquitous, their paths were broader and their ability to shake free of normal constraints was better as well. Potion alchemists relied more heavily on the natural gifts of the spiritual herbs they used and deviated far less. It made the variables easier to control and the results more potent as well. In addition, it was easier to control things like doses and medicinal strength as a potion alchemist too. However, the variables associated with pill alchemy also coincided with more freedom. Ryu wasn't in a rush to make his decision, instead choosing to read everything he could about both. It was on the third day of his stay at the library that he ran into an ancient text that made his brows shoot up. The first thing that caught his attention about this book was that it introduced the best flames and waters to use in alchemy. According to it, Phoenix flames were among the strongest alchemy familiars you could have by your side. This was good news for Ryu, but it wasn't enough to surprise him. He could have made this guess on his own long ago and he was already planning on using his Phoenix flames over his Rage flame. What shocked Ryu about this text, then, wasn't this, but rather the mention of something entirely different, a practice that combined pill and potion into a new practice, one that applied the potency of potion alchemy and fused it together with the flexibility and freedom of pill alchemy. When placed together like this, a perfect balance could be achieved. It was just that those with the skill to follow this path were few and far between. This discipline was known as Enlightened Alchemy. Chapter 940, Grand Elder's Words. Enlightened Alchemy. The name intrigued Ryu, especially since, as the language buff he was, he could see several meanings for it, each seemingly more profound than the last. This path seemed absolutely perfect for his Tao. With how many talents Ryu had, it was often him, or rather, mostly Ailsa, trying to find a method to streamline and simplify his path. He was talented in too many areas and go down too many rabbit holes to be left to his own devices. While it might sound fun for him to suddenly become a master of everything, such a title would only stick with him at the lower levels. As he began to increase his strength and quickly rose up the peak, his so-called master of everything title would quickly turn him into a jack of all trades who had no mastery whatsoever. Even Ryu wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could stretch himself so impossibly thin. However, in recent days, it felt more and more like his talents were being brought together into one. His seemingly unrelated inheritances fit nicely into the 8 trigrams diagram. Then, he managed to fuse his Daos and inheritances together into a single form that could be divided and combined at will. Well, it would reach that point sometime in the future. And now, this enlightened alchemy seemed like a perfect fit for both his chosen cultivation technique and his Dao. What was the foundation of the 8-trigram diagram? Wasn't it an attempt at representing existence itself? And this enlightened alchemy seemed to want to refine existence itself. They were like two sides of the very same coin, both creating, but in different facets and down different paths. I need to start now. After Ryu had made his decision, he wouldn't waver on it. He already had the flames he needed, but he had yet to begin cultivating his yin water seed. His grandfather had started his lightning seed for him, but now Ryu didn't have such a luxury. If he wanted to start on his yin water seed, he would need a high-level catalyst. Or, at least a quality one to his current self. The ideal situation would be for him to create a yin water seed that was just as robust in strength as his phoenix flames, but that seemed quite unlikely. Ryu's phoenix flames were in the ruler realm currently. In fact, from what Ryu had seen, they were in the true ruler realm. Likely because Ryu had comprehended the realm so many times in Sacrum, it had risen to the standard of the true martial world. That meant that Ryu would need a yin water seed of at least that strength if he wanted to concoct to his fullest potential. If he couldn't, then he would have to lower the strength of his phoenix flames until they matched up with whatever yin water seed he managed to grasp. There was no choice in the matter. It was either Ryu go and find it himself, or he could go to an auction house that already had it. Both had their troubles. Obviously, the former route would be dangerous. Such natural treasures were often heavily guarded, and that was if Ryu could find it in the first place. As for the auction house route, setting aside the danger of accepting such a treasure without backing, even if he could afford, who was to say that there wouldn't be any families who chose to monopolize such a thing first? With how valuable it would be, it should surpass even a low-level Dao Rune Beast core in value. Such a treasure wouldn't have its rarity decided by a grade. Even a common grade yin water treasure of a certain caliber would be highly sought after. Even if most wouldn't be able to cultivate a yin water seed like Ryu, and only phoenixes would be able to cultivate one with life characteristics like he could, yin water treasures had used far beyond this. So long as you had the proper affinity or foundation, they could help with breakthroughs at a critical time, they could help improve your comprehension of a cultivation technique, and they could strengthen your Dao or inheritances. In fact, it could do all of these things at the same time. No, this is too important. I will take a look at the auction houses around here first, but if I don't find anything, I'll go myself. Ryu closed his book and stood. He was confident in the root of that were the evolutions to his spiritual sense in the 8-trigram diagram that formed the foundation of his comprehension. This diagram, especially when coupled with strong senses, was very sensitive to treasures related to its 8 cardinal directions. In fact, this was the very same diagram Ailsa used to find natural treasures for him. Of course, back then, Ryu's use of the diagram wasn't anywhere near as good as Ailsa's. But now, all of that would change. In the past, all Ryu could do was read. But now, he could read and put things into action. This was the charm of wielding your own power. Ryu quickly left the library to the astonishment of Elder Aika. She had definitely thought that he would remain holed up here for as long as possible. But he didn't make such a decision. In fact, Ryu went right up to the inner disciple mission exchange and chose a few missions closest to areas of dense coldness and yin. Then, he unceremoniously left as though he couldn't sense the shocked and apprehensive gazes of those around him. Ryu was a man who forced the sect's rules to bend around him without a care. There had never been anyone like this before, how could they not pay attention? However, while there were those that were shocked, there were also those that felt cold and infuriated with righteous indignation. If the rules of the sect could be so easily ignored, then how could they stay whole? How could they trust this place they had poured so much into? Of course, there were also those who were far less righteous than this, and a few of them took note of Ryu's leaving the sect. Still, they hesitated. Ryu was clearly favored by the sect. What would happen if they were caught and punished? But that was when the words of the Grand Elder lit a fire under them. Kill him if you can. Chapter 941, Why would he know? Ryu had no idea that a pair of old men were trying to get revenge for his arrogance. Clearly, they believed that if Ryu wanted to be so bold and petty, then they could play along as well. What they didn't know was that even if Ryu had known about their machinations, he wouldn't have cared in the first place. Sending more people after him. Wasn't this like sending lambs to the slaughter? Ryu no longer had to be restrained by his spiritual sense thanks to his perfect blackbody soul. It felt like the old days when he could use his third perspective with impunity. In fact, it felt even better than that. Ryu was a bit surprised by this reality, but after a moment, it made sense. Currently, Ryu's soul was a true ancestral grade talent. In fact, it was more like an origin grade talent downgraded due to its difficulty of use. However, Ryu's heavenly pupils had been born in sacrum and were, as well, restricted by its limited laws. If Ryu had been born in the true martial world, unlocking all 999 seals would have made him a monster. Even Alina's father wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. So, it was no wonder that his current spiritual sense was far stronger than his third perspective had been in the past. With Ryu's greatest weakness now gone, what did he have to fear? Even if the heavens suddenly attacked him again, it would be impossible to catch him off guard. Ryu blatantly blanketed his surroundings as he moved, both so that he could get used to this new feeling, and seeing if he could truly use it as unsparingly as his third perspective. To Ryu's shock, his spiritual sense didn't seem to have a limiter on it. No, it was more accurate to say that his spiritual sense was capped not by his spiritual xianxia, but rather by his focus qi. Ryu felt that he could keep pushing his spiritual sense further and further, but after about 10 or so kilometers, the speed of the expansion slowed considerably, and the strain on Ryu increased as well. Ryu had a feeling that in sacrum, blanketing even after the entire plane wouldn't be an issue. But here, the restraints were far more stringent. Still, Ryu was more than happy with this result and he restricted his spiritual sense to about a kilometer. Since he lost access to the prayer mat, he had to be more careful with how he used his focus chi, so this was the best option for now. Ryu soon made it to his first auction house. He decided to focus only on the largest ones in the area, and within the province, there were 3. It took him about a month to travel to all of them and check their inventories one by one. As he traveled, he completed his mission swiftly and without a care. In fact, by the end of the month, he had already completed as much as 3 years' worth of missions and wouldn't have to worry about this for a long while. Ryu had noticed that there were some people following him despite the fact they thought they were being stealthy in the first week, but he just as easily lost them. Even though he could kill them, he felt that it was a hassle. He had spent most of his time within cities and they had rules against murder as well. He could ignore the rules of Radiant Star, but he wasn't arrogant enough to dive head first into more danger unless someone provoked him more blatantly. The 3 auction houses weren't bad, but they still didn't have exactly what I needed. The quality wasn't good enough. Of the 3 auction houses, 2 of them had yin water treasures for sale, one had a common grade treasure and the other even had a lower black grade one. Depending on the yin water treasure in question, the method of telling their quality apart was likewise different. However, with Ryu's expertise, he was able to differentiate them even without being overly familiar with the 2 particular strains. All he could say was that they weren't good enough. They would catalyze his yin water seed into awakening, but both were of such low quality that the seed would at best be of common grade. The only way to overcome that was with quantity, but obviously, he wouldn't be able to find such a thing here. The only method was to head into nature. Ryu looked upon was billowing snow plain, the frigid air licking at his skin. It had taken quite some time to trudge to this location as no transport dared to step foot here. In fact, if it wasn't for his awakened spiritual sense, Ryu wouldn't have dared to come here easily either. It was only because he could dodge the beasts before they spotted him that he dared be so free. However, what amused him was that 2 people had actually followed him. What was amusing about it was that these idiots would have been killed with a single swipe of any one of the beasts he had helped them to dodge. If by some miracle they actually managed to kill him, how would they even leave this place without his spiritual sense? Didn't that mean that they would die no matter what the result was? Ryu was baffled that people who called themselves cultivators could be so stupid. Seeing that Ryu had paused, the individuals rushed forward, feeling that this would be the best chance they could get. They glared at Ryu, their auras menacing. It had been almost half a year now, almost half a year since they had been chasing this bastard. They had thought they lost him until they suddenly stumbled upon him at an auction house a few days ago. This was maybe the only reason Ryu hadn't acted to kill immediately. He was curious about who these people were. Why were they following him? Because they clearly weren't from the Radiant Star sect. Where is that white gold-haired bitch with the vicious mouth? Tell me and I might let you off lightly. Ryu blinked. Somehow, he knew exactly who this person was talking about. Eismine. Why would he know where she was? Chapter 942, Danger. So you do know her. Dobbs' expression became, several times more sinister. He had had a belly full of hatred for Ryu for a long time now. The trio had wasted months traveling from their usual stomping grounds all the way here, only to somehow lose Ryu entirely. They were, of course, citizens of the true martial world. But, as with many who couldn't hack it in this world, they left to find opportunities elsewhere. Some of them would get lucky enough to stumble onto chances and come back stronger than ever. But, the lucky chance that should have been for them was snatched away by Eismine. This was the real reason why they were so infuriated. Every time Dobb thought about it, he ground his teeth down another layer. It was suffocating to the point he found it difficult to breathe. But the bottom rung of the true martial world cultivators, joining a sect or powerful clan was impossible. The only path they had was to try and steal from lower-level worlds. Much like Sacrum, other lower-level worlds often had astounding treasures. Their only flaw was that they were formed beneath weak heavens, but such a weakness could be fixed so long as the one who gained them returned to the true martial world and invested a bit more. Sometimes, if you were really lucky, an investment wouldn't even be necessary. Just time and patience would be enough. And, so long as the powerful cultivators of the true martial world left to smaller worlds, they could extend their lives by thousands of times with ease. In such a case, they would just need a good hiding place and patience. In fact, there was even an entire business model centered around this where the most trusted bank of the first heaven would safely store such things for you. By now, though, it had already been over 100 years since their run-in with Eismine, it was impossible to tell where she was or what she had done with their lucky chance. The harshest truth was that Eismine might be far beyond what they could handle now due to that very lucky chance itself. Dobb wasn't willing to admit this to himself just yet, but he knew that this was likely the truth. He wouldn't be foolish enough to go after Eismine after all this time even if he ran into her, but he definitely wanted to vent some hatred and frustration. Just die. Dobb was so furious that he didn't even consider anything else and just attacked, having every intention of killing Ryu. Ryu's eyes narrowed. The aura of a quasi-Dao pedestal realm threatened to overwhelm him. He had somewhat forgotten that this was no longer Sacrum. He couldn't leap over 3 realms of cultivation to do battle like he could in the past, and he also didn't have his eyes, which was a negative to his overall combat strength. This didn't even mention the fact he couldn't casually use his bloodline talents or his chaos chi either. However, there was good news. He still had his powerful soul, and Dobb and his companions couldn't be considered geniuses. In fact, because they had spent so long touring smaller worlds, their cultivation realms had actually regressed and their foundations became poorer as a result. The silver star visualization stirred and Ryu shifted, his body vanishing and reappearing, a mere half-meter away. Ryu shook his head and sighed. It seemed that his comprehension of the silver star visualization wasn't deep enough to travel any further. But, this much was still enough to dodge Dobb's attacks. Ryu glided backward, activating his movement technique whispering pedals to about 0.1%. Even so, his speed was so fast that he left after images in his wake, widening the distance to 10 meters in the blink of an eye as he pulled out his bow. In what looked like one swift motion, Ryu released 3 arrows at once, each spiraling upon the other and fusing into one just as they appeared before Dobb's chest. Dobb, who hadn't expected a mere half-step path extinction realm pup to be able to dodge in the first place, was taken off guard. And that movement technique, what was that? They knew that Ryu had gone to buy techniques before he boarded, but that was definitely a Dao Charm technique just now. It couldn't be that Ryu had learned a Dao Charm technique to initial success in just a few months, right? Dobb felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, but he still roared and punched out, shattering Ryu's arrows like they were glass. Surround him. Dobb's junior brothers, or more accurately, lackeys, were in the 7th and 8th path extinction realms respectively. So, when they acted, they did so with ferocious speed, their steps gliding atop the thick snow as though it was solid ground. Ryu's eyes flickered with a green color, the 8 trigram diagram appearing once more. This region was too dangerous to have a prolonged battle. He would crush them swiftly and leave them no path of retreat. With his diagram, Ryu was able to mask his inheritances as though they were Daos, hiding away the true talents of his bloodlines as though they came entirely from his own comprehension. And, once he unleashed them, the power was not small. The water rune in the 8 trigram diagram blazed to life, a furious blue color shooting out from Ryu as though beams of light. He pulled his bowstring back once more, the dark gold of his glove of order leaping to action as it transformed from a glove to gain the scales of a black dragon and form a gauntlet once more. A radiant blue arrow took form, sparkling ice shards falling from it like radiant crystals. Ryu released that subtle feeling blooming in his heart. The eyes of the trio widened, their hearts trembling. They couldn't understand the profundity of Ryu's arrow, but something about it screamed danger to them. Chapter 943, Not Happy Fallen Apostle, Mana Sense, Book 2 of the series, is available for pre-order now. Link below. Together, Dob roared. His lackeys abandoned their pincer attack, sliding back with a practiced ease and placing their hands on Dob's shoulders before all three punched out at once. Ryu raised an internal eyebrow. It was rare to see such a poor attempt at teamwork, but he still had to admit that the result was powerful. These three had more raw strength than he did to begin with. His only option was to overwhelm them with skill and comprehension. The three of them shattered the arrow of ice, but the residual energies began to crawl up their arms, the harsh cold eating away at their protective chi coats and eroding them. Dob realized that if he just stayed back and let Ryu increase the distance, the results would only get worse and worse for them. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist and shattered the ice, threatening to cover his arm, and shot forward, circulating his own movement technique to the extreme. Ryu could tell that it was just heaven-grade technique. While it lacked Dao charm, what it lacked was made up for by Dob's deeper comprehension and the fact it was a peak heaven-grade technique. It was clear that Dob rarely brought out this technique to avoid incurring the greed of everyone around him. But, with the situation like this, he still decided on bringing it out in the end. The coldness in Ryu's gaze only grew more prominent. Large success, heaven-grade technique. Still not enough. Ryu tapped his foot again, raising his use of his movement technique to 0.5%. His body tore across the snow landscape like a ball out of a cannon, the distance between himself and Dob beginning to increase instead of decrease like it had been. His fingers reached for his bowstring once more, his bow being raised up. As though blazing meteors, 3 ice arrows shot forward, appearing before he could even react. He tried to punch out, but he missed. The impact to his chest caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he hadn't even landed on the ground yet when 2 more arrows appeared before him, crashing into the very same location. On the third impact, his chi skin shattered and his body was assaulted by the cold from all sides. It actually took me 3 head-on strikes. Ryu's gaze narrowed. These true martial world cultivators were, indeed, powerful. Even though only the water rune had lit up just now, it was still being influenced and supported in part by the other 7 runes. If Ryu had to guess, even with him holding back like this, it was still more powerful than most true Daos and probably matched lineal Daos in strength. And yet, it took that much. It seemed that Dao couldn't breach cultivation gaps that easily in the true martial world. To put this matter into perspective, most only had common Daos on the first heaven. It wasn't until the third heaven where lineal Daos would start appearing, and not until the fourth where they were commonplace. There were some exceptions to this, but they were very, very rare. The fact that Dob had taken 3 strikes and even survived them was a wake-up call to Ryu. In this place, he couldn't just take comprehension to be the end-all be-all. Foundation and cultivation were very important factors as well. Dob. The two rushed over toward him, but why would Ryu allow them to do as they pleased? Dob might be able to survive, but how could they? Ryu's cold gaze sharpened, releasing 4 more arrows in quick succession. The 2 lackeys were caught off guard. Something about the speed of Ryu's arrows seemed even faster than before, a tempest of bo chi ripping through their defenses and needling cold wind and chi into their inner organs. They froze in place, their bodies quickly turning into ice statues. No, no, no. Hearing Dob's screams, the 2 men felt somewhat touched. They hadn't thought that Dob cared so much. But, what happened next left their middens blank, not because they didn't know how to react, but rather because they had their lives. Dob's roars formed a crater of snow around him, the solid earth beginning to tremble somewhat. Ryu didn't even need to think to understand. This was definitely a secret technique, but it was already too late to stop it. A tattoo on Dob's back burst apart and formed a bloody rose that sent vines of crimson through the skulls of his 2 companions. In one moment, they had been turning into ice, and in the next, they had become piles of ash. Dob's own aura skyrocketed, shattering the barrier that had stifled him from so long and stepping into the Dao pedestal realm. The oppressive danger that Ryu felt multiplied several times over as the chi of Daub's spiritual foundation sprung to life, flooding his meridians. Ryu's pupils constricted as he could feel Daub's Tao actually strengthening as well. It seemed that this man's Tao was related somehow to that flower coming from his back. While it was still a common Tao, it had evolved to the third immortal Tao level, 2 steps beyond Ryu's. This was shocking. Usually, a Tao would be a level beneath your current realm even for a genius. But, Daub's was actually on par with his, just like Ryu's own. Ryu was absolutely certain that this had to be related to the secret technique. Daub's eyes went completely red, his Tao flourishing. As it did so, the chi in the surroundings began to sap away, making Ryu's next arrow weaken considerably and almost fizzle out. Ryu's gaze only grew colder at this result. If Daub wanted to play, they could play. Take form and conquer the world. The skies suddenly rumbled, causing Ryu's expression to change. These were the words he used to summon his immortal rings, but the first heaven didn't seem to be happy with them. A strong pressure descended upon Ryu, seemingly wanting to shatter his immortal rings entirely and stop them from appearing at all. Just as Ryu faltered, Daub was already attacking once more, his strength several levels what it had been before. And, as though that wasn't bad enough, half a kilometer away, a black grade 9th order wolf beast caught the attention of Ryu's spiritual sense. It stood up, his eyes radiating a piercing blue as it shot forward. In a single bound, it had already crossed over 20 meters. In just a few more seconds, it would be here. Chapter 944, Did It Think? Ryu's gaze flashed with a cold light. A mere first heaven actually dared to be so arrogant after it had just finished being the lackey of a higher heaven. Did it think Ryu had already forgotten? At that moment, the 8 trigram diagram in Ryu's eyes lit up, the heaven character roaring to life. I said take form and conquer the world. Ryu's words roared out like the bellow of a dragon. In the slight lull, Daub had already appeared right before him, his fist mere inches from Ryu's chest. In the final moments, Ryu's immortal rings shattered the air and took form, a violent and oppressive might ripping apart the gravitational pull Daub seemed to have had on the chi in the surroundings. A flood of strength overwhelmed Ryu. The kind of power he suddenly gained access to as his 13 immortal rings floated to his back was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He hastily formed a chi barrier between himself and Daub, the latter's fist being blocked for an instant at the final moment before shattering it. Ryu's body curled, his figure being flung outward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his gaze only grew colder. Although his internal injuries weren't bad and would heal in a few minutes, he was still pissed. To think even after feeling such a great boost to his strength, and even having Daub's own by snatching away the ability of his Tao, he would still be so heavily injured. Daub was like a madman, chasing after Ryu. But, with his immortal rings summoned, Ryu began to display the true charm of whispering petals. The movement technique wasn't designed to maximize straight line speed like Ryu seemed to be using it for. Rather, it was best known for agility, its wistfulness and elusiveness. With his immortal rings present, the 1% cap of initial success rose tenfold, making it feel as though Ryu was already in small success. Daub lashed out again and again, each one of his fist strikes leaving craters in the snow and his steps melted away the landscape. Damn it, Ryu could feel his focus chi rapidly draining as he sustained his immortal rings. The first heaven was still fighting back to wrest control from him even now. Without a choice, Ryu had to use his heaven character to crush the first heaven's intent, but that was quickly eating away at his focus. The only path, especially with the wolf beast quickly approaching, seemed to be to use his full Tao and kill Daub as quickly as possible. But, if he did that, how would he deal with the wolf? It was already impossible to run away by now. Soon, the wolf would come out from those dense trees and lock eyes with him. My focus chi shouldn't be this weak. I don't believe that a true ancestral grade soul has such a weakness. There's something I'm missing. Suddenly, Ryu's gaze snapped in a certain direction out of habit despite his blindness. He locked onto the corpses of the 2 lackeys, his spiritual sense surging. Like a rolling fog, a dense blackness overwhelmed what remained of their shattered corpses, pulling out the last dregs of their soul and swallowing them whole. At that moment, Ryu's soul reacted as though it had eaten a scrumptious meal, surging with energy it hadn't had before. It was only then that Ryu realized that his soul didn't provide a boost to his focus chi like most other soul talents would because he could swallow up nutrition to replenish it when it was needed. Ryu felt a burst of strength, his soul even threatening to break into the higher soul birth realm right this very instant. He slid past Dobb's next punch, wrapping around him. The wolf beast was already within 100 meters. Ryu would have been able to see its figure through the dense trees with even normal eyes had he not lost his sight. By this point, even Dobb should have been able to sense the beast, but he seemed to be entirely focused on ripping Ryu to shreds. Ryu flipped the situation on the battlefield, twisting his hips and rounding around Dobb again. His back now faced the coming wolf beast and he shot backward with the same speed and grace as always. Come be useful. The wolf released a roar. In another bound, it closed the remaining distance swiping for Ryu's back. Ryu's immortal rings trembled in the skies, threatening to shatter beneath the might. This was something that actually shocked Ryu. He didn't think it was possible to directly attack immortal rings like that, but it seemed that the manifestation of immortal rings were far more tangible in this world than they were on Sacrum. Without a choice, and unwilling to find out what would happen if his rings shattered, Ryu released them, the pressure on his mind also vanishing like the wind. The paw of the wolf beast crashed downward, ready to crush Ryu to pieces. Even being of the ninth order, the beast wasn't too large, barely being 4 meters tall. Still, its paw was large enough and its claws sharp enough to rip Ryu in two if they should connect. However, at that moment, Ryu's leg pressed against the ground, his thigh bulging. Whispering Petal. Small success. Ryu's became like a bullet out of a barrel. His sudden shift in speed was so great that the wolf missed, swiping at the air and sending a scythe of wind toward Dobb. Ryu vanished beneath the body of the wolf, his void-like spiritual sense cloaking him as he disappeared from the wolf's senses. It was all too perfectly timed, even with the earlier slip-up. Dobb and the wolf clashed. And, without Ryu's suppression of his Tao, Dobb's power imploded to another degree once more. Ryu slipped into the trees, leaping onto their branches and hiding in the foliage. He breathed heavily, the injuries to his inner organs slowly healing. Chapter 945, Fluttering Ryu watched the fight coldly. Both the wolf and Dobb were considered to be of the ninth order, or, rather, the Tao pedestal realm equivalent. The wolf had spent far longer in the realm and was more well established on top of being a black-grade beast. As for Dobb, his Tao was relatively powerful and he was only on an adrenaline high due to his secret technique. Even still, Dobb was being unceremoniously thrashed by the wolf beast. Ryu once again got a wake-up call about just how powerful beasts were. However, he was also relieved that Dobb was just powerful enough to occupy the wolf beast in time for his escape. Ryu's eyes narrowed as he continued to watch. At some unknown time, Little Silk found her way back to his shoulder, her wings beginning to flutter wildly. Ryu felt the chilly wind on his cheek and couldn't help but turn his attention toward the little butterfly. The little guy seemed to want something from the wolf beast, but its task left Ryu speechless. Little Silk sure was shameless, she never did anything for him, unless you count a few casually made robes, and yet she was actually asking for this. Ryu shook his head and turned away. If it wasn't for the fact his mother had left Little Silk for him, he would have punted the little runt a long ways away. However, Little Silk's fluttering became more persistent and the chilly wind licking at Ryu's cheek only grew more intense. Ryu turned and glared down at his shoulder, but Little Silk just kept fluttering. In truth, Ryu wasn't much of a fan of this little butterfly, even though it looked quite beautiful. During their first meeting, it tried to kill him for his bloodlines. Then, during the battle against the martial gods, it had been useless. And, finally, somehow, despite not showing any use at all, it gained a favor from his mother and gained something Ryu had yet to see the use of. Half of him thought that the reason he had yet to see Little Silk be useful was because she was simply too lazy. But, his more rational side was a bit more understanding. After all, despite raising so many talented beasts rather, watching as Ailsa raised them, Ryu never really learned how to fight with them. So, he couldn't really blame Little Silk even if he wanted to be unreasonable. After all, there wasn't anything the little butterfly could do if Ryu never gave it the chance to help. Fine, I'll give it a chance. Ryu stood from the branch, brandishing his bow and waiting. He wasn't planning on draining his strength like this unless he absolutely had to, but since Little Silk was being so insistent, and since she had been given to him by his mother, he would give her just this little bit of face. Ryu held out his body, taking deep and calm breathing. The 8-trigram diagram slowly rotated in his irises, but his fingers continued to lightly rest on his bowstring, leaving it in its original position. His spiritual sense blanketed the battlefield, watching for every little movement, and every small weakness. Even as Dob was being torn limb from limb, his left arm having been severed and his organ meat hanging out grotesquely from his gut, Ryu still didn't move. He immersed himself in a subtle, unrelenting feeling himself getting closer and closer to it with every deep breath. Just when it seemed that Ryu would do nothing at all, his arm abruptly moved, pulling the bowstring back to the point his back was stretched tight. The 8 characters in Ryu's eyes all lit up, a raging torrent of wind forming a spiraling cyclone upon his bowstring. Roaring Sky Serpent. Large success. Bang. As though Ryu had seen through the future, the wolf raised its head to howl out its victory the instant Ryu released his bowstring. The timing was so perfect that the wolf was already howling and didn't even hear the roar of Ryu's arrow. It entirely assumed that its own roar had simply become far more majestic than it had ever been before. However, those thoughts only lasted for a moment before the roof of its mouth was pierced through by an arrow. It burrowed its way through, entering its brain and grinding the fleshy matter to minced meat in just a few split seconds. The roar of the Sky Serpent echoed again, but this time, within the wolf-beast's skull. Bang! The wolf-beast's skull expanded by about 50% before it settled back down to its original size. But, by then, the howling wolf's gaze had become dim. Ryu breathed heavily, chest moving up and down as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. To his back, his immortal rings slowly faded and his body settled down. But, the coming fatigue came in waves, making his knees feel weak. Ryu's chi reserves were actually doing just fine. After all, chi stamina was never something he would lack. But, the assault on his focus was something entirely different. Still, he had the remedy for that right before. Ryu shot forward, swallowing both the wolf-beast soul and Dob's. Almost instantly, he broke into the higher soul birth realm and his spiritual sea became flushed with energy. He couldn't even stop himself before he broke through again, entering the peak soul birth realm. The more powerful Ryu's soul became, the more comfortable he seemed to become in using his Tao. The soul birth realm was just the start of the immortal realms, so it was no wonder he had such a hard time supporting his Tao, which was at the same level. The main issue was that he had yet to take full advantage of his soul yet. He could expand his spiritual sea almost infinitely without breaking through. He should definitely take advantage of that, so long as his body could handle it, so that he wouldn't have to worry about such things any longer. The larger his spiritual sea became, the stronger his focus chi would be. Ryu ignored Dob for a moment. He knew he had to be quick. The wolf beast was probably an overload of this region, so it bought him some time. But, it likely wouldn't be long before beast smelt blood. Little Silk fluttered over. It was time to see what the little runt wanted so badly. Chapter 946, The Trouble. Before Ryu could do much of anything, Little Silk's thread rushed forward, puncturing the corpse through in several places. Ryu could only watch as the blood, even down to the bone marrow, was all sucked away by the greedy little butterfly. By the time Little Silk was finished, even the meat had lost its vitality, making it completely useless to eat. Let alone using it to undo the shackles of his bloodlines. It could be a miracle if his bloodlines didn't regress instead if he dared to put just useless meat into his mouth. Ryu sent a glance toward the little butterfly, quite speechless. But, surprisingly enough, right then, the aura of Little Silk began to change. Before, Ryu hadn't felt much different from the little butterfly. Though he knew that something had to have changed in the almost 1,000 years he was absent, without his eyes, it was too subtle for him to pick up. However, after swallowing the wolf beast whole, that subtle change became more obvious to Ryu, especially thanks to his soul's spiritual sense. Little Silk was an 11th order beast originally. But, right now, it seemed to be giving off the aura of a 4th order one. What was amazing, though, was that while being of the 4th order, Little Silk had the complete aura of a true sovereign grade beast. It was after seeing this that Ryu finally understood what happened. Using a special method, Ryu's mother had likely traded Little Silk's cultivation in exchange for undoing the shackles of place on her by sacrum. Logically, Little Silk's cultivation alone shouldn't have been enough to do this. Ryu had a feeling that his mother had done more for him than he knew, probably even harming her foundation even more just to make sure that he didn't enter the true martial world truly alone. Ryu smiled somewhat bitterly and shook his head. No wonder she didn't tell him about it. Her foundation had already been harmed once, saving his life, and she had harmed it again to help this greedy little butterfly to unseal itself. While Little Silk's cultivation had plummeted, the might of a true sovereign-grade beast was most definitely monstrous. The current Little Silk might even be stronger than Ryu himself despite there being 3 cultivation realms between them. This was especially the case since Ryu had beast bloodlines that could be directly suppressed in the face of a stronger beast. Ryu's current bloodlines were only black grade. There was still earth grade and heaven grade before he even made it to sovereign grade, let alone the fact that Little Silk was at the pinnacle of the sovereign grade, just a step away from ancestral grade. But the best part was that Ryu was only human. As much of a part of his strength his beast bloodlines were, he would never experience the same kind of suppression a true beast would. What did that mean? It meant that now that Little Silk finally gained the catalyst she needed to start displaying some of her strength, her use to Ryu, especially in this wilderness, had just multiplied several times over. From a greedy and quite frankly useless little butterfly, Little Silk had suddenly become Ryu's greatest trump card. Not bad, Ryu nodded, a light smile playing on his face. It seemed that Little Silk hadn't conned him after all. Little Silk arrogantly flapped her wings before landing on Ryu's shoulder, her little antennae sparkling with radiant energy. Ryu chuckled but didn't say much. The little one did finally have some capital to be arrogant. Right now, Little Silk seemed to be of the lower 4th order. With her current pinnacle sovereign grade bloodline in presence, anything up to a lower 9th order common grade beast shouldn't dare to fight her. Alright, let's see if we can get you to the 5th order, then we can venture deeper in. Me. Little Silk fluttered happily. She spun around Ryu, creating him a new and stronger set of robes that seemed even more beautiful than the last pair. Ryu smiled and let the little one do as it pleased before he locked onto a new target. Feeding a true sovereign grade beast would be a problem, especially since there were only common and black grade beasts in this region. Still, Ryu could only be thankful. If there were stronger beasts, he would be finished. Little Silk's strength spoke for itself, so there was no questioning the caliber of beasts in this world. Without a choice, he could only hope to make up for quality with quantity. As expected, it was difficult. They no longer had Dob to rely on and a 9th order black grade beast was beyond the 2 of them to handle. So, their best bet was to target 8th order black grade beasts. This was the best combination of strength and talent that could match. In addition, these beasts had to be compatible with Little Silk to maximize efficiency, but since they were already in a dense land of cold chi, this wasn't too difficult to find. In fact, it was the easiest criteria to meet. Ryu ignored anything that wasn't a 9th order common beast or an 8th order black beast. And he was sure to steer away from anything that was even remotely close to a beast above the 9th order, a population of beings that was much too large for his liking. It took an entire 2 weeks and hundreds of kills before Little Silk finally broke through and entered the 5th order. Their little duo had killed over 138th order common beasts and over 89th order black beasts. The unfortunate part was that they had likely caught themselves quite a bit of attention as well. Beasts were intelligent. Suddenly seeing so many of the territories they had gotten used to emptied out, many raised their guards and became more alert. Toward the end, it became more and more difficult for the 2 to make their move. But, with the goal reached, Ryu was still mostly satisfied. Raising Little Silk to the 6th order would be a tall task. Still, for now, she should be able to suppress 10th order common beasts and 9th order black beasts. The latter skill was especially important because 9th order black beasts were in high concentrations deep into this territory. Without being able to deal with them easily, the risk would be too high. Of course, Ryu had been ready to deal with this risk earlier, but now that he didn't have to, why not take the more forgiving route in exchange for 2 weeks of his time? Feeling that the ire of the beasts was growing, Ryu began to head deeper into the mountain range of snow, his senses primed. He extended his spiritual sense from a 1-kilometer radius to 2. With the beasts growing more powerful, 1 kilometer simply wasn't enough to react. If Ryu could help it, he would have liked to extend it more, but even with his ability to swallow souls to replenish himself, he had to be more careful. He couldn't afford to go on a killing spree this deep into beast territory, so swallowing up large amounts of souls was a no-go. He would only fight battles here when he absolutely had to. Ryu's eyes began to glow, the water character pulsing. He allowed a special sort of pull to carry his steps in a certain direction. With the amount of concentrated yin qi in this region, anything that Ryu's water character would react to was guaranteed to be a higher class treasure. This was the benefit of a region like this. Of course, the downside was that the likelihood a beast hadn't found it first was very low. Such treasures were very good at hiding from spiritual sense, but when it came to a method like Ryu's or the instincts of a beast, they were quite helpless in this regard. Ryu entered another forest of trees, his steps so light that he left not a single mark in his wake. His movement was fast, but not hurried. Every shift he made was calculated and filled with purpose. It took him 3 more days before he had finally reached his first destination. He hid high in a canopy of trees, watching a small spring below. It was only about 10 meters in diameter, but it had an unfathomable depth. In addition, it gave off heat as though it was a hot spring, but the frigid air told a different story entirely. This should be the trembling frost fog root. It has the effect of lowering temperature, but its odd chi also has the habit of lowering the freezing and condensation point. This meant that under the presence of this spiritual herb, water needed to become much, much colder in order to become ice. And, likewise, gas needed to become much, much colder to become liquid. This led to a state where it could give off fog like this, and yet still be freezing cold. And, by the same token, there could be a body of water here that would also freeze you to the core with a single touch. Ryu had, of course, read up on all the spiritual herbs and treasures he could find information on before leaving, and this one was very good. It met his requirements for forming his yin water by a great margin. It was high quality and had great evolution potential. The trouble was, there was an 11th order blue-scaled serpent sleeping right by it. And, it was of the pinnacle black grade. Chapter 947. Unexpected. Ryu watched in silence for a long time. The blue-scaled 11th order serpent seemed to be in a deep state of slumber. However, just by virtue of its aura alone, most creatures in this area wouldn't dare to approach it, while those who were not afraid of it wouldn't want to get into such a battle without cause or reason. The snake coiled around the spring such that getting near it felt like an impossible task. You would have to cross over its body to make it there. By that point, when the instincts of the snake, you would easily find yourself in a life and death situation. However, if anyone was watching right this moment, though, their hearts would leap into their throats. As though he was tired of living, Ryu jumped down from his hiding spot, landing on the ground without even the slightest sound. He moved forward as though he was on a leisurely stroll, stepping forward to the point he was a mere arm's reach away from the coiled snake. After several minutes of observation, Ryu had realized that this beast was actually in a deep state of sleep. Every time it breathed, it would suck in the cold air of the trembling frost fog root and use it to further refine its body. From what Ryu could tell, it was trying to evolve its bloodline into the earth grade. However, it seemed that this beast was only about a dozen or so years into this process. It would take at least 2 or 3 more cycles of at least this long for it to even get close. Of course, that wasn't to say that this serpent couldn't wake up. It was in a deep state of meditation, but its instincts and senses were still just as sharp. It wouldn't be stupid enough to leave itself so exposed. After all, the martial world was a cruel place, especially to beasts. The problem for it, though, was that Ryu had wrapped himself in his void spiritual sense, a name that he felt was quite fitting. With its eyes closed and it being in a sleeping state, the snake could only sense its surroundings with its own spiritual sense. When it detected something, it would spring into action and assault whatever target was foolish enough to step into its territory. But what the blue-scaled snake could have never expected was that there would be someone capable of dodging its sensory defenses entirely. Now, though, there was a second problem for Ryu to face. Even without stepping into the spring, Ryu was already shivering as some of the frost licked against his skin. The worst part was that this was just the frost that the snake hadn't absorbed, with much of the rest being taken into the gap in its scales as it continued to refine its body. It was cold. Ryu wasn't very used to feeling the impact of the cold. With his Ice Phoenix bloodline, he had always been immune to such things. But clearly, that would no longer be the case in this world, at least not until he managed to reclaim the power and strength of his bloodlines, or rather, return them to the states they should be in. Ryu exhaled a breath, his gaze becoming cold as violet scales slowly manifest about his body. Soon, even a twin pair of horns made their presence known. Only after this did Ryu finally stop shivering. The boost to his strength his draconic form gave him was not small, but he only dared to use it in a situation like this where he was sure that there was no one around to observe him. Still, Ryu wasn't finished. Making sure that the void spiritual sense around him remained thick, he also began to circulate primordial chaos fire chi in his body. The almost scorching heat almost made him sigh as though he had entered a sauna. Unsurprisingly, the primordial chaos chi of the true martial world was even more tyrannical than that of sacrum. Being connected to this world instead brought Ryu an amazing boost in power that could not be underestimated. But what was surprising was that Ryu didn't feel the same sort of backlash he had felt in sacrum. He was ready to shred his inner organs apart, but none of that happened this time around. Somehow, the primordial chaos chi of the true martial world was both several times more powerful, and also more docile. Ryu couldn't really understand why this was or how it could be. Unless, was it his perfect blackbody soul? Ryu's eyes widened, thinking of a possibility. He suddenly felt far less fearful of this 11th order beast. With a step, Ryu hopped from the edge of the spring, over the snake's coiled body, and landed right at the very center of the spring. The sizzle and pop of heat meeting cold sounded. But by then, Ryu had already begun to sink into the surroundings, the frigid cold around him reacting quite amiably and with far less volatility than the previous fog. Ryu sank deeper and deeper and eventually he laid eyes on the trembling frost fog root. However, it was right then that something unexpected happened. Usually, with Ryu's luck, this would mean something bad. But shockingly enough, it was the direct opposite of that. As though a dry well finally filled with fresh waters, Ryu's chaotic silk meridians danced to life, breaking through the shackles of the middle heaven grade and entering the higher. In fact, now that Ryu was paying attention, he realized that it was still rapidly improving. Ryu watched in shock. This obviously wasn't because of the yin water treasure. No, this could only be because of the primordial chaos chi. Ryu had thought that he would need to have continuous breakthroughs in cultivation before he could finally unleash the full strength of his origin grade meridians, much like anyone else who had come from a lower level world to sacrum. But he had neglected one important thing: his meridians weren't like the meridians of others. His meridians were connected to a plane of existence that was capable of constantly supplying him with higher level chi. Even if he couldn't use this chi personally, just opening up the pathway and allowing the connection would passively temper his meridians. Chapter 948, Bed of Ice. Ryu felt like slapping his forehead. Now that he thought about it, it made too much sense. When he fought those hidden blade sect working disciples, they had only seemed to be interested in his meridians despite the fact it should have been obvious he had many other talents as well. Even if they couldn't recognize his bloodlines, they should have been able to tell that he had a powerful one-or-ones. Yet, they seemed dead set on his chaotic silk meridians. Why was that? Maybe the answer was right in front of him all along. All of Ryu's other talents, aside from his soul, required copious amounts of resources to bring to their full potential. And, obviously, his Tao couldn't just be transferred from one person to another. However, his chaotic silk meridians could not only be transferred through special processes, they were a resource in and of themselves. After realizing all of this, Ryu settled down and exhaled a breath. His difficulties were still the same. He didn't dare to casually use his chaos chi as he pleased, he would have to be very selective and careful. The more powerful he grew, the less he would have to worry about it, but for now he needed caution. It was a good thing that he was in the wilderness currently. What better place was there for him to hide himself and strengthen his meridians as he pleased? Ryu really wondered, though, what other hidden abilities had. The Radiant Star Library had so much information and there was even an introductory explanation about the chaotic silk meridians, but that was all. For some reason, even they didn't have in-depth information about his meridians, something that left him quite intrigued. Ryu shook his head and focused on the task at hand once more. His feet hit the bottom of the spring and he got a good look at the spiritual herb. The trembling frost fog root looking quite inconspicuous, like a blue weed covered in scales of ice. It didn't have any fancy adornments or embellishments, but Ryu knew that its true strength lied in its roots. The spiritual herb was barely a foot tall, however it was likely deeply entrenched, hiding its most valuable parts in the bed of this spring. Ryu reached down and began to carefully dig around it. With his claws, it wasn't too difficult at all, and the bed of earth, once as hard as ice, was sliced apart like tofu. Soon, the waters below had become a bit murky and the spiritual herb protruded out from the ground like some sort of tentacled crown. At this moment, the roots of the trembling frost fog root looked quite beautiful up close, but also quite grotesque from afar. They were dotted with crystalline pearls that shimmered with their own light, but also made it look like the roots were covered in boils. However, it was precisely these boils that were the most valuable part of this spiritual herb. There were 12 roots total, each with 12 inches boils, of their own. These 144 pearls actually meant that this spiritual herb was at the limit of its maturity, an excellent thing for Ryu. Truthfully, he only needed one of these roots to catalyze the growth of his yin water. As for the others, they were just luxuries. However, Ryu would take 4 of them. That much was about as much as he could take without alerting the blue-scaled serpent to the change too quickly, and it also gave him the freedom to sell 3 of them and make quite a sum. This was the equivalent of an Earth-grade natural treasure, so it would definitely sell for an excellent sum. Just when Ryu was about to choose the 4 best of the roots to take, he frowned. 13. This didn't make sense. The limit of maturity was definitely 12 roots. The book Ryu read said nothing about a potential 13th. Was this mutated, or was it something else? After some observation, Ryu was certain that there was nothing different about this herb, so it wasn't likely to be a mutation. Ryu was a seasoned herbologist. Oddities didn't always mean mutation. Often, spiritual herbs needed to adjust to their environment. Sometimes this could be as simple as a flower turning its face toward the sun, or more involved like roots digging deeper to reach more sources of water. Ryu couldn't help but notice that the 13th root disappeared deeper into the ground. The reason he hadn't noticed it before was because he had dug all the way around the spiritual herb, while the 13th root was at the very center headed straight down. Reaching his hand forward, Ryu began to dig again. But to his astonishment, he couldn't seem to find the bottom. He kept going, digging deeper and deeper. After several minutes, the waters near the bottom of the spring were murky to the point even a cultivator couldn't see through them. Ryu had dug down an extra 10 meters but he suddenly hit nothing but ice. The frosty chill multiplied several-fold, threatening to swallow up Ryu entirely and suffocate his fire chi. But Ryu only responded by circulating more and more of it. The bottom of the spring was nothing but a bed of ice. However, the more Ryu revealed of it, the sharper his gaze became. When Ryu wiped the earth away on a small foot-by-foot patch, he found himself staring down at yet another winter wonderland. The ice was so clear that he could see right through it, peering into what was on the other side. To his astonishment, there was what looked like an entire world down there. Ryu's heart skipped a beat, his senses tingling. He had been a ruin master for too long and had been too great at the profession to not know what this was when he saw it. It was a ruin. He had found a ruin. This ruin, though, seemed to already have people in it. No, more accurately, there were people helplessly stuck in it. Chapter 949. Wanted it. The ice threatened to block Ryu's spiritual sense entirely. If it wasn't for the cracks made within it by the 13th root, Ryu had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to observe the situation without his eyes are trying to shatter the ice. But from what Ryu could tell, it was unlikely that he would have the strength to deal with this mysterious floor of ice. Just from a logical perspective, even though the 13th root had managed to penetrate it, how was it that an Earth-grade treasure like this couldn't do what it was designed to do? It had to be remembered that the base function of the trembling frost fog root was to increase the solidification and condensation points of objects. Ice like this should have long since been turned into water just by being in the vicinity of the spiritual herb, let alone while having its root growing within it. And yet, it managed to remain a solid block of ice, one that Ryu could see. Without the insulation of earth in place, was actually in the process of trying to freeze the remaining water in the area. If not for the heat Ryu was giving off, and the trembling frost fog root fighting back by a measure, Ryu might have been encased in a block of ice by now. Ryu's gaze sharpened as he paid more attention to what was below. There were 3 individuals in a state of meditation, but it was clear that this wasn't their choice. The cold chi in the surroundings had gotten so overwhelming that they had no choice but to do this. There were 2 women and a man. The man and one of the women were especially blue in the lips and pale-faced. From what Ryu could see, they were barely holding on. A slightly older woman among them who looked to be in her mid-20s looked like she was in a better situation, but the fact that she had to sit in meditation along with her companions instead of going to get help or even helping them herself likely meant that she was in a worse situation than it seemed. Before the 3 individuals was the statue of a woman in a fighting stance, a current of flowing water dancing around her as though she was still alive. When Ryu's spiritual sense locked onto this water, he could feel it trying to erode his mind. No, maybe erode wasn't the right explanation. It was more like it was trying to convert all of his chi into cold chi so that it could take it on for itself. What a tyrannical yin water. Ryu's brows furrowed before they relaxed. Just a small interaction with this flowing water told him all he needed to know. This treasure was likely the reason the three individuals below were in such a state, and this treasure was definitely of a powerful origin. Classifying yin waters was difficult due to their rarity. There wasn't a lot of information about them on Sacrum, and the Radiant Star sect also didn't have much knowledge to give on the topic. However, Ryu only needed his Ice Phoenix bloodline, or rather what remained of it, to understand the rarity of what he was seeing. When Ryu thought to this point, he shifted, flipping over a palm and put on a silver mask. It was an ancestral grade item from Sacrum, but it was at best an earth grade item here. However, he didn't need it to hide his identity, he just needed it as a cover so that he could use his void spiritual sense to obscure any attempts one might make to see his face. What Ryu planned to do now could very well expose him, and in the case that happened, he wanted the freedom to go all out. The trembling frost fog root didn't seem like that big of a deal anymore. That savage water that could even suppress 3 cultivators of that caliber below, he wanted it. Because their auras were so restrained, it was difficult to tell exactly how powerful they were since Ryu still wasn't quite used to the standard of the true martial world. But, he was still certain that they were at least in the cosmic seed realm, like the world sea realm. In addition, the fact they could be so young and still have such cultivation meant that they also likely weren't from the first heaven. Why would someone from a higher heaven randomly come to a lower heaven? In all likelihood, it wasn't random at all, and this ruin was their goal from the very beginning, but now they had been stuck here for an unknown amount of time. Even though Ryu's actions now could be said to be saving them, he had been in the cultivation world for too long that such saving was never appreciated. Let alone appreciating him for taking away something they would never be able to control in the first place. He'd be lucky if they didn't spit in his face while ganging up on him. In such a situation, Ryu had to be ready. And that, he definitely was. Ryu crossed his legs and sat in meditation before placing a palm on the small cracks beneath him. At that moment, Ryu began to communicate with the flowing waters, sensing the dancing golden runes within it. At the same time, he reached into the depths of his bloodlines, remembering the feeling he felt when he forcefully awakened his rebirth talent. Unlike the rebirth talent, this yin water seed talent of the ice phoenixes didn't need to be awakened. Although it was the core ability of the race, it also relied on external factors, so it had this sort of benefit to offset it. At that moment, the illusion of a crystal blue seed slowly manifested out of Ryu's chest and the waters below surged. In one moment, they were still flowing around the palms and body of the female statue. But in the next, they roared upward like an enraged dragon, shooting up toward Ryu. Bang! Chapter 950, a lesson. The yin water crashed against the ice. But, ironically enough, after years of tempering under its presence, the ice was as sturdy as a steel wall. In addition, without a master or a vessel to contain it, the treasure had weakened considerably over time. And this was precisely what would give Ryu a chance. Slowly, but surely, Ryu began to pull the treasured water through the small cracks in the ice. When the first drop finally reached him, his yin water seed vibrated to life, swallowing it whole. Though his eyes were closed, Ryu's lip curled into a smirk. This was the perfect situation. The three below likely sensed the changes by now, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't even turn their attention away from their own bodies for fear that the cold would reach a location they couldn't turn back from. After just absorbing the first drop, Ryu felt that his yin water seed had already roared to life. From an endless cold, a simultaneously endless vitality roared out. This was the greatest strength of the Ice Phoenix yin water seed. In fact, it might even be more accurate to call it a yin life seed. It was able to take treasures of extreme cold and conjure up an equivalent amount of life and vitality in return. What did this mean? It meant that the life characteristics of Ryu's yin water seed would always be just as powerful as the ice and water characteristics. The more powerful water treasures he swallowed, the stronger his life and healing methods would become. Just from a single drop, Ryu could feel that his healing factor, which had slowed considerably after stepping foot into the true martial world, was beginning to rapidly recover back to its previous levels. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact Ryu's bloodlines were shackled to the lower black grade currently and he couldn't bring out the full power of his yin water seed talent, then this would have never been a problem to begin with. However, there was good news as well. Because this yin water was actually so powerful, even with only the conversion speed of a black grade ice phoenix bloodline, Ryu's vitality still leapt forward by leaps and bounds. Just by virtue of having this yin water seed, Ryu could feel his lifespan increasing by thousands of years with every drop he absorbed, he didn't even seem to have any difficulty in doing so at all. It was as though his yin water seed was the apex predator to all yin water treasures. Even one as powerful as this couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Only if its previous owner rose from the ashes and came back to life would it have even a chance at doing so. The best part was that Ryu could tell that there was a large amount of strength still sealed away in his yin water seed, waiting for his bloodline to unshackle to reveal itself. There was no doubt that this yin water was the treasured familiar of a sky god. After absorbing so many drops, Ryu could tell that the female sky god in question was probably within the perfect sky god realm. This ruin was likely left to her inheritor, but the three below were far too weak to capitalize. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if this was the final test, but he had stumbled into snatching it away like this. It really was quite unfair. To the people of the true martial world, ice phoenixes were behemoths of the 8th and 9th heaven. Even a perfect sky god like this woman would never expect that her inheritor would have such a noble bloodline. But this was for the best as well. Considering the probable level of this ruin, Ryu definitely wasn't powerful enough to clear it yet. Using his bloodlines to cheat this great reward away was about the best he could do. It seemed, as well, that he had still underestimated these three cultivators below. They were probably in the half-step sky god realm or very close. That judgment made far more sense. I see, so that's your name. After absorbing so much, Ryu was finally certain of the yin water's name. Its first master had called it flowing frost. Short and elegant, not to mention accurate. This flowing water with floating gold runes was harsher than any ice Ryu had ever run across. It was designed specifically for combat and its first owner liked to brandish it like a whip. Of course, Ryu didn't plan on using it like this and only needed it for his alchemic path. However, as rare as yin water wielders were, a yi water wielder who wasn't also an alchemist was even rarer. Something told Ryu that deeper within this ruin, there was definitely a record of this woman's alchemic exploits, but that would have to wait. Ryu wasn't foolish enough to dive head first into such a thing. When there were only small tidbits of the flowing frost left, the most able-bodied of the three cultivators snapped her eyes open, a piercing gaze looking up toward the ceiling. There, in a small hole in the discolored ice, there was Ryu who looked back at her calmly despite being blind. Ryu was using his spiritual sense and the control over his body to focus his eyes properly. He couldn't allow these people to know he was blind or else that would be one more connection to have back to his true self. At the same time, he had no intention of showing any fear either despite how powerful he might be. The young woman's face flickered with fury. She had been doing the best of the three and also had the highest chance to subdue the flowing frost water. Now that Ryu had taken action, she had obviously lost such a chance. Ryu could only inwardly shake his head. Such beauty and yet such shit for brains. It might as well be the slogan of the martial world. Every one of these powerful people had gotten used to being on top for too long. However, Ryu didn't mind teaching her a lesson. The young woman had yet to recover and her mind was entirely drained. She had already spent years here in meditation. A glare was about all she could muster the strength for. At that moment, Ryu's void spiritual sense completely enveloped her, no longer hiding its presence. He latched onto her mind and began to rip at her consciousness. The young woman's eyes colored in shock before she shrieked, grabbing onto her head. By the time her shivering body looked up once again, Ryu was gone. Her lips quivered. P. Perfect. B. Blackbody. Soul. Chapter 951. Return. Ryu didn't bother to wait to see what the reaction of the young woman would be. He already knew what it would be, and quite frankly, even if he didn't know, he wouldn't have cared to stay regardless. While he could use his soul to teach that woman a lesson, whether or not he could kill her was quite clear to him. The answer was a firm no. That woman's soul was easily within the soul ascension realm. Swallowing it up with his soul birth realm soul would have been an impossibility. At best, he could cause her a minor injury that would impair her cultivation for a while until she found a method to heal it. Healing damage to a soul, especially a high-level one, wasn't an easy task at all. Unless she had a special soul talent, that is. However, in most cases, she would spend quite a while dealing with this. Such was the punishment she faced for her hypocrisy. If Ryu had had the strength, he would have definitely just outright killed such a woman. But since he couldn't, he would settle for this. After taking 5 roots, Ryu flashed out of the small spring, finding the blue-scaled serpent still slumbering peacefully. In fact, not only was it slumbering in peace, but it even seemed to have a light smile on its face. Due to Ryu's actions, the potency of the frost had actually increased by a few folds, so the serpent was benefiting even more now than it had before. How could it not be happy in such a situation? In addition, by the time it awoke, the trembling frost fog root would have also likely fully healed itself, reforming its roots once more, so it would be like Ryu was never there to begin with. If anything, this serpent had benefited from Ryu's actions. Ryu stepped over its body, flashing back into the woods. Little Silk fluttered down to his shoulder and the duo shot off into the distance as Ryu's scales receded. Ryu took off his mask after checking the surroundings and exhaled a breath. This trip had been excellent, now he only needed to return and start his alchemy journey. He would also mark this place in his memory and return once he regained some strength. This ruin was definitely one worth exploring, and the three cultivators below definitely couldn't progress any further after failing the flowing frost sky god's test. What Ryu didn't know was that he would meet these three cultivators again sooner rather than later, but even if he had, it wouldn't matter much to him. They would never recognize him to begin with. What Ryu was instead focused on was information he had gotten several days ago. It turned out that Aizmine and Eska had come to the true martial world as well, something that didn't particularly shock him. Eska was a sky god herself and a woman of great ambition. If she had known about the true martial world in the past, she would have likely gone long ago. If Ryu had to name a woman that was most attuned with his preferences, and the woman that he would have likely fallen for first if not for Alina's boldness, it would definitely be Eska. Her aloofness, her presence and her grace were all very much to his liking. Of course, Elena portrayed such an image to everyone who met her as well, and maybe only Ryu knew her true, hidden self. But Eska was this way to the very depths of her bones. It gave off a different sort of a feeling that Ryu quite liked. In the past, he might have said surreal as an answer to that question. Surreal had an added edge and boldness that Eska didn't have, along with the aloofness. However, after their final conversation, Ryu didn't find himself all that attracted her any longer. This was all to say that knowing Eska, this was definitely a place she would want to be. Though she never said anything due to her nature, Ryu had always felt a sort of fire light within her whenever she saw him outdo her in something, and that fire would be quickly doused when she realized that she was a dead woman and there was nothing she could do about it. Thanks to Aizmine, though, she had such a chance. Pairing the talent Eska had with Aizmine's talent on top of the former's knowledge base as a sky god of Sacrum, no matter how flawed such a foundation was, they would definitely improve leaps and bounds faster than most would. In addition, since they had a 1,000-year head start, Ryu truly wondered how far they had already gone. According to Daub, he had met Aizmine a century or two ago and she stole something of his. But Ryu found a lot of issue with that statement. If it was really only so long ago, by then, over 700 to 800 years would have passed. Ryu didn't believe that given such a large amount of time, and knowing the existence of the true martial world, that the two of them wouldn't be able to outright kill Daub. It was either there was an odd timeline mix-up involving a specialty zone, or Aizmine had spared Daub on purpose. The latter choice was unlikely considering the kind of temperament Aizmine had, but it might be possible if the two of them had wanted to leave him a clue about their appearances. Ryu almost laughed when he had such a thought. Would those two women even want to see him? Their relationship wasn't exactly deep and they had practically been nothing more than sex objects. Why would they leave him of all people clues of their appearance? Well, Aizmine definitely wouldn't. But knowing Eska, after choosing to become his concubine, she wouldn't renege. All in all, Ryu didn't have enough information. It seemed that he would have to keep a sharp eye out instead. But first, he would return to the sect. Chapter 952, 3 Soul Techniques. Ryu stepped over a pile of corpses, his expression indifferent. In truth, they had been more powerful than his restrained self, but now that he had Little Silk at the 5th order, even 10th order common beasts weren't their match. Little Silk relied on bloodline suppression to deal with those powerful beasts, something that obviously wasn't possible against humans. However, that didn't mean that she herself wasn't strong. She could still output the power of about a 7th to 8th order common beast. And, since beasts tended to be more powerful than humans, when she worked in tandem with Ryu, their strength was far more than what these Pinnacle Path Extinction Realm disciples could handle. Of course, Ryu relied on a few tricks and a sneak attack. But if they were going to stalk him for so long, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson they would forever be unable to regret. Ryu unceremoniously snatched up their spatial rings and left their corpses behind, not even bothering to clean up after himself. He didn't feel the need to hide anything. These people had actually followed him around for months just to die. It was almost as amusing as it was sad. Every second of cultivation was important. Almost a quarter of a year was enough to make great progress in this world, and yet they squandered it on nonsense. Ryu walked into the Radiant Star sect, feeling several eyes on him. It seemed that there had been a bet about whether he would return safely or not. A small minority was happy while the majority were grinding their teeth. Without so much as a glance toward them, Ryu handed in his missions, an amount that would net him 5 years of complete freedom, and walked back to the technique tower. Now that he had such a deep well of knowledge, he should definitely pick his second technique. He had already decided that it would be a soul technique as well back then. He used the mission rewards he had gotten to pay the entrance fee and stepped in, now beginning to scan the soul techniques one by one once again. Ryu's soul was in the ancestral grade. By all rights, his combat prowess with it should be on a complete other level compared to most. What he was lacking was a method of utilizing it. If he had such a thing, even that young woman from before would have to obediently die if he said so, considering her previous state. If Little Silk could jump across 5 orders as a sovereign grade beast, he should definitely be able to replicate at least a portion of that. Of course, Ryu understood that Little Silk could only truthfully jump 2 to 3 orders, but he was also an ancestral grade talent. So the value he received in return should be greater, at least in theory. There were a few issues. The first was that the soul wasn't like the talent of a beast. Little Silk's sovereign grade was holistic. Beasts only relied on their bloodlines and nothing else. While they had souls, it wasn't considered a pillar of their cultivation. The second was that Ryu's perfect blackbody soul wasn't exactly designed to attack. Its main function was absorption and adaptation. Regardless, Ryu didn't believe that it would be any issue for his soul to suppress through even an entire realm above it. It had to be remembered that there were only 5 mental realm cultivation realms, so one realm to it was the equivalent of a large jump in chi realm cultivation. Ryu sifted through all the techniques before he narrowed them all down to 3. He already went through them all once, he just went through them one more time to see if there was anything his new knowledge could pick up on that he had missed before. The first technique was Decay Halo. It entrapped an enemy's mental realm in a halo. This halo would perpetually sap away a person's spiritual chi over time. As the battle went on, unless the halo could be shattered via means of the soul, one's soul would be quickly drained. The soul was the root of comprehension and focus. With one's soul quickly weakening in battle like this, your inheritances, your Tao and your focus chi itself would all dwindle and become more difficult to use. If you lost all 3, even if you somehow maintained consciousness, your battle strength would still be more than halved. The requirements for this technique were incredibly high and stringent, and it also was an enormous drain on spiritual chi. It even said that the user would lose spiritual chi at the same rate as the target. Unless you were supremely confident in your soul talent, no one would ever use such a technique. What was the use in having your enemy's strength if your strength was also halved? The second technique was Swallow 6 senses. This technique disrupted the soul and disallowed an enemy from processing information sent by their eyes. At the higher stages, you could take away smell, touch, hearing, taste and even proprioception, the deadliest of them all. Proprioception was a sense related to one's ability to tell where their limbs were in space. If you lost it, even walking would be impossible, let alone fighting a battle of cultivators. This was truly a devastating technique. But once again, its use requirements were incredibly high. The drain on spiritual chi was immense, and there was a chance at receiving backlash if your enemy's soul was stronger than your own. During this period of backlash, it would be you who lost the sense you were targeting. The final technique was known as Soul Chain Battlefield. This technique was maybe the most fantastical of them all. It formed Reaper-like chains when he was cast that pierced the forehead of your enemy and dragged their soul out. Once this was completed, a soul link would be created and a battlefield would take form. While this battlefield was in play, the bodies of both the caster and the enemy would be unable to move and their souls would be forced to fight a battle to the death. This technique was the most dangerous of them all and the potential backlash was direct death. With how fragile the souls were, very few dared to fight with theirs directly. Plus, the backlash of death wasn't only if your soul was destroyed by the enemy, if you soul chain missed the target or the enemy dodged, the likelihood of death was high. As a result, this soul Technique was also simultaneously classified as a secret technique. It was designed to be the final desperate attack of someone with no other options. To Ryu, though, all three of these dangerous techniques were incredibly enticing, so much so that he wasn't sure which one to choose. Chapter 953, Choice made. It was a tough decision. Decay Halo was probably the most compatible with Ryu, but Swallow's Six Senses was the most immediately useful and impactful to his battle strength. However, there was still Soul Chain Battlefield, which was an excellent life-saving measure no matter how you looked at it. If someone was forced to battle one-on-one with Ryu's soul, his current inability to leap through realms and challenge past his level would be mitigated somewhat. At the very least, someone would have to be at least 3 realms or higher to truly threaten his life. But there was also a glaring weakness of Soul Chain Battlefield as well. It was one thing if you were in a one-on-one battle in an isolated location, but what if you were facing many enemies at once? Soul Chain Battlefield could only target a single person at one time, leaving your body completely vulnerable. So, it would go from a secret technique and life-saving measure to useless pile of trash the moment you were facing 2 enemies you couldn't immediately defeat instead of 1. Soul Chain Battlefield wasn't the only one with issues either. But how could it be? It wasn't as though these were high-class, flawless techniques. They might sound powerful in their descriptions, but so did the common grade techniques several levels down. It took a discerning eye to see through the tricks. After all, what technique creator would want you to think that what was usually their life's work was weak? Decay Halo's greatest weakness was the amount of time it took to work. It was a steady and continuous process, almost like a domain. It took time for the spiritual chi of an enemy to be slowly drained. One would have to fight at least a few hundred exchanges before some real, tangible effects began to take root. Of course, to cultivators at this level, a few hundred exchanges wasn't even a few minutes. But the fact that you could levy that many strikes in the time frame was a glaring enough problem. If your enemy defeated you, or you defeated them, before the technique could take action, then wouldn't deploying it in the first place have been a waste of time? Much like Soul Chain Battlefield, Decay Halo was only useful in very specific use cases. You wouldn't use it against someone weaker than you because it was a waste of time when you could just use your fist. You couldn't use it against someone stronger than you because you lost spiritual chi at the same rate as your enemy lost theirs. And, you obviously couldn't use it against someone who was your exact equal because then you'd both be incapacitated in the end. This meant that there was only one logical case that would be best suited. If you were fighting an enemy who you were neck and neck, and you were certain the battle would go on for countless exchanges, and this person happened to have a weaker soul than yourself, only then could you logically use this technique. Unlike Soul Chain Battlefield though, Decay Halo could be used on multiple people at once, but it was almost never used like this either. Why? Well, the answer was obvious. If you were losing spiritual chi at the same rate as several people, wouldn't you become a mummified corpse before they felt a thing? Then there was Swallowing Six Senses. This technique also allowed you to use it on multiple people, but there were glaring warnings against it. The drain of the base technique was a big enough problem, but the main issue was the potential backlash. The more people you cast this on, the heavier the burden on your mental realm, and the more likely it is that you could suffer backlash and in turn lose access to your own senses. With multiple people fighting back for control at the same time, very few would be able to handle such a struggle. It only made it worse that while you were in such a tug of war, a lot of your mind and focus chi would be occupied, making it more difficult to end the battle quickly. Ultimately, what Ryu learned about all of these weaknesses was that soul techniques were most effectively used as supporting skills, ones that would only be deployed when you had a group of people you trusted charging into battle with you. Of course, beast companions was another possibility, although most of Ryu's own were sealed away right now. As for necromancy, not so much unless you were a summoner necromancer who could trust your demons to control themselves. All in all, these were steep waters, ones very difficult to trudge through. But Ryu still made his decision, picking Swallow's Six Senses after much deliberation. In the end, the weaknesses of the other two were far too glaring. In truth, Ryu thought about going with Decay Halo. The techniques were about equivalent in drain and Decay Halo was more compatible with him, at least on the surface. However, Ryu ultimately decided that Swallow's Six Senses had the better effect of those he was looking for. After picking out a soul technique, Ryu proceeded to drain the entirety of his accumulated merits by picking out 7 alchemy techniques. 5 of them were for the pill path while only just 2 were for the potion path. But this was expected considering the difference in rarity between the two. The elder once again gave Ryu a ridiculous look. He found the situation so impossible to believe that he almost broke character and actually said something this time. But in the end, looking at Ryu's placid expression, he shook his head. Ryu walked out with his gathered techniques and began making his way toward his living accommodations. All inner disciples were afforded similar luxuries based on their ranks, and Ryu planned on checking his own now for the first time. However, when he made it to his living accommodations, his expression darkened. Maybe he hadn't killed enough people yet. Chapter 954. Once, then twice. What should have been Ryu's living quarters was obstructed by an enormous pile of manure tall enough even to obstruct the door. The stench was foul and potent, traveling so far that it definitely affected those with living accommodations nearby. However, since this had been done by those with much higher rankings, there wasn't much they could do but turn their rage toward Ryu instead. Those individuals, though, only met Ryu's gaze one time before they suddenly found they couldn't say a word. Ryu's expression didn't seem to give anything away, and yet there was such a frigid cold in the surroundings that they were shaken. At that moment, Ryu's lip curled into a smile, but the air only seemed to grow colder. Ryu flickered and vanished, his hand appearing around the throat of a disciple who had just been viciously glaring at him. It wasn't until Ryu's coldness reached him that he froze, but by then, it had already been too late. Ryu was interested in those who retracted their animosity only because they now felt they couldn't harm him even if they tried. Such people like to prey on the weak and bow to the strong. He wasn't a fan of them, nor would he give them the benefit of the doubt. Speak quickly. Ryu didn't even bother to ask a direct question. Anyone with half a brain would know exactly what he was asking about, and he didn't have the patience to waste on trash. Me Merrick and Snyder. Ryu dropped the fool into his own pile of piss. With the origin flame, he had only needed to glance at the disciple rankings once to memorize all of the names on it. Both of these names were in the top 1,000, and neither was below 700. They could be considered to be in the top 10% of inner disciples. From that fact alone, they were probably around the 7th stage of the path extinction realm, maybe higher. Such strength was beyond the current Ryu with his current restrictions. But his steps didn't seem to pause as a result of this. As he walked slowly up the mountain, large amounts of chi surged toward him. The commotion was enough to shake many awake from their cultivation, causing them to peek out of their abodes only to realize that something big seemed about to happen. At the same time, though, they couldn't fathom how Ryu was absorbing so much chi. Where was it all going? What they didn't know was that if Ryu wasn't restricting his ice jade crystal body, let alone this much chi, he could absorb 100 times this with ease. Even 1,000 times wasn't an exaggeration. Crack! The sound of a barrier shattering resounded. Ryu's peak soul birth soul broke through its limits, and yet instead of entering the soul refinement realm, he remained firmly rooted in the soul birth realm. When one had a perfect blackbody soul, when you reached saturation in preparation for a breakthrough, there were two choices you could make. The first was to step into the next stage, and the second was to gather your breakthrough momentum to expand your spiritual sea. Obviously, and with a shred of doubt, Ryu had taken the latter option. Since he could endlessly expand his spiritual sea, he would keep going until he reached the limits of his body. In Ryu's first life, the only man who ever dared to humiliate him to his face was the only man he would call friend in these 2 lifetimes of his. But this humiliation didn't come from a place of malice, and it was just 2 boys butting their heads together in a testosterone-fueled tirade. In Ryu's second life, he had experienced endless torment from the time he was a baby to the time he was 14. These were memories that he had always thought were a separate part of him, memories that he never cared about when he reawakened, until the Valkyrie of the martial gods forced him to acknowledge that that wasn't a separate man, a separate life, that was him. That was the person he could have been had he not grasped power. Since he awakened that day on the higher mortal plane, he hadn't allowed anyone to disrespect him. Even the slightest slight was returned 100-fold. He didn't have time for words, for talking, for listening to the nonsense of others. And maybe that was because he had subconsciously always known that that helpless little boy was him, and it could very well become him again. The true martial world was so large. From the first moment Ryu stepped in it, he realized that the mountain peak he wanted to climb to was much further away than he had originally thought. On his first day, he was forced to freefall from the skies to avoid the tracking of a young man who was barely 1 or 2 years older than him. On that same day, he faced a forest of common grade beasts he had to fight for his life to escape from. And then, when he steeled himself and no longer allowed his thoughts to think of stepping back, even coming to the very same sect of the young man who had forced him to escape in the first place, he was struck down by the heavens and he was now only alive because Old One saved him. Crack! The limits of Ryu's spiritual sea shattered once again, the raging storm of chi growing like the towering tempest. The thickness of it all almost grew to the point where it could be visibly seen with the eye, very faint and pale colors riding in the wind. Colors that Ryu had once been able to see without even the slightest effort. But now, that ability had also been stripped from him. Hee. Ryu's smile turned into a cold grin filled with malice and darkness. One might say that this event wasn't a big deal. No one had died. In fact, it was just a harmless prank. With a cultivator's skill, it could be cleaned away in just a few seconds. However, when you lowered your head once, you would lower it twice, and then a third time. This world seemed intent on getting Ryu to bend. This true martial world was indeed a cruel place. But Ryu would show it who was crueler. Crack! Ryu's palm flipped over, pulling a technique jade. Chapter 955. Gray-skinned man. It only took Ryu a glance to see through Swallow's six senses. With the origin flame, even if it was greatly weakened in this world, his memorization capabilities were still there, at least for a technique at this level. The moment he grasped the method, his soul flourished, a dense sort of darkness wafting from his body. The more slow and deliberate steps Ryu took, the more people seemed to notice what was happening. It felt like very quickly, the entire inner sect was alerted to exactly what was happening. Ryu didn't need to guess where Merrick and Snyder were. Since he knew their rank, he knew exactly where they lived as well. He had already crossed over from the 5-digit rankings to the 4-digit rankings, his soul still at work and his steps not having hurried even a measure. It was as though he was giving both Merrick and Snyder the opportunity to prepare. Or, maybe, it was a chance to enjoy the last moments of their life. When Ryu was about to cross from the 4-digit rankings into the 3 digits, he found a passageway blocked by several individuals. Their purpose was quite clear. Most of them were only here to chuckle, laugh and spectate. They definitely had far too much pride to act together, at most only one or two of them would. But it was obvious the kind of event this would devolve into the moment Ryu showed his strength. But he didn't care. Little Silk. At that moment, the inconspicuous and gorgeous little butterfly on Ryu's shoulder flashed, her speed so fast that she appeared before them all in the blink of an eye, drawing a laser of blue across the air that was hardly perceptible. In several fractions of a second, Little Silk disappeared and appeared once again several times. By the time one could complete a second blink, she was already back on Ryu's shoulder, who had continued to walk forward slowly as though nothing had happened. But in the moment, as Ryu took slow steps, several thin lines of ice blue were drawn across the skies. Their faces were still plastered with smiles, not having even registered what happened. But then they started to slowly fall apart, the lines of ice blue severing their bodies into countless pieces. As the severed cuts of their flesh fell to the ground, they froze. By the time they hit the stone tiles of the 3-digit rank section, they shattered to pieces, scattering the ground in shards of crimson. Ryu stepped over them, the soles of his feet crunching away at what had used to be living, breathing humans. However, he couldn't be bothered to care. The shock of those spectating from a far distance couldn't be described in words. Only a handful had been there the day that Ryu had killed the first time, and most, although it didn't make sense, still subconsciously thought that Ryu's rumors were exaggerated. Would the elders really let a murderer who broke a taboo of the sect off? They felt that it was more likely that the disciple had died through some other means, or maybe Ryu had accidentally triggered a hidden illness within his target during a battle. But now, seeing how Ryu hadn't even hesitated to command his beast to kill, they felt shivers run up their spine. Could it be that Ryu was truly immune to punishment? Was he not worried? Just what kind of background did he have for the sect to so blatantly show favoritism and bias like this? Up ahead, Ryu finally spotted his targets. Or, rather, his spiritual sense long since had, and he was only now truly in range. Despite this, his countenance didn't change. He carried the same cold look, the frigid and dark air around him threatening to suffocate the masses. Merrick and Snyder had just been informed of what was happening and had come to take a look. They obviously didn't care much about Ryu's rage, they only wanted to see an amusing puppet dance before they taught him a lesson. They didn't really think much before pulling their prank. They just felt dissatisfied with what they had heard about Ryu, and since they didn't dare to kill him even after the words of the Grand Elder, they chose this route instead. But none of this meant that they wouldn't enjoy this. The both of them were well beyond Ryu in cultivation and strength. They didn't believe that this matter would be difficult to handle in the slightest. When they locked eyes with Ryu, deep sneers marked their faces. They had prepared quite an onslaught of jarring words for Ryu, and they thought that he would have something to say as well. But to their shock, Ryu didn't say anything. He didn't ask if it was them, he didn't ask them why they had done such a thing, and he obviously hadn't come here to beg for forgiveness. The moment Ryu saw them, he took another slow and deliberate step forward, his aura changing. Swallow six senses. Right then, an overwhelming soul pressure shot forward, catching Merrick and Snyder off guard. But they were also veterans of battle. When they saw that Ryu actually dared to use a soul technique against them despite his cultivation being so far below theirs, they almost burst into a fit of laughter. They were almost in the Tao pedestal realm, and they had long since entered the soul refinement realm, the path extinction realm equivalent of the mental realms. For an immortal ring realm expert like Ryu, who only had a soul birth realm soul to attack them, wasn't he asking to be humiliated? However, just as their sneers were turning into laughs, the wave of Ryu's soul pressure hit them like a rampaging storm. At that moment, the manifestation of a man with gray skin and black robes appeared in the skies. His eyes were missing, his ears and tongue were cut off, his skin was covered in boils, and no one could see any of his limbs beneath his thick and wide robes. The moment it appeared, it was as though Merrick and Snyder were thrown into darkness. Neither could even feel their heads being severed from their shoulders. Chapter 956. Ahead, Ryu caught the heads of Merrick and Snyder by their hair, his expression indifferent, as though this was what he had expected all along. Those watching felt their knees tremble, unable to believe what they were watching. Merrick and Snyder had just stood there, smiles on their faces, as Ryu approached and calmly cut off their heads. It was as though they had welcomed the result, as though they were embracing death with open arms. But everyone knew that wasn't what had happened. Their eyes turned to the illusory gray-skinned man that was slowly fading from view, their hearts threatening to beat wildly out of their chest. Unlike in Sacrum, where the comprehension of a visualization and its manifestation into the real world was the foundation of soul techniques, in the true martial world, this step was the final and ultimate form of a technique. It represented reaching the great circle of perfection, the very highest realm there was. Soul techniques were so difficult to learn that most took years just to reach initial success. For Ryu, an immortal ring realm expert, to so easily step into such a realm and use it to kill individuals so many stages above himself, they could hardly believe it. But what was maybe just as shocking was the fact he could sever their heads at all. With the understanding most had, even if a path extinction realm expert stood completely still and didn't deploy their chi, even if they had 100 chances, an immortal ring expert wouldn't be able to leave a single scratch on them. What should have happened was that Ryu would seal away their senses and fail in killing them, leading to a stalemate. Or, he would have to use his beast companion again like he had before. However, the result was absolutely shocking. Ryu's hand suddenly glowed with a radiant blue light, forming two sticks of ice that stuck out of the ground. One by one, he placed Merrick and Cinder's head on one of their own. Then, without a word, he snatched Snyder's above key from his corpse and stepped into the cave, shutting the doors behind him without a hint or care for everyone else. Those who were still watching could only stand in silence, looking at the decapitated heads that slowly froze over until they almost looked like picturesque statues. The inside of the abode of someone in the top 1,000 was actually very nice and much larger than the one Ryu had been planning on using. In addition, it came with added protections and wards that lower-class abodes would have. Though, the most important accommodation was the dense chi in the air. Ryu had already noticed that as he walked up the mountain, the chi only got denser and denser. From his original abode to this one, there was easily a 10 times difference. But the chi inside Snyder's abode was even thicker than that, enough for another 10 times different that made Ryu's pores sing. Ryu was somewhat hesitant to cultivate in earnest here, as he wasn't sure if he could be monitored from this location, but he ultimately decided that he could slow his progress down any more by being overly cautious. Although he didn't trust large organizations to follow their own rules most of the time, the sect should give the disciples a great amount of privacy in their own abodes. After doing a double check with his spiritual sense, he decided that he would take the risk. There was a line between being cautious and overly so. If he impacted his cultivation too much, he would never make any progress. It also had to be remembered that Ryu was already past the golden age for cultivation in this world. His cultivation was too low for his age, even in the first heaven, let alone the second or his goal, the ninth. If he continued dragging his feet due to these concerns, the losses would far outweigh the gains. He needed to quickly catch up with those his age and surpass them before the aging effects of the true martial world began to kick in and wear him down. The good news was that with Ryu's hegemonic Tao, it was very difficult for even the true marital world to impact his ages too much, at least for now. This was why he wasn't too worried about being too old yet. However, he couldn't continue to sit idly by and rest on his laurels. Once Ryu made a decision, he directly acted on it. He entered Snyder's, now his, cultivation room and sat on the stone platform at the very center after activating all of the protections. Ryu's goal was simple. The first was to become familiar with the several alchemy techniques he had taken in. While doing this, he would practice refining with common-grade pills and potions first. Of course, these pills and potions would be ones that he had chosen which aligned with his chosen path. Only once he reached a certain standard would he think about activating the Refinement Sutra and begin to pull heavenly favor toward himself when he refined. It would be foolish to do so before. Ryu was ambitious, so he wanted to reach the absolute highest standard of pill and potion refinement in a given category before moving along. There were several tiers of classification for pills and potions, and he had memorized them all diligently and calmly. Ryu would begin with rebuilding the foundation of the awakening realm. He had already completed a perfect 13 rites, but the heavenly blessing he had received back then was only from the heavens of Sacrum. He would redo his foundation with the heavenly blessings of the true martial world first. Then, he would proceed to the pulse-opening realm where he would retemper his pulses with heavenly favor, widening and strengthening them. Following which, he would proceed to the chi refinement realm. This was where the largest changes to his strength would begin, at least the ones he could measure now. But he was getting ahead of himself. In order to perfect the chi refinement realm, he would need black-grade pills and potions. For now, what he needed the most was to focus on the common grade. With a calm countenance, Ryu took out a cauldron. Chapter 957. 8 pills. The world of alchemy could get very complicated, very quickly. However, the one thing that wouldn't change was the foundation of a product's purity and what kind of reaction it would thus elicit. The number one goal of every alchemist was to create a pill or potion with the lowest amount of impurities possible. And, of course, impurities were measured in percentages. The minimum threshold one needed to reach for a pill or potion to be viable was 51%. This was considered the entry stage, and upon succeeding, one could finally name themselves the equivalent grade of alchemists. However, the reality was that most cultivators, unless they were desperate, wouldn't dare to consume such a pill or potion. Such pills were usually fed to low-grade beasts who only performed hard, labor-intensive tasks, or they were sold off to poor cultivators who had no other choice remaining. It wasn't until one reached 61% that one entered the realm of frequently distributed pills. These were still considered to be lower-class pills, but they were good enough that most could pinch their noses and make do, especially if the effect of the pill was potent enough. Upon reaching 71% is when a pill or potion's value begins to become more hotly contested. In a place like the First Heaven, at least for those who couldn't enter a sect of the caliber of the Radiant Star sect, such a pill or potion was worth fighting for. This level could be considered the pill for those who couldn't be considered to have entered the world of true cultivation. It was the best most of them could hope for, and the ill effects were very manageable. However, when one entered the world of large sects and established clans, their minimum requirement was 81%. Pills and potions of this caliber were excellent and rarely left any unmanageable after effects so long as certain precautions were taken, such as restricting yourself to a certain number a month. These pills and potions wouldn't be widely circulated and would be monopolized by the rich and powerful. The common people would never have a chance to lay their eyes on such things. At 91%, however, one would step into the world of true treasures. For every single percentage point at this treasured level, the price of a pill or potion would rise exponentially. Even a genius alchemist who could consistently concoct pills and potions between 71% and 90% might only create a handful of these in their lifetimes. Each step beyond was like transcending a heavenly staircase. These categories were separated into low grade, middle grade, high grade, peak grade, and transcendent grade. Any alchemist that could form high-grade pills and potions would be a tycoon in their region, never having to worry about money or resources. However, there was still a level beyond this, a level that was only spoken about in legend, at least to the people of the First Heaven. It was a level that could only be chanced upon when a 100% pure pill or potion was formed. These were called rune pill and rune potions. Upon reaching 100%, a pill or potion tribulation would form. Depending on the perfection of the concoction, the creation would either survive entirely or survive in part. If the latter happened, a rune would take form within the creation and bolster its power far beyond what a 99% pill or potion could match. This was considered the rune grade. A rune even with only 10% completion was so far and beyond the level of a 99% pure pill that it was worth as much as pills or potions even 2 or 3 grades above it in strength. The effects would be beyond transcendent, and taking such a pill would be beyond even swallowing a heavenly treasure. Pills were already designed to be more potent than spiritual herbs to begin with. The reason Ryu never relied on them was because he had the incubator, a treasure that was likely more unfathomable than he knew since it had been taken from Mistress Holy Wing in the first place. However, rune pills and rune potions were without a doubt more potent and powerful than any spiritual herb of the same level. Only crown herbs stood a chance, but even then, they were lacking. The best part was that rune pills and rune potions could be formed, given enough skill, with much lower grade and quality spiritual herbs. There was no doubt what Ryu's goal was. He would only accept rune creation. And not just any rune creation, but one with a 100% completed rune. Only then would he circulate his refinement sutra and absorb the heavenly favor to reaffirm his foundation. For someone else, this might be impossible. But Ryu had many trump cards off his sleeve, the most important of which was his Tao. The goal now is to pick the perfect concoction that would suit me, and there's no doubt what that would be. Ryu had already decided that the pills he would concoct would have to coincide with his 8-trigram diagram. Not only that, but he didn't want to create 8 separate pills and absorb heavenly favor 8 separate times. No, he wanted to combine them into a self-created pill he would call the Dividing Heaven Pill. Ryu already had a road map to how he would create this pill as well. The 8-trigram diagram was separated into wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life and heaven. At each stage from common to the highest there was, he would find the pill or potion that matched each category perfectly. After he could concoct each pill to the complete rune level, or more accurately, the true rune level, he would fuse them into one and absorb the heavenly favor associated with it. At the lowest levels, this was already as difficult as ascending the heavens. But at the highest levels, the difficulty would increase exponentially with every step. However, when Ryu decided on something, he would make no attempts to take a step back. Of the 8 common grade pills Ryu had chosen to start with, the first was the most commonly used wind-attributed pill, Chasing Wind Pill. For awakening and pulse-opening realm cultivators with the wind attribute, it would help them absorb a large amount of wind chi in a short amount of time. The duration was dependent on the quality of the pill, but there was no doubt that this was the best option with those carrying this affinity. The next pill Ryu chose was the Heavy Water Pill. It sunk into your stomach like a weighted stone before spreading throughout your meridians. Over time, the slow accumulation would likewise pull in large amounts of water chi. The next was the Pounding Earth Pill. Swallowing it would make one feel as though their heart had become a hammer, forcing your pulses to resonate. Not only did it make opening pulses easier for Earth affinity cultivators, but it likewise pulled in a large amount of Earth chi. The next was the Booming Thunder Pill. Its function was almost identical to the Pounding Earth Pill except for the fact it was designed for lightning affinity cultivators. The Burning Heart Pill was designed for fire affinity cultivators and the most violent of these pills. It set the stomach, meridians and heart on fire. During the period of ingestion, one would feel as though they were dancing in the pits of hell, but the bright side was that all the food one ate during that period would not only be quickly digested, but it would efficiently convert to strength and power. This left life, heaven, earth and mountain. These 4 were the most difficult of the bunch to find matching pills and potions for, and it was ironic because their concepts were too profound for common grade pills to encapsulate entirely. Life was relatively easier. Ryu picked the strongest healing pill of the common grade there was, the Sacred Heart Pill. For mountain, he chose the Focusing Spirit Pill. It was a pill designed to calm the mind and help one increase their chances at entering a state of meditation. However, those effects were exaggerated. In reality, it just helped one stay calm during a breakthrough. For Earth, the Pounding Earth Pill alone wasn't enough, it would at most cover a portion of what Earth represented, so it needed supplementation. Ryu surprisingly chose the cheapest and least obscure pill of them all, the Foundation Setting Pill. This was the most widely circulated pill in maybe all of existence, and yet he didn't hesitate to choose it. It was designed to help one solidify their achievements right after completing a rite of the awakening realm and bolster their chances at completing the next one. And finally, for heaven, Ryu's choice was once again endlessly shocking. He chose maybe the second most widely circulated pill after the foundation setting pill, the chi fume accumulation pill. With a flip of his hand, the ingredient for the foundation setting pill appeared all around Ryu to the point where mountains far taller than him were formed. This was exactly how it should be. Earth would form the foundation of everything else. The heavens might not like it, but Ryu definitely did. Chapter 958, Foundation Setting. The foundation setting pill was designed to increase success in completing the 13 rites. It was advertised as being capable of increasing one's rite completion stage by 1. Of course, this didn't include the final 4 named rites. Though, Ryu believed that the reason it couldn't do so wasn't because it was incapable, but rather because those that concocted the pill couldn't bring it to a high enough level. The final 4 rites were the most powerful and important of them all. If one wanted to become a true expert in the future, these rites were the ones you would have no choice but to take a firm hold of. However, if you wanted external help to reach such a stage, the foundation setting pill would have to at least be on the runed level. Anything less and you could forget about crossing the named rites with external help. And, it was probably impossible to cross the final 13th rite without the support of a full-fledged and perfect runed pill. The first thing Ryu did was quite unconventional. He didn't reach to start practicing first, but rather meditated on the truth of the pill, its meaning and its purpose. Why did Ryu choose such a simple pill for maybe the most important segment of his 8-trigram diagram? It was because complex didn't always mean better. In fact, a simple pill would have been continuously refined over so many years that it would reach the pinnacle of perfection. There was no greater foundational pill than this, and it even explained itself in its title. Just the same way the simpler the Sky God title, the more powerful it would be, a similar concept could be applied to the function and reputation of a pill. One might not even bend down to pick up a foundation setting pill if they found it by the roadside, and yet it was this very pill that even the greatest of experts relied on in their youths. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, becoming incredibly tranquil. He couldn't so easily slip into a state of meditation without his eyes, but he could get close so long as he took his time and reached a great depth of focus. With slow movements, Ryu picked up the first ingredient. He rolled it between his fingers, allowing his Tao to envelop it. Just like he had done with the ores he used to forge his first daggers, but this time, the process was even faster. Not only did Ryu see through the innate abilities of the spiritual herb, he could feel its unique quirks. Ryu did this for every single one of them. While high-grade pills could have hundreds to even thousands of ingredients, this one had just 5, making it even easier on Ryu. He knew these 5 individual herbs so well that if he wanted to, he could detail every line that made up every fiber of its being. When Ryu was done, he placed the herbs down around the cauldron, exhaling slowly. Alchemy cauldrons came in all shapes and sizes. Most helped the alchemy process in some way, raising the purity grade, quickening the refinement process, and some of the highest and most quality ones could even help to withstand tribulations. Though, those of the caliber of the last were likely maybe only a handful in all of existence. The cauldron Ryu chose, though, couldn't have been simpler. It was called an embryonic cauldron. It was unadorned and a simple black. It had only one function: to grow. Cauldrons like this were only chosen by the greatest alchemy geniuses. They had no innate abilities of their own, at least in the beginning. They grew along with their alchemist, becoming tempered by the medicinal strength of the concocted pills and potions and growing in strength into the future. The cauldrons that could withstand tribulations were all once embryonic cauldrons of past masters left for future generations. It was simply too difficult for blacksmiths, who weren't alchemists themselves, to have a great enough grasp of the profession to create such a high-level cauldron. Much the same way blacksmiths tended to focus on particular weapons, they would also tend not to focus on alchemy for the same reasons. To forge a weapon, one needed a deep understanding of it. This was fine for a blacksmith to do as it wouldn't clash with their path. But, trying to become a great blacksmith in forging cauldrons would require spending time learning alchemy, which defeated the purpose. There were some that had tried in the past, as there were many geniuses born in the history of existence. But none could reach a high enough attainment in both to succeed. Thus, embryonic cauldrons were created. They were designed with an ore capable of evolution. Even with this ore reached its limit, it was possible to place a higher level ore and infuse high-level fires into the cauldron. By then, the cauldron would do the rest, absorbing the essence of the higher level ore. As things stood now, this cauldron was perfect for Ryu. He didn't need a cauldron to make things easier for him, he just needed one that wouldn't interfere or hinder his progress. Placing his hands on both sides, Ryu's hands began to spring forward with life. The black cauldron quickly heated up in a blazing inferno before Ryu's hands became ice cold. Ryu put the cauldron through several cycles of this at lower temperatures before forcing the dichotomy further and further apart. As he did so, the cauldron slowly became used to his wide range of temperatures. Ryu was already forcing it to endure temperatures far beyond what was necessary for the common grade, but this would make certain that he had no need to worry. In the future, as he concocted more pills and it absorbed more medicinal essence, it would naturally progress faster as well. Suddenly, Ryu's aura changed, his eyes snapped open and an 8-trigram diagram appeared in his irises, radiating an ancient green. The lid of the cauldron rose into the air, revealing a flickering fire dancing within, one that Ryu had only just forced to appear. The ingredients flew in one after another and the lid snapped close. If other alchemists had seen Ryu do such a thing on his first try, they would definitely deem him to be overestimating himself, but the unwavering confidence on Ryu's face spoke of a different story entirely. Ryu had read through all of the alchemy techniques he had picked up, but he hadn't planned on directly using any one of them. That was why he had chosen so many in the first place. Alchemy techniques mostly differed in methods of refinement and fusion. However, these were precisely the two steps that would make or break the purity of a pill or potion. What Ryu wanted to do was use them as reference to understand how other masters approached the problem. However, his main goal was to rely on his Tao to find the perfect path of refinement and fusion. If refinement and fusion was just about memorizing a method, there would be far more genius alchemists in the world. The problem was that this process could differ depending on the spiritual herb, its maturity, the environment it grew in, and even the atmosphere it was being refined in. These complexities were then multiplied by the number of spiritual herbs participating. The best alchemy techniques and the most methods for adaptation and even had calculation methods built in to calculate the best options and paths to take. However, Ryu didn't need these. His Tao was designed to see through the secrets of the heavens. Why would he struggle with a mere few spiritual herbs of the common grade? He had fought against the heavens themselves for the right to have a hegemonic Tao, and he would use it to the fullest. A mere common grade pill wouldn't stop him. The cauldron sizzled and Ryu's fingers shifted. The refinement process was already finished. If one looked into the cauldron now, you would find motes of light floated about in a pile of ash below. The dichotomy was akin to heaven and earth. The flowing flames danced about the motes of light, coddling and joining them piece by piece, being very selective about the temperatures chosen and which unions came first and which ones followed. The flame Ryu was using was without a doubt the rebirth flame. However, alone the rebirth flame's heat wasn't enough. In fact, at its lowest level, the rebirth flame didn't give off any heat at all. If a phoenix wanted to alchemy, they would usually fuse it with another flame. Luckily, Ryu had many such methods. He fused his rebirth flame with his white flame and his rage flame. The control he had over them made him feel alive. In fact, it almost felt like his white flame was the most dominant of them all despite the fact he had made his rebirth flame the core. Suddenly, Ryu slapped the cauldron, his gaze sharpening as he snatched a pill out of the air. Chapter 959, Solution 92%. If anyone was here to witness such a feat, shock would be the least exaggerated reaction that they could give. To do this on one's first try was unheard of, so much so that maybe in the history of alchemy, it had never happened before. If this common grade pill appeared in the market, there would be countless clans with toddlers on the rise that would fight tooth and nail to make certain that it was their son or daughter that got the chance to consume it. This would be the case even within the seventh heaven, maybe even the eighth. The value of this pill was that exaggerated. Of course, value was still a relative term. They would pay an exorbitant amount in comparison to the worth of a common grade item. However, it would still be greatly lacking in comparison to an earth grade treasure, for example. Though it might dwarf many black grade pills of far lesser quality. However, Ryu looked toward the pill with disdain, his blind eyes even filled with a sense of derision and dissatisfaction. He had been certain that on his first attempt, he could concoct a ruined pill, but he had actually failed. The only reason Ryu didn't directly crush the pill was because he knew that he needed to analyze his mistakes. If it wasn't for this, he would have probably already ground it powder beneath his clenched fist. Failure wasn't something that Ryu was used to. No, it was more accurate to say that failure was something he abhorred. He could remember failing before, even as recently as his battle with Alina's father, but that sort of failure was always directly branded on his heart. The only good news was that Ryu had two methods others didn't have to rectify this failure. The first was his origin flame. Replaying the exact process without missing a single detail in his mind would help him greatly. The second was his Tao. By using his Tao to analyze his self-created pill, he could see through its flaws and measure out what needed to be fixed. Just now, Ryu had only used his fire and he had yet to use his yin water. He had been planning to perfect one path and then perfect another before fusing them into one for a better result. If he fused them right from the very beginning, it would be easy to miss small flaws that might stack up into the future and become a detriment to his advancement. By the time he reached that point, it would already be much too late for him to even consider fixing it. However, rather than following that initial plan, Ryu changed his mind and proceeded with his potion concoction directly, his thoughts unknown. The recipe for lower-level pills and potions tended to be almost identical. In fact, most recipes were identical. The main difference was their preparation. Because of yin water's attributes, forming higher purity concoctions was much easier in potion making. The reason for this was simple. The fires used in pill making burnt away what was useless and left behind what was important. The waters of potion making, though, extracted what was important instead, ignoring what was not. When fire was used, not only was it far easier to accidentally burn away what was important, but burnt materials were toxic in and of themselves. Even in food making, burnt food was considered carcinogenic, and this was increased manifold when pills were in the equation. So, when Ryu went through the very same process once again, he wasn't surprised by the result, though he was still unsatisfied. 99%. Ryu took out a potion bottle and all the clear liquid that almost looked like water to settle inside. If the heavens would wage a bidding war over the first, there might be small scuffles to win the second. A 99% pure potion was among the rarest items in all of existence. There were even some alchemy organizations who wouldn't dare to touch it, putting it on display for future generations instead in preservation treasures of far higher grade than even it. Of course, these were lower-class alchemy organizations. The highest class would only deign to do this for potions or pills of the ruined grade. Ryu placed the pill and potion side by side, falling into silence. The reason his potion making was so much better on the first try wasn't just due to the inherent advantage of potion making, it was also because Ryu had learned from his first attempt at pill making, shifting some of the mistakes away and making up for it. The result was this: I accounted for everything but the environment. No matter how dialed in my understanding of the pill and potion recipe is, or how well I can grasp the unique quirks of the ingredients, if my environment screws everything up, then there's nothing I can do. There were several problems. First, this wasn't an alchemy room, it was a normal cultivation room. Rather than minimizing variables and errors, it actually invited them. After all, a cultivation room was designed to absorb and multiply the qi in the surroundings, thus making the potential variations during the concoction process far more difficult to manage. Second, Ryu had skipped a process he hadn't thought was important. He didn't wash his spiritual herbs. Usually, this would be left up to an apprentice or alchemist in training, but the main point was to clear away any outside impurities the spiritual herb might have faced. Ryu didn't think it was very important to do this since he had his Tao, but upon further thought, that was a foolish decision. He had been so focused on the spiritual herb during the initial stages, if he wanted to account for all the impurities on its surface, there might be trillions to go through before he could finally start. How could he account for all those tiny particles? He would either have to wash them, or add another step to his refinement process where he burned them first before continuing. The last was maybe the largest, his cauldron. Much like high-class cooking ware, cauldrons had to be seasoned before their use, especially embryonic cauldrons. This would wash away any impurities left behind by their refinement process and prime the cauldron for alchemy. But once again, Ryu hadn't done that. Ryu, though, felt that there was a solution to all of this. Chapter 960. Sit tight. There was a simple solution that Ryu had missed. He had used his Tao before the refinement and fusion process, but shouldn't he use it during? This would solve all of these issues without him even having to take the steps that were mentioned. He could simply adapt to all these changes on the fly. This was probably Ryu's largest oversight. However, Ryu still didn't start right away. In fact, the first thing he did was crush his 92% pill and drop it into his 99% potion. Then, as though they weren't worth much at all, he began to pour the mixture into his cauldron. The seasoning process was usually done with herbs. One would crush and apply them, smoothing it out into a paste and adding it to the inner surface of the cauldron. But like a blessed nouveau riche, Ryu was actually using a 99% potion and 92% pill instead. In fact, one after another, Ryu repeated this process again and again for each of the 9 pills that he had chosen. One after another, without fail, each was at 99%. By the time he finished with the 9th pill, the inside of his cauldron was glowing with life and vitality. It was just a faint sheen, but compared to the dull black almost cast iron-like visage it had had before, this was akin to night and day. During this process, Ryu knew that he could push past 99%, but he didn't allow his ego to get the best of him this time. If he seasons this cauldron with ruined potions and pills from the very beginning, it just might implode. Then, he would have to start all over again. Now, however, it was ready. There was no happiness or shock on Ryu's face. As far as he was concerned, this was just to be expected. He was an immortal ring realm expert concocting common grade pills. It was more embarrassing than anything else that he hadn't immediately succeeded in finishing a ruined pill. Of course, this wasn't how it worked. There were alchemy masters who were long since in the sky god realm that had never concocted a single ruined pill in their life. Even if they went back down to the common grade and tried, they would still fail, though their results might be 5 or so percentage points better. If you couldn't succeed within your realm, you would likely never succeed. This was a simple truth all alchemists knew, and Ryu knew it as well. It was just that, he held himself to a far higher standard than others held themselves to. Ryu was ready to start the next step even after a long day. Common grade pills simply couldn't leave a dent in his stamina. But he hesitated before he acted. He obviously couldn't withstand the tribulation from this place. But he also didn't dare to casually use his pill flame and potion waters outside. His pill flame relied on a combination of ancestral grade flames along with the unranked white flame. And his potion water was the life's work of a perfect sky god. He needed to use both pill and potion treasures to step into the combined path of both, a leap he planned to make right now. So it would be impossible to hide either. If he had a higher tier cauldron, he could easily hide them both inside without an issue. But Ryu's gaze flashed. There was another possibility. He could simply fuse his void spiritual sense with his flames and yin water, making it impossible to tell what it was even if they laid eyes on it. In addition, doing this would multiply his control over both manifolds. It was an absolute win-win. Ryu tested it out and found that the solution was viable. He had never had great soul talent in his life, but in recent times, he was finding that it was only getting more and more useful to him. The fact he hadn't had such a thing in the past was almost a tragedy. Let's go all in, then. Ryu stepped out of his abode, causing a commotion for those who were still paying attention to his actions and what he would do. But he completely ignored them and took a leap upward, landing atop the rock structure of the abode. When those still lingering in the surroundings saw the swath of spiritual herbs, they were shocked for a moment, and then suddenly confused about why Ryu would have so many common grade spiritual herbs. He was concocting common grade pills. For what purpose, exactly? However, Ryu had already begun, the ingredients for 9 pills at once flying into his cauldron before the lid snapped closed. The cauldron began to glow a fiery red and a docile blue until both colors fused and became a vibrant violet. A suffocating pressure manifested from Ryu. It was a Tao the likes of which those here had never felt before, a Tao that made their knees weak and their bodies shiver. But for the life of them, they couldn't pinpoint its strength. In fact, even if Ryu hadn't used his void spiritual sense, such a Tao was already beyond those of the first heaven to calculate. There was a reason why those 2 working disciples of the Hidden Blade sect had thought he had a fragmented Tao at first, something only a fragmented sky god could have. Time ticked by and Ryu's aura only seemed to grow stronger. The commotion he caused was not small, even disrupting the chi flow much higher into the mountain. At that moment, the skies began to rumble, causing a ripple of shock to course through the hearts of those present. Those in the distance who had wanted to approach suddenly froze, beginning to back away instead. A tribulation, they could already feel the might of the first heaven weighing down. Ryu's lip curled. Oh, are you angry? Get angrier. Take form and conquer the world. Boom. Within the cauldron, 9 streams of energy and liquids hovered. Ryu could either choose to form them individually or take the final step right here and now, and attempt to combine them. Without hesitation, Ryu chose the latter. The moment he acted, a bolt of tribulation lightning descended, its speed face and its intention menacing. However, Ryu only removed a single hand from his cauldron, his eyes glowing with a green light as he pierced upward. Dividing tribulation. Under the shocked gazes of all those present, Ryu shattered the bolt of tribulation as though it was nothing more than rotten wood. Sparks of lightning fell down and Ryu easily took control of them all, feeding them into his cauldron. Test his concoctions. Were these first heavens even worthy? It could just sit sight in a rage and provide his creation with the energy it needed to shatter the 99% barrier. Chapter 961. Refinement. Ryu treated the tribulation like it was something to toy with, his casual strikes seemingly piercing into the hearts of all those who watched him. The commotion of a tribulation wasn't something that could be ignored, let alone the disciples in the surroundings. Even the elders at the highest echelon of the sect were alerted. But when they too turned their attention to what was happening, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who is that child? The elders weren't familiar with Ryu's appearance. In truth, they weren't familiar with the appearance of most disciples aside from the most astounding of the core disciples and the inheritor disciples. There was simply too much overturn, too much death, too many disappointments to care about investing so much in what was ultimately hundreds of thousands of youth. But even with all of this being the case, the moment they saw a disciple like this one, regardless of whether they knew his odds of growing to maturing were small or not, such a talent was so incredibly rare that their hearts couldn't help but thrum. Their sect had fallen from the ranks of 2-star sect for a long while. Back when it happened, most of them hadn't even been elders yet. However, the will of their predecessors lived on in many of them and they hoped to push the sect back up to its former glory once more. Unfortunately, it was difficult, too difficult. Not only was meeting the standard itself a tall mountain to climb, but there were also 2 behemoth-like obstructions in their path, the Hidden Blade sect and the Iuni clan. The fact that their most talented disciple was a descendant of the Iuni clan was maybe the greatest humiliation of the sect. It was all too clear that the clan had done this on purpose to suppress their prestige and their momentum, not to mention sap away all of their secrets and foundation. Every day, Gallimar seemed to earn himself a new piece of their greatest treasures. There was no doubt in the minds of the elders that he was bringing these secrets over to the Iuni clan, likely in exchange for even more benefits. But there was nothing they could do. There was no one in the sect that could suppress him, and even though he wasn't an inheritor disciple, they were running out of excuses to stop him from stepping through that final tier. Any other disciple could be unceremoniously suppressed by the elders here, but if they tried to do so with Gallimar, it would give the Iuni clan the excuse they needed to step in. Once that happened, their sect would truly be finished. The rankings might say that they were just a half step from 2-star, but in practice, this gap might as well have been an entire chasm. No one knows. The elder looked around only to find that no one seemed to have an answer for him. That was, until his eyes landed on Elder Lee of the disciplinary faction. Elder Lee was snapped awake. Then, with a half-bitter smile and half-smoldering anger, he recounted the events of a few months ago. As they listened, many elders frowned, and the more hot-tempered of them almost blew smoke from their ears. Such a thing had actually happened. Their sect rules had been so easily flouted with no repercussions. It was only at that moment that many elders scanned the region, only to find that there were 2 heads on ice pikes outside of Ryu's abode. They could only gasp at the brazenness. He didn't seem to care about offending them in the slightest. He had just killed 2 disciples and then called the entire sect's attention over and didn't even bother to hide his actions. Why were things like this? They had gone from seeing a bright hope and light for the future, to suddenly finding out that this ungrateful child couldn't even be properly raised. What would happen if they put their full backing behind Ryu and he didn't die? Would someone with such a disposition even know how to return their gratitude in kind? He would be more likely to raise their sect to the ground. It might be better to kill such a scourge right here and now. However, when they thought about the fact that this young man had the backing of the great elder, none of them dared to move. Not that they could, regardless. Anyone with half a brain knew now to interfere with a tribulation, even if it was only for what seemed to be a common grade pill. When they reached this point in their thoughts, though, they froze. That was right, this was a tribulation for a pill. Didn't that mean that this young man had formed a rune pill? At that moment, Ryu's fingers pierced upward once more, but this time, the momentum of his strike and the power behind it were completely unlike anything that came before it. It was as though he was saying that the heavens had done their job and could scram now. A piercing and blinding white blade light shot into the skies, piercing through the center of the formed tribulation clouds and splitting them in two. Just like that, the rumbling of the skies came to a stop, replaced by an all-new rumbling that came from none other than Ryu's cauldron. Right then, the lid shot up, a resplendent pill following its wake. None present had ever seen a pill so beautiful in their lifetime. It was only about as big as 2 thumbnails, but its surface was formed into a crystal ball, golden runes dancing along it. Within this crystal ball, a gorgeous blue liquid swished around like the waters of a clear ocean. It was an incomparably gorgeous sight. However, it seemed to be lacking something important that none could put their finger on. And it was then that it happened. Right where the clouds had split apart, a pillar of golden light shot down toward the pill. At the same time, Ryu's body erupted in flames and he began to circulate the refinement sutra. Large waves of heavenly favor began to storm into Ryu's body, his skin glowing a bright light beneath the raging flames. Chapter 962. Another way. Ryu had chosen to use the very same method he used to hide the specialness of his flames to hide the ability of his ice jade crystal body. There was no way that Ryu would give up the benefits of absorbing such heavenly favor for the sake of hiding himself from the greed of others. He would maximize his absorption by not just using his nose and mouth, but also his skin itself. When the heavenly favor entered Ryu, he felt his mind shudder, his body entering a state of enlightenment that reminded him all too much of his rebirth. In fact, it felt as though Ryu had only touched the tip of the iceberg of what his rebirth could give him, and his steps toward recultivation were only slowly unearthing the strength that he had rightfully deserved to command in the first place. It was as though Ryu was undergoing the rites once more, everyone watching silently as they caught on to exactly what was happening. The first rite, the second, the fourth, the sixth. By this point, the elders were already watching with wide eyes. At this speed, wouldn't he, the ninth rite. The moment Ryu hit this point, his body released such a blinding golden light that it fused with his red flames, making it look as though he had dipped himself in ambrosia. The rite of limitation. The rumblings began to quake the mountain, the once stable footing shaking and almost throwing some high-class cultivators off of their feet. The commotion began to go beyond just the sect and began to influence the surroundings. Undergoing the rites while in the awakening realm wouldn't cause such a commotion. However, somehow undergoing the rites while already being in the immortal ring realm was a different animal altogether. All of the effects were multiplying several times over as enormous qualitative changes were taking root in Ryu's body. It was as though the foundation of a skyscraper was being forcefully changed, and with every improvement, 10 more floors were added. The commotion would be far greater than if you started with the foundational changes from the very beginning. In fact, even Ryu himself felt his body threatening to explode. It was his willpower alone that kept him together. Undergoing the rites the first time had been difficult enough, but undergoing them with the pressure of his skyscraper weighing down on it was a different monster altogether. The elders, though, couldn't help but tremble. In their sect, was there even a single one who had completed the 10th rite? When they looked toward one another, they already knew that the answer was no. As difficult as completing rites were in Sacrum, in the true martial world, it was like pulling teeth from a fully adult dragon. You would maybe only start finding geniuses who had completed the 10th rite in the 4th or 5th heaven. The elders were already shocked enough, but then, the rite of perseverance. Ryu roared into the skies, his veins popping out across his skin as his robes had long since been burnt to ash. The momentum of his roar startled the elders and the disciples. It felt as though a mighty dragon was being reborn right before their eyes, the sound alone making their hearts tremble and their knees buckle. However, the rite of death. Ryu's skin peeled away, entering the flames before being incinerated to ash. The pain was unbearable, reaching levels that would make most want to smash their head against a rock and end it all. However, even with this being the case, Ryu didn't have a thought even once. He had completed the 13 rites once before, and he would complete them again. The true martial world was his stage, his ground to stomp upon and his skies to plunder. Nothing would stop him. The rite of origin. The golden pillar turned into a bloody red, the impact expanding outward. The burning of Ryu's flesh dug deeper, peeling away at his veins and his muscles until even part of his bone could be seen. However, Ryu's mind itself was the picture of absolute clarity. He refused to lose his mind to the struggle and the pain. If he did so, his void spiritual sense would waver and the secrets he was hiding would be exposed for all to see. These small, pitiful steps, that even a child of 7 years old could take, he would take them again. Tall, strong and unbothered. His 13 immortal ring glowed with a fiercer light, glowing with a radiance that seemed to rival even the pillar itself. The more steps forward Ryu took, the stronger it became and more enraged the first heavens were. However, none of it mattered. I, Ryu Tatsuya, look down upon your 13 rights. The voice was steady and unhurried, yet it coursed with an unwavering arrogance that traveled across the radiant star sect. The rumbling of the skies increased, but Ryu had already stepped across the final threshold. As he had already said, there was nothing here that could stop him. If he had succeeded once, he would succeed again. He would never fail in something his 14-year-old self had succeeded in. He would never take a step backwards. The pillar of crimson slowly faded, leaving behind Ryu's beaten and ragged body. But, just as quickly as he had been injured, his body seemed to also begin to rapidly heal. First the heavens would punish, but then they would reward. Ryu's pristine body slowly pieced itself back together, his handsome features shimmering with an added radiance. He felt that just now, he had gotten several times more powerful. Before, without his soul, he could probably only fight 3rd or 4th stage path extinction realm experts at best. This was quite pathetic in his estimation since all the talents around him were black grade at the highest. This meant that if he was on a higher heaven, he might only be able to fight those beneath him in cultivation. Now, however, Ryu didn't feel like anyone at that level that was within the path extinction realm could even touch the hem of his clothes. And maybe the best part, his bloodlines had somehow entered the earth grade, and his meridians, they had crossed out of the heaven grade and entered the sovereign grade. It seemed he had found another method and released himself of his shackles. Chapter 963. For Ryu didn't believe that the difference would be so large once he completed recultivating the pulse-opening realm. Reason being, the likely reason for this large shift and upgrade was because of the blessing of the rites themselves. It was as though Ryu had just gotten a large concentration of the true martial world's energy directly injected into his body, something that immediately caused a large upgrade of his talent and helped them to flourish somewhat once again. If Ryu was correct, there probably wouldn't be such a large chance again until he crossed from recultivating the mortal realms into the immortal realms. However, this huge boost was enough for a small smile to spread across his face for the first time. Even completing the 13 rites couldn't move him. Why should it? He had done it once before. But now he felt a lot more like himself, like a weight holding him down had loosened considerably. It felt quite good. The gorgeous pill fell from the skies and obediently landed in Ryu's palm. This scene was just as surprising to the elders as anything else had been. Truthfully, many looking on with greedy eyes, were waiting for the pill to shoot off just so that they could intercept it. Ryu looked far too calm and like he wasn't ready to fight for it at all, so they had thought that there was a chance to take advantage. The truth was that if this pill was sold strictly as the common grade pill it would at best cost as much as a high-end black grade pill, and maybe an earth grade pill if the conditions were just right and a bidding war ensued. However, if it was sold to an alchemy organization or a merchant group who could use it to promote their fame and draw in talented alchemists into their ranks under the promise that they could observe and study it, this would be a different matter altogether. By that point, it might be worth more than even some sky god level treasures. The worth of the pill sitting silently in Ryu's palm right now was astronomical. And the most shocking part was that he hadn't even refined it in a controlled environment. Runed pills were known to hold their sentience and their main goal was to live and survive. The idea of one obediently returning to the palm of its creator was nothing more than fantasy, and yet that was the result playing out before them all in real time. So many things they couldn't understand had happened before, and they just continued to happen without pause. These people were quite shameless to think of trying to take Ryu's things. He would sooner crush the pill in his hand than give it to someone else. His pride wouldn't allow such a thing. But truthfully, Ryu had no intention of selling this pill. This was his own self-created pill, one with a recipe only known to him that also happened to carry the secrets of the very foundation of his cultivation. Of course, it would take an exceptional alchemist to parse apart the secrets of Ryu's Tao from just this pill alone. And, even if they did, it was unlikely that they'd be able to use it to harm him. But Ryu knew enough about karma and its ties to understand that such a thing in the hands of someone else could very well be a great disaster. This wasn't something that he would allow others to have. Plus, he had his own plans for it. Those watching could only lament when they saw Ryu put it away. Some of the elders watching from a far distance even hesitated, wondering if they should proposition Ryu to sell it to them. But to everyone's shock, as though Ryu didn't care for their thoughts or their gazes, he actually sat down once more. This time, several piles of black-grade materials appeared and the atmosphere froze. Ryu began his process once more, the hours ticking by as he refined pills and potions well above the 90% marker, only to unceremoniously pour them into his cauldron and renew the process. By the end, the sound of rumbling thunder boomed from above and the second tribulation of the day fell onto the same location. And then the third. The Radiant Star sect watched Ryu recultivate from the Awakening Realm, up past the Pulse Opening Realm, completing the Chi Refinement Realm, all the way until he completed the Spiritual Severing Realm and came to a stop. Beads of sweat fell down Ryu's brow as he breathed out heavy breaths. He had used his Tao far too frequently and the pressure his body had been under as he underwent these changes was enormous. At the same time, while the first two common grade pills for the Awakening and Pulse Opening Realms had been fairly easily, the difficulty bumped up considerably for the Earth-grade pills that he would need to refine for the Divine Vessel and Connecting Heaven Realms, not to mention the Heaven-grade pill he would need for his current Immortal Ring Realm. It had to be remembered that Ryu's Tao was still only an Immortal Tao. Meaning, although it was a hegemonic Tao, it was still only a hegemonic Tao for immortal cultivators. As he approached the limit of the mortal realms, his Tao needed to work harder to produce the same effects and it was quickly draining his focus. If he was only refining normal pills, things would still be fine. But he was combining them into a pill that transcended its level by several times. Ryu wanted a pill whose heavenly favor could match up to his talent, so it was unsurprising that the toll was already heavy at the black grade. If it was too easy, he would actually be disappointed. It seemed he would have to find a way to raise his Tao to a cosmic Tao soon. Either that, or he would need to slow down his progress and concoct only one of these every few weeks. Ryu carefully put his cauldron away and leapt down. Before anyone could react, his abode's doors had already been slammed closed and he entered a deep, intensive sleep. Chapter 964. Hungry. It took several weeks before Ryu even got up again, his mind feeling refreshed but his stomach growling like a wild beast. He realized that he had definitely neglected his nutrition. He was too used to going without food for long periods of time, but the pressure the true martial world put on him and his body made it so that it was more necessary for him to eat more often, or else the strength of his body would regress. Ryu rose, realizing that he didn't have any clothes. Or, rather, what was left was quite beaten and ragged. This had happened while he completed his cultivation. After all, he needed to coat himself in fire to hide the effects of his ice crystal jade body. Little Silk's fabrics held up quite well originally, but as more of his strength returned to him, it became more and more difficult. Ryu tore away what remained with a hand, went to take a bath in the included hot spring, then had Little Silk make a new pair for him. Ryu stood before a mirror, staring at himself deeply. This wasn't for his vanity, but rather because he felt a subtle change. In fact, he had felt it yesterday, but it hadn't quite clicked when his mind was so focused. A hint of light, that was what it was. Ever since he completed his rites, his eyes seemed to have taken a step forward. In fact, he took another step forward with every breakthrough. He could only faintly tell when a room was bright and when it was dark now, and he couldn't even make out individual shadows of people and objects, but this change was enormous. It meant that Ryu really did have a path of unblinding himself. In truth, Ryu had been very worried about this. If even the rebirth of the phoenix couldn't breathe life into his eyes, finding a treasure or trigger that could might be even more difficult than ascending to the peak he sought after. But he knew he had to. His wives were in there, his companions were in there, he couldn't allow them to remain stuck in a cage for all of eternity. Just the fact they had already been in there for over 1,000 years made his heart ache. He had originally placed them inside for their protection, now he almost regretted doing so. Luckily, there was a light now. It was a faint light, but it was there. In all likelihood, his rebirth had already done most of the work in resurrecting his eyes. Now, he just needed a last and final push to finally reawaken them. Once that happened, Ryu Tatsuya would truly be back. Still, now that the worries were gone and there was a path ahead, Ryu saw this as an opportunity rather than a curse. He had been trying to break away from his eyes for a long while now, and there was no better chance than this. Heavenly pupils definitely had a glass ceiling. Interesting enough, there was no talk of heavenly pupils in the library of the sect. It was either because heavenly pupils weren't worth much in this place at all, or it was because it was well above the pay grade of the first heaven to have information about. Whether it was the first or second, only time would tell. However, regardless of what it was, because Ryu had consumed so many black-veined spirit-seeking lilies, and because his heavenly pupils were now completing the final step of their evolution in the true martial world itself, when they did finally awaken, the strength they would hold would be like night and day between their past selves. Ryu nodded to himself and turned to head to the door. With his alchemy skill, he should be able to trade a large amount of high-level Earth-grade pills for true Earth-grade meat, rather than that fake common-grade garbage the Twin Phase Merchant Group had tried to pass off as heaven-grade meat. Earth-grade meat was likely very rare in the first heaven, and there might not even be a lot available. And, whatever was likely sourced from the second heaven by those with connections. But there should be a path available so long as he was willing to pay. Now that Ryu's bloodlines had returned to the Earth-grade, common-grade meat wouldn't even be able to fill his stomach. He needed something more substantial. If all else failed, he would go and hunt high-level black-grade beasts himself. His strength had taken a massive leap forward, and after completing the spiritual severing realm once again, he felt that he could battle even Dao pedestal realm black-grade talent. He could once again just an entire cultivation realm and a stage to battle, and this was just the beginning. When Ryu opened his abode's door, though, what he found froze his steps. Selhira stood outside waiting patiently, a white gown gracing her curves as the wind blew by. She must have been waiting for a while, but she still had that same unhurried and graceful smile on her face. When she heard Ryu come out, she turned back with a smile. She was about to open her mouth to speak before she suddenly paused. "Are you hungry?" Her analysis was spot on, and she seemed to have the hawk eye of a mother. Nothing escaped her senses, and she pinpointed Ryu's greatest trouble with ease. Everything else didn't seem to matter anymore after she realized this. Though Ryu was a bit surprised, he still nodded. "I was planning to go and trade some of my pills for any Earth-grade meat I could find." Selhira blinked before a sense of understanding overcame her. She felt that Ryu was very special, or else Old Juan wouldn't care about him. While others didn't know who he was, Selhira was well aware that he wouldn't take interest in anyone of the first heaven without good reason. "Okay, then I'll take you to someplace. Come along." A familiar snow owl descended from the skies. It gave Selhira an affectionate nuzzle and even moved to Ryu to repeat the same action. Ryu didn't reject, smiling lightly and stroking the owl's head as Selhira watched on in surprise. Ryu was quite fond of beasts. Their motives were straightforward and their thoughts weren't overly complex. It was nice to enjoy their presence. Soon, the duo shot off, Selhira seemingly having forgotten all about her important task. Even though she had forgotten, the commotion at the sect gates most definitely hadn't. A sect experiencing 4 consecutive tribulations, not to mention a 5th from several months earlier, was bound to raise several eyebrows. Soon, news of Ryu's 4 ruined pills spread like wildfire, and it brought countless figureheads from all over. It was even said that an expert that had been visiting from the second heaven had come as well after learning that Ryu had used a twin refinement technique. All of them only had one purpose: to see Ryu. Though, exactly what seeing Ryu meant could entail a whole host of things. Despite this, Selhira disregarded it all because Ryu was hungry. Chapter 965. Gracefulness. Selhira sat with the same unhurried and unbothered smile on her face as Ryu ate. Much like most others, she was surprised that Ryu managed to eat so much and yet somehow still maintain an elegant demeanor. He put most nobles to shame in both etiquette and how much food he could actually eat. What was the most shocking to Selhira, though, was the fact that Ryu was actually so easily absorbing so much Earth-grade meat and ingredients without the slightest sign of bloating. At first, she wanted to warn him to slow down, but after several moments, her delicate brows rose. She gained a little bit more understanding of Ryu's talent at that moment. It seemed that he wasn't just a heavenly alchemy talent, but from what she knew of the world, talent rarely came alone. Without having to worry about Ryu, Selhira calmly began to enjoy her own meal, her actions somehow even more refined than even Ryu's. For such a tall woman, her every action was so gentle and delicate. It made her seem far more petite than she was, despite the fact she was only an inch or two shorter than Ryu. There was a comfortable silence in the air. Ryu didn't seem to feel the need to talk, and xianxia was very good at being content. Despite the fact the two hardly knew each other, they didn't feel the need to force conversation. Ryu ended up clearing the restaurant of all the earth-grade meat they had. It seemed like he could eat more, but there was simply nothing left to eat. He could only inwardly shake his head. It seemed that he would really have to rise through the heavens faster. If he was so limited by resources, it would slow his growth too much. Plus, rising through the heavens would allow him to have access to greater resources as well. One issue with completing the recultivation of the Divine Vessel realm was definitely the difficulty, but the difficulty wasn't helped by the fact he had so much difficulty final true Earth-grade materials as well. It was as though he was fighting a battle on two fronts and he didn't like it. Ryu made a move to concoct a few pills in exchange for his meal, but a graceful hand pressed down on his forearm. "It's okay, the shop owner owes me a favor." Ryu raised his head to meet xianxia's gaze. Why did it feel like this woman could tell what he wanted to do before he even acted? It wasn't as though his cauldron was stashed away, it was just in his spatial ring. A simple flip of his palm would cause it to appear. And yet she had still managed to stop him. Ryu wasn't one who liked to accept favors, and his first instinct was to reject, but for some reason he couldn't seem to say no at the moment. "It's a small matter, never mind it," xianxia said lightly. Ryu could only nod in response, and the pair found themselves on the back of a familiar snow owl not long later. "I've been fascinated by alchemists for a long time, it's just too bad that I've never been very good at it." "How long have you been practicing?" xianxia asked. Ryu's gaze flickered. 3 weeks and 4 days. xianxia blinked. 3 weeks and 4 days ago. Wasn't that the day the 4 tribulations fell? Was Ryu trying to say that that was his first day practicing alchemy? xianxia looked toward Ryu. If it was anyone else, she would think they were boasting. Though, being able to concoct a runed pill after millions of years of practice was already impressive enough, so there was no need to lie like this. But something about Ryu told her that he wouldn't care to lie like this. He had too much pride to even think of lying for something as petty as impressing a woman. "You are very impressive," xianxia replied as she looked away. Now it was Ryu's turn to be surprised. When he spoke, he was very much prepared to even be kicked off the back of this flying bird, but xianxia just accepted his words at face value. He did, indeed, disdain to lie. But that didn't mean he also expected any and everyone to believe him. "My Dao is uniquely tailored to helping me, and they were common and black-grade pills to begin with, it was nothing impressive." Ryu found himself explaining, another thing he absolutely hated to do. Yet it almost felt like he was justifying himself. No, it was like he wanted to put her mind at ease by filling in the gaps for her. Ryu paused, not saying any more before he shook his head and smiled. It seemed he was fond of this woman, something quite rare for him. Of course, he had been fond of women before, but this wasn't in the same way. This was more like endearment rather than infatuation or lust. He even realized that although he could use his spiritual sense freely now, he had still avoided using it on xianxia. xianxia's smile became a little wider, but she didn't call out Ryu's odd slip in character. He wasn't the first to react like this around her. By now, she was used to it. But he was the first to catch himself and not be embarrassed by the outcome. He seemed so comfortable with himself, as though anything he did was right regardless of whether he had done so intentionally or not. It left her with a unique sort of feeling. The two sat in silence until the sect came into view once again. At that moment, a squadron of flying birds came to intercept them. But upon noticing their identities, they were easily let through. It seemed that the defenses of the sect had been raised a great level due to the commotion that Ryu had caused, even to the point they had to patrol the skies. Chapter 966. Legs, after all these years of friendship, you won't even let me into the doors of the sect. What is the meaning of this, Grayler? Elder Lee rubbed his forehead. He never thought that having so many connections would end up coming back to bite him like this. He didn't even know what to say, it was just getting ridiculous at this point. I've already said it once, Disciple Ryu is resting. In addition, the sect does not own the property of their disciples, but they also won't allow outside parties suppress talents. Suppress? Who's trying to suppress a talent? We just want an equal exchange. Elder Lee cursed in his heart. Equal exchange? There wasn't even a single complete runed pill to be found on the first heaven. You would have to go up to the third heaven before you even found the first one. The cost of traveling between heavens was astronomical. And even if you managed to hold onto a great power's coattails to finally manage to make the trip, did you think that you'd be worthy of laying eyes on something an alchemy organization would sacrifice its entire foundation to maintain control over? Equal exchange. What kind of equal exchange could you possibly give? At that moment, a snow owl appeared from above and swept down. A gentle surge of wind swept by and kicked up their hair before a pair appeared. Most didn't recognize Ryu, but even those that had come from elsewhere recognized Selhira, the mysterious unranked disciple, or was it elder, of the Radiant Star sect. She was a complete enigma, and her fame had spread far and wide in the first heaven for no other reason than her gentleness and the mystery around it. She seemed to leave a profound impression on whoever she came across, even to the point these world leaders knew a great deal about her, except what her cultivation level was and where she came from. The young man to her side looked remarkable as well, but they had no idea who he was. However, Elder Lee knew him quite well. Only then did he sigh a breath of relief. Now that this infuriating brat was here, let him deal with the nonsense. All that bullshit about protecting disciples flew out the window the moment he found an opportunity to escape. Disciple Ryu, you're finally here. The eyes of the leaders lit up. So this was the alchemist they had all been wondering about. No wonder he felt so extraordinary. An avalanche of noise was about to begin, but Ryu only spoke softly and yet still seemed capable of suppressing them all. I will exchange one custom common or black grade 99% pure pill potion in exchange for a preserved earth grade beast's complete corpse. Lower and middle for common, higher and peak for black. I will exchange on custom earth grade 99% pure pill potion in exchange for a preserved heaven grade beast's complete corpse. I will exchange one common grade ruined pill potion for 10 heaven grade beast carcasses. I will exchange one black grade ruined pill potion for 10 heaven grade beasts carcasses including their beast cores. I will exchange one earth grade ruined pill potion for a top class mystical grade Dao charm technique. It will be custom if it is a Dao charm soul technique. I will also exchange an earth grade ruined pill potion for the piece of a sovereign grade beast's body, so long as it's substantial. I prefer beasts which have fire or ice affinities. In addition, the Dao charm technique must be either a movement technique, a bow technique, or a sword staff technique if it is not a soul technique. As a final point, I will not exchange with the Iuni clan or the Hidden Blade sect. After Ryu finished with his words, he turned to leave. He had said everything he needed to. In truth, these prices were cheap. But he also knew that this was the best he could hope for in a place like this. This would also allow him to gather up resources without having to waste time personally in finding them. He didn't plan on breaking into the Path Extinction realm until he recultivated up to the Immortal Ring realm now, so it would take some time. However, he still had to focus on his mental realm cultivation and his body realm cultivation. In addition, his current Dao charm techniques weren't up to his standard yet. He might have asked for a mystical grade technique, but he wasn't ready to use such techniques just yet. These heaven grade techniques would be with him until the Dao pedestal realm, so he had to make the most of them now. He knew that he had a ton more power to squeeze out of them. Ryu, though, didn't seem to realize that his words had set off a bomb. His demands for his pills were still reasonable. Some felt that it was far too expensive, but when they thought about the fact that there was no one else that they could get such pills from on the first heaven, they forcefully accepted it. Plus, they knew that even if there were skilled alchemists on higher heavens, would they even be free to concoct for small fry like them? However, when he spoke of his bands, the elders of the Radiant Star sect sucked in cold breath, let alone the others. The representatives of the Hidden Blade sect and Iuni clan especially froze in place. Some of the elders who had had poor impressions of Ryu suddenly did a complete 180, looking toward the youth's back with sparkling eyes. Of course, they thought that Ryu had done this for the prestige of the sect. They had been suppressed by those two-star behemoths for so long, it finally felt good to get back at them. But in reality, Ryu just disdained the Hidden Blade sect and he hated the Iuni clan because of Galamar. It was just that simple to him. There were plenty of other powers who would have things to exchange and keep him busy. He didn't have to feed his enemies as well. Just as Ryu was making his way into the distance, a powerful aura appeared in the sky and fell like a meteor. Bang! The figure crashed down in front of Ryu, an icy aura that caused the temperature to plummet around him. Ryu recognized him immediately. This was none other than one of the young men he had saved that day in the Ice Mountain. He arrogantly looked up at Ryu, seemingly not realizing that he was almost an entire head shorter until he felt his neck tilting up. Feeling slightly uncomfortable and wishing that he had landed further away, the young man adjusted himself and became several levels more arrogant in his tone. My senior sister would like to see you. Come with me. Ryu looked down at him, his blind eyes unfocused, but his disdain was still all too clear. Does she not have legs? Scram. Ryu stepped around the young man who had entered a dazed state. The elders of the Radiant Star sect almost fainted. There was a very good reason why they had stopped everyone else from entering freely but not this young man. He was from the second heaven. Chapter 967. Senior sister. The young man had no idea how to react. At first, he stupidly thought that Ryu was asking a legitimate question and he almost screamed out that it was obvious his senior sister wasn't crippled. But he managed to catch himself all for his anger to nearly explode through the roof. His palm struck out in a rage, causing Ryu's gaze to turn frosty. However, before he could do anything, the energy that should have hit his back dissipated into thin air and became nothing more than a gentle breeze. Think is Radiant Star sect territory. Please be mindful. A gentle voice came from Ryu's side and a woman the young man had ignored entirely spoke words that if said by another would have made the young man fly into another rage, and yet when he heard them, he suddenly felt like all the anger in his body was washed away. The young man frowned, his head turning to meet eyes almost hidden behind a veiled face. He was so lost for a moment, unable to extricate himself from those deep blue eyes. However, by the time he snapped out of it, he realized that she wasn't even looking at him anymore. In fact, she had already disappeared into the distance with Ryu. He couldn't understand what was happening. Where had the strength from his blow gone? And what was that just now? A soul technique. It couldn't be that he was that infatuated by a face he couldn't even see, right? The young man furiously shook his head. Some of his friends had said things like the temperament of a woman was far and beyond the most important thing, but he always found it to be nonsense. With his status, if her beauty couldn't catch his attention and stand out in a crowd, he didn't even want her. How the hell would he show off if not? If she wasn't worth showing off, then how would he feel a sense of satisfaction in conquering her? However, for some reason, those eyes, even though it had maybe only been a few minutes, he couldn't get them out of his head. I have to go to senior sister to ask her if there's a marker on my soul. This sounds dangerous. The young man left in a hurry, his thoughts unknown to those who were still watching. But at that moment, the legend of Selhira only seemed to become deeper and more entrenched. There were multiple World Sea Realm experts here and many of them didn't dare to take that strike head-on, yet it didn't even cause a crack in the ground. They looked toward one another and chose to remain silent. Even the representatives of the Hidden Blade sect and Iuni clan who had had every intention of kicking up a fuss using their 2-star status suddenly realized that there were more hidden secrets remaining in this, dying, sect than they were willing to admit. Chorus, you've returned. A light voice sounded out, but it seemed to carry a hint of confusion. It could tell that the young man had returned alone. It couldn't be that he had forgotten the task she had given him, right? It was only after hearing this voice, Chorus seemed to snap out of his stupor and it finally hit him what had happened. One part of his mind had been occupied with what might be wrong with him and the other part was filled with a sudden infatuation, so he had even forgotten something so crucial. Despite hearing the voice, Chorus still knocked on the doors politely and only entered after hearing affirmation. Senior Sister Janellis. Janellis sat in the middle of the highest class training room the first heaven had to offer, her training robe sticking to her somewhat as she sweat profusely, but she didn't seem to care because the fear she had instilled in her junior brothers was so much so that they didn't even dare to look even if she had been stripped naked before them. She didn't say a word even after Chorus finished the story of what happened. It wasn't until several minutes later that she poked a finger and a ray of light entered Chorus' forehead. Your spiritual waves are a bit odd, but not exaggerated enough to indicate the use of a soul technique. You also said she dissipated your attack and you have no idea how. Janellis rose up. You can leave now. I will go personally in a day or two. But senior sister, this isn't worth your effort. This brat is too arrogant, he hasn't even stepped into the path extinction realm. I could have grinded him into meat paste with my pinky toe if. Well, his worth isn't in his combat prowess, now is it? She replied lightly, yes, but they're still just common and black-grade pills. He's in the immortal ring realm. By now, he could be able to concoct heaven-grade pills but he doesn't even attempt to concoct even earth-grade pills. Of course, this wasn't true. Ryu had said that he would exchange his earth-grade concoctions as well. It was just that Chorus didn't have the full story because he couldn't be bothered to sit around and wait like everyone else and went off to play instead. But he couldn't let his senior sister know that. It's likely that he's just too weak to bring out the full power of that trump card of his. Chorus, brows shot up. Senior sister, you think. What else could the answer be? You tell me, how many alchemy masters have succeeded in forming a complete ruined pill in the second heaven regardless of the pill grade? Chorus froze. None. And of those who've succeeded in forming an incomplete ruined pill, they've only succeeded once at most by stroke of luck, and those alchemy masters are even alive any longer. This is how rare it is for such a thing to happen throughout history. Chapter 968. Profitable. A bit of Janellis' real face began to show, her lovely features forming into a sneer filled with derision and disgust. It was as though she had just heard the greatest joke in the world, and it only deepened her disdain further. But now you expect me to believe that nameless inner disciple of not even a 2-star power can somehow finish not just 1, but 4 in a single setting? It's worse than just a joke, it's a slap to the fact of the entire alchemy community. If it isn't a lie, something I'm not totally convinced by, then it definitely means that he has a world-shattering treasure on him, one that he's actually stupid enough to reveal. The only reason I won't outright kill him is because then it will be obvious that I have the treasure instead. I'll just make him obedient and docile, and let him keep taking the brunt of the heat. This kind of treasure isn't something that even we could protect, so we have to proceed with caution, and we also have to act before those 2-star powers do. Once we get our hands on the treasure, then clearing what remains of the flowing frost ruins shouldn't be difficult at all. Then I can find that bastard that injured my soul and crush him. Janellis grit her teeth, hard. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't even dare to seek out revenge. Anyone with an ancestral grade talent would be highly sought after even in the 7th and 8th heavens. She didn't dare to go up against that. However, if she managed to get a perfect sky god's inheritance, there might be a treasure in there that could help her flip the tables and close the gap. If she then used a soul absorption technique, although she wouldn't be able to make herself a perfect blackbody soul, she would be able to gain some blackbody characteristics, and it would be enough to match up to a heaven grade and maybe even sovereign grade talent. If she could succeed in this, her future would no longer be limited to the 3rd heaven at best. She would be able to go beyond and chase greater aspirations. When she thought to this point, her blood boiled. Cultivators were born to take risks. Every day of their lives was fueled by this. If you weren't willing to put your life on the line, you might as well kill yourself. At that moment, a splitting headache assaulted Janellis and she grabbed her forehead. She had gotten too agitated, forgetting that she still hadn't fully healed her soul. Janellis got more angry when the backlash hit her, but this only made things worse. She eventually forced herself to calm down, taking deep breaths. What about the recruitment, though? Chorus asked tentatively. Who cares about the recruitment? He's only in the immortal ring realm. Anyway, it isn't as though he has fate with it anyway. She replied, still quite irritable. No, I mean that we only came early because of the information we got about the ruin, but very soon the others will arrive as well. If we let things continue like this, news will inevitably spread and we also won't have time to return to the ruin without potentially exposing it. Isn't that why I said we will have to be careful? Don't worry about the details, you've never been very smart to begin with, I will handle it. Just follow my orders and everything will be fine. Janellis rubbed her forehead and shook her head. She never understood why they bothered to recruit from lower heavens. Sure, a talent or two might appear once every generation, but it probably took at least 10 generations for one that could actually rival the top geniuses of the 2nd heaven to appear. Plus, the entire point was to find a way to break into the 4th heaven, which was a huge dividing line. So, being the best amongst the 2nd heaven wasn't even the bar they should be looking for. They should be looking for someone who could be the best of the 3rd heaven and make a large enough mark in the heaven's path to open up the gateway once more. However, every 10 years or so, without fail, they would begin this recruitment process, all for the sliver of a chance to be the sector clan that raised this genius. In her eyes, it was nothing more than pathetic. She would have passed the task on to someone else if it wasn't for the fact she found clues about this ruin. A perfect sky god was a pinnacle expert of the 4th heaven, and a powerhouse who demanded respect even on the 5th. To have such an inheritance in her hands would be maybe an even greater boost in power than upgrading her soul talent to the heaven grade. She had to have it, and Ryu seemed to be the answer. Ryu had no idea what sort of conversation was happening between Chorus and Janellis, mostly because by the time he got back to his abode, a runner holding a list of orders had already arrived along with several spatial rings filled with materials. Ryu was quite speechless. He had just left the gates of the sect and had taken a leisurely walk with xianxia back here, but who knew that in just a dozen or so minutes, he'd already have so much work on his plate. Xianxia smiled. It seems you have a lot of work to do. If you don't mind, I'll just watch from the side. Ryu shook his head. There was no use in minding such a thing because just by glancing at the list, it seemed that many were asking for runed pills. If he wasn't outside, he wouldn't be able to concoct them anyway since he didn't have a special pill room. With a leap, Ryu sat back in his normal rocky spot atop his abode and pulled out the first spatial ring. It seems that alchemy would be quite profitable for him. Chapter 969. Slow. It didn't take long for Ryu to notice something quite curious. Each one of these spatial rings contained at least 3 sets of ingredients. Some included 4 or 5, some even had as many as 10. Of course, these weren't attempts at bribing Ryu, nor were they asking for more than one pill to be formed. Rather, it was simply common practice. When asking for an alchemist's work, not only would materials be provided, but several sets of them would be, in fact. Depending on the difficulty, more or less ingredients would be provided, and if the minimum number wasn't met, then the commissioner would have to accept the possibility of failure. If the minimum threshold was met, then the risk would be on the alchemist's shoulders. If the alchemist failed, they would have to procure more materials themselves to complete it at no extra cost. However, to Ryu, all he saw was free money. He didn't need more than a single set to succeed at all. His Tao was too powerful. In addition, when he spoke about struggling with earth-grade pills, that was in relation to his self-created pill potion recipe which embodied the characteristics of his 8-trigram diagram. When it came to normal earth-grade pills, Ryu was more than just a little confident. In fact, he was 100% that there was no pill beneath the heaven grade that he wouldn't be able to concoct. The power of a hegemonic Tao wasn't to be trifled with. Ryu began to work immediately. His mind was fresh and his body was fed, energy was practically brimming out of him. He had no plans to store the extra spiritual herbs away. Instead, he directly used them to season his embryonic cauldron. By this point, Ryu's embryonic cauldron radiated the light of a natural treasure. Most alchemy cauldrons wouldn't experience the tempering of even a single tribulation in their lifetime, but Ryu's own had already experienced 4. In addition to that, it had been seasoned by 64.99% pure pills and potions. Currently, it gave off the aura of a black-grade embryonic cauldron, but its presence was so dense and whole that it would suppress any earth-grade cauldron it was in the presence of, being already comparable to heaven-grade treasures after just a single long session. Of course, this wasn't solely due to the tribulations and seasoning. Another huge reason for this great growth were Ryu's yin water and alchemy flame. After absorbing the flowing frost yin water, known to carry that absolute cold of a perfect sky god-level existence, Ryu's ice phoenix talent had catalyzed just as much life chi, making what was once a powerful enough natural treasure to be used as a weapon to also become just as potent of a life-saving treasure. Even though Ryu was forced to seal most of the power of the flowing frost within his yin water seed as its full strength would freeze him to death, just the small portion he could use was filled with so much life and vitality that if one didn't know better, it would be possible to mistake Ryu's cauldron from a breathing entity. Between every stage of improvement, Ryu would always make sure to infuse his yin waters and alchemy flame into his embryonic cauldron, causing it to gain faint traces of their abilities and also expanding its ability to deal with both extreme high and low temperatures. The vibrant life chi that the walls of the embryonic cauldron held were not only already strong enough to increase the purity of the pills Ryu concocted with no effort on his part, but it also breathed life into the medicinal seasonings Ryu used, making their effects even more potent. But this was just the effect of one side. There was still Ryu's alchemy flames. Being entangled with so many phoenix flames made Ryu's cauldron, which was already designed for growth and advancement, to soak it all up like a dry sponge. Its walls were slowly beginning to gain a deeper and deeper dark gold light that held a hint of the power of rebirth along with life. When these two came together, it was simply impossible to find a stronger combination for alchemy. If Ryu were to give up on this cauldron right now and hand it off to an awakening realm youth just starting on their journey, they might gain as much as 20% of purity in concocting common-grade pills without any additional effort on their part. Such a huge leap's value didn't need to be explained. And yet Ryu didn't seem to care about it at all. The only reason he was so diligently prepping his cauldron wasn't to make the task of concocting easier, but rather so that he could continue to concoct higher-level pills in the future. Very soon, he would need a cauldron that could withstand much greater heat and much more frigid cold. If his cauldron wasn't prepared for this, it would crack and shatter beneath the pressure, ruining his ingredients, potentially injuring him, and limiting his progress. Only this way could Ryu ensure that he would always have a cauldron that would keep up with him. So, like this, Ryu continued on to concoct hundreds of pills a day. In fact, he concocted several at a time, not feeling that it was very difficult at all. The wide-ranging temperatures were easily controlled by him using a combination of methods unique to himself. The only time he rested was to devour the food he had gained in return for his services and rest his mind. The more orders Ryu completed, the less it was possible for people to believe that it was a fluke, and the more red-eyed the elders of various powers. If you had a complete set of Ryu's 99% pure pills for the common and blade grade, you could have your most talented children complete the first and second realms of Qi cultivation in quite literally a week or two. Once they entered the Qi refinement realm, things would slow, but it would still be possible to complete within a month. And the same was true of the spiritual severing realm, which might only take a few months more. The results were that exaggerated. Very quickly, this became less about helping promising young geniuses gain a leg up, and more like an arms race. In as little as a decade, the clans and sects that were stingy now would find their youths wholly lacking. It was as though Ryu was single-handedly shifting the talent of an entire generation upward just on his merits alone. The treasures soon came in faster and faster, and the lists became longer and longer. Even the Radiant Star sect quickly realized that Ryu wouldn't be taking any time out of his day to concoct for them. If they wanted something, they had to get in line like everyone else. But what left the likes of the Radiant Star sect aching was the fact that even Ryu's Earth-grade pills wouldn't be very useful to them. They usually admitted from the Immortal Ring realm up, what good were Earth-grade pills in such a situation? Ryu didn't really care very much for the Radiant Star sect, though. He had only come here to erase the annoyance in his heart, and because he speculated that there might be something special about this place since Gallimar had come here despite being from a 2-star clan. In truth, Ryu had stumbled upon something quite special, that being Old Juan and Xianxia, who both seemed to have odd and unexplainable origins. In addition, he had managed to get his hands on the Refinement Sutra. But, ultimately, what did the specialness of Old Juan and Xianxia have to do with him? In addition, Refinement Sutra was such a low-level technique that it could have been found in sects and clans that couldn't even be considered 1-star, so Ryu could have gone anywhere to find it. There just wasn't very much enticing about this place. As the days passed, though, Ryu began to become a bit frustrated. The first body realm was the pulse tempering realm, and the second was the vessel tempering realm. Both relied on suturing his bloodlines to a certain point and using their momentum to open key points in his body, namely, his body pulses and body vessels. Ryu was very much interested in strengthening his body now, because how strong his body was would dictate how well he could use his greatest trump card, his perfect black-body soul. He could expand his spiritual sea endlessly so long as his body was also endlessly powerful. This was an amazing tool to take advantage of, especially in battle. After recultivating the first 4 Qi realms, Ryu already found that his soul was lagging behind again. But this shouldn't be the case. After all, he had an ancestral grade soul. He knew he had far more potential to squeeze out. The main issue was that while he was at the peak of the soul birth realm, he already couldn't expand his spiritual sea much further due to him sensing the limit of his body. He devoured as much earth-grade meat as he could get his hands on, only handing over the ice Qi ones to Little Silk, but the progress was so slow he could only be unsatisfied. His alchemy was getting him exactly what he wanted, but it wasn't working. It had only been a few days, but Ryu knew enough to know that there wouldn't be any sudden shifts coming. If only I could use Refinement Sutra for my body as well, and maybe even my soul. If Ryu could do it, he would. The trouble was that the circulation method for Refinement Sutra wasn't designed to be used in this way. The circulation method was already tied to the meridians from the very beginning. He had changed the name to Refinement Sutra from Pill Refinement Sutra, since technically any heavenly favor could be swallowed up so long as you had this method. But that didn't mean that this heavenly favor could be absorbed as you pleased. It was unfortunate. Ryu fell into deep thoughts, but he unfortunately didn't get to think for long before he felt Xianxia, who had been silently sitting by his side all the while, shift. He looked up only to find a familiar annoying face walking toward them. Hadn't he already taught this woman a lesson? Chapter 970. Sharp Ryu was about to begin concocting a new pill, but he chose to take a pause instead, watching as Janellis and Chorus made their way forward. It was very clear and obvious that the Radiant Star sect had no ability to stop these two from acting as they pleased, even to the point where they simply strolled up to Ryu's residence like this. In fact, if Ryu had been inside, he had no doubt that they would have forced themselves in regardless. They didn't seem to have such qualms. Ryu was quite used to dealing with people like this. Janellis might have come here after he made her, but that didn't mean that she would be happy about it. In fact, the fact she buried her rage and came here likely meant that she was going to try to find a way to pressure him and return it 100-fold. Janellis swept a glance over the region, lingering far longer on Xianxia, who sat by Ryu's side, than anyone else. Though her eyes narrowed, she didn't say anything to the mysterious veiled woman and simply turned to Ryu. Don't allow my presence to stop you. Since you dare to concoct out in the open, I presume you also don't care about having one more observer, correct? Ryu rested an elbow on his thigh, propping his jaw up with a fist as he stared at Janellis. He didn't seem to be in any hurry to start, nor did he seem put off by the gaze of someone so powerful. Instead of playing games, why don't you tell me what you want? Ryu's bluntness caught Janellis off guard. In her mind, Ryu would want to stall for as long as possible and take her up on her offer. In truth, Janellis, while 90% certain that Ryu was relying on a treasure, wasn't quite yet 100%. The reason for that was because Ryu was too casual. Even if Ryu was too immature to know how to hide his secrets and bide his time, was he also stupid enough to concoct out in the open like this knowing that he could be exposed at any moment? Janellis wanted to check personally if there were any tricks that Ryu was playing. She didn't trust these dregs of the first heaven to have eyes as sharp as herself. But she also hadn't expected Ryu to not even entertain her. She had heard from Chorus how arrogant this young man was, but she didn't expect that he would still dare to be like this when she was standing right here. Chorus' temper flared and he almost exploded. But when he remembered that Xianxia was still there, he managed to restrain himself, remembering what had happened last time. He still had no idea how his attack had been so unceremoniously dismissed without the slightest hint of effort. He was certain that if Xianxia wasn't there, he could slap Ryu to death with a single palm. Of course, what he didn't know was that Ryu might not be able to defeat him, but him believing that a single palm was more than enough was nothing short of a pipe dream. In fact, if he tried to push Ryu too far, Ryu had some methods that could make him suffer greatly. Ryu would rather be exposed than humiliated, and once he was exposed, his fury would know no bounds. He didn't have much sympathy or patience for people insistent on pushing him into a corner. Janellis opened her mouth to speak, but was surprisingly interrupted by Xianxia. You are Janellis of the Frost-Cap Mountain, correct? If my information is correct, you should be one of the overseers for the coming selection. According to the rules, it is inappropriate for an overseer to see a contestant ahead of the coming date, isn't that correct? Janellis froze, his gaze flickering with confusion and then a bit of irritation. Do you really take me for a fool? An Immortal Ring Realm expert participating in such a competition? Do you take me for a dog you can just shoo away? Janellis was surprised by her own words. She didn't know why she felt so agitated when meeting Xianxia's gaze. She didn't even feel her soul hurting any longer, she only felt that this woman was extremely soothing for some reason, but that only made her more annoyed. Not all Immortal Ring Realm experts are created equal, Xianxia replied just as gently. Janellis pursed her lips and nodded her head before she released a chuckle. Okay, alright. Her laugh became slightly more unhinged, but just barely managed to remain within the boundaries of elegance. Then I, Janellis Rivarden, choose to tag Ryu Tatsuya as my chosen. Should he not appear on the day of the competition, I reserve the right to slaughter him as I deem fit. I assume that you have no qualms about this. Rather than responding, Xianxia looked toward Ryu. But Ryu himself hadn't budged an inch, it was as though he hadn't taken it all very seriously at all. Xianxia might have spoken for him, but she was very much correct. He had every intention of participating, he was already very close to having the necessary strength. Well, necessary was relative. Ryu could already compete, but just competing wasn't his style. The skies above thundered and Janellis' head snapped upward. She suddenly frowned, looking back toward Ryu himself. Did his name already weigh so heavily in the first heaven? Something felt off. Seeing that she wasn't going to get a response from Ryu, Janella sneered and turned to leave. There was nothing more to say here. This plan was actually even better than her original. 1. Since she had laid claim to Ryu, she had every moral right to step in as she pleased. If Ryu dared not to show up, then dealing with him would be easy. If he actually did dare to show up, then the moment he lost, dealing with him would be even easier. When the two were gone, xianxia spoke. I'm sorry for speaking on your behalf. You spoke the truth and got rid of an annoying pest for me. I don't see the issue. xianxia smiled. You don't strike me as a person who is so understanding. Usually not. Ryu spoke as he began to concoct his next pill. Only my family would be able to get away with that most of the time. My temper isn't the best. Your family, my parents, my grandparents, and my wives, Ryu replied. xianxia smiled. That's rare. You sound like you are very close with them. That usually doesn't happen. Close families in this kind of world don't happen very often. There was a hint of melancholy in xianxia's voice that made it quite clear that this was something she longed for but couldn't have. One couldn't choose your family, unfortunately, and if there was one thing that Ryu was blessed to have in this world other than his talent, it was definitely that. Her plight reminded Ryu of Ailsa. Even until the end, he hadn't seen an appearance of the Fairy King and his so-called father-in-law. With such a large commotion taking place, Ryu didn't believe for a moment that the Fairy King was unaware. But, once again, the fairies had chosen to remain unmoving and neutral. They simply weren't a people under a leadership that he could respect. Ryu finished off another pill and stored it away before using the rest of the ingredients to season his embryonic cauldron further. Then you'll just have to make your own family. Ryu met xianxia's gaze and there didn't seem to be any devious intentions behind his unfocused silvery eyes. After a moment, Ryu rose to his feet, his thoughts still swarming about. Thoughts of how to increase his body's strength were still at the forefront of his mind. In fact, even when Janella had been here, most of these thoughts had been occupied by it. Let's go to a place. I'll give you 70% of the rewards so long as I can borrow your strength and you allow me first choice of the items. xianxia's brows raised. She already had quite the understanding of Ryu and this wasn't normally something that he would say either. But in the end, she nodded. In truth, she wasn't very interested in this 70%, but she knew that if she rejected it, Ryu wouldn't bother going anymore. Several hours later, thanks to the speed of the snow owl, the two made it back to a familiar mountain range. It took several more hours for Ryu to find the true entrance, but once he did, xianxia's curiosity was piqued. A ruin, it seems to be a perfect grade ruin at that. I didn't know you had such skills as a ruin master. It was clear that Ryu hadn't known where the entrance was until they got here, yet it only took him a few hours to find. xianxia was maybe more shocked about this than even Ryu's skill in alchemy. But that was because, I didn't expect that you would also be a ruin master. This will make things much easier, Ryu replied. xianxia's brows jumped before the gentle smile returned to her face. Ryu was actually so sharp. Chapter 971. Useless. Ryu's actions had been extraordinarily subtle, so subtle, in fact, that most wouldn't have realized that he was looking for something, they would have only thought that he was following a map in his head. After learning how to use his soul properly, many of the weaknesses Ryu had gained with the loss of his eyes could be made up with a combination of his void spiritual sense and his Tao. Paired with the knowledge he had, even if he wasn't familiar with the history of this world, Ryu had a lot of skills that he could still easily apply. And yet, xianxia had seen through him, so clearly, she was also a very skilled ruin master. Truthfully, if it wasn't anyone else, this would have greatly put Ryu off. This wasn't because xianxia was hiding her skill. After all, they hardly knew each other, so why should she tell him everything she could do? It was rather because of Ryu's run-in with the Ruin Master Guild of Sacrum. He still remembered how they tried to interfere with his home and even tell him that he should obediently give it up for the greater good. Ryu wasn't a fool. He knew by now that this guild that had always been so mysterious in all his lifetimes had a connection with the true martial world. That was the only way to make sense of a lot of this stuff, and it was quite easy to deduce. Logically, it was also quite easy to deduce that this Ruin Master Guild wasn't a small, insignificant existence, especially since he had yet to hear of them on the first heaven. But considering xianxia's mysterious origins, and now the fact that she was exposed to be a Ruin Master as well, the odds that she was connected to them seemed quite high. The smart thing to do would probably be to cut xianxia off completely, but Ryu simply didn't feel like doing so. So, he didn't. It was as simple as that for him. He was a man who wanted to wield power first and foremost for the selfish satisfaction it brought him. He had always wanted to reach the top of the world, even when he thought that his family had already claimed such a spot. His original aspiration wasn't something as noble as protecting his family or even as understandable as wanting to leave behind a legacy. He was just arrogant. He was arrogant enough that the idea of anyone being above him was infuriating, so he wanted to make sure that by the time he reached the end of his life, no one could claim such a thing. Ultimately, it was a selfish desire to act as he pleased. Since this was the root of his desire to begin with, he obviously wouldn't allow this desire to make him do something he didn't want to do. And since he didn't want to cut ties with xianxia, he wouldn't. Let's enter. Xianxia's brows raised. That was all. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't even seem to care about the answers. The more time she spent with Ryu, the more interesting she found him. She had met many arrogant young masters in her life, too many to count, and probably many with more license to be arrogant than Ryu himself. But none of them actually were more arrogant than him. Somehow, though, this arrogance wasn't as annoying. xianxia had no doubt that this was likely because she hadn't done anything to piss Ryu off yet, but the idea of arrogance not being a complete turn-off for her was new. It only made her more interested in Ryu. Without much more thought, she followed in after Ryu, wanting to see how deep his ruin master's skill and knowledge went. The entrance to the flowing frost ruin was quite large, so much so that one might be shocked that it managed to remain hidden at all. The floors, walls and even the ceiling above were covered in a thick layer of crystal-clear ice that even cultivators could easily slip and fall upon. And yet, neither Ryu nor xianxia seemed very bothered by it at all. Despite knowing that the likes of Janellis knew of the location of his ruin, Ryu wasn't worried about them returning. They weren't fools. After such a terrible failure the first time, they wouldn't return again until they had some assurance of success. Please, while the entrance was enormous, finding it was counterintuitively extremely difficult. Ruins, especially ones formed by high-level experts, wouldn't normally fit within the normal bounds of logic. That was just how things went. Soon, Ryu's steps came to a pause. At the end of the large cavern of ice there were 3 entrance ways, each one perfectly identical. It was just the first test of the ruin. Although others had come, everything reset to its infancy. This was the only way a cultivator could guarantee being able to test multiple people at once. This was one of the simplest and most commonly used tests in a ruin. It was called a path test. Depending on the path the dead cultivator that built this ruin followed, a path test would be used to test a test-taker's fluency. While the test was simple, the content itself could be endlessly complicated depending on the standards of the ruin creator. For example, this one. The paths looked identical but there were 3 subtly different DAOs swirling about them. Despite this subtlety, when taken to their extreme, these DAOs would have drastically different power and strength outputs, making the choice incredibly important. If Ryu had his eyes, seeing through this subtlety would be as easy as breathing. After all, that was what his eyes were designed to do. Ruin masters without heavenly pupils, though, would have to use a matrix to calculate things, the matrix being none other than the greatest companion a ruin master could have. Ryu, though, only had a 10th order matrix from Sacrum. It was entirely useless here. Chapter 972. Not this time. A ruin master's matrix had to be calibrated to the world they were in. Unless it was created in the true martial world, even if it somehow held the same calculation prowess, it would still be useless. When you faced hundreds to even thousands of ruins in a short span like a ruin master, you couldn't possibly be expected to have an expertise on every DAO you came across. This was where a matrix came in. Using your own comprehension or computational prowess, you would fuel the matrix with your own understanding to output the comprehension of a path you didn't comprehend. The matrix would then output a likely outcome or a list of them, and it was a ruin master's job to interpret and act on these results. A true ruin master would be able to clear a ruin no matter how obscure the path the sky god that formed it followed. This was the true might of a ruin master. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have such a matrix, not even a crude one, that he could use. While it was true he was lacking in power to come to this place alone, maybe the main reason was because he didn't have a matrix to rely upon. However, with xianxia, there were less things to worry about. Alright, it should take about 6 hours to make it to the core. You'll have to forgive me, I don't have a matrix to use. Ryu's void spiritual sense shot forth and he seemed to make a choice instantly. Xianxia was stunned. 6 hours, that was about how long it would take her, with a matrix. Xianxia flipped a palm over and a radiant blue orb appeared. All sorts of complex runes and gears floated within, dancing and moving in relationship to one another. She tossed it over to Ryu, who subconsciously reached out and cradled it with his chi. A matrix was something that you should keep away from the touch of a human as much as possible, or else it could mess with the calibration. A spherical matrix. Ryu's brows rose. He was very much used to cube-shaped matrices. They were easier to create, easier to calibrate, and far easier to use. He had posited that a sphere might be more effective when he was around 200 years old in his first life, but by then, he had gotten so used to relying on his eyes instead that he didn't care to waste his time on engineering a completely new path. Seeing it here now, Ryu realized that he had likely been very correct. And, since it worked on principles he had thought of already, this made things even easier. On top of that, this matrix seemed capable of feeding off of his soul as well, despite the fact it wasn't bound to him. It was only about half as effective without it being bound to him, but it was still enough for him to shave the original 6-hour estimate down to just 2. Of course, this was also because the flowing frost sky god's Tao was quite in line with Ryu's, making it even easier. Xianxia watched as Ryu sped through trial after trial. It was as though he was incapable of making a mistake, something that she found hard to wrap her head around. If others knew that an immortal ring realm expert was clearing a perfect sky god ruin, and so quickly at that, they would curse at her for speaking nonsense. Quite frankly, even she was having a hard time believing it. His Tao, just how powerful is it, could it be? Xianxia looked toward the headband still wrapped around Ryu's forehead. It was easy to ignore because Ryu's face was so much more interesting to look at, but she wondered if the fact it was easy to ignore was a function of its ability rather than a coincidence. But, despite her curiosity, she didn't ask. In just 2 hours, the two of them had made it to the very same location Ryu had attacked Janellis from. The platforms were here, the cold was even greater, but the flowing frost yin water was already long gone, obviously having been taken by Ryu. This is necessary anymore, here. Ryu handed the matrix back to Xianxia, but she only shook her head. It's clearly better used in your hands than mine. Ruin mastery is just a hobby of mine, I'm sure this little one will be far happier in your hands. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Even after these 2 hours, he couldn't sense the limits of this matrix. And, he didn't know enough about this world of ruin mastery to understand just how valuable it was. But he felt that it should probably be a rare item. Wasn't this Xianxia being a bit too casual? Keep it, Xianxia repeated. Ryu looked toward Xianxia deeply. Not this time, he said lightly, tossing it back over without a second glance. He didn't seem to care whether Xianxia caught it or it fell to the ground. Xianxia, though, of course caught it, looking toward Ryu's back with the same gentle smile. It seemed that she was getting very close to annoying him. What an interesting man. Ryu walked around the statue of the flowing frost sky god and found the entrance to the final test. This final test was definitely related to potion making as everything else had been heavily battle related. Here, there were no tricks needed. Ryu stepped into the corridor and felt the lights blink out. Everything to his back was suddenly dark and forward there was only a single section of light. Beyond that second of light was more darkness. A looming danger lay in that darkness and even the singular light here was flickering in and out of existence. It looks as though it might blink out at any moment, and Ryu knew that if he would definitely die. A speed and competence test. Not only do I need to concoct the potion, I need to do so faster than the light can give out, and only then will the next light appear and allow me to take a step forward. Ryu's gaze flickered. Too easy. Chapter 973. No problem. This test was one designed by a perfect sky god, but considering there didn't seem to be a cultivation limit, the tests were instead designed by the level of the person in question. Once the test realized that Ryu was in the immortal ring realm, it likewise properly adjusted itself and the tasks Ryu received were slotted in to be at this level. Up until now, Ryu had relied on Xianxia to deal with the combat aspects of this trial, not to mention his own expertise as a ruin master, but now it required his skill in potion making, something that he didn't find too difficult at all. The first few tasks were simply common grade potions, and from what Ryu could tell, he would receive a pass so long as he managed to hit 75%. Knowing this, it was no wonder Ryu had dismissed it as too easy. If the bar to meet was just 75%, he didn't even have to worry about putting his life on the line. In fact, the lights lit up one after another so quickly that Ryu might as well have been leisurely walking at the pace of a mortal without any pressure whatsoever. The difficulty increased slightly as Ryu continued, but that was only insofar as it rose the standard from common grade to black grade and then to earth grade. Finally, Ryu reached the end of the hallway and the task left before him was a bit more difficult. He was meant to reach 80% purity in the concoction of a heaven-grade potion. And, as far as Ryu could tell, this potion should be a unique creation of the flowing frost sky god, not too dissimilar from his own 8-trigram pill potion, albeit far less complex. The perfect sky god called this pill the flowing frost potion and it was infused with her Tao. There were actually 2 ways to end up with a rune concoction. The first was to create a pill so perfect that it warranted tribulation to be birthed, and the second option was to infuse a concoction with your own comprehension of the Tao. This path followed principles similar to the Pill Refinement Sutra, but its goal wasn't to call down heavenly favor. Rather, its goal was to pass down the principles learned by an alchemist over their lifetimes and distill it down to simple and consumable portions. As such, succeeding in the creation of this pill took more than just skill in alchemy, it required skill in the path of the alchemist that had created it. If you failed to do so, even the greatest alchemists would fail. I see. It's no wonder the flowing frost yin water was placed before this trial. Without it, completing this task would be practically impossible. With it, though, Ryu began, his eyes glowing with a particular 8-trigram diagram. On his first attempt, he actually failed, only managing to reach the 60% threshold, but his mind remained focused. He had worked so fast getting here that the amount of time he had left was practically astronomical. On his second attempt, he crossed 70%, quickly approaching his goal. Ryu paused, thinking back. This was a bit difficult because most of the yin water was sealed away within his yin water seed. As such, much of its secrets and profundities were hidden away from him. He could only use bits and pieces of what he could sense to come away with a clear picture. In addition to this, the yin water the perfect sky god had left behind wasn't exactly the same as it was now. Because it had been fused with an equal part of life chi thanks to Ryu's bloodline talent, its fundamental nature had also changed, so Ryu had to piece these apart and find what the original intention of this female sky god was. Ironically, due to his talent, this final trial was even harder for Ryu than it would be for most. However, Ryu still didn't seem very fazed at all. That should be it, Ryu said lightly. Ryu's third try hit the mark, reaching 87% purity. With a light click, a doorway unsealed itself and Ryu walked into an odd inner space. Beneath his feet there was an expanse of white grass. The skies above were dark with the exception of a singular golden full moon, and in the distance, there was a small wooden hut formed of soft brown wood with a tree of white bark and branches hanging overhead. The light was just enough not to be grating on the eyes and yet bright enough that one wouldn't have any trouble seeing, not that Ryu could anyway. Ryu walked forward, the shoes upon, his feet suddenly vanishing to allow him to feel the soft grass. Soon, he made it to the hut and opened the door, only to find the illusion of a beautiful and familiar woman sitting on a rocking chair that swayed to and fro. The flowing frost sky god looked up, an unmoved light in her eyes. I never expected that it would be a man who received my legacy in the end. She didn't sound very angry, just somewhat surprised. Potion makers were very rare to begin with, and a large reason for that was because it was difficult for men to wield and reign in yin water. It simply wasn't in their nature and it could very easily affect their foundation and fertility if they weren't careful. Clearly, though, Ryu didn't have this problem. The flowing frost sky god raised an eyebrow when she saw that Ryu wasn't actually paying his respects and was only looking around the room. She sighed inwardly. After all these years, it seemed that not only was her legatee a man, but he was also an arrogant one who didn't even put a perfect sky god in his eyes. It seemed that her luck was quite bad, but she was already dead. How much could she do about it? Chapter 974. Request, so you do have a Tao Charm Soul technique, Ryu said lightly, finally finding what he wanted. Even after several days, although he had given an option for it, no one had come to him with a Tao Charm Soul technique. It made him realize that it was unlikely to ever happen. Even if a clan or sect did have such a thing, they wouldn't want to give it to an outsider. And the likelihood that they actually did was minimal. But A Dao Charm Soul technique from a perfect sky god was excellent. Ryu had only come here for the potion-making techniques so that he could see if there was anything that might help him improve and make the next steps of his recultivation easier. He also wanted to see if he could find a method to strengthen his body faster as well. The option of concocting beasts into pills was always there, but truthfully, Ryu wasn't very happy with any of the recipes the sect had. Ultimately, it was just a true one-star sect. What it had at its fingertips was incredibly limited. A perfect sky god of the true martial world, though, was a different matter entirely. The alchemic recipes she had should be on an entirely different level. The flowing frost sky god raised an eyebrow as Ryu met her gaze. You have what you need and I'm your legatee. I assume that you left your projection here because you have some unfinished business. Tell me what it is and I'll finish this cycle of karma for you. The flowing frost sky god blinked, feeling quite speechless. Did this mean that if Ryu didn't find what he wanted, he wouldn't have done anything for her? And also, why did he make it sound like he was doing her a favor? She had never met a brat more arrogant in her life. However, rather than being angry, the flowing frost sky god actually laughed, her gentle giggles making the heart feel quite soothed. You remind me of my elder brother. A stone-cold block of ice who doesn't care about what anyone else thinks, even if said person could kill you with a single finger. It's unfortunate that my legacy has ended up in your hands. People with your temperament tend to die very early deaths. But maybe this is just fate's last joke on me. The flowing frost sky god placed her book down and closed her eyes, taking deep breaths. Truthfully, she had thoughts of saying never mind and simply vanishing. She wasn't lying when she said that Ryu reminded her of her elder brother. It was just that her elder brother was long dead, having died staying true to himself to the very end. She imagined that Ryu would also have such an end one day. She could tell that Ryu was extremely talented at a glance. She could also tell that he was from a lower world and had come here to the true martial world a lot like her clan had all those generations ago until they managed to climb to the sixth heaven. She also knew that Ryu, much like her brother, wouldn't be satisfied with such an outcome. But since she had waited all this time, she might as well. If her family was going to finally perish today, she might as well do her best now so that she could go into the afterlife with no regrets. My name is Flowing Frost in an ancient tongue likely very unfamiliar to you. My family came to the true martial world hundreds of generations ago and we managed to climb slowly from the first heaven to the sixth. That year, my brother managed to comprehend a hegemonic Tao and he was filled with pride, even surviving the tribulation the seventh heaven brought down upon us and proudly aiming his spear above. It had always been his dream to lead us into the seventh heaven and it seemed that we finally had a chance to succeed. Unfortunately, those clans and sects refused to allow us a path. They had banded together long ago, setting arbitrary rules and caps so that they could hold on to their power. It was they, the Fading Star sect, that was the result of our ruin. However, I am sure that things weren't so simple that day. The hypocrites of the Ruin Master Guild had definitely extended their hands. If not for underhanded tricks, my brother would not have fallen so easily. Flowing Frost chuckled and looked up toward Ryu. Those are my enemies, a true 7-star sect that has the backing of a 9-star guild. Do you still dare to take on these karmic ties? Ryu looked toward Flowing Frost deeply before pulling at the headband that protected his forehead. Is that all? Ryu said lightly as Flowing Frost's eyes widened. Because if so, I plan to raze them to the ground from the very beginning. Flowing Frost's chest heaved, her body trembling outside of her control. A child of the immortal ring that had already grasped a hegemonic Tao. No, a child from a lesser world, no less. Even her elder brother reached the omniscient sky god realm before he grasped his own. This just felt impossible. Flowing Frost took a long time to calm down as Ryu slowly covered his forehead once again. In truth, she hadn't expected much at all. With her family chased to the ends of the true martial world, she could only place down her ruin here. In reality, her goal wasn't even to pass on her legacy, at least not by normal means. Her corpse was nearby and perfectly preserved. Within the crystal coffin, her hands held onto a special technique. It wasn't what it sounded like. Flowing Frost wasn't trying to take over another's body, but she rather wanted the exact opposite. Using her preserved corpse and the technique, someone would be able to possess her body as though it was their own. Such a person would be able to instantly step into the perfect sky god realm and also gain all of her bloodlines and talents, in addition to whatever mutations came with fusing with their own. Flowing Frost wanted to use whoever came here as a conduit to deliver her corpse to someone worthy, and she of course had methods of ensuring this happened. Her main goal was to make sure that the blood flowing through her veins could continue to be passed on to a child. Toward that end, she was willing to allow whoever took over her body to do with her virginity as they pleased, so long as her family line could continue. But this opened up an entirely new possibility. If that is the case, little one, might I be so presumptuous as to ask you for a different request? Ryu nodded. Someone like Flowing Frost was definitely to his liking. Despite her stature, she knew that she needed to rely on him and acted as such. There were many sky gods who, in her position, would continue to be arrogant as though he was the one begging for their legacy. Then, Flowing Frost took a deep breath and quickly explained the situation with her body. My body is still here, it is perfectly preserved and I am completely untainted. If it would put your mind at ease, I do not mind if you check as well. I will not hold a grudge, especially since it's my greatest hope that, Flowing Frost took another deep breath. I hope that the day you fall in love with a woman that you can trust, you will give my body to her. Once you do, my talent and hers will fuse and she will carry my Frost clan's bloodline. I hope that when that day comes, you will help her to bear a child that carries both your blood and that of my Frost clans, and you will allow my clan's bloodline to continue on living in this way. Can you do this for me? Ryu paused for a moment, his thoughts suddenly drifting toward Eska. As of right now, Eska was still forced to share a body with Izmine. But if he did this, did he love Eska, though? Not particularly. He had more of an infatuation with her because he loved women with her temperament. However, as things stood, Eska was already his concubine and he still owed her in the Zoo clan. Allowing her to step into the perfect sky god realm in one bound, that could be considered him repaying his debts. Ryu nodded. I promise you. Chapter 975. Familial love. Flowing Frost exhaled a breath, one that she might very well have been holding for the many thousands of years she had been stuck here. She had never been able to find a man that she loved in her lifetime, though that was mostly her fault. She kept comparing them all to her elder brother and none of them could seem to match up, no one even seemed to come close, so she never learned what true love felt like. Inwardly, she felt a bit guilty. Though her elder brother had never said as much, she felt that part of the reason he had pushed so hard to enter the seventh heaven was so that she wouldn't have to spend a lifetime never knowing such a wonderful thing. It was quite funny. She would never know what that kind of love felt like, but she felt at peace nonetheless. She never knew romantic love, but she had known familial love, and that was something many cultivators would never know. How could she not feel satisfied with this much? Flowing Frost didn't bother to trigger all the contingency plans she had prepared. Somehow, she trusted Ryu. Those eyes, that arrogance, that unwavering determination, it all reminded her too much of her brother, and she knew that her brother would never lie to her. With a peaceful smile on her face, Flowing Frost faded away. I will leave my Frost clan's legacy to you. Then, I hope that our child will grow to have a temperament as resilient as your own, but more importantly, I hope that they will grow up experiencing the same love that I have. Ryu listened to Flowing Frost's final words in silence, allowing them to seep into his pores. He exhaled a light breath, shaking his head lightly. This true martial world was, indeed, a cruel place. A family with a foundation much firmer than his own, and having given birth to a talent maybe even greater than his current sealed talent, had actually been so unceremoniously wiped out. It would leave a bitter taste in anyone's mouth. Familial love, he too had been lucky enough to experience it, and any child he had would definitely experience it as well. He knew that it would be terribly difficult for him to have a baby with sheer concentration of talent within himself, but if he dared to climb to the top of the world, how could he not dare to do this much? Ryu took a step forward and picked up the ring that Flowing Frost had left behind. Within it, he found a woman that seemed to be sleeping ever so peacefully. She was even more beautiful than her projection had been. For whatever reason, Flowing Frost had actually dulled her own beauty in not only her statue, but even the projection she had left behind. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. What an interesting woman. He couldn't fathom why she had made such a choice, but knowing the complex thoughts of women and somewhat understanding how they worked, he knew better than to linger on it for long. Ryu slipped the ring onto his finger and a frosty energy thrummed through his body. He exhaled a cold, foggy breath and his mind cleared up considerably. What an interesting treasure. Not only does it preserve bodies in a half-alive state, it seems capable of calming the mind and helping one enter a meditation state comparable to the first state of meditation. This should be extraordinarily valuable. The value of one's meditation state was incredibly high. Unfortunately, many, even absolute geniuses, could only experience it once or twice in their lifetimes. This was one of the reasons why Ryu's heavenly pupils were ranked number 1. But for this ring to allow you to enter a comparable state, its value didn't need to be explained. It was perfect for the current Ryu who had his eyes sealed away. After putting on this ring, Ryu began to look around once more, and what he found was a bit surprising. He felt that Flowing Frost had ended up leaving far more behind than she originally intended. Ryu was fairly good at reading people. He could tell that Flowing Frost had been fairly resigned to her fate and had only stayed here so long out of duty. She didn't believe that she would be able to find anyone worthy of the first heaven, and even if she somehow did, such a person might not have the character to follow through on such a promise. Of course, the ties of karma would be far too strong for anyone to ignore, and it would eventually hamper their progress. But, if one had to choose between never advancing to the higher ranks of Sky God, or losing their lives to a 9-star power, what would the obvious choice be? At least they would get to live life as a powerhouse for the time being. However, she had been lucky enough to stumble upon Ryu. She trusted her instincts, and as such, she left behind everything that she had managed to save from her Frost clan. The first thing Ryu looked at were the potion recipes. The Frost clan seemed to have been able to rise to prominence in a relatively short time because they had a great talent for potion making. As such, their wealth was vast and boundless, allowing them to have a leg up every time they rose to a new heaven. The number of common grade potions alone were easily in the several billion. The number of variations, notes and step-by-step evolutions was mind-boggling. Ryu didn't even know if he could name a billion spiritual herbs, let alone a billion potions to be made from them. Even the number of Sky God pills was in the several tens to even hundreds of thousands. In fact, just to paint the picture of how little Flowing Frost had held back, there was a detailed accounting of every alchemy god legacy their family had found and added to their repertoire. Throughout their family's long history, they had claimed the ruins of 167 sky gods, one of which was even a chaotic sky god. Chapter 976, Swallowing Darkness Mantra. A chaos sky god was just a step away from the pinnacle of the world. Even in the 9th heaven, they were revered and respected, the ground they walked upon worshipped to no end. For the Frost clan to be able to lay their hands on such a legacy, even if it was incomplete, just went to show just the sheer amount of karmic luck this family had. Interesting. It's a good thing that I didn't move on to redo the Divine Vessel realm just yet. This selection of Earth-grade pills is far better than the ones I would have to choose from. When it came to the common and black grade, the first heaven had vast enough stores of accumulation to have pretty much them all, even if they lacked in the number of variations and changes. However, the higher in grade you went, the more restraining being in the mere first heaven would be. To put things into perspective, there were a few thousand Earth-grade pill formulas in the Radiant Star sect. However, there were billions of formulas here for the same grade. If it wasn't for his origin flame, Ryu didn't even want to think about how long it would take him to memorize all of them even with his Immortal Ring realm cultivation. Ryu shifted his attention and landed on several soul cultivation techniques, one of which especially called out to him. Swallowing Darkness Mantra. It had to be remembered that the soul cultivation method that Ryu relied upon initially was the Tribulation 9 Clouds. He had chosen this technique because his soul talent was poor and he wanted to use Tribulation Lightning to make up for his weaknesses. However, ever since he formed his indestructible soul, and then apparently regained his perfect blackbody soul, he no longer needed to use this method. Ultimately, right now, he was using quite crude methods to accumulate spiritual chi in his spiritual sea. In fact, it could be said that if not for his soul talent to be of the ancestral grade, he wouldn't have been able to make much progress at all. This Swallowing Darkness Mantra, though, was a true soul cultivation method, one designed purely to refine chi into spiritual chi and expand one's spiritual sea. In addition, it was especially compatible with those with darkness soul natures, and additionally perfect to be paired with a perfect blackbody. Although Ryu didn't have a darkness soul nature and he didn't plan to form one since it didn't match his Dao path, his perfect blackbody soul could replicate darkness soul natures with ease. In fact, it would even be more accurate to say that darkness soul natures were just attempting to replicate his perfect blackbody. With his mantra by his side, Ryu's soul cultivation speed would be even faster and he would be able to more efficiently accumulate and condense spiritual qi. With a more efficient technique, he would be able to push the limits of his body further without having to be worried about strengthening it any more just yet. This is Ryu's brows rose. This mantra was categorized as a chaos grade technique and it should be the self-created technique of the chaos sky god. In the true martial world, beyond the ancestral grade wasn't the origin grade. Rather, the true origin grade was a pinnacle class technique even beyond the chaos grade. The ranking system went from ancestral grade, to fragmented grade, to false grade, up until the order grade, the chaos grade, and finally, the origin grade. Of course, these rankings followed the very same order of the 9 stages of Sky God. Pills and treasures also followed such a ranking system as well. This chaos grade soul cultivation technique was more than what Ryu could have hoped to find in this place. Although, it was unfortunately incomplete. The entire mantra is here, but the Tao charm and the supporting techniques of it are not. This must be what they meant by the legacy having been incomplete. But according to this journal entry, the legacy world will open up again in a few millennia. If I can make it to the 6th heaven by then, I should have a chance to enter. It will be more difficult, though, as now the entrance has been exposed. Ryu didn't mind or care, though. When the time came, anyone who stood in his way could die. In a few millennia, he would be countless times stronger than he was now. Ryu ignored everything else and sat down. He easily entered a state of hyperfocus and he began to cultivate the swallowing darkness mantra. The dense black that was now his spiritual sea reacted almost immediately, bubbling and quickly condensing. It took several hours, but all of the imperfections and impurities in Ryu's spiritual sea were washed away, the speed of which would have definitely shocked Flowing Frost if she was still here. Although Ryu's spiritual sea shrank to just 20% of what it once was, he felt like the strength of his soul had increased by more than tenfold. In fact, it felt like 20-fold for more of an accurate estimate. The strength of his soul now was enough to dwarf even most soul refinement experts. Ryu exhaled a breath and his silvery eyes flashed with an all-encompassing darkness before it faded away. My vision became a bit clearer again, Ryu nodded to himself. It seemed that all of his cultivation improvement would help, and he had a feeling that improving in his body would be especially helpful. This aside, the best part of this was that Ryu had room to grow his spiritual sea by 5 times once more before he had to worry about the weakness of his body. This was truly an excellent technique. Ryu rose to his feet and began to look through the techniques once again. This time, he really wanted to see the Tao Charm Soul techniques that the Frost clan had accumulated. Of them all, one especially stood out, one with a bright golden moon. Chapter 977, Tao of Cycles Full Phase Golden Moon. This was a Tao Charm Soul technique that pulled upon the concepts of yin and cycles to display an extraordinary might. The Tao of Cycles could be considered a lesser form of Taos of space and time, but when combined with yin, it had great potential to be extremely potent. The technique was divided into the phases of the moon, new moon, crescent moon, half moon, gibbous moon and full moon. When the technique is first cast, the mind or minds of a target becomes trapped in a perpetual cycle. Within that cycle, one is forced to face their death. Their souls are extracted and they must face the illumination of the golden moon. According to the words left behind by the Frost clan, the golden moon represented a cleansing tide, one that washed away the old to make way for the new. It was a contradictory yin technique that was especially potent against other yin techniques and targets with great yin affinity. The soul was ultimately yin at its base while the body was yang at its base, for the most part. Women would tend to have a more yin-leaning body while men would have the opposite. Likewise, women would tend to have more yang-leaning souls and men were, also in this case, the opposite. This was the first that Ryu had heard of this. He had always assumed that women were yin and men were yang. But when he thought about it, if it was truly 100% of the way no matter what, then what about those born with great yin and yang constitutions? People with such constitutions tended to be incredibly sick from birth. However, if they managed to overcome certain hurdles, they would flourish and advance by leaps and bounds extraordinarily quickly. This was because a so-called yin constitution or yang constitution was automatically considered to be a great circle talent. Such an individual was born with meridians, bloodlines, spiritual foundations and bone structures that all fell in line with either yin or yang. And, as such, they gained the benefits that a resonant great circle talent would receive. In addition to this, Great Circle Yin Constitution and Yang Constitution talents tended to be more powerful than other Great Circle talents of their level due to the synergy of their talents. For example, a Black Grade Great Circle of Yin talent would be even more talented than a normal Earth Grade Great Circle talent. Of course, the definitions that Sacrum had versus the true martial world were different. This was because in the true martial world, in order to be a Great Circle talent, one would also need the pillars of the soul and the Tao as well, in addition to the 4 pillars Ryu was used to. Ultimately, this made those with Yin and Yang constitutions even rarer and even more valuable and talented. So, why was all of this important? It was important because this balance of Yin and Yang was precisely the core cycle that New Phase Golden Moon preyed upon. To say one faced death when facing the phases of the Golden Moon was to put it too simply. While that might be the ultimate result, it did a disservice to the beauty of the technique. The true power in the New Phase Golden Moon was in its ability to push and pull on Yin and Yang and shift the balance. Everything, whether it was humans, beasts, other races, spiritual herbs, techniques, and even Tao, relied on a very specific balance of Yin and Yang. Much like the tides, New Phase Golden Moon could push and pull on these delicate balances, disrupting them and forcing them to shift. This could be used to either strengthen attacks or even directly force them to collapse, and all of this was done through the manipulation of the soul. At the lowest level, New Moon, the shifts were slight and weak. In addition, they were quick and temporary. It was impossible to cause any permanent or lasting changes. But when it came to a sudden use at an opportune time, it could be deadly. At the middle level, Half Moon, the shifts were much grander and one can even begin affecting the very soul of a target. Once this level is reached, even forcing someone with a far weaker soul than your own into direct death is very much possible. The balance of Yin and Yang of the soul is especially important not only to the livelihood of an individual, but it's even as fundamental as deciding their personality and the kind of person they are. When this is impaired, it can lead to hallucinations, poor judgment, and in the absolute worst cases, death. When one reaches the highest level, full moon, souls can be directly extracted and extinguished. The golden lights of the gold moon can directly penetrate through defenses and purify the soul. Even those who manage to resist this somewhat will find themselves diverting more than half of their attention. In this state, one can do almost as they please with an enemy's soul. They can distort their sense of time, render any soul techniques they might have useless, and ultimately, if an enemy runs out of stamina to fight back, they can be directly killed. These matters were difficult for even Ryu to wrap his head around. Even the direct explanations of what the technique could do left him feeling uncomfortable. It wasn't a discomfort that came from a dislike of the technique, but rather a discomfort that came from not quite understanding the technique fully. Of course, Ryu didn't think that he should just be able to grasp such a high-level Dao charm technique immediately. His experience with 13 Soaring Azures, Roaring Sky Serpent and Whispering Petals and taught him to temper his expectations. However, the fact of the matter was that understanding the path he should take with these techniques was quite simple. The core of 13 Soaring Azures was great heat and oppressive cold. The core of Roaring Sky Serpent was vibrational comprehension and resonance. The core of Whispering Petals was elusivity and distorting an enemy's senses. However, Ryu couldn't pinpoint the core of this technique at all. It seemed simple enough, the balance of Yin and Yang, and a comprehension of cycles. But even though Ryu could say as much, that didn't mean he could understand it. It was all too obvious. He had finally met a technique far too complex for him to grasp. Chapter 978, This Man. Ryu knew what the problem was. Soul techniques were different in that they didn't have the same limitations as body realm and chi realm techniques. In fact, their restrictions are even looser than body realm techniques as well. If Ryu was so inclined, he could use even a chaos grade soul technique. But whether or not he could bring out its strength and comprehend it was a different matter entirely. New Phase Golden Moon was ultimately a transcended grade Dao charm soul technique. This meant that the Dao that underlaid it was the equivalent of a transcended grade Dao as well. Right now, Ryu was so far away from that level that it was impossible to fathom the gap. The fact he managed to finish reading the technique at all was a testament to just the level of talent he had to begin with. Ryu's current Dao was still at the immortal grade. If he wanted to reach the transcended grade, he would have to pass through 3 immortal grades, 2 cosmic grades, then evolve through fragmented, false, true, and perfect, all before finally reaching the transcended grade. It was a huge journey to go through. However, that was only one aspect. As far as Ryu could tell, the Dao Charm Soul technique was built on the foundation of a dynastic Dao, which was 3 levels beneath his own hegemonic Dao. Still, if Ryu wanted a good chance at grasping this Dao Charm Soul technique, he would have to push his own Dao to at least the fragmented Dao levels before he could even think about it. Still, this is an excellent Dao Charm technique and the Frost clan should have others. But I've spent too long here, I should fulfill my promise. Ryu walked out of the small hut, having taken nothing but the ring on his finger. He took control of the legacy world and allowed xianxia a passage in. You succeeded, she asked with a light smile. I did, Ryu nodded. Like I said before, you can take 70%. Xianxia laughed lightly and shook her head. This Ryu was truly very stubborn. She could already tell that the new finger on his ring must be the choice he had made. But she also had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. If she knew that this choice Ryu had made was actually just a promise he was keeping for the sake of flowing frost, she really might not know what to say. Xianxia didn't think much about it and simply just entered the hut along with Ryu. But when she saw what was inside, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Her head turned to Ryu and she didn't see even the slightest hint of reluctance in his eye. He was really willing to give up 70% of this. Just because he said so. Many of the things here were simply invaluable, and this just seemed like the tip of the iceberg. Just the new phase Golden Moon technique was enough clans of the 6th heaven to wage war for. In fact, even clans and sects of the 7th heaven would throw a bid in to add this technique to the repertoire. It was simply too valuable. Dao Charm Soul techniques were worth the same as Qi Realm techniques, even a grade or 2 higher than them. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Ignoring everything below the Ancestral grade, there were tens of thousands of Ancestral grade technique, hundreds of fragmented, false and true grade techniques, and there were even dozens of perfect and transcended grade techniques, on top of 3 omniscient grade techniques, and though there were no order grade techniques, there was still the 1 chaos grade soul cultivation technique here. 1. Again, mental realm cultivation techniques were even more valuable than Qi realm cultivation techniques. The price of this, even the 9th heaven sects and clans would fight tooth and nail just for a fragment of this technique, even if it was missing the attaching techniques. And these were just the techniques. The alchemy formulas were just as valuable, and there were still the spatial rings filled with endless vaults of wealth. Xianxia herself was quite wealthy, but she had never seen such a large collection of Qi stones in the same place. Xianxia turned toward Ryu, her eyes slightly red. The look in her eye made Ryu's brows furrow somewhat, not because it held any sinister intention, but rather because it looked as though Xianxia was on the verge of crying. Ryu couldn't understand why she was getting so emotional. Sure, these things were very valuable, but was there a need for this? It wasn't that Ryu didn't understand the value of these things either. He had the accumulated wealth of his 4 clans with him, but even that much wealth wasn't even worth a fraction of what was here. If Ryu sold off everything in his possession right this moment, he was very well aware that he might be able to exchange for a single mystical grade technique that was here. And the number of mystical grade techniques were so numerous that Xianxia hadn't even bothered to count them, starting from the Ancestral grade instead. This was how large the gap was. But when Ryu said something, he meant it. Other than the ring currently on his finger, he hadn't hidden a single thing from Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head, wiping away the tears that threatened to fall before they did. She had originally not cared about this place very much. She, herself, was from the 7th heaven, although Ryu didn't know this. The legacy of a perfect sky god simply didn't mean much to her at all. However, this wasn't just the legacy of a perfect sky god. It was a repository with a foundation greater than maybe even half of the 7th heaven's clans and sects. This sort of wealth was far beyond her imaginations. And yet, without the slightest hesitation, Ryu had allowed her in, willing to hand over 70%. She had seen Dao companions kill each other over a fraction of what was here. She had seen her own clan ripped apart and shaken by internal strife for barely a morsel of what she was looking at right now. But this man, Xianxia looked toward Ryu, not knowing what to say. Even she couldn't say for certain why she was crying, but after she wiped away the first avalanche, more just kept coming. Chapter 979, Sweet Smile. Ryu was quite speechless by this point. One of the reasons he had such a favorable impression of Xianxia was because of her calm mind and gentle temperament. Logically, it should have taken quite a lot for such a person to break down like this. Individuals with her demeanor were exceptionally rare, so much so that the only one Ryu knew who even came close was his own mother. However, even Himari Tatsuya was still several steps beneath Xianxia in this regard, and that was because the killing edge Ryu's mother had was simply too sharp. Although she could display gentleness even greater than what Xianxia had displayed when she was before her husband and her son, when it came to her interactions with others, it might even be more accurate to label her as bloodthirsty and violent. Xianxia, though, regardless of friend or foe, always seemed to maintain the same gentleness. Regardless of how she might be feeling internally, it all displayed outwardly as calm and peaceful. It was hard to put into words just how rare someone like Xianxia was. Someone with such an unmoved and consistent temperament was bound to have an extremely firm heart and would be able to overcome tribulations of the soul and mind with incomparable ease. These were all the things that Ryu had learned about Xianxia in just the short time they had been together, but it was enough for him to not quite know how to react when she became like this. It was to the point that for a while, he could only watch silently as she continued to cry. Xianxia wiped at her tears, shaking her head lightly. "I'm sorry, I've shown you something quite unsightly. I'm embarrassed." Xianxia's voice was still just as gentle. Despite her tears, her cadence didn't seem to have wavered in the slightest. It only went to show that these tears truly came from the depths of her soul, so much so that she wasn't even able to stop them before they flooded outward. These weren't normal tears, these were her deepest subconscious thoughts resurfacing after so many years of suppression. Yet even so, it seemed to only take her a few moments to calm down, her heaving chest and reddened eyes slowly softening. "I really cannot bring myself to take 70% of all of this, it really is too much. I've barely contributed to this adventure." Ryu didn't respond, but his lack of response had nothing to do with his pondering her words. He had already made his decision long ago and he had no plans on wasting time considering it again. When he made a choice, he wouldn't change it. Plus, Xianxia was mostly speaking nonsense. These matters had been simple for her to help him with, but to Ryu, it was as good as allowing him to get here without having to put his life on the line. If he hadn't had Xianxia, it was impossible for him to have made it so far unscathed. In fact, it wasn't that simple either. It had to be remembered that Ryu hadn't had a Ruin Master's Matrix to begin with, it was only because of Xianxia that he managed to get his hands on one. The only way he would have had even the slightest chance at making it here without Xianxia was if he had a Matrix on that level by his side. But, without Xianxia, he would have never had such a Matrix to begin with. While these matters had been simple to Xianxia, as far as Ryu was concerned, this would have been impossible without her. He didn't do things casually and he would never give up treasures just for the sake of a woman with a pretty face, not that he could see Xianxia's face anyway. In fact, he would much quicker slaughter 10 equivalent beauties before he gave up treasures that would help ease his future path of protecting Sacrum and his family. He said he would give Xianxia 70% only after he decided he could trust her and realized that it would be impossible for him to do these things alone. It was always as simple as that to him. Xianxia looked back toward Ryu. Seeing his unmoved gaze and the fact that he didn't even seem to care to argue with her at all, she sighed lightly. "Then I will take this." Xianxia reached forward and picked up the Swallowing Darkness mantra. As the only Chaos grade technique here, even though it lacked the supporting techniques and Dao charm, it was easily worth 70% of what was here. Although it was shocking to say, it was the truth. Despite all this wealth, everything else combined couldn't even be used to trade for this piece of a technique. Ryu shook his head. It seemed that this woman was quite stubborn. With her strength, she should be able to tell that Ryu's soul had undergone great changes, so she could likely already guess that he had looked through the technique. However, it was hard to refute her at the same time. After all, she had no idea that Ryu could easily train this technique or that Ryu was able to memorize such complexities thanks to a combination of his synergy with the technique and his origin flame. Usually, Ryu's current origin flame would be far too lacking to memorize such a highly advanced technique. But, not only had it greatly advanced after Ryu recultivated to the spiritual severing realm, but this technique was also very compatible with his perfect blackbody soul. In addition, losing this technique was quite the loss as well. Without it, Ryu couldn't pass it down to others, but Xianxia would be able to since she alone held the physical copy. It felt like a compromise that was also not a compromise. Although there was a hint of a sour taste in Ryu's mouth because this wasn't the result he had been expecting, he also couldn't say much either. Xianxia looked back toward Ryu after making her choice. Seeing the somewhat helpless look in his eye, her veil moved to accommodate what could only be a sweet smile beneath. Her radiant blue eyes sparkled and her gaze was even somewhat teasing. Chapter 980. Rely, alright, since you insist, that much is fine. But, you have nowhere you need to be, right? Ryu asked. Selhira blinked and paused for a moment before she lightly shook her head. She had no responsibilities, not truly. No one in the Radiant Star sect dared to order her around. The only one who would command her to do anything was Old Juan, but even he was simply directing her about like she was his granddaughter, not a servant. Her days were quite leisurely, she only cultivated and nothing else. She had even been free enough to come here with Ryu, so she obviously didn't have much to do. As for what that meant for what she was doing here, maybe only Selhira herself knew. Then just stay here. I don't plan on leaving this place until it is time for the selection. There's nothing worth it out there for now, nothing but annoyances. Selhira's brows raised. It seemed that Ryu was just as if not more stubborn than her. If she was here, what else could she do aside from reading techniques? By then, Ryu would also get what he wanted. She opened her mouth to reply, but Ryu had already closed his eyes, quickly going through one technique after another, clearly searching for something. Selhira smiled and shook her head. Since Ryu had already said so much, she truly didn't have a reason to leave. The hut fell into a comfortable silence, only the slightest rustles being heard from time to time. Ryu rifled through techniques, his mind having already forgotten about everything other than his improvement. Although there were many techniques, and even Dao Charm techniques, far better than his 13 Soaring Azures, Roaring Sky Serpent and Whispering Petals techniques, he didn't seem to have any intention of changing them. As far as Ryu saw it, he had already invested a lot of time in these techniques and there wasn't enough time left for him to change things from here on. Dao Charm techniques took too long to learn and even longer to master. The truth was that if Ryu really wanted to do it, he could thanks to his Dao having evolved to the hegemonic level. However, there was something far more pressing on his mind, something that was making him itch, and that was his body's weakness. Despite his somewhat frail bone structure, the prowess of Ryu's body had always been one of his strong suits, and how could it not be with dragon and Qilin blood running through his veins? Unfortunately, he couldn't casually bring out his bloodlines, so he had to rely on the base strength of his body, but it was very lacking. And as a result, it was also holding back the potential of his soul as well, which was currently Ryu's greatest strength without a doubt. Ryu felt that his best odds were to recultivate the body realms just like he had the Chi realms. This was the only way for him to bring out more of his strength and potential. However, in order to do so, he would need a technique to match, a technique he couldn't seem to find no matter how hard he tried. The Frost clan had access to countless techniques, and truthfully, Ryu felt that if he couldn't find a solution here, he might never find an absolutely perfect one. The Refinement Sutra was simply too perfect. It allowed for recultivation through the absorption of heavenly favor. It was a smooth process that didn't interfere with any of Ryu's foundations, and in fact, only strengthened it. But the body was simply more tyrannical. Many body realm cultivation techniques required very early measures to be taken on, and some had great restrictions on the type of bloodline you could have. Those that didn't would be very ordinary in nature and not even worth Ryu's time. For example, what body realm cultivation technique had Ryu been using all this time? Wasn't it the Phoenix Heavenly Body? It was one of the, if not the strongest body realm cultivation techniques there was in Sacrum, and one had to have Phoenix bloodlines to use it. However, Phoenix Heavenly Body was ultimately a technique that had too many flaws. It was created in Sacrum and, as such, relied on its laws. The problems with Ryu's foundation, as a result, were equally lacking. Ryu realized that even as his bloodline shackles were undone, the increases to his body's strength were actually minimal, something that made no sense. After all, the body realm's stages all relied on tempering the blood. Logically, as Ryu's bloodlines were unshackled, his physical strength should skyrocket. It had to be remembered that in order to cultivate his body, Ryu had to absorb the vital chi of beasts that shared his affinity to satiate his bloodline. Only when he reached the limit would he continue. However, obviously, because his bloodlines were shackled, he never pushed them to their true potential in the first place, resulting in his increases in strength being minimal despite his bloodlines having improved by leaps and bounds. Ryu shook his head as he placed down the final body realm technique of the Frost clan. There was truly nothing here he could use. Is there really no solution? Ryu frowned. It wasn't impossible to take this path. There were many Qi realm cultivators who focused mainly on their Qi and allowed their bodies to just naturally progress on their own. There were very few who paid great attention to their bodies in the first place. And as things went, Ryu was actually quite lucky because he also had great mental realm talent. If he relied on his Qi to strengthen his body first, he should be able to slowly improve his soul beyond its current limits as well. But Ryu was unsatisfied with his. Greatly unsatisfied. It would be fine if his bloodlines were simply useless. Ryu had already learned long ago that they were unreliable from the moment they cowered before the heavens of Sacrum. Who knew when they would abandon him in the face of the heavens of the true martial world? However, for them to be here and for Ryu to simply not be able to make full use of them because of where he was born left a bitter taste in his mouth. Ryu closed his eyes, calming his heart. Why did Refinement Sutra have to purely be a Qi realm technique? If only he could use it on his body. Ryu fell into silence for a very long time. There was nothing he could do. Calling down heavenly favor required a very specific circulation pattern that only meridians had. It was impossible to use it for the other pillars of cultivation. The meridians and meridian nodes of the Qi realm had very special and ingrained patterns and formations within them passed down through the human race. Over countless generations of evolution, these patterns were studied, and many were found to contain the profundities of the heavens, thus allowing techniques like Refinement Sutra, or rather, Pill Refinement Sutra, to be born. The veins of the body, though, weren't as strict and exacting as they varied wildly depending on what bloodlines and bloodline mutations you had. This was why many body realm techniques could only be used by those with certain lineages. At that moment, Ryu's eyes suddenly snapped open, his gaze glowing with a fiery light. Master, it seems like this disciple of yours is going to have to rely on you again. Ryu's cold expression suddenly gave way to a wild grin. Chapter 981, Elemental War Gods 4th Stage. Ryu realized that he should have thought of this long ago. He wasn't doing a very good job of upholding his master's legacy. The Elemental War God visualization wasn't even at the forefront of his mind in recent times. In fact, he mostly used the outline stage to make himself clothes, but even that came to a stop after he got little Silk by his side. Truthfully, it was quite disrespectful of Ryu to do things like this since he was the heir to his master. He should be doing a better job of upholding his master's legacy than he was. Unfortunately, the visualizations that he had mastered had greatly weakened. The fundamental runes they used were from Sacrum and were lacking in comparison to the fundamental runes of the true martial world. That said, improving them wasn't actually all that difficult, especially for Ryu. It only required rebuilding the visualizations from the ground up using true martial world fundamental runes instead. This wasn't too difficult, actually, since fundamental runes were exactly that, fundamental. There were often perfectly analogous fundament runes to be found across all worlds. The only reason Ryu hadn't done this was because it required time and he found soul techniques to be far more fascinating. However, the visualizations of Sacrum surprisingly held up quite well. In fact, so long as Ryu diligently swapped the runes, the power they would be able to display was not small. At their peak, they should be able to match true sky gods and maybe even perfect sky gods. Of course, it would likewise be difficult for Ryu to reimagine them to this level. Once again, it would take time. That said, Ryu's master's visualization was a bit special to begin with. It had to be remembered that the Elemental War God visualization was divided into 5 stages: the staff stage, the outline stage, the skeleton stage, the vein stage and the final wheel stage that Ryu had still not quite grasped out used before. The staff stage allows one to summon an elemental staff, however Ryu had instead chosen a grimoire as it fit his style of battle much better. This stage allowed one to tap into pure elemental energy a lot like a fairy. You can also snatch the inheritances of other races using it, or copying that of other races, more accurately. In the second outline stage, it allowed you to apply a thin layer of skin onto your body. You could even use it to form elemental armor and as a foundation to form a domain on the monarch level. The third stage, the skeleton stage, allows you to make changes to your body, even allowing the formation of spirit bodies. The third stage was the original reason why Ryu had insisted on taking Balaur as his master. Because he already had a spirit body, he could finally perfect the third stage of Elemental War God and form his soul into a spirit body as well. As a result of this, he was able to break the shackles of his poor talent and it had even allowed him to form an indestructible soul in the end. If not for his master's elemental war god visualization, Ryu would have still been stuck with poor soul talent, and he might have even died when his perfect blackbody soul fused with him. This was because during the process of fusion, his soul had actually shattered. Without the resilience of an indestructible soul to maintain his consciousness, he could have died that day. It could be said that Ryu was only standing here thanks to his master passing this technique on to him. Right now, however, it would be the fourth stage that fixed everything for Ryu. The fourth stage was his key to reforming the foundation of his body. As his master had described all those years ago, the vein stage was something that he managed to create near the end of his life. Originally, the wheel stage had been the final step, but when he had a sudden moment of enlightenment, this stage became the new fourth stage and the wheel stage was pushed to become the fifth. The vein stage was the result of his master's research into various elemental races. It fuses with the outline stage and allows one who had comprehended the elemental war god visualization to etch their own meridian pathways. The main design of this stage was to allow someone of the human race without special bloodlines to gain the special pathways usually reserved for very specific and even high-class races. In the past, Ryu hadn't really cared much about this stage. Not only was the third stage the most important to him, but it had to be remembered that he had 4 supreme bloodlines rushing through his veins. He already had the patterns of the dragon, the phoenix and the Qilin. He really didn't need to mind thinking about what other races he wanted to emulate. It was a waste of time for him. He had only briefly considered maybe copying something from a high-level race with wind affinity so that he could maximize his northern and southern heavenly winds, but if he wanted to do this, he would have to first catch such a mighty beast and then dissect them. In fact, because each body had slight variations between them, he would have to catch numerous such beasts just to parse apart which meridian pathways did what, and only then would he be able to decide exactly what he needed to copy to have his desired effects. His master had copied quite a few of these for him already while he was researching for this technique, but obviously by now, what was recorded was stored away in his eye's inner world and he could access it even if he wanted to. However, Ryu didn't need to do any of this to accomplish his goal. He already knew the exact pattern he needed because it was already within his own body. He just needed to copy it. The technique was originally designed to copy meridians, but one had to remember that the bodies of beasts weren't like that of humans to begin with. Beasts had meridians, yes, but they weren't a separate entity from their veins and bodies like with humans. Beasts had spiritual roots, an organ that was almost like a second stomach in their gut. From this spiritual root, their meridians branched out. The reason Ryu's master used his technique on meridians specifically was because he was a mental realm master. It would have been a waste if he used it on his veins and arteries. After all, he didn't have the vital chi necessary. However, for Ryu, he could once again perfect his master's fourth stage just like he had the third. Etching new meridians was by far more difficult than etching out new pathways for veins through which vital chi flowed. If Ryu wanted to etch new meridian pathways for him, he would have an extraordinarily tall mountain to climb. His meridians were simply too extraordinary to begin with. As such, his master's vein stage actually had 3 separate stages within it: rudimentary, average and perfect. Rudimentary reconstructed meridians would appear no different from common grade meridians regardless of what your true meridian grade was. Average reconstructed meridians would be somewhere between your original grade and the common grade. Finally, perfect reconstructed meridians would be truly your own. The higher you wanted to climb, the more resources you would need. For example, if Ryu wanted perfect reconstruction, he would need to pour a large amount of ancestral grade elemental essence into his body. In fact, it might even need to be origin grade with how his meridians were currently evolving. However, this was only the hurdle one would face if you had to reconstruct meridians. Reconstructing veins and arteries was so laughably easy in comparison that Ryu almost laughed to the skies. Ryu's master needed the extra step because his body realm cultivation was weak. As such, most of his research was spent on finding a way to convert the changes to his meridians. However, not only was Ryu's body realm cultivation talent extraordinary, what he needed right now was precisely a change to his veins and arteries. By now, what Ryu wanted to do should be very obvious. He would use the vein stage his master had created to form new circulation pathways in his veins. This new circulation pattern would be precisely the exact same pathway that could be found in every human, a pathway that would allow him to call down and absorb heavenly favor. Like this, Ryu would be able to circulate his blood and vital chi along this path, allowing him to use Refinement Sutra to recultivate his body realm just like he had his chi realm. The only difficulty lay in making sure that this newly created circulation pathway didn't interfere with the pathways he already had. If he ruined them, he would lose access to many of his bloodline talents and the exchange wouldn't be worth it. Lucky, his master's vein stage came with the calculation methods to maneuver around these complex systems. And for Ryu, who was a ruin master very much used to using such elaborate calculation methods, this step was probably even easier for him than the already extraordinarily simple etching method. By this point, the only thing Ryu needed to consider wasn't whether he would succeed or not. In his mind, that was already set in stone. What he needed to decide was whether he would continue down the path of pills to recultivate his body, or if he would try something else. After all, he had changed the name from Pill Refinement Sutra to Refinement Sutra for a reason. And he felt that he had already made his choice. The pill was an absolutely perfect stand-in for the Chi realm. Although there were many body refinement pills, the number for Chi refinement was easily thousands of times more. Likewise, Ryu felt that blacksmithing was the perfect stand-in for the body. And while he was at it, he felt that formation mastery was the perfect stand-in for the soul. Maybe the swallowing darkness mantra was never the path he was meant to rely on in the beginning. As for the problem of the circulation method, it was even easier to fix for the soul than it was for his body. Ryu's Tao was simply too perfect for this. This felt like the path he was always meant to take, the one that had been waiting for him all this time, and also the perfect method to fuse all of his talents into one cohesive whole. The Refinement Sutra, maybe the simplest and most ubiquitous cultivation technique in all of existence, would become the foundation of Ryu's rise to the peak. Chapter 982, A New Path. When it came to his soul, Ryu felt that the process would be even easier than what he should expect for his body, and that was because he had access to something most did not, heavenly patterns and an Emperor Phoenix bloodline. One had to remember that one of the abilities Ryu unlocked when he first formed his indestructible soul was the ability to use Chi realm techniques with his soul. For example, right this moment, Ryu could project his soul outward and cast 13 soaring azures with both his body and his soul. This sounded like a small matter, but doing so would make one feel as though they were facing two Ryus instead of just one. And each one of these Ryus would be perfectly in sync with each other. If Ryu did such a thing, his combat ability would more than just double. Of course, though, Ryu rarely used this ability because it was simply the perfect trump card. In addition, he couldn't use it in the true martial world casually without exposing his soul talent and his Emperor Phoenix lineage. However, right now, this ability was going to come in handy once again. Using Emperor Phoenix heavenly patterns, Ryu could circulate his spiritual chi in the very same pattern that he used to call down heavenly favor, and just like this, he would likewise be able to refine his soul. This just left the choices Ryu would make left. He simply felt that pill and potion making wasn't quite the perfect choice to make for his soul and his body. In fact, although it skyrocketed the difficulty of what he wanted to do, he felt that if he put the same effort into blacksmithing and formation mastery, he would be able to bring his soul and his body to the same level of perfection. The unfortunate part was that the Frost clan was ultimately a clan of alchemists, so their secrets, their techniques, and their formulas in the aspect of blacksmithing and formation mastery weren't nearly as deep. That said, as a clan that reached the pinnacle of the sixth heaven, the information they did have on the subject were still enough to drown out powers of the first heaven by leaps and bounds. In fact, even clans that specialized in blacksmithing or formation mastery of the fifth heaven could only barely compare to them. The reason Ryu felt that blacksmithing was perfect for his body hardly needed to be explained. Pills were perfect for the Chi realm because they could easily represent the myriad of changes of the meridian pathways in the depth of the Chi realm. The Chi realm was ultimately a human-created state of cultivation, and alchemy, although Phoenix flames were among the best one could have to take this path, was yet another human-created existence that functioned best to help it. On the other hand, blacksmithing wasn't directly related to body realm cultivation. However, many of the principles of body realm cultivation translated perfectly to blacksmithing. Tempering, the importance of hardness and flexibility, and even the pride body realm cultivators took in having bodies as strong as weapons, all of these things influenced Ryu's choice. Beyond this, formation mastery was even more directly analogous to the soul. Formation masters were all, first and foremost, mental realm masters. Formations were the translation of the heavenly Tao into simpler lines that could be digested and used by humans. It was essentially the line of communication between something much larger than cultivators and cultivators themselves, exactly like the soul. These three pillars were considered to be the greatest of secondary professions, by far surpassing other branching professions like spiritual seamstresses and others. Ryu felt very comfortable choosing them to light his path. Ryu was far less worried about his soul. He planned to take his time, and he had already left those at the soul birth realm far behind him. Plus, unless he first strengthened his body, the improvements he made to his soul would be limited. In addition, there was no rush to get to his soul either. Ryu was certain that between formation mastery, blacksmithing, and alchemy, finding the perfect match of formations perfectly tuned for his soul would be by far the most difficult. He had to be cautious and make ample preparations before he made any choice. Not only were there far more formations in existence than there were pills to concoct and even metals to use in blacksmithing, Ryu's soul itself could travel down far too many paths. Due to the fact he could gain any soul nature, Ryu had to really think about whether he simply wanted his soul to follow the exact same path as his 8-trigram diagram, or if he wanted to take a different path that could supplement it. There were too many options before Ryu, and his soul's talent allowed him to take any of them. There was his 8-trigram diagram, there were the visualizations of the Zhu clan ancestors, especially the Silver Star visualization, which still left him baffled, and there was even the possibility of building his own visualization from scratch. The worst part was that even if Ryu had already made a decision, it still wouldn't be easy. Like he had already said, there were simply too many formations in existence, each with countless variations and complexities. He almost felt that it would be smarter if he first studied for a few years or even decades before he even thought about making a choice like this. Luckily, Ryu didn't have to be in a rush. He had a chaos-grade technique by his side that would be more than enough to unleash a great amount of potential from his soul for now. And, Refinement Sutra would allow him to recultivate whenever he had made his decision. So, all Ryu needed to do for now was focus on his chi realm and body realm, both of which would be far more straightforward. Having made his choice, Ryu felt endlessly relaxed. The path ahead would be difficult, but when had he ever feared something like that? What he cared the most about was having a path to take in the first place. Regardless of how difficult it was, he wouldn't even feel the need to frown. The first thing that Ryu did was casually flip through a few rudimentary books on blacksmithing. Unlike with alchemy, he had actually blacksmithed once before, and his talent was just as deep if not even deeper. Using his Tao, he could feel the true essence of a metal and forge it into the state it most wanted to be in. In addition, he had even greater talent in creating blueprints. Ryu felt that this was actually because of these three paths. Although it was the most difficult, he actually had the greatest talent in formation mastery. His in-depth understanding of formations made his ability to create blueprints and plans for weapons very high as well. However, Ryu wasn't in a rush to create a blueprint for himself just yet. Though he had less choices to make in blacksmithing, he still had quite a number. For example, what weapon should he forge? Should he make a greatsword staff, a bow, an arrow, or since it was his body, should he forge body armor instead? That seemed to also potentially make sense. Beyond that, what path should he put his body down? Should he just try to make it as sturdy as possible? Or should he lean into the strength of his bone structure and try to maximize the abilities of his ice jade crystal body? And what about his bloodlines? Blood was the core of body realm cultivation to begin with. After all, it was all contingent on vital chi. So, maybe, he should just try to create something that embodies his phoenix, dragon and Qilin bloodlines. Ryu's eyes lit up as he read. What if he didn't try to create a weapon at all? There was a branch of blacksmithing that focused not on weapon forging, but instead on creating new and more powerful alloys. These metals wouldn't appear naturally in nature and could only be created and refined by hand. In fact, in blacksmithing clans, sects and guilds, they would often have secret formulae they wouldn't share with anyone else, and these powerful alloys would be the base of their strength. Ryu blinked in curiosity, feeling his heart stir. He was just casually reading, but he didn't expect to stumble across something so interesting. This path did exist in Sacrum as well, but it seemed to be taken much less seriously there than it was here in the true martial world. Much like with the creation of top-tier weapons, when these alloy blacksmiths created something that pleased the heavens, they would likewise gain heavenly favor. In the greatest of cases, the heavens would take this newly created alloy on as one of its own, and somewhere in existence, it would begin to grow. Ryu was endlessly fascinated. He thought it would take him a while to make a choice, but this was already too perfect for him. The best part was that if he was just creating alloys, he could easily forge it into any weapon he wanted afterward and didn't have to be constrained. This would also greatly help with his body's flexibility in battle. Without being restricted to a kind of weapon or armor, the things he could do would likewise be freer. The true martial world truly comes with a great many mysteries. The question now is, what kind of alloys should I forge? What path is right for me? Chapter 983, LCE. Jade. Crystal. Ryu felt that probably the smartest thing to do would be to help bolster his bone structure. It was among the hardest talents he had to unshackle, and absorbing heavenly favor had proven to be an excellent shortcut. If he focused on things like this, he should be able to unleash more of full potential. The four facets of his ice jade crystal body were healing, friend of nature and beasts, absolute balance and symmetry, and finally, ungodly cultivation speed. Building an alloy that followed these four facets would be difficult, but not impossible. Ryu already had several ideas based on his knowledge from Sacrum, but he was sure that if he read up on more information exclusive to the true martial world, it would be long before he could think of several more ideas. Maybe the only real issue lied in two factors. The first was that Ryu wasn't sure if this was where he would stop. Because of the nature of his bone structure, it was actually strongest when it had things to balance and form into its absolute balance and symmetry. A large part of the reason Ryu's ice jade crystal body could display its full prowess was because it had to balance Ryu's many bloodlines. In fact, this actually led to the second factor that had to be considered. Because of Ryu's ice jade crystal body's propensity to become stronger the more of its abilities it was forced to use, it had actually mutated. Back then, when Ryu formed his fire spirit body, there was actually meant to be a great clash within him. To form the spirit bodies of such volatile elements, from two creatures who were practically life and death enemies, would have been a death sentence for anyone without Ryu's bone structure. Even the ice jade crystal bone structure had been under immense pressure back then, causing it to combust and reform itself into something greater and stronger. As of right now, although it was heavily shackled, all four of its facets had grown explosively in strength, in addition to gaining a potential fifth that revolved around lightning and fire. This second factor that stalled Ryu showed that his ice jade crystal body was excellent at reading and adapting to pressure. Much of its strength came from being in tune with nature, and what force was better at adapting than nature itself? Ryu suddenly froze, his body entering a slight state of enlightenment. It had to be remembered that ice jade crystal body, the name of Ryu's bone structure, was actually lost in translation. Author's note: first mentioned in Volume 2, the term ice never related to cold or even the water element. It was just the best word Sacrum had to refer to the particular kind of purity the bone structure represented. Originally, the word ice was meant to refer to a transcended state, one where the bone structure was capable of changing form and becoming purer and more untouchable. The best word to describe this was ice, which formed delicate crystals and was an evolution of phase from the liquid water. The word jade was likewise not meant to strictly refer to jade. While it was in one part meant to embody the polished gem, it was also meant to adhere to what the stone represented as well: gentleness, serenity, harmony, and balance. It didn't need to be said, then, that crystal also had a transcendental meaning. It had countless meanings across just the same number of cultures, but it often went back to perfection, purity and healing, whether that was physically or spiritually. If Ryu was to create a more accurate translation of what the name of his bone structure should be, it would take him several hundred words at the very least. While the translate, ice jade crystal, wasn't necessarily satisfactory, it was the best that could be done. Ice, a rise in purity through a change in phase. Jade, a polished and shining beacon of harmony and the core prosperity. Crystal, spiritual and physical healing, a transcendent purity. Ryu's mind danced with many thoughts, but he immediately felt that he was honing in on the wrong things. He had been too focused on the results and the symptoms rather than the actual root cause. Yes, his ice jade crystal body had four pillars of talent that made it the ancestral grade bone structure that it was, and these four pillars seemed to have given birth to a fifth and also seemed to have potential to bloom more in the future. This made things overly complicated and shielded Ryu's eyes from making a near certain judgment, but from the very beginning, he was focused on the wrong thing. What matters isn't the result, but what caused such results to begin with. What he needed to embody wasn't healing, friend of nature, balance and cultivation speed. No, What he needed to embody in this alloy was ice, jade and crystal. When Ryu thought to this point, the path ahead was all too clear. He didn't need to worry about making a bunch of add-ons to account for every shift and potential shift he might experience in the future. So long as he focused on ice, jade and crystal, he would create the perfect alloy for him, one that would be able to read and adapt to any path he should so choose in the future. After realizing this, Ryu ignored the introductory books on blacksmithing and began to read what he could on language, and even sought to find introductory books on bone structures, hoping to find something in depth on his own. If Ryu wanted to do this, he needed a more and more accurate picture of exactly what it was the ice jade crystal body represented. He couldn't leave any stone unturned, because once he set off on this path, there would be no turning back. This was why the Refinement Sutra was both the easiest and more ubiquitous cultivation technique there was, and simultaneously why it was the most unused. Many saw it as nothing more than reference material, while most wouldn't even give it a second glance on the shelves. Ryu, though, was determined to make it work for him. Chapter 984. Stirred heart. Ryu set the books down after a long while and entered a state of meditation. He was once again baffled, though, that even a sixth heaven didn't have even the slightest bit of information on his chaotic silk meridians. In fact, the amount of information he found on high-class talents was actually quite low. He thought that the Radiant Star Sect library had taught him enough about his perfect blackbody soul and other talents, only to realize that the information the sect had was actually quite poor. It could only be said to be more detailed than sacrum, but that wasn't saying much to begin with. Ryu came to realize that he was relying too much on others to gain a good understanding of his own talents. In fact, just now, if not for his expertise as a ruin master reminding him of the translation error related to his own bone structure, he might have just blindly followed the 4 pillars and built an alloy based on that. However, had he done that, he would have stunted his own growth. Even though the problem wouldn't be obvious for a long while, by the time he truly started touching the highest reaches of the Sky God realms, he would only lose out on more and more strength he could have had. This was the lingering fear most had that stopped them from going down the route of the Refinement Sutra, but it was also exactly because of this that Ryu had come to realize that this cultivation technique also maybe held the greatest potential of any in existence. With his new and deeper understanding of his own bone structure, Ryu then began to look through the rudimentary information on blacksmithing. Whether it was blacksmithing weapons or alloys, they followed pretty much the same ranking system that pills did. There was first a purity metric, and this a rune completion metric. This was simple enough and Ryu was already used to the process. What was different, though, was the methods blacksmiths used. Compared to alchemy, which only had 2 methods, pill and potion making, one using fire and the other yin waters, blacksmithing simply had far too many. It could even be said to be as numerous as the creations you could make with them. Many blacksmiths did, indeed, use fire, that much was true. However, there were just as many that didn't rely on any elements at all and only used their hammer and their chi. This second method was especially popular when it came to forging alloys, but even that was just the tip of the iceberg. There were blacksmiths that used lightning and thunder as a tempering method. There were some blacksmiths that actually used formations and were almost entirely hands-off. There were some blacksmiths that relied on their earth and metal chi to forge, and there were yet some more still that relied on feng shui and very specific environmental cues in order to forge the perfect alloy or weapon. Compared to sacrum, where practically 90% of blacksmiths just used hot fire in their practice, this number of methods was almost overwhelming. There were even many that moved Ryu's heart. For example, blacksmiths that used lightning and thunder to forge their weapons. Just how grand would Ryu be if he chose such a method? With his control over tribulation lightning, would anyone even be capable of matching the weapons and alloys he forged? They would be tempered by the heavens even before the heavenly favor descended. And what about the formation master blacksmiths? They also stirred Ryu's heart. They were also known as the blueprint masters of the blacksmithing world. They had the most complex designs, and yet they hardly needed to lift a finger during the forging process. All the work was done ahead of time. They would create and set down their complex blueprints first, and then prepare the metals and alloys they would use. Following this, they would pour the metals into what they called blueprint casts or formation casts. Once the metal was inside, the formation would begin to work, setting the mold and completing the creation. All one would need to do is provide the energy. As though that wasn't enough, there was a third that stirred Ryu's heart as well, the feng shui blacksmiths. These blacksmiths spent their time searching and scouring the world for perfect locations for their creations. Once they found the perfect location, they would set up their formations and their precious materials and then allow nature itself to complete the forging. Ryu might be a bit biased because he had a soft spot for feng shui, something he had studied with quite some depth as a ruin master, but he felt that this form of forging was even more perfect than the previous two. However, even with that being the case, he couldn't quickly decide. All three methods resonated with him. The lightning refinement method would be the easiest to execute, but it would also somewhat clash with the results he wanted. The alloy Ryu needed to create had to resonate with the heavens, but if there was tribulation lightning involved, especially if there was too much, the aura of judgment would be too great and it would overwhelm the results he needed. His bone structure was non-confrontational and in complete harmony with the world, and that included the heavens. It was possible to use the lightning refinement method and have the judgment aura help rather than hinder, but it would take a few extra steps that would make the so-called easiest method far more difficult. The blueprint refinement method was also excellent. It was in the middle of the three in terms of difficulty, and it vibed well with Ryu's talents, but it was much too artificial and it lacked the spiritual nature Ryu needed to make his creations truly one with the world. Then there was the feng shui refinement method. Using nature to forge was absolutely perfect for the results that Ryu needed. There was no better method for becoming in tune with his bone structure and allowing it to flourish. It seemed, then, that the answer was obvious. He could obviously go with the feng shui refinement method. But, like with all things, there was another problem. While the feng shui refinement method was perfect, it was too difficult to employ, and the odds of finding a region perfect for his bone structure was next to impossible. And even if such a region existed, it might only exist for a few short seconds once every several millennia. And that was just one issue. There was another, larger problem. Because this method relied on the whims of nature, the results were often crude, albeit powerful. As such, it was very rare to reach even 80% purity through this method, let alone the runed level. Ryu sat in silence, not quite sure what to do. Chapter 985, Herbology. It was a difficult choice to make. Unlike with potion and pill making, he couldn't just casually meld the completely separate practices together, at least not without spending a ridiculous amount of effort and time creating an entirely new path. This would be something that Ryu would be willing to do as he wasn't afraid of a difficult task. But the question was whether or not it would be worth it, and he wasn't 100% certain of that. As much as feng shui spoke to him, it really was too difficult to find naturally occurring regions of such quality, and even rarer if you needed a very specific kind. In order to succeed, Ryu would need locations that were absolutely perfect as he refused to take in any heavenly favor that wasn't at the pinnacle. However, the shackles of the feng shui method were far too heavy. Even if he fused it with other methods, such problems wouldn't just vanish. He would have to make sure that he could use a separate method to make up for it. Suddenly, Ryu froze once again. Maybe finding feng shui locations wasn't the only method of taking advantage of feng shui. For example, even the arrangement of furniture or plants within one's house could create a balance that could be taken advantage of. Feng shui was just, ultimately, the oldest form of formation mastery there was, one that relied on the simple to form the complex. In fact, the 8 trigram diagram within Ryu's eyes was very much connected to feng shui as well. It had to be remembered that the 8 trigram diagram was among the simplest and easiest formations to deploy. It was only as one progressed as a formation master that you could make it increasingly complex and profound. This process was very much rooted in feng shui. According to the history of sacrum, feng shui came first, then the 8 trigram diagram, and from the 8 trigram diagram countless other formations were birthed into the world taking inspiration from it. Did that mean that Ryu could just use his 8 trigram diagram in place of his feng shui? The answer to that was no. Ultimately, there was a reason why the 8 trigram diagram was so simple. It was a foundational method, but it wasn't appropriate to be used in every case. In fact, the reason it was so perfect to use to fuse his Daos and inheritances was because Ryu could be confident that it would remain bland enough to allow his own talents to shine through. Like this, the 8 trigram diagram wouldn't allow his thoughts to deviate, and thus cripple his Dao. However, when it came to Ryu's bone structure, it needed something more rigid and real in structure, something that wouldn't be so flexible. This sounded counterintuitive since Ryu had just learned that one of his bone structure's best abilities was its adaptability. But there was a fine line between being adaptable and being too easily influenced. Ryu's Tao and inheritances were what gave the 8 trigram diagram a rigid structure to follow. However, if Ryu used the 8 trigram diagram for his bone structure as well, it would be a clash of two easily manipulated spheres of influence. Rather than helping, this would actually make Ryu's bone structure too flexible in what it accommodated, making it possible to deviate down any path rather than taking direction from him and him alone. The only way to fix this would be if he reforged the 8 trigram diagram again with new representations of wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life and heaven. Maybe if he forged a new alloy matching with such, then it could work. But if he was forging an alloy before even using the 8 trigram diagram, then wouldn't it defeat the purpose of needing the diagram in the first place? It was a huge, circular mess. That was, unless Ryu created his own feng shui environment, not with the 8 trigram diagram, which was ultimately a false representation of feng shui, but instead with herbology. After embarking on the path of alchemy, Ryu's past as an origin-grade herbologist was ever present, but still mostly forgotten. His skills helped his Tao to analyze and comprehend spiritual herbs he had never even seen before with far more speed than it alone would have allowed, but beyond that, it wasn't very useful to him. Of course, only Ryu would casually say such a thing. Although an origin-grade herbologist of sacrum was only really about at the level of a heaven-grade herbologist at best on the true martial world, Ryu wasn't a normal origin-grade herbologist. In fact, he had long since left his peers behind. If it wasn't because of the lack of information on sacrum, he would have leapt far beyond such a level long ago. Being a herbologist wasn't just about identifying herbs, one of the main responsibilities was the growth and nurturing of spiritual herbs. In his first life, Ryu had already lost count of the number of extinct spiritual herbs he had resurrected, but that was even the important part. During his herbology trial back on sacrum, the very one he took before meeting Ailsa, one of the final test questions was extremely difficult. For most others, he was given an environment and his task was to allow a spiritual herb that would usually never appear in such a place to grow in it. In the end, Ryu's answer was so perfect that even the overseer at the time was shocked into silence. What he had done back then wasn't herbology, it was much closer to terraforming. Using his skills as an herbologist, Ryu's ability to manipulate and twist the environment into following his whims was on a level maybe even many herbologists of the true martial world couldn't even fathom. Ryu's thoughts were simple: what if it was possible for him to form his own feng shui environment? If a perfect environment didn't exist, he, Ryu Tatsuya, would make one. Chapter 986, Lantegration. Ryu's gaze glowed. He rose to his feet, placing the books down and walking to a corner of the small hut. Despite its size, there seemed to be a ridiculous amount of space inside, and everything was so neatly arranged and organized that it was all too easy to find exactly what he needed. Ryu had already noticed that this entire space was a treasure in and of itself, but that was a matter he would consider later. Right now, what he needed was exactly this. Ryu touched one of the many spatial treasures here and his mind entered to find not only exactly what he needed, but almost too many of them. As a clan of alchemists, the number of treasures related to the profession that the Frost clan had was almost far too many. Among them, there were thousands upon thousands of incubators. Even the weakest of these incubators could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs in a single day by hundreds of years. The absolute best of them could actually accelerate growth in a single day by millions of years. However, using the best of them would be overkill for now. Ryu needed to first start with the common grade and only then would he work his way up, just like he had done when recultivating the Qi realm. In fact, for the common and black grade, accelerating their growth by even hundreds of years was quite ridiculous already. The only unfortunate part was that all of these treasures were absolutely barren. As a clan of alchemists on the brink of destruction, how could the Frost clan have not brought out everything they had in a bid for survival? Their incubators had all been stripped of the spiritual herbs they once had. That said, that didn't mean there was nothing left. What the clan had left behind were a large number of seeds. There were huge collections of seeds from the common grade all the way up to the true grade. As for the perfect, transcendent and omniscient grades, there were none. But this also made sense. They would have likely used up all of these seeds as well in their attempt to survive. Still, this was more than enough for Ryu. With this level of selection, he should only rarely need to procure seeds from elsewhere all the up to the true Sky God realm. After that, he would have to rely entirely on him. But by then, Ryu was confident he would have partaken in even greater treasures than this. Ryu picked out one of the weaker incubators. This one was a heaven-grade treasure that allowed for 200 years of growth in a single day for spiritual herbs up to the heaven grade. From what Ryu had read, the maturity of spiritual herbs in the true martial world was different than it had been in Sacrum. Common grade herbs only needed a few months to mature, and could often bloom twice or even thrice a year. Black grade herbs could often bloom once a year, and depending on the environment, even twice. Earth grade herbs took between 2 to 3 years, and heaven grade took up to a decade. Beyond this, sovereign grade herbs, maturity was counted in centuries, ancestral grade in millennia, and finally, fragmented grade herbs began entering the realms of larger and larger totals, easily touching tens of thousands of years. Still, these numbers were quite a bit faster than what Ryu was used to on Sacrum, although there was also more room for these numbers to truly become exaggerated, especially about the transcended grade. With these incubators, Ryu's plans would be far simpler. Even if he made a mistake and wasn't happy with the result, he could simply wipe the incubator clean and start from scratch. Once the incubator produced a result that he liked, that was where this wider treasure would come into play. Ignoring Selhira's curious gaze, Ryu stepped out of the small hut. The white grass touched his feet, the dark skies above shone down with a radiant gold moon. It was all quite beautiful. If the Chaos Grade Soul Cultivation technique was the most valuable technique in this place, then the most valuable treasure aside from maybe Flowing Frost's body was definitely this inner world. From what Ryu could tell, this hidden space was a hidden pocket of the true martial world. What did this mean? It meant that whether it was tribulations or the heavens, it was all completely identical to the outside. This sounded quite useless, but when one extrapolated its meaning, this was a great boon for Ryu. Essentially, Ryu could concoct pills and potions, refine weapons and test out formations and yet still keep away from prying eyes, all while gaining all the benefits of heavenly favor. Ryu could grow the perfect environment within an incubator, transfer it to this spacious world, allow it to take root, and once the chi settled down to his liking, he would begin the refinement process. This was the absolute perfect treasure to make use of his refinement sutra. Ryu was a bit worried about prying eyes. There would come a time where his void spiritual sense wasn't enough, or he faced a tribulation too powerful for him to casually swat away, and he would end up putting his life in danger. Also, he absolutely hated cultivating under the gazes of so many people. It exposed too much of his baseline and his secrets, but this would fix everything. Ryu nodded in satisfaction and re-entered the hut before he immediately began reading everything he could find on common grade spiritual herbs of the true martial world. It only took him a few minutes to go through and memorize it all, but he entered meditation for at least 3 to 4 hours afterward. When he opened his eyes, he returned to the stores of incubators and took out 10 sets of different seeds. With a thought, he seeded and prepared all 10 heaven-grade incubators. Sometimes he put all the seeds in at once, at other times he would put in one at a time before acting again to do the same hours later, and sometimes he would put seeds in pairs of 2s and 3s. Of these 10 methods of thought of, there's a better than 97% chance that one of them will produce exactly the result I need. After I refine it, it could only take me about a day or two and going through about a dozen or so evolutionary cycles for me to produce the absolute perfect environment. By the time I finish with that, I should have the rest ready. The feng shui problem was fixed, now came the easier part, integrating lightning refinement and blueprint refinement. Ryu brimmed with confidence. Within a month, his body realm cultivation would catch up to his chi realm cultivation. Chapter 987. Refined arcs of lightning fell from the skies, illuminating the golden moon above to an even grander radiance than it had in the past. Ryu didn't make a move to stop them, his body sitting in an unmoved silence as the lightning crashed down upon him. He could have easily used his dividing tribulation to split the arcs he was experiencing right this moment, or rather, his alloy was experiencing, but he didn't. The way Ryu viewed pill potions in this path of blacksmithing were very different. He felt the need to protect his pill potions and coddle them because alchemy was maybe the most hated secondary profession of the heavens. In addition, the strength of a pill potion didn't matter so long as it fulfilled its duty. An alloy, though, was very different. This was because to Ryu, this wasn't a tribulation the alloy had to face and survive in order to be acknowledged. Rather, this was an actual part of the forging process. Without this lightning, he wouldn't be able to perfect the alloy to the level he wanted and expected of himself. Ryu had succeeded in melding together several disciplines into one, but the process was far more complex than he had initially thought it would be. The first step was the use of the incubators to get just the right environment. He needed something that was in harmony with nature, but also not willingly ready to sway to its whims. Rather, it would only bend and twist when there was sufficient pressure from the outside. And, said bending and twisting would always be toward the path of becoming stronger. It was the kind of feng shui island that could maintain warm spring temperatures in the middle of a snowstorm, and cool spring temperatures even in the middle of the sizzling heat of the desert. It would always have water during a drought and always be dry during a flood. It could weather storms and withstand tsunamis, and always come out of the other side with even stronger protections than last time. Such an environment required a very solid foundation and an ecosystem very much resistant to change, and yet still willing to flow with the tide. In order to gain such effects, Ryu had to practically create a world. In fact, the only reason he succeeded was because of his natural enlightenment, Shrine Mountain. Still, this was only a small piece of the puzzle. Once the feng shui island was completed, then came the blueprint refinement method. This was where nature clashed with nurture. Rather than drawing a blueprint using any of the many methods the Frost clan had on hand, Ryu instead drew it directly into the earth using the method of ore veins. Ore veins were how deposits of metal formed in the real world. In very unique situations, they could sometimes spontaneously form into formations that allowed them to grow explosively. Some clans and sects of Sacrum would take advantage of this knowledge to draw out lines in the earth that promoted this formation, turning something spontaneous into something much more controlled. Although it often failed, in Ryu's estimation, this was actually because the lines were only one aspect of what was needed. The other aspect was the perfect environment, a perfect environment that he had already created. This method worked doubly well because these lines in the earth were also the perfect locations for Ryu to deposit the metals he wanted to fuse in an all-new alloy. And that led to the final and most crucial step, the tempering of tribulation lightning. This was where the fusion of the metals completed and the impurities were hammered out one step at a time. This was why Ryu didn't attempt to weaken the lightning. In fact, the more powerful it was, the better. The heavens became his hammer and his body was the guide. The lightning would strike down upon his head and he would allow it to multiply, gather, and then he would strike down himself with all the accumulated momentum. His eyes flashed open and he struck down with a mighty punch once again. Then, he closed his eyes, allowed the lightning to accumulate, and then struck once more. Xianxia, who had already been watching this scene for nearly a month already, could only sigh. By now, although Ryu hadn't made it obvious, she was quite certain that he must have some sort of special lightning body, or even the legendary lightning spirit body, even. There was simply no way anyone else could take such punishment without pause if this wasn't the case. But what was maybe even more surprising was that his skill in blacksmithing somehow felt to be even beyond his skill in alchemy. Somewhere deep inside, although Xianxia knew that Ryu wasn't the type to lie, she still found it hard to believe that he had only been practicing alchemy for a few weeks. However, seeing him improve step by step right before her eyes left no doubt whatsoever. By this point, she had concluded that it had to be his Tao. There was simply no way one person could be so talented in so many fields. She might have considered the legendary heavenly pupils, but Ryu was blind so it never once crossed her mind. Ryu rose from his position, looking down at the completed alloy. It looked completely unremarkable from the outside, almost like a piece of unrefined mortal iron. In fact, all 4 pieces that Ryu had completed looked exactly like this. However, when you picked them up, one would suddenly feel as though their mind had entered a state of absolute serenity. Shockingly enough, even compared to the ring on Ryu's finger right this moment, the ring that held Flowing Frost's corpse and helped him enter the state of meditation, he somewhat felt that if his self-created alloys were forged by the same method, their results would be even better. Even now, completely unrefined, they gave off a sense of oneness and serenity that brought a smile to Ryu's face. Chapter 988. Good for nothings, it's about time to go, the day should be here, Ryu said lightly. He strapped his grandfather's bow to his back and slid on his glove of order once again, his mind the picture of serenity. When he and Xianxia left the small world, he waved a hand. At that moment, everything around them warped and vanished. When they appeared again, they were already in the harsh cold of the snowy mountain range and the ring on Ryu's finger had gained a very small and almost unnoticeable gem. Even Ryu who wore it almost didn't notice anything at all. Behind them, the cave entrance looked just the same, even the ruin was just the same, however, if others came, they would find that the true treasures had long since been taken away and they would be none the wiser. Selhira whistled and a happy snow owl rushed through the skies, descending before them with a sonorous call. Soon, they were in the air and rushing toward the center of the first heaven. At this point, there was no point in returning to the Radiant Star sect. Elder Ika sat somewhat grumpily, mumbling beneath her breath. A bunch of useless, good-for-nothings. The sect finally gets itself a decent talent and you actually let him be bullied by outsiders. I should kill you all, just a pack of worthless scum. Elder Ika's mumbles were more than loud enough for even Path Extinction Realm experts to hear from miles away, let alone the powerhouses present currently. Ever since Elder Ika heard that her beloved Ryu was being forced to participate in this farce of a tournament because Elder Lee didn't have the backbone to stop experts from the second heaven, she had become infuriated, even raining down several slaps on the old man's face without regard for his dignity. After Elder Ika learned that Ryu had refused to take orders from the Iuni clan and the Hidden Blade sect, her fondness for him had increased 100-fold. Such a filial disciple who actually also enjoyed reading in the library and was a great talent was too rare, all too rare. Yet these bastards were sending him off to his death, how could she not be infuriated? Let alone Elder Lee, she hit and slapped everyone she could find, even the Grand Elder and sect leader weren't spared, suffering her wrath as well. The elders could only bitterly withstand it, not wanting to get on the bad side of this old woman any more than they already were. Ho ho, trouble in paradise. Why do you sound so upset, Ika? Elder Ika's head snapped up and without a word, she had already grabbed her cane. The elder who had spoken out immediately retreated, their eyes widening and not expecting such a vicious attack. Bang! The head of the elder exploded under the stunned gazes of those present. Right this moment, the sects and clans of the first heaven had all gathered in the skies. Each sect and clan, depending on their status, was granted a floating island. Some had to share their islands with others, but the likes of the Radiant Star sect didn't have to do such a thing. They could be considered to be a top 5 organization of the first heaven even if they weren't 2-star, so they would never have to do such a thing. These countless floating small islands all surrounded a much larger floating island from above. Although they were separated by hundreds of miles, with the eyesight of cultivators at their level, it might as well have been right in front of their eyes. Just now, an elder of the Hidden Blade sect was flying by on a flying beast and unleashed some taunting words after hearing Elder Ika's complaints. And yet, despite them being from a 2-star sect, without the slightest hesitation, Elder Ika pierced outward and shattered their skull into a gory mess. Who else wants to say something smart? Come, this old lady has time for all of you today. It's been so long since I stepped out that some of you think that I, Ika Radiance, am someone you can just speak casually to. How many more? I'm waiting right here. A stunned silence took hold. Did an elder in the Sky God realm just die? No one who was watching could seem to wrap their heads around what they were seeing. It was difficult even to fathom or comprehend. This wasn't a small matter that could just be brushed under the rug. Even the death of a World Sea Realm expert would lead to all-out war, let alone a Sky God. The elders of the Radiant Star sect stood frozen as well, none of them having any idea what they should do. The Hidden Blade sect was a 2-star sect. Not only were they 2-star, but they were especially known for their insidious methods and long lives. Killing one of their experts was almost impossible with their number of survival methods. Wait, that was indeed the case, so how had Elder Ika killed one of them so easily? Well, where are the rest of you? My patience is thin. Don't make me come over there, or else I won't stop until all of you are eradicated. Elder Ika seemed absolutely furious, but even the Hidden Blade sect, who should have been more enraged than even her, had no idea what they should do. This change of events was so sudden that they couldn't even react. It had to be understood that in order to become a 2-star sect, one needed a false Sky God. But any sect that could become a 2-star sect would usually first become a 1-star sect, and then a true 1-star sect with 10 fragmented Sky Gods, and only then would they finally become a 2-star sect. This was to say that the fragmented Sky Gods were the real backbone of a 2-star sect and was the most solid representation of their power. And yet one had just died so casually. And why did this old woman sound like she wanted to kill more? Just when it seemed that Elder Ika would really storm over, her head turned toward a sudden direction and her murderous aura dissipated into thin air. Ah, my handsome little baby boy is here. The elders were further rendered speechless, but at this moment, the gravity of what had just happened finally began to settle in for the Hidden Blade sect, and their gazes turned savage. A mere true one-star sect dared to infringe on the dignity of a two-star behemoth. Chapter 989. Quick, tell this old lady. Elder Ika seemed to have completely forgotten what she had just done, and all her attention was turned to the fluttering snow owl in the skies. The Hidden Blade sect was still stewing in their own rage. Some of them even thought of shooting the bird out of the skies, something that would have been extraordinarily easy for any one of them, but when they thought about how easily a fragmented sky god had just died, and the fact Elder Ika seemed to be beaming toward this bird, none of them seemed to want to take the risk, at least not until they regained their numbers advantage. Oh, little heir, you're here too. This is wonderful. Elder Ika couldn't be bothered to pronounce Selhira's full name and had long since settled upon this nickname instead. She immediately seemed doubly excited when it was both Ryu and Selhira who appeared at once, almost as though she was greeting her own grandchildren. I should have known it was you from this beautiful creature. Come, let me take a good look at you too. Selhira smiled gently and gracefully stepped down from her beast's back, allowing the old woman to cup and squeeze her face. Many turned sharp gazes over, trying to see if they could catch a glimpse of what was beneath Selhira's veil, but maybe by coincidence or maybe due to the machination of the old woman, none of them could even see a thing. Ryu sighed inwardly as he stepped down. He really didn't know what to do about this old woman, but she was more powerful than him by a large margin, even after his recultivation, so toward her he could only acquiesce. The old Elder Ika, far more than a head shorter than both Ryu and Selhira, lay claim to one of their arms each, squeezing in between the two of them with a bright smile on her face. It was as though she was on the top of the world. This is too perfect, Elder Ika laughed. If little Ryu and little heir become Tao companions, wouldn't our Radiant Star sect flourish for countless cycles? Come, don't be shy. How long have you two been together? No, how far have you two gone? No need to lie to this old lady, I'm just a little bit curious. I've done my time. I have a lot of tips and tricks for such a young and budding romance. Elder Ika pulled on Ryu's arm and whispered her next words into his ears. Don't let the gentle smile and demeanor fool you, little Ryu. All women have a wild side. If you want to be a real man, you have to bring it out. If you're honest with this old lady, I'll teach you a few skills. Ryu was speechless, not even knowing what to say. This Elder Ika was a bit too wild, no. Despite the fact she had whispered into Ryu's ears, how could Selhira not hear everything with her cultivation? Any normal woman upon hearing such words would probably flush down to the torso, but Selhira only smiled and laughed gently. Don't be like this, Granny Ika. We have to be respectful of Ryu and his wives. Making such jokes is a bit inappropriate. If anyone else had such words, they would have probably sounded quite crass and reprimanding, but when Selhira spoke them, it seemed to diffuse any sort of tension there might have been. Wives, my little Ryu is already married. In truth, at Ryu's age, this was very rare. Most people in the true martial world wouldn't get married until they had reached the end of their potential, or had stepped into the sky god realm. When one was extraordinarily talented, it was better if you married and had children quickly upon becoming a sky god, because the further along the sky god path you followed, the harder it would be to pass down your lineage. As such, marriage and forming families was more common practice among the young in the higher heavens. But in the first heavens, having wives was very rare before crossing your 100th birthday. In most situations where there was a link between two exceptionally young parties, it was, at most, a marriage alliance that wouldn't be followed through upon until both reached a certain stage in their cultivation. Disappointing, too disappointing, Elder Ika sighed. She had spoken in a joking tone, but truthfully, she wasn't joking at all. She really did have a fondness for Ryu, and she had long since come to take a liking to Selhira. In fact, she seemed to know more about Selhira than most others did as well. However, as crass as she usually was, she was still a woman at the end of the day. As a woman, Elder Ika wouldn't try to casually push Selhira toward a fate of sharing a husband even if it would greatly benefit the Radiant Star sect. Weren't these two already part of the sect anyway? It would only be a small loss if they didn't get together. At the same time, though, she didn't blame Ryu either. A man having multiple wives was just the way of the martial world. Let alone the likes of talented youths like Ryu, even mediocre men might have multiple wives. The only time such a thing wouldn't happen is if two talents of perfect equivalent standing met young and chose to stay together. But such a thing was rare, too rare. Often what would happen instead is that talented men would secure women a step or two beneath them in talent, while exceptionally talented women would either take a step above themselves, or if they were extraordinarily prideful, which was often the case with such geniuses, they would simply choose to embark upon their Tao paths alone. The heavens were more than just a bit unfair in this case. Because women had to give of themselves, losing their primordial yins, it was difficult for them to casually form relationships without harming their cultivation paths. Despite her jokes, Elder Aika was such a woman as well. Chapter 990. Knowing one's heart. Ryu didn't say much to these words. His perspective on having multiple wives had already changed long ago, the moment he leapt over the hurdle he and Elena had faced. He was Ryu Tatsuya. He believed that his destiny was to stand at the very top of the world. Not just any woman was worthy to stand by his side. However, those that would earn such a right, he wouldn't allow to suffer even the slightest grievance. Originally, his plan was to remain with one woman for the length of his life. Even when he met Ailsa, that held true and he didn't waver, at least not initially. The heavens of Sacrum, though, had a different plan for him. Ailsa had done too much for him, given too much to him, for him to simply ignore her. Like this, his first love might have been Elena, but his second true love was Ailsa. The situation with Eska and Ismine was especially complicated, but he had already come to accept it. As far as he saw it, the two of them, although he only viewed them as concubines and not his official wives, were still considered to be his women. Regardless of their feelings, when he chose to settle down at the world's peak, he expected them to be by his side as well. If not for this, he would never prepare such a valuable gift for Eska. He would have instead found another method to use it and still keep his promise to Flowing Frost. And of course, there was Yana. It was impossible for him to ignore the meaning she held to him, and she was, without a doubt, his third wife. That was how he saw it, and no one would ever change it. The current Ryu was neither opposed nor for accepting more wives. He felt no need to actively search for such a thing, but he also didn't feel the same pressure he once did to reject it either. His heart was calm and without ripple in this regard. A new wife truly would be very useful to him, especially as his bloodlines quickly increased in strength. It also didn't need to be said how useful Selhira's primordial yin would be to him, although he wasn't quite sure if things worked the same in the true martial world or not. But what he did know was that he hadn't reached the point of needing to have Selhira as his woman no matter what, and he also didn't plan on pursuing her either. At best, he had a favorable impression of the woman and had taken a liking to her. This liking, however, was even less potent than the pull he had felt toward Surreal. After all, while Selhira was an extremely gentle woman, the kind that most men would pine after and dream of, to Ryu, Surreal, or rather the Surreal he had thought he had come to know, was far more to his liking. That said, his crush on Surreal had vanished with the wind the moment he saw that hidden side of her. Right now, he only felt gratitude for the information she had left behind for him, but nothing else. Likewise, if he came to find out something about Selhira that changed his mind about her, it would be even easier for him to forget what liking he had for her as well. Ryu was just this sort of person. His personality wasn't to the liking of many, but quite frankly, he simply couldn't be bothered to care. All that mattered was that he knew his own heart. Of course, what Elder Aika didn't know was that there was a clan of women out there who did as they pleased with their bodies, and it also happened to be a clan that stood at the very pinnacle of the true martial world. Maybe if she had been born into the martial gods, her outlook on life would be much different than what it was currently. It took Ryu no more than a brief instant of time to organize such thoughts in his mind, and he seemed to become calmer. His heart shone like a refined jade and he exhaled a breath. The air around him shifted and his gaze became tranquil. There was a slight shift in his body and his soul and a rush of powerful, but illusory energies twisted around them. When a Tao broke through, it didn't need to gather up energy, at least not until it formed a godhood. For such a breakthrough, the only way to tell was by the way the energies resonating around them. But there was such a large tempest of it, that several gazes would help but land on the trio linked together. Of the three of them, both Selhira and Elder Aika closed their eyes. The sudden resonance brought about by the breakthrough in Tao was greatly beneficial for those around the person in question, and especially for those so close to him. However, because Ryu was the most relaxed, it made it difficult to tell that he was the one undergoing the breakthrough at all. The expressions of the individuals changed. Such a powerful Tao resonance. How was it even possible? Their gazes bounced back and forth between the trio. They immediately eliminated Elder Ika because she should have formed her godhood already. This meant that her Taos wouldn't just resonate with worldly energies, it would also directly absorb them. This just left Selhira and Ryu, but it was just too difficult to tell which of them it was. The energies seemed to slightly favor Ryu more, making it seem like it was him. But such a powerful Tao, how could it be in the hands of an immortal Ring Realm pup? This level of momentum felt like one of the final breakthroughs before forming a godhood, it just made more sense if it was Selhira. But the expressions of the Hidden Blade sect warped. They had felt ignored and disdained. Now that Elder Ika had closed her eyes and focused on the resonance of this energy, wasn't it the best time to attack? Die! A raging mechanical palm tens of meters across descended toward the trio. Chapter 991, Breakthrough. Ryu's gaze turned cold. He was the one receiving the most direct benefits from his own breakthrough, of course, so he didn't need to focus very much on it. After all, it was his insights that had triggered the breakthrough, not the other way around. So, he had already achieved the level of focus he had needed already. All he had to do now was to allow the heavens to reward him properly. Due to this, he was the first to realize what was happening because his void spiritual sense was blanketing the area. With its prowess, sky gods of this level couldn't hide their intentions toward him, but it was already much too late for him to do anything. The Frost clan unfortunately hadn't left behind any world-shattering treasures or protective treasures. Well, at least none that were useful on a sky god level. The best of them could just barely block a few blows from a World Sea Realm expert of the 6th Heaven's caliber. However, a World Sea Realm expert that strong was most definitely comparable to a fragmented sky god of the 1st Heaven. So if it came to it, Ryu was confident in blocking one such blow. Still, it was obvious why his gaze had turned cold. Firstly, with his personality, anyone who would deign to take his life would immediately be marked with his hatred. Many others wouldn't even dare to show rage towards such a powerful expert due to ingrained respect and deep-seated apprehension. But Ryu never held any reverence for such figures to begin with. And secondly, he didn't want to have to reveal such a treasure if he didn't have to. Such a thing shouldn't appear on the 1st Heaven at all. In this place, even sky gods were cobbling together heaven-grade weapons for their own personal use. Only the lucky ones with some connections to higher heavens would be able to get their hands on an ancestral grade or fragmented grade weapon more appropriate for their level. In the end, though, bang! Elder Ika's eyes suddenly opened and she pierced out with her cane once again. The enormous metallic hand was split in two, and yet the sky god on the other side was nailed with 9 holes, one through the forehead, the second through the nose, the third through the neck, the fourth through the collarbone, the fifth through the heart, the sixth through the torso, and as though to add insult to death, the final 3 were stacked up vertically right through his crotch area. For a moment there was complete and utter silence. But in the next instant, the fragmented sky god imploded into a rain of blood and gore as well. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, a wilder, even more furious gust of chi manifested. This one didn't just cover a few dozen kilometers, but rather pulled in chi from the whole of the 1st Heaven, covering every inch of land and shaking the skies. All at once, the energy turned into a rainbow vortex that manifested above Elder Ika's head, rushing through her body in an endless tide. If Ryu's breakthrough had given many some small insights, Elder Ika's was akin to handing many the key to the world. And yet, unlike Ryu, Elder Ika seemed to have an excellent level of control over her own, to the point where the only people she even allowed to get a sense for anything were those already on the Radiant Star Sect's island. She was breaking through. The members of the Hidden Blade sect stood in shock, firstly because they had lost yet another fragmented sky god too in just a single day, and secondly because the breakthrough of a sky god was so impossibly rare that it had been countless years since the last time such a thing had occurred. Even breakthroughs from the World Sea Realm to sky god were almost impossible to stumble across in the 1st Heaven, let alone a breakthrough by an expert already in the sky god realm. Had they been wrong? Could it be that that level of insight previously wasn't Ryu or Selhira at all, but rather Elder Ika from the very beginning? The Hidden Blade sect elders watched on, their gazes becoming like blazing torches. However, Elder Ika was still staring at them. Much like Ryu before, her final hurdle of insight had already been completed. She didn't need as much focus as had been necessary before. Ryu felt a swelling feeling in his heart right this moment. The Tao had never felt so clear to him. Just now, he had gained some insight into his own heart, which allowed his Tao to improve from the 1st grade immortal Tao to the 2nd grade immortal Tao. This gave him a Dao equivalent to the Path Extinction realm. But it had to be remembered that most would have a Dao a step below their cultivation realm, and only the pinnacle of absolute geniuses would ever have a Dao at their level. Ryu had already been in the latter group, but his insights into his own heart had allowed him to transcend even that and grasp a Dao beyond his cultivation realm. And yet, just after this breakthrough, he had suddenly been blessed by another opportunity. Unlike others who wouldn't even dare to bring their spiritual sense close to such a vortex of energy for fear of harming their soul, Ryu had enveloped it completely. Streams of fundamental runes, of heavenly secrets, and enigmatic mysteries were imprinted onto his mind one after another. Just catching bits and pieces of Elder Ika's Dao caused world-shaking changes within him. First, his Dao completely solidified itself at the second immortal Dao grade, and then it quickly improved by leaps and bounds. What maybe should have taken years or even decades of practice was completed in just a few minutes. By the time Elder Ika's breakthrough was completed, Ryu felt that his Dao sat right at the border of the third immortal Dao grade, just a breath away from a power that only Dao pedestal realm geniuses should wield, and a power that one could only expect to frequently find among cosmic seed realm geniuses. But the difference here was, Ryu's Dao was no normal common, true or even lineal Dao, it was a hegemonic Dao. Chapter 992. Magic Circle. Ryu's mind wasn't on any of this, though. He was entirely enraptured by the profundity of Elder Ika's earlier strike. If he was correct, she didn't need to display such might earlier. It was only because of her sudden inspired breakthrough that she had used such a top-level application of her Dao. Just then, the metal palm split in two, but the fragmented sky god was riddled with 9 holes. It didn't seem to make sense. If there were 9 attacks, then why wouldn't the metal palm also gain 9 holes? It seemed that there was a simple answer. After all, even Chi refinement realm experts could control their streams of energy perfectly. Maybe she just split a blade attack into 9. But what would be the purpose of that? Especially when the 9 holes essentially split the man down in half as well. After all, every single one of the lines had gone down a straight vertical line. It was then that it hit Ryu. Now that he thought about it, Elder Ika hadn't swept her cane out either, she had pierced it forward. That meant that somehow, a straight line pierce had become a vertical slice, that then became 9 individual holes. The profundity was on a level that Ryu found difficult even to wrap his head around. This wasn't a simple application of Chi, it was a use of Chi that sat within realms Ryu couldn't even fathom. He couldn't help but think of an experiment. When one shot out a stream of particles toward 2 slits, one would expect to receive 2 streams back on the other side. This was what should happen if particles always acted like particles. But what truly happened was that one would receive a wave pattern on the other side with a distribution based on probability, something that made no intuitive sense. This was a mystery of the universe and existence that Sacrum simply didn't have a solid answer for. However, Elder Ika seemed to have grasped a Dao where she could easily and freely make use of these principles. She could pierce out with a single stream, casually change it into an arc, and then reform it into a single or even multiple streams as she pleased. Her level of insights and control over Chi was at a level that far surpassed the lower sky god levels. Until now, Ryu had been certain that Elder Ika had been at the fragmented sky god level. But now he wasn't so sure. It only confirmed his suspicions further when, upon her breakthrough, her back straightened, her wrinkles smoothed out, and her graying hairs began to slowly fade. However, this final process, Elder Ika seemed to stop it of her volition. Even as she once more became a city-toppling beauty and her skin regained its soft suppleness, she kept her cane and her graying hairs. In the end, she was still a great deal shorter than Selhira and Ryu, barely coming up to their shoulders, but she looked like she had become a 21-year-old woman once again. If it wasn't because she had kept those silver strands of hair in her deep black locks, one wouldn't even be able to reconcile the two images. Why was it that Elder Ika's youth had reaffirmed to Ryu that she couldn't be a fragmented sky god? Well, one would only age to the extent Elder Ika had when they were quickly approaching the end of their lifespan. A genius capable of understanding the profundities of Chi to such an extreme and even applying it into their Dao like she had wouldn't be stifled by a mere false sky god bottleneck for so long. Realizing this, Ryu could only conclude that Elder Ika was far above the fragmented sky god realm. It was just a conjecture, and he couldn't pinpoint her true cultivation because he had too little experience with the true martial world sky god realms, but he was certain of at least this. The question was, why was someone so powerful on the first heaven? Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed that he was very correct to come to the Radiant Star sect. Originally, he came because he felt that there was a secret behind why Gallimar, a genius of the two-star Gallimar clan, would choose to come to a true one-star sect instead of just training with his clan. And it seemed that he was very correct, there was a secret here. Elder Ika chuckled. What is it, little Ryu? Has this old woman become too beautiful for you to look away? Elder Ika's chortling broke the silence, but despite her joking tone, she truly was too beautiful. She was the kind of beauty that should probably choose to wear a veil like Xianxia had so as to avoid being constantly harassed. But Elder Ika had been growing old for so long, how could she have the time to care to wear a veil? This breakthrough had truly been an unexpected boon. She had expected to slowly die at her current level, but she never expected that she would gain some benefit from a little immortal ring realm practitioner's Tao breakthrough. Elder Ika sent a small glance toward Ryu's forehead covered in a headband and seemed to have made a guess at something. But she didn't say anything about it at all. To her surprise, though, Ryu nodded. You are indeed very beautiful. Elder Ika was stunned speechless. She took Ryu for the cold, stoic type. But it seemed that he had some passion in his heart as well. Or, at the very least, he was the type who couldn't be bothered to lie about his intentions. Ryu liked cold and arrogant women, and Elder Ika definitely wasn't like that. However, usually, cold and arrogant women also tended to be older women as well, so Ryu had a fondness for women much older too. The charm the teasing elder had was undeniable. She had slight oriental features and large silvery eyes. Although her body was quite petite, it was well proportioned and shone through even her very loose robes. And those strands of silver hair gave her a charm most couldn't match. Elder Ika's personality didn't suit him, but he wouldn't mind praising her beauty a bit. To others, though, an immortal ring realm expert, flirting with a sky god was so unheard of that they didn't even know what to say. Wasn't this child a bit too bold? Xianxia covered her mouth and released a light and gentle giggle. Usually, her laughs were fake, but this time, she couldn't help but reveal a real one. Ryu was truly an interesting character to her. However, Ryu continued, I'm much more interested in your attack just now. It was too profound for me to understand. Elder Ika's brows rose. She was surprised that Ryu had noticed anything at all. Most wouldn't even give that attack of hers a second look. Now, she was even more certain that Ryu had an extremely powerful Tao. She was somewhat curious to see him use it. This Tao of mine, it's based on a core technique of the Radiant Star sect. Elder Ika laughed boisterously after a moment. Perform well and this old lady will give you a copy. Ryu's gaze flickered. It seemed that he was right about this Radiant Star sect having quite some secrets. Others might not understand the hidden meaning of these words, but how could he not? Elder Ika seemed to be implying that the techniques of their sect went far beyond the fragmented or even false sky god levels. Ryu exhaled. He hadn't been very interested in the techniques of the Radiant Star sect, until now. At that moment, a mighty aura descended from the Hidden Blades sect island. It was no doubt their false sky god, an existence that was the very reason the Hidden Blade sect could be a two-star sect at all. However, before they could do anything, the large floating island they all hovered around began to glow. One after another, large-scale teleportation arrays began to appear in the skies and groups of individuals appeared one by one, each with more profound auras than the last. From above, it looked as though a complex and enormous magic circle was being formed piece by piece. Chapter 993. Chosen. The island below had exactly 27 mountain peaks. Upon each one of these, new formations quickly formed. When they vanished, groups of individuals were left behind. Sometimes they were just in pairs, and the largest of them numbered as much as 5. Among these individuals, Jenellis and her junior brothers were present, commanding the space of an entire mountain range to themselves. The 27 mountain peaks completely surrounded the floating island, sitting on its outer edges as though to enclose everything within. From above, it looked no different from a cage locking everyone in. Although none had descended just yet, when they did, it became obvious that they would have no options to escape. Maybe in Sacrum, it wouldn't be a big deal. But to the people of the true martial world, it was impossible to fly in the first heaven without first being a fragmented sky god. There was simply no escaping. Chosen. A voice boomed from a 3-meter-tall man below. The moment he spoke, Jenellis' lips curled into a slight sneer. Her palm flipped over and a floating rune appeared. She raised her palm into the air and the silvery construct shot through the air, appearing before Ryu's forehead and floating around it. Aside from Ryu, there were only 2 others who received such treatment. One of them received a silvery rune from a group of people wrapped in vines, and the other received the same rune from individuals with reptilian eyes. To the surprise of everyone, 2 of these runes landed with the disciples of the Radiant Star sect. The first was, obviously, Ryu. But the second was someone Ryu recognized from the entrance exam, a young man with skin as dark as night and eyes as sparkling bright as the stars. However, oddly enough, no one seemed surprised that a young man who should have just become an outer disciple was here. Ryu frowned inwardly. At that moment, the young man turned toward him and smiled. But what was odd was the fact that Ryu definitely hadn't turned to look at him. What would have been the point? He was blind to begin with, it would have been a useless endeavor. So why was this young man smiling at him? For an instant, Ryu thought that the young man had sensed his spiritual sense, but that didn't seem to be the case. Not to mention the fact that even Elder Ika hadn't detected his void spiritual sense, it seemed that this young man was smiling at him just for the sake of smiling at him. Ryu's gaze narrowed, but he still didn't turn toward the young man. This situation was far too weird. Even Elder Ika didn't seem to react to him at all. Selhira also seemed to be quite sensitive, but she too didn't seem to see an issue with this situation. Ryu inwardly shook his head. He didn't particularly care about this matter. Since he could stand here, who was to say that others could not? It was as though everyone was freaking out about his placement either. Well, at least no one on the Radiant Star sect side. There was one particular individual on the Iuni clan floating island that was quite shocked. Galamar's eyes narrowed when he saw Ryu accept the chosen rune. He had already heard that Ryu was forced into this situation due to Genel's dissatisfaction, so he had already expected this to happen. But what he was shocked about was that this Ryu was truly the Ryu he knew. This was, quite frankly, a death sentence for Ryu. But he was greatly dissatisfied with this. Even if Ryu died, the one with claim to his corpse and things would be Genelus and not him. This would mean that any chance he had at taking a look to see if Ryu's talents could be used to bolster his own had flown out of the window. The worst part was finding out that Ryu, who he had been looking for all this time, had actually been right under his nose. The fact that Ryu had survived such a fall only made him more interested in what Ryu would do for him. But now there were no more chances. The overseers would be able to monitor everything that happened on the island and Genelus would definitely be paying special attention to Ryu. At this point, he was almost kicking himself. Even though he was supposedly a member of the Radiant Star sect, he actually spent most of his time in the Iuni clan. Their facilities and resources were better, why wouldn't he? But that choice had actually come back to bite him today. The silvery light that surrounded him grew more furious for a moment before calming down. To his side, someone released a chuckle by his side. What is it, Galamar? Feeling jealous, the one who had spoken was Vanward of the Iuni clan. In this generation, Galamar was competing with 2 others for the position of clan heir, one of which was Vanward, and the second of which was Crixian. He had managed to take a bit of a lead thanks to the headache he had been for the Radiant Star sect, but this selection was an opportunity for the other 2 to catch up quite swiftly. There was no greater guarantee to the heirship of their clan than leading the Iuni clan into the second heaven, the greatest desire of their ancestors. Galamar had been preparing to make solid preparations, as he always did. But for some reason, they had chosen to abruptly push up the date of this selection, making all of his preparation useless. These 2 cousins of his couldn't have been happier. The 3 of them were about equal in strength, but when it came to strategizing and plotting, Galamar was leagues beyond. The more time he had, the worse it would be for them. So the 2 were in quite a good mood, one that only became better when they saw that Galamar was agitated. Towards such words, Galamar only snorted and didn't respond. The fact that there were only 3 chosen this year spoke volumes about how rushed this was. Usually, at least half of the 27 would have chosen someone or maybe even someones. Galamar had planned to secure himself one with some time and effort, but that was clearly impossible now. However, Galamar still saw these cousins of his as fools. Obviously, they had no idea what the true root of his dissatisfaction was. Don't tease him too much, Vanward, Crixian chortled. Did you see how valiant that sky god of the Radiant Star sect was just now? He's probably pissing his pants realizing that the Radiant Star sect isn't a place you can just casually toy with. Patriarch tried to warn him, but doesn't he just listen to no one else but himself? In fact, because of this, our Iuni clan didn't get a chance to order any of those rune pills. Who do you think the reason for that alchemy genius turning us down is? Galamar's eyes narrowed beneath his sheen of silver. He had, indeed, lost a bit of an edge in the race because of this, and many of the elders had been dissatisfied. Luckily, Ryu had disappeared shortly after making such great promises, so the situation was salvaged by him. But the clan was still dissatisfied that they couldn't get their hands on even one. Even when they tried to trade with smaller clans and sects that had managed to get their own, they had all flatly refused, firstly because the pills were far too rare, and second because none wanted to chance offending Ryu. It's worse than that, bro Crixian. I found out something interesting the other day. Apparently this Ryu Tatsuya is an otherworlder and came to the true martial world on the same astral ship as Big Bro Galamar. However, there's no registry of his leaving the astral ship. I wonder what happened. Galamar's gaze turned cold. He might be better at planning than his cousins, but if they had no strengths, they wouldn't even be considered for the position of heir. Both of them were quite intelligent in their own right. Ho ho, an interesting tidbit indeed. I wonder if this big bro of ours spent too much time putting on airs and hiding his face behind that twinkling light that he actually scared such a genius away. Say it ain't so. What kind of scandal would that cause among the clan elders if they were to find out? While the three representatives of the Iuni clan were having a sharp battle of words, the third and final individual to land a chosen rune was staring daggers at the Radiant Star sect. This individual was none other than the number one genius of the Hidden Blade sect, Isemros. If one didn't know better, one would have thought him to be a necromancer. His robes were jet black and incredibly loose. Small gasps of dense black fog left out of his sleeves and hems. At the same time, what looked like a tail of intertwined black vines sways from side to side on the ground behind him. His gaze seemed dull and palsied, but within, a hidden sharpness seemed to split it apart. A bumpy deep purple tongue licked as his dry, pale lips. He seemed eager for the event to begin. Chapter 994. Too small with a rush of chi, Ryu found himself being forcefully teleported out of his floating island. When he reappeared, he was in the midst of a dense forest. Trees 5 to 10 times as thick as the width of his waist were all around him. The grass beneath his feet was wild and untamed, sometimes being quite low, and at other times, as tall as Ryu's knees. There didn't seem to be any sort of law or order to the forest at all, like it had very much been untouched by the machinations of humans and other intelligent creatures. Left to grow on its own, there was a sufficient wild smell in the air. This place was very much not used to the appearance of humans, and everything about this forest screamed danger lurking around the corner. The moment they caught a single whiff of Ryu, maybe everything in the surrounding 100 kilometers would suddenly be out to kill him. Such a place already had its own delicate balance struck after countless years of evolution and infighting. The territories and resources had long since been carved out. Just the appearance of one Ryu would be enough to wildly change this balance, let alone the fact that there were dozens of other participants. Ryu's void spiritual sense spread outward, immediately finding several threats in the near vicinity. The closest was only about 200 meters away, but the thick foliage made it so that there wasn't a clear line of sight to him. And, just within a kilometer radius, a distance that was absolutely nothing to cultivators of his and likely their level, there were almost a dozen such threats, each seemingly more dangerous than the last. For now, Ryu hadn't been noticed. But, as though on cue, the chosen rune above Ryu's forehead flashed. A ripple of chi spread outward and a pillar of light shot into the skies, persisting for half a second before vanishing. At the same time, two more such instances occurred around this wild world. Unfortunately, Ryu hadn't spread his spiritual sense far enough to see them, and he obviously couldn't use his eyes like others could. That said, this wasn't surprising to Ryu. Before he was forcefully teleported away, he was already told that this would happen. This was the burden he would have to carry as a chosen. By this point, Genelis, who was watching Ryu from a mountain peak like a hawk, couldn't help but sneer. Usually, she didn't display her inward thoughts so blatantly on her expression, but the more she thought about what happened that day, the more pissed she became. Something about Selhira really and truly irritated her, making her hatred of Ryu all the more potent. A mere immortal ring realm expert looking to participate in this selection. She was looking forward to Ryu's death. Almost the instant the flash of chi went out, the beast that was 200 meters away from Ryu snapped ahead in its direction. Its long, lanky arms reached up to the nearest branch, its speed almost impossible to track as it monkey branched from tree to tree. In no more than a half a second, a shadow flashed above Ryu's head, a fiery, orange-furred monkey barely a meter and a half tall falling toward him with wide-open jaws. Despite its small and seemingly innocuous appearance, the pulsating strength of a black-grayed beast wafted from it, only made more prominent by its 8th-order cultivation. Jenellis watched this happen from above with the same expression. But inwardly, she was partially disappointed. She wanted to see Ryu suffer more, but such a beast wasn't known for playing with its prey and there probably weren't any beasts weaker than this on the floating island. This was the best she could have hoped for. She shook her head and watched intently. She had to step in the moment that Ryu died so that this foolish beast couldn't take advantage of Ryu's corpse and so that she could make sure everything remained intact. However, what actually happened left her completely speechless. Ryu stood without moving. His spiritual sense watched as the orange monkey swung toward him, but his expression didn't seem to give away that he had noticed anything. Those that knew that Ryu was blind couldn't help but watch on with a hint of lament. All because of the actions of a second heaven genius, Ryu would die here. It was right when the jaws of the orange monkey opened, ready to take a bite out of Ryu's skull, that his hand suddenly clawed forward. Those watching suddenly felt as though they were watching the massive looming figure of a dragon swipe down with a deadly momentum. Just watching Ryu alone, it felt like they could even hear the faint echo of a roar in their ears. Ryu's claw was so large that the moment it grasped the face of the orange monkey, it forced its jaw shut. Bang! The momentum of the monkey was halted in an instant, and with just the slightest squeeze, its head exploded and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Ryu watched this scene, frowning inwardly. Just a simple action had practically manifested his dragon soul. This could be troublesome. By now, after recultivating in both Chi realm and body realm, the former to the pinnacle of the spiritual severing realm and the latter to the pinnacle of the pulse tempering realm, his bloodlines had left the earth grade and entered the heaven grade. In fact, right now, they sat at the middle heaven grade. What Ryu didn't expect was that with this change, the aura of his bloodlines also became more difficult to hide. The good news was that he had void spiritual sense to mask much of it, but if dragon roars were going to manifest every time he attacked semi-similarly to a dragon, it could prove troublesome. Just now, he had subconsciously used Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw was a talent of the dragons and one of their strongest methods of attack. The good news was that Ryu didn't employ its true nature and at most used about 5% of it, but that much was already enough to explosively increase the strength of his hands and even cause a small phenomena. It seemed that he would have to be more careful, or else even with void spiritual sense, he would end up exposing himself. I'll stick with archery for now. Close combat is dicey because my instincts will kick in. Archery is inherently a more controlled and deliberate discipline, so even if it's highly compatible with my lightning Qilin bloodline, it'll still be easier to hide. While Ryu was thinking about these matters, his grandfather's bow had already appeared in his left palm and he had already drawn. A violent and wild lightning pulsed to light as his glove of order glowed, but it very quickly tightened up into a sleek blue steel arrow that pulsed with life and vitality. This was none other than one of the few bloodline talents Ryu could use freely and get away with, lightning god and lightning manipulation abilities. With this, even the most violent of lightning called forth by his glove of order and the thunder character in his eyes were as obedient as kittens. By the time he had drawn, several more beasts had appeared, but with a single relaxation of his forearm, they were spliced through by a lightning arrow. A single release took the lives of 3 8th-order beasts, their bodies exploding with lightning and being charred nearly to ash a moment later. Up above, the spectators watched in absolute silence, not quite being able to understand what they were seeing. It felt to them like a fairy tale. An immortal ring realm expert was taking down black grade 8th-order beasts as though they were nothing but trash by the roadside. How was that possible? Jenellis' eyes widened. When she was in the immortal ring realm, could she take down 8th-order black grade beasts so easily? The answer was yes, but she was also an absolute genius of the second heaven. It was rare, too rare, for such a genius to appear on the first heaven. In fact, it was rare for them to appear on the second heaven as well. How could there be so many of her running around? That physical strength, those archery skills, that lightning control ability, the last of the 3 in particular, it felt like it had to come from a Dao charm technique. Nothing less could provide such amazing control over such an unruly element. It was simply impossible. Elder Aika's gaze sparkled. She turned a gaze toward Selhira, but the latter just seemed to be smiling gently like she always did, her demeanor as calm as always. The Hidden Blade sect elders really wanted to say something, but they no longer dared to, so they could only keep it in their hearts. So what if he was strong for his strength? Those were still just 8th order beasts. If you could kill 9th order beasts just as easily and defeat your fellow competitors, you wouldn't survive regardless. Plus, another, larger pulse of the chosen rune was coming soon. Ryu didn't know or care about the thoughts of others. Right this moment, he only had one goal in mind: find and defeat his competitors. Since it was right here for the taking, he might as well claim this free ticket to the second heaven. The first heaven was already feeling much too small for him. Chapter 995. Range. According to the understanding that Ryu had come to, the chosen rune was both a blessing and a curse. While it gave certain advantages that could be claimed at a later date, it also increased the difficulty manifold at the same time. For every given period of the time that passed, the chosen rune would release a pulse of chi that would be greatly attractive to beasts and a pillar of light that could be tracked by cultivators. Every time this pulse of chi and light was produced, the former would spread wider while the latter would persist for longer. Just now, Ryu had experienced the first pulse and the next was quickly approaching. This first one hadn't been nearly enough to cause him big problems, as it only pulled in beasts from about the surrounding kilometer range, and the light hadn't persisted for nearly long enough for challengers to lock onto his location. However, as time passed, it would become increasingly difficult for him. The goal of this excursion wasn't actually related to the beasts or the terrain at all. These two factors just added additional variables to the competition and applied some more pressure on the geniuses trying to elevate to the second heaven. In truth, the goal was to defeat as many enemy humans as possible and collect runes of your own. There were currently only 3 chosen runes, but there were tens of thousands of normal runes taken up by cultivators who hadn't been given such a chance. The top 270 contenders, a number chosen based on the 27 participating second heaven powers, would be given 3 chances at passing a trial of the second heaven powers. So long as they passed at least one, they would be able to join said power. Of course, chosen could circumvent this. A chosen was able to choose whichever power they wanted to join without running into an issue. That said, a chosen would have to first survive the onslaught of thousands of cultivators seeking to snatch their chosen rune away. This sounded great, but truthfully, chosen would usually go with the power that gave them their chosen rune. After all, not doing so would be as good as slapping the face of the power that had picked you out, making you an enemy of a second heaven sector clan. This wasn't something that even talented individuals would be willing to do, and it would also make things troublesome for the organization you chose to snub them for, since it would place them at odds with a power likely on par with them. Of course, there were some powers that wouldn't care about this at all if the genius was great enough, and some who were already at odds to begin with and most definitely didn't care. However, how could someone born and raised on the first heaven possibly know the ins and outs of such struggles? It was usually safer to just not take the risk at all. Knowing all of this, it was no wonder that Jenella's expression had become so ugly. Ryu hadn't given her any face when she went to personally visit him. How was she expecting him to do so now? Soon, though, Jenella's calmed down. He just defeated some 8th order beasts and she was already so concerned, it was pathetic. Ever since her soul had been harmed, she was having far more difficulty thinking straight, meditating, and even controlling her emotions. Unfortunately, every time she realized this, she only became angrier at the bastard who put her in such a state, and it fueled a cycle of her rashness and lack of emotional maturity. She was a person quite known for her meticulousness and intelligence, but now she acted like a woman scorned by love. And she was far too powerful for those used to her real demeanor to dare to say a word about it. Ryu could probably make guesses at Jenella's current mental state if he thought about it, but quite frankly, he didn't care enough to do so. This woman that he had only met once had long since been thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't even take her giving him a chosen rune seriously. As far as he was concerned, such a boon was exactly what he deserved. Ryu slaughtered a path through the beasts clinging onto him until he laid eyes on one that was much more to his liking. In the distance, there was a prowling jaguar hidden within the shadows of dense foliage. It looked completely black, but depending on the angle Ryu's spiritual sense locked onto it at, it could catch streams of dark gold patterns. This beast was most definitely of the Earth grade, the first one of the Earth grade that Ryu had come across. In fact, not only was it of the Earth grade, it was also in the 9th order, albeit at the lower 9th order. Such a creature was an absolute monster. In a place like the First Heaven, even the best geniuses who were of the Tao pedestal realm would be greatly hesitant to battle. Although they should be able to defeat such a creature should they put in a great deal of effort, in a place like this one where the main goal was to defeat not beasts, but humans, it was simply a wasted effort. These beasts were the true behemoths of the island and could be considered to be the bosses of a given region. One would have to be exceptionally cautious around them, especially one like this that seemed to be so good at stealth. To those above, it seemed as though Ryu hadn't even noticed its presence. In fact, many of the spectators didn't, and even the likes of Genelis, who was watching Ryu like a hawk, only noticed after he had entered a 20-meter range of the creature. It could only be said that this jaguar was incredibly patient. At its strength, 20 meters might as well have been a single step away, and yet it continued to wait and prowl, not making even the slightest sound as Ryu approached. 15 meters, 10 meters, the moment Ryu entered a 5-meter range, it pounced. Chapter 996. Mountain. Ryu's gaze flashed, his palm calmly stretching out, and the mountain character in his irises glowed with a fierce light. At that moment, despite the fact there wasn't even the slightest bit of strength added to his palm, as though he had only held it out to feel the briskness of the wind, a single tap on the jaguar's forehead forced it into the ground. A mighty pressure descended, crushing the jaguar. If there was even the slightest bit more, the creature just might very well be crushed into a meaty paste. Ryu rarely used his natural enlightenment. In fact, he only used it now because it was convenient. It was the easiest method of controlled suppression he had. It had been a long while now since Ryu had grasped Shrine Mountain's incarnation. The abilities it gave him access to, especially after using it in his 8-trigram diagram, were extraordinarily powerful. However, they ultimately boiled down to suppression. Shrine Mountain represented a lot more than just this. It was the link between heaven and earth, the arbitrator of life, death and reincarnation, not to mention being the core of the mysteriously birthed shrines. However, such things weren't what Ryu could consider using for now. He hadn't delved deep enough into the mysteries, and even if he had, with Sacrum's current weakness, it would be almost impossible for such abilities to impose themselves on the true martial world. That was just the harsh truth. That said, the only thing that Ryu would not lose access to was this suppression. Mountain had fused into his Tao along with his other inheritances. It was what connected his dividing karma and dividing tribulation, the root of what formed his Tao, dividing heaven. It could be said that Mountain had become the foundation of Ryu's Tao, its very core. The core of a hegemonic Tao that embodied heaven and earth itself, a Tao that dared to take the name dividing heaven. How could a mere earth-grade beast possibly so easily deal with its suppression? It would have to be at least of the 10th order to even think about moving currently, and at least of the 11th to be able to maintain its full strength now that Ryu's Tao was on the verge of entering the 3rd immortal grade. The jaguar glared upward at Ryu, its teeth bared and its muscles flexed to the extreme as it tried to press upward. But no matter what it did, it couldn't elevate itself and could only allow Ryu's palm to press upon its forehead. "Be obedient," Ryu said lightly. An overwhelming soul pressure descended and crushed the spirit of the jaguar. In Sacrum, Ryu wouldn't dare to use his soul like this. Without the medium of a visualization, it would put him in danger and force him into potentially suffering backlash. One only needed to look toward Genelis, who actually had a far more powerful soul than his own back then, to see the kind of dangerous situations even a strong soul could end up in. However, after researching several soul techniques of the true martial world, Ryu had come to understand how their foundations were formed and how the people of this world used their souls directly in techniques without putting them into harm's way. In the past, Ryu had relied on taming beasts by having them follow him willfully. Little Rock was a beast he had to battle to a standstill. Nemesis was a beast he had saved from a life of torture. Little Silk was personality defeated and restrained by him. And Little Gem had been a little baby when he met her, making it quite easy to build up a trust bond. All of the relationships with his beasts were built on true like this, and they could technically betray him whenever they pleased. However, now, Ryu had the ability to force beasts to submit whether they wanted to or not. And he had the soul talent to be completely unobstructed in doing so. Beast taming soul techniques were actually quite rare. But Ryu was able to create one of his own just by reading a large number of soul techniques and soul cultivation techniques. His soul talent was simply in a stratosphere of its own. Maybe there was a reason why of all his talents, the one that the martial gods went out of their way to strip away from him was this one. It made one wonder what Ryu's true spiritual foundation was like. The jaguar's gaze went dull and it lost its luster. Unfortunate. I guess my technique isn't quite perfect yet. I took control of it, but it lost much of its own intelligence. That's fine. I never planned on having a mere Earth-grade beast follow me for a long time anyway. It's just useful for the time being. Up, Ryu said coldly. The jaguar beast stood. It was about 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. It was quite a large beast, but compared to the ninth order beasts Ryu was used to, it was actually extraordinarily small. When the organizations of the second heaven saw Ryu force an Earth-grade beast into submission with a single palm and a few seconds, their eyes widened. The eyes of the only beast-taming sect among them brightened like torches. The time it took for a beast-tamer to control a beast was a sign of their prowess. To be 2 orders below the jaguar, and yet force it to heal within a few seconds, just what level of soul talent did this monster have? Ryu gracefully landed on the jaguar's back, standing tall. He raised his body and his mind calmed. It was time to go hunting. His spiritual sense flourished and he locked onto 10 targets at once. Go. The jaguar blazed a trail forward, and yet Ryu looked as though he was standing on solid ground, his eyes closed and his mind serene. He pulled the string of his bow and released it. It felt like an inhale and an exhale, a picture-perfect representation of elite archery. In less than half a minute, 10 participants had fallen to their deaths, wide-eyed. All they saw in their final moments was a flash of darkness. Chapter 997. Too Low. Ryu's slaughter was cold and ruthless. Oftentimes he wouldn't even bother to memorize the face of the person he was coming across. The moment he sensed them, he would fire. Many couldn't even see his attacks coming before they landed, their heads exploding into a rain of charred blood and flesh. They didn't even have the time to call out in despair before their lives were ruthlessly ripped from them and their runes were harvested. As for the beasts, none of them dared to bother Ryu in the slightest, and this was the real reason he had taken control of this jaguar beast. Ryu couldn't release his own bloodline suppression without revealing himself, and he couldn't use Little Silk for the same reasons. A beast of Little Silk's caliber was too far beyond what should appear here in the first heaven, and the fact that Ryu had control of her would raise too much suspicion and greed. However, this Earth-grade beast was the perfect shield. No black-grade beasts dared to even get close to it, causing them to run away due to its sheer aura alone. This allowed Ryu to be entirely focused on slaughter. This farce wasn't something Ryu wanted to spend a lot of effort and time on. With his current standing, he wouldn't even bother to participate in such a thing if there weren't adequate rewards on the other side. Unfortunately, the price of crossing between heavens was extraordinarily expensive. It took a large sum of Ryu's wealth just to come to the true martial world in the first place. If he wanted to transcend to the second heaven, if he didn't use the Frost clan's wealth, he would need to give up at least half of what his 4 clans had gathered over the years. This was unacceptable to Ryu. Of course, wealth wasn't the only issue. Even if by some miracle you actually managed to gather enough funds, you would still need to secure certain channels and connections to complete the process. Ryu had already looked into it previously, and there was only really one method widely available to the first heaven, and that was to rely on the twin-phase merchant group, the very same merchant group run by the Iuni clan and the very one that Ryu had rented a VIP room from to come to this place to begin with. The only other option outside of that was to have a second heaven power secure a channel for you, but how else would you gain such favor if not through a competition like this one? Of course, there was still a third option, and that was to create a channel himself. But doing such a thing would require power equivalent to a false sky god, comprehension of space laws of the false grade, or being a false grade formation master. All 3 of these things were too far beyond Ryu, and he wasn't willing to waste the time in the first heaven that it would take to reach such a standard. Although Ryu had great confidence in his talent, after seeing the gap between Sacrum and the true martial world, he understood just how valuable the environment was as well. Not only did he need to match up against talents that could push him and squeeze out his true potential, if he couldn't meditate in higher heavens, it would be incredibly difficult for his Dao to progress. Just now, he had gotten lucky in pushing his Dao to the second immortal grade, and then he even got the chance to experience the breakthrough of a sky god which pushed him to the pinnacle of this realm. But that was precisely the problem. He had been lucky enough to see a sky god breakthrough and feel the shifts of the laws of heaven around her, and yet the improvement, even with his comprehension abilities, had actually been so minimal. And also, how long had Ryu been stuck at the first immortal Dao level prior to this? It had to be remembered that Ryu had formed his Dao over 1,000 years ago. Even if the process of his rebirth was removed from the equation, it still had to be considered that before his battle with the martial gods, he had entered a time dilation treasure. Of course, it was impossible to meditate on Taos in such a treasure, but one would still be able to refine their mind and calm their spirit, tempering both through time. There were two methods by which a Tao could be improved. The first was through comprehension of the Tao and the second was through comprehension of the self. Ryu had managed to make a breakthrough in the latter fashion after countless years of progression toward emotional maturity. However, in the first aspect, he was making little to no headway at all. Ryu had spent 3 months using 13 soaring azures, roaring sky serpent and whispering petals to damage his Tao and reform it. But rather than improving his Tao's grade, it ultimately culminated in his Tao breaking through to become a hegemonic Tao instead. This sounded great and amazing, and it was. But it also made progressing his Tao countless times more difficult as well. Even though a hegemonic Tao would be able to leap levels to do battle with much stronger Taos, there would be a hard limit to this. For example, there was a huge gap between mortal Taos and immortal Taos, and likewise between immortal Taos and cosmic Taos. Ryu's current hegemonic Tao would still be able to barely match up to a much lower level cosmic Tao, but that was all. Compared to these gaps, the gap between a cosmic Tao and a fragmented Tao was so large that they weren't even considered to be of the same cloth. This was why Taos below the fragmented Tao level were known to be in the nurturing phase. They weren't even considered to be truly birthed yet, as though babies in gestation. Comparing the two would be like comparing an embryo to a grown adult. The gap was too massive. If things weren't like this, just by virtue of his hegemonic Tao alone, Ryu would be able to crush fragmented sky gods who built their godhoods with mere true Taos. This was the problem Ryu faced. He was on too low of a heaven right now to progress quickly in his Tao. In fact, only if he made it to the 7th heaven would his progress no longer be hindered by such limitations. The skies of the 1st heaven were far too low. Chapter 998. Thunder Blaze. Ryu was determined to leave this place, and he wouldn't allow anyone to stop him. His killing rate skyrocketed, his hands moving faster and faster. Most couldn't even see him coming before they found their lives fading. Ryu was simply the only one who would both spread his spiritual sense so wantonly and be completely unaffected by the surrounding beasts. Others were too scared of beasts sensing their spiritual sense and using it to track them, and they most definitely didn't have a beast to rely upon that would scare away all others like Lionel's would. By this point, Ryu's chosen rune had already pulsed out 3 more times and his kill count had crossed 100. If there was a leaderboard, he would by far and away be first. At the same time, he rendered the pulsing of the chosen rune practically useless. He moved too fast on the back of the jaguar for his position to be easily pinpointed by the human cultivators, and the beasts were too afraid to even approach despite the cheap pulse revealing his location. The entire competition had practically become target practice for Ryu. Those watching didn't even quite understand how to react, their hearts outside of their control. Even the emotions of some of the 27 Second Heaven organizations were stirred. When they remembered that Ryu was just in the immortal ring realm, their eyes even lit with greed. Such a disciple, they had to have to him. Many here were just disciples in their own right, just like Genelis, but there was no doubt that if they brought back a powerful disciple, not only would they be able to forge a friendship with someone who would clearly blaze a trail toward success in the future, but their sects and clans would also greatly reward them. However, their hopes were doused when they remembered that Ryu had a chosen rune hovering before his forehead. They couldn't help but turn a glance toward Genelis, only to be confused by the fact that her expression didn't look too good at the moment. This Ryu Tatsuya is actually so powerful while only being in the immortal ring realm. It doesn't even look like he's used any special techniques outside of his beast-taming technique. What kind of power would he wield if he was using techniques? He's very close to the standard of a heaven-class genius. In fact, he might truly be one. Aren't you going a bit too far? Absolutely not. Anyone who dared to participate today was at least at the pinnacle of the path extinction realm. Yet, he hasn't even used more than a single arrow to slay them despite being at the immortal ring realm. Crossing a full realm of cultivation, if that isn't heaven class, then what is it? It's hard to make such an assessment. If the youths he was facing were true earth class geniuses, then I would agree with you. But most of them only have one pillar at the earth grade at best. Not to mention the fact that to be considered earth class, one must also have the techniques and treasures to back it up. These so-called classes were the methods by which the 2nd and 3rd heaven used to measure geniuses. This wasn't a system they had created arbitrarily, but rather a system designated by the heavenly path that barred those of the 3rd heaven from easily entering the 4th. It was this heavenly path that was the reason for these recruitment events. In order to even step through the threshold and challenge the path to the fourth heaven, one had to be at least a heaven-class talent, which was why these members of the second heaven were so fixated on it. These classes could be considered a holistic view of a person's battle prowess. This would include the 6 pillars of cultivation, the cultivation methods they used, and the techniques one could deploy. Plus, he can't be considered a true heaven-class genius unless he has mastered at least one heaven-grade Dao charm technique to large success. Although this isn't a universal rule, pretty much all heaven-class geniuses have met this standard aside from those with freak bloodlines. But even in such latter classes, if such freaks grasped a heaven-grade Dao charm technique, they'd immediately enter the border of sovereign-class genius. The 27 groups discussed among themselves. Despite being separated by thousands of miles, each standing on their own mountain peak, they might as well have been all sitting at the same dinner table. Regardless, he's still at the very least an Earth-class genius. With the resources of the second heaven, he should have an excellent chance to become heaven-class. Grasping Dao charm techniques is far easier in a higher heaven depending on several variables. Considering what we usually find in the first heaven, this is a great boon. Usually we'd be lucky to find a pseudo-Earth-class genius. Maybe some congratulations are in order for junior sister Genelis for finding such a genius. The gazes all fell on Genelis, but her expression only became darker. She truly couldn't control herself right this moment. By this point, many were picking up that there should be a problem here, but most didn't dare to outright ask. Plus, Genelis carving ice sect was very powerful among those here currently, and they were one of only 3 true 2-star sects present. The other 2 were the Lurking Vine sect, which had given a chosen rune to the head disciple of the Hidden Blade sect, and the Thunder Blaze sect, the latter of which had a representative that surprisingly chose to speak at this moment. Although he is not using a technique, I am 90% sure that he is currently using a very powerful lightning inheritance, one that even allows him to control lightning to such a great extent despite only being at the ruler realm. This inheritance feels like it should be on the verge of forming a phenomena. Dao charm technique or not, this would be enough to classify as a heaven-class genius. Since Junior Genelis' relationship with this genius seems strained, my Thunder Blaze sect will take him. Chapter 999, 2 Possibilities. Genelis' expression became frighteningly cold. These words were nothing less than a slap to her face. Considering her inability to properly control herself currently, it only made her more infuriated. She sneered deeply, her sharp eyes landing on the one who spoke. He was a tall mall with much of his chest bared even through his robes. Other than this, he looked quite normal and even somewhat reserved. Aside from his stoic expression, there wasn't anything else that was worthy of note. And yet, when Genelis saw this face, she only became more infuriated. "Why don't you say that again, Varnan? My palms are itching. It can't be that you're hard of hearing, right?" Varnan asked rather than obliging. "You haven't shown anything but a scowling expression since this competition began, something that I find quite interesting. The Genelis I know is always unfazed by anything. As I see it, there's only 2 possible explanations. The first is that your relationship with this Ryu is quite intimate and didn't end particularly well." When Genelis heard this, her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Varnan would dare to say such a thing out loud. However, this state of shock only lasted for a small moment before an eruption of chi turned the mountain peak she stood upon from a lush and rocky surface into a land of ice in the blink of an eye. The surge of power sent her junior brothers flying, but she couldn't seem to gather enough emotions outside of rage to care. "Varnan, I promise you that I will kill you for daring to say such words about me. That I swear." The atmosphere grew heavy and even the temperature in the competition grounds below plummeted. Genelis was simply too powerful, and if not for the enormous amount of ground her chi would have to cover, she might have instantly frozen all of the competitors at once. She was absolutely furious. To insinuate that she would have such a relationship with a bumpkin of the first heaven was already much too far, but to take it a step further and insinuate such a thing with a mere immortal ring realm expert, and then taking it even a step further than that to imply that she was the one scorned by love. Even one of these things would be enough to blow her top even if her soul hadn't been damaged, but all of them together. It was simply unforgivable. For Genelis to say such words wasn't to be taken lightly. She had just sworn to kill one of the preeminent geniuses of a true 2-star sect. Such a thing could lead to all-out war that could even descend the entire second heaven into chaos. And yet, Varnan didn't seem to react to this threat at all, because an instant after Genelis released her aura, it faltered, an expression of pain forming on her face as she stumbled somewhat, a weak feeling overwhelming her. You didn't quite let me finish, Varnan said lightly, having confirmed something. Plus, did I really insult you so much? You might be in the World Sea realm and he might only be in the Immortal Ring realm, but aren't you both still heaven-class geniuses? And it doesn't take much of a genius to see that he's quite handsome. Is it really such an insult to speculate like this? Jenellis clenched her teeth so hard that blood almost began to seep out between them. Both heaven-class. Did he really just compare them? How many individuals had been higher class in lower cultivation realms all to fall out of these ranks as they progressed? The answer was too many. It happened every day. To try and compare a World Sea realm heaven-class genius like her to trash in the Immortal Ring realm was like trying to compare heaven and earth. They were fundamentally different. Even if Ryu was a heaven-class genius of the Cosmic Seed realm, she still wouldn't have a single care to give. The crossing of every realm was a new watershed and it required time to once again build up one's battle prowess. There was no guarantee that one would even be able to climb back up to their original class at all. And on top of that, just look at how old Ryu was, and yet he was still in the Immortal Ring realm. Obviously, he had spent a long amount of time consolidating and firming up his foundation, so how could that possibly be impressive? Jenellis was even willing to wager that even if Ryu broke into the Path Extinction realm right this moment, his combat prowess wouldn't even increase by much. Just like that, he would plummet from heaven class to barely earth class. To dare say they were the same, this Varnan was clearly trying to infuriate her. Did she even lack handsome men chasing after her? Why would she come to the first heaven just to have such an affair? The more she thought about it, the redder and more furious she became, but her rage had stacked up so far that she couldn't even begin to articulate her thoughts into words. Her damaged soul made it so that it was difficult for her to focus, so before she could even decide how to furiously reply, Varnan had already continued speaking. Of course, there's also the second potential possibility, and that's that your soul is injured. Jenellis froze. It was instantly too late for her to hide her reaction. Varnan's expression still didn't shift, but now he knew it was 100% certain. He already hadn't feared Jenellis before, but with her soul injured like this, he held her in no regard whatsoever. The current her couldn't even be considered a heaven-class genius. That said, these two possibilities aren't mutually exclusive. Both might be true at once. Jenellis gripped her fists hard. Her breathing was erratic and uncontrolled and she only seemed to grow more angry with every passing second, but Varnan had already begun to ignore her. Oh, look at that. Finally some real competition for him. Varnan said lightly. Chapter 1000. Dao-Hard Ryu's killing spree went completely unchecked as the pulse of chi and pillar of light began to appear more and more frequently around him. He stood on the back of the jaguar beast without a care, rushing through the forest and killing anyone he came across. Little Ryu is a bit too murderous, Elder Aika said with a slight sigh. In truth, if she didn't have such a good impression of Ryu to begin with and this was the first side of him she had seen, their relationship would have definitely begun with a poor start. Killing in this competition couldn't be helped, but there wasn't a flicker of hesitation in Ryu's eyes. It was clear at a glance that such things didn't faze him in the slightest. He wasn't exactly a demonic cultivator, but he didn't lose sleep at night due to his killing, nor did he even give it a second of consideration before he did so. This was just the way Ryu was. When he took action, he never had a shred of regret. It took quite a lot for him to feel such an emotion and he could only name 2 times in his entire life that he had experienced such a feeling. Regret wasn't something he allowed himself to feel. His Dao heart is very firm, Selhira said lightly. Elder Aika nodded in agreement. Killing people that were weaker than you wasn't exactly a feat of a strong Dao heart. However, the method by which Ryu was doing so separated him. Selhira had seen Ryu interact with those far stronger than himself, and his demeanor was just the same as it always was. He didn't shift the way he viewed the world based on the circumstances he was in or the oppression he was facing. Due to this, he could kill without blinking an eye, but he could also face his own death without blinking either. A Dao heart as strong as this, though, especially when formed so early on and under a lack of true life experiences can be a double-edged sword, Elder Aika said. Selhira remained silent. She knew very well that this was true. Those who formed such Dao hearts so early on in cultivation couldn't be said to have gone through any true trials and tribulations. It wasn't a matter of suffering, but rather of suffering over long and extended periods of time. Someone that was as young as Ryu and hadn't experienced the vicissitudes of life could only build such a strong Dao heart on one thing: pride and arrogance. Dao hearts built on such a thing were incredibly strong, but they were also incredibly brittle when pushed past a certain point. They lacked flexibility and didn't do well under true stress. As such, Dao hearts like this were often ticking time bombs. It was only a matter of time before they collapsed, shattering your Dao along with it. Although neither Ika nor xianxia wasn't to say it in so many words, they both knew that it was true. So they fell into silence, watching on without a word for a long while. "Someone is coming," xianxia suddenly said. Ryu rushed through the forest, his hand still a blur. However, just then, his expression flickered. A strong ray shot over, piercing right for his jaguar's head. Ryu raised an eyebrow. The timing of this attack was quite good, and it happened to come from an individual that was nearer the edge of his spiritual sense, so he hadn't paid much attention to them originally. A member of the Iuni family? No, not just a member, it's him. Ryu's gaze turned cold. He had wanted to pay this Gallimar back for forcing him to skydive through 10 kilometers for a long while. It seemed that he would get his chance today. He lightly tapped the back of the jaguar with a foot. The seemingly soft action caused him to flip through the air with tremendous speed, dodging out of the way of the ray of silver light even as it ran through the forehead of his tamed beast. Ryu could have saved it, but he didn't bother to waste his energy on that. Instead, as he flipped through the air, he had already pulled back his bowstring, his expression the picture of calm. 13 soaring azures. Singe's silver-blue arrow formed at Ryu's behest, but wrapped around it was a flickering azure light that condensed into a beautiful ray of light the moment he released it. Heat waves billowed through the air, warping the wind and distorting one's vision. The spectators shot up. Dao charm technique. Varnan, who hardly ever showed an expression, had his brows shoot up. Others saw a Dao charm technique being used at initial success, but he saw a perfect fusion of fire and lightning. His heartbeat quickened. They were called the Thunder Blaze sect for a reason. They contained both lightning cultivators and fire cultivators. However, their strongest legacy, one very rarely taught to anyone, was one that combined the two. Gallimar's expression changed. He hadn't expected Ryu to directly abandon his beast for the sake of attacking him. It didn't seem worth it or smart. Of course, he hadn't seen how easy it was for Ryu to tame this Earth-grade beast. In his opinion, it must have taken Ryu several hours, and he wouldn't be willing to give it up easily. He had planned to use this against Ryu to launch a sneak attack and then pin him into a corner. As always, he was scheming. But who could have expected that Ryu didn't give a damn about the beast at all? Ryu's arrow appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Gallimar, who had been preparing another attack technique, felt the scorching heat begin to eat away at the silver light that covered his face, and priming to rip a hole through his forehead. Gallimar released a low shout, adjusting his attack technique slightly and concentrating it into a finer beam. His finger struck outward with an otherworldly momentum, piercing against the tip of Ryu's arrow and shattering it into pieces. He was prepared to launch a follow-up assault, but he quickly found the skies covered by dozens of arrows, each and every one of them powered by an initial success Dao charm technique. The spectators sat in complete silence. A Dao charm technique was supposed to be a final trump card, the last thing one pulled out in a battle of life and death. One wouldn't casually display it unless they had no choice. When Ryu immediately brought it out, they had assumed that it was because he took Gallimar as a very fierce opponent to face, something that made sense considering the fact that Gallimar was most definitely top 5 in strength among those participating, but who could have expected that rather than a final trump card, Ryu would be capable of using it as casually as almost any other attack. Singe arrows turned the forest into a blazing inferno of dancing azure flames, and Gallimar was stuck in the middle of it all. Die, Ryu said coldly. Roaring Sky Serpent. Chapter 1001, Starlight Roar. Rumble. The air quaked and shook, the surrounding wind spiraling into a tornado of vibrating chi that built up momentum with every 10-meter gap it jumped across. Ryu's arrow accelerated even after it left his bow, every echoing roar seeming to grab more chi from the surroundings, fueling the arrow further and strengthening it. The instant the roaring arrow entered the range of the sky of azure fire arrows, it swallowed them whole, fusing the two into a single blazing meteor. Gallimar stood with his eyes wide open, his expression frozen. A heated trench of flames and whip-like marks of wind were left. It stretched for over 10 kilometers, had a width of over 10 meters and a depth at its deepest of at least 5. Gallimar, or what was left of him, stood at the start of the trench. Everything above his belly button was eviscerated to ash. His legs stood entrenched in the ground, his hips carrying with them to carve off the arrow's path. The silence was palpable. Not only had Ryu just used 2 Dao charm techniques, he had even fused them into one perfectly and seamlessly. And just now, they were certain of it, that roaring sky serpent was used, to great success. What these fools didn't know was that let alone his roaring sky serpent, even his 13 soaring azures was at great success. In fact, he had mastered the first 6 forms completely. There were 13 forms in total. 6 fire azure and 6 ice azure. They alternated in power until they fused into one at the 13th step to become the true soaring azures. They were singe, chill, burn, cool, scorch, frigid, blaze, frost, inferno, and snow, in that order. However, after meditating upon them all, Ryu had come to understand that they were merely baby steps. The only reason he cared to use singe first instead of going straight to inferno or snow was to conserve power and so that his Dao charm fusion would work. The reality was that he wasn't at great success at all. He had reached complete success in both. However, unless he tweaked the power output, the fusion would fail and there would be little point to the attack. Ryu didn't need to go so far as to display such a thing just to kill a mere Gallimar. The reason he had done it was purely to display his talent. He might not be able to display his bloodlines or his soul or his bone structure and meridians, but he would never hesitate to display his comprehension abilities. Ryu wasn't a fool, he knew how much power and influence Genelis likely wielded to dare do what she had done. However, this was ultimately a disciple recruitment event. There would always come a certain point where the potential of a talent would outweigh any worries over internal disputes. Things would often truly be that simple. Ryu's head turned and he found a small strand of silvery chi lurking about. Very quickly, that strand turned into a small ball, then a large sphere, before taking the shape of a human and ejecting out from it to form a naked and handsome young man with silver hair and sharp blue eyes. However, right at this moment, this young man was quite pale. Oh, Ryu had never actually seen this young man's face before, but he instantly recognized him to be Gallimar. It turned out that Gallimar had actually managed to survive his blow through some strange means. The true martial world was truly fascinating. Ryu had never seen such a thing before, and because he hadn't been looking for it, his spiritual sense hadn't picked up on exactly how Gallimar had done it. The expressions of the Radiant Star Sect elders, though, all changed at once. Who dared. Elder Aika went from calmly observing these matters while dealing with the waves in her heart that Ryu had caused to becoming incomparably furious. That technique just now was none other than one of their Radiant Star Sect's pinnacle cultivation methods that would only be passed down to select core disciple and inheritance disciples. Every single elder that had access to them now had to have had at least that much talent when they were a youth. They all knew that the real reason Gallimar had come to their Radiant Star sect despite being a member of the Iuni clan, a 2-star clan supposedly stronger than their own sect, was to get his hands on these cultivation methods and their pairing techniques. This was always done with the intention so that he could bring these back to his Iuni clan as a form of merit and securing his position as the future heir. However, how could the elders not see through this? So despite allowing Iuni to join, they never allowed him to learn any of these methods and gave him far harsher tests than they would usually, tests that he had never been able to pass because they weren't designed for him to pass in the first place. Gallimar likely knew this, but so what if he did? He had already ridden atop their heads for long enough to become a core disciple, could they possibly allow him to continue to do so? And yet, just now, he had used one of their core techniques, one branching from the eternal starlight cultivation methods. The cultivation method wasn't entirely important for now, but what was important was that this cultivation method was known for its endurance and its defense. Likewise, the techniques that matched with it were known for bolstering these two. The most powerful life-saving method was known as Starlight Escape. It allowed one to infuse the essence of their bodies into a bundle of star energy to escape at the fragile barrier between life and death. Not only was this capable of saving your life at a crucial moment, but it was incomparably mighty for escape. Now that such a technique had ended up in the hands of an outsider, how could Elder Icon not be furious? Chapter 1002, Unbridled. Gallimar gave Ryu a deep look before he flashed. His pale body became a ray of starlight that flashed into the distance with incomparable speed. It was much too fast for Ryu to catch up with him, even if he used whispering petals. However, all of the runes that Gallimar had accumulated still landed in Ryu's hands. What an interesting technique. Ryu wasn't very enraged that Gallimar had escaped. Truthfully, all Gallimar had ever done to him was give him a bad feeling, like a hand was constricting around him and that puppet strings were being tied to his joints. Of course, there was a high likelihood that Gallimar had plans to kill him in the future, something that was definitely unacceptable to Ryu. Usually, people who wanted him dead would find themselves dead first. However, Ryu still wouldn't say that he felt an insatiable desire to claim Gallimar's life. After forcing him to flee naked and humiliated like just now, much of Ryu's pent-up rage had dissipated. Plus, he had a feeling that very soon, he would gain another opportunity to kill him. Ryu leapt upward and sat in a tree. He laid his bow across his lap and closed his eyes, meditating on other things. So long as he didn't die, he had already definitely claimed first place in his competition. After stripping Gallimar of everything he had, there was no need to waste his time in doing anything more. He needed to figure out the formulas he would use to recultivate the Divine Vessel realm and beyond. As for Gallimar, he was sure that he would be back. If Gallimar had chosen to escape immediately, Ryu would have had a hard time even noticing that he was still alive. That was the original design of the escape technique in the first place. Although it was extremely fast, it also left behind a shell to fool the enemy. There was no way the process of turning one's vitality into starlight could be perfect, so the technique purposely chose to remain imperfect and instead use those hints of imperfection to forge a decoy clone to die in your stead. It was truly a great technique, so much so that it was odd that it would appear in the hands of a true one-star sect. However, what was truly important was the fact that Gallimar exposed himself so blatantly did a few things. It's possible that Gallimar was lost in the heat of the moment and wanted Ryu to know that he was unable to kill the former. But this was unlikely considering Gallimar's personality. It was more likely that Gallimar already knew that he would be exposed and thus chose to take it upon himself to expose himself. This would reveal to the members of his family that he had managed to do what he claimed he would in the Radiant Star sect and dull the effect of him being so terribly defeated. After all, the Iuni clan elders wouldn't be able to pick out the use of this technique as easily as Elder Ika. At the same time, it would act as a provocation toward Ryu. It was even possible that Gallimar wanted Ryu to try to chase him. Who would have expected, though, that Ryu would actually just sit unmoving and uncaring? However, to Gallimar, this was the same difference. If he couldn't lure Ryu into a trap, so long as he kept sitting there, he would bring the trap to Ryu. Elder Ika furiously scanned the elders to her back. She gave them all a deep look one by one, trying to see which of them would break first. However, despite having hints of fear and trepidation in their eyes, no one seemed to give anything away. Good, 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 it seems that I really have been gone for far too long. To think that you would dare to do such things right under my nose. Once we return to the sect, I'll be sure to do a thorough investigation. The perpetrators will not survive. And, hey, if I find out that this isn't the only thing you've given that little rat, I'll make you all wish for death. Elder Ika turned her attention back toward the floating island below. From this point on, Disciple Gallimar Iuni has been expelled. Her voice boomed, drowning out everything in its path. Even the overseers of the second heaven paled. Most of them were just in the world sea realm. How could they withstand the rage of a sky god like Elder Ika? Ika Radiant, issue an order of immediate death. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, despite the proceedings, Elder Ika actually immediately attacked. The members of the Radiant Star sect paled. To actually interfere in the selection of the second heaven. What was this Elder Ika doing? Wasn't she pushing them all into a corner? How would they deal with the fury of the second heaven? No one could even react in time. Gallimar, who was still scheming his next move, suddenly paled when he heard such words. However, his body began to shudder when he actually felt the attack coming toward him. He would die, just like this. How? At this point, even Ryu was looking up. He awoke from his meditation and he was somewhat speechless, but that only lasted for a moment before he burst into a fit of laughter. This Elder Ika's temper was very much to his liking. Gallimar's death was basically sealed. So long as he appeared before Ryu again, there was no doubt that his death would be soon. With Elder Ika's perception, there was no way she didn't know this. And yet, she had still decided to attack herself. When someone crosses your bottom line, you act. It was always as simple as that for Ryu. He never really considered the consequences. If before he was quite indifferent toward Elder Ika outside of her beauty and power, he had actually taken a liking to her now. You dare! A furious roar sounded from the side of the Iuni clan and a mighty aura surged forward to stop it. He appeared in the path of Elder Ika's palm in the blink of an eye, but under the stunned gazes of those watching, the palm split into two, shooting around the elder before fusing back into one. Bang! In the spot where Gallimar had been, there was not even the slightest stain of blood. The entire floating island threatened to split in two. The Iuni clan elder stood in the air in stunned silence. What had just happened? Was it even possible to control an enormous mass of energy like that? What would happen with the selection now? Was there even a need to talk about the selection when war was on the horizon? Chapter 1003. Find there was a sudden silence that took over. Or, rather, there was nothing other than the reverberating impact of the palm print. The Iuni clan was in a daze. How long had it been since their prestige was challenged like this? How long had it been since an existence dared to stare them in the face and act as they pleased regardless? Even when it came to the Hidden Blade sect, the two simply stayed in their own lanes, never acting so brazenly against one another. And that was especially so since the Hidden Blade sect was far too mysterious for the Iuni clan to dare to do such a thing, while the Iuni clan controlled the most wealth in the whole of the first heaven and even had a foothold in the second heaven. As shocked as the Iuni clan was, the members of the second heaven truly didn't know how to react. They were existences of the second heaven, yet a mere elder of a true one-star power dared to ruin the proceedings of their selection like this. On the floating island, Ryu stood up from his seated position, stretching slightly. He knew that this selection could be considered to be over. Very soon, a large commotion would erupt. 3, 2, boom. A furious, towering aura shot into the skies and Ryu looked up out of habit. Whether it was the Iuni clan or the Hidden Blade sect that had already been antagonized by Elder Ika previously, they all stepped forward, their sky gods rising into the air, causing a raging tempest of chi to soar. Whether it was for their own personal feeling, or in order to display their loyalty to the powerful existences of the second heaven, they had to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Control over the situation quickly spiraled out of control as Elder Ika tapped her can, causing a swooshing silvery chi to ripple out in all directions. She looked into the skies, her eyes radiant with a blinding glow as she locked eyes with the sky gods in the air above her. Her robes fluttered, her petite frame standing amidst the raging without the slightest hint of hesitation. The Radiant Star sect had 10 fragmented sky gods. This was why they were known as a true one-star sect. However, whether it was patriarchs, grand elders or even most of their sky gods, all three sects hadn't brought everyone out. The Iuni clan and Hidden Blade sect both had between 1 to 2 dozen sky gods each. However, they were known as two-star sects because they had both had at least one false sky god. Of course, this was a far cry from the Thunder Blaze sect, for example, which had over 10 false sky gods and were, as such, true two-star sects. But this gap was enough for many to look at the Radiant Star sect as though they were crazy, especially since the only sky god they had brought today was Elder Ika and no one else. Though, there were still about a dozen World Sea Realm experts with them. In the face of a battle of sky gods, how could they possibly participate? And yet, despite this, Elder Ika seemed completely unmoved. Her hair fluttered, her aura slowly building up momentum. Ika, an elder of the Iuni clan, bellowed in rage. Although he wasn't Gallimar's grandfather, he was the young man's grand-uncle and could be considered of a similar and close family line. He had been part of the faction of elders who wanted Gallimar to succeed the position of patriarch in the future and had also been the one to react the quickest to protect Gallimar. But who could have expected that he would actually fail in the end? How could he not be absolutely furious? If you want to attack, then attack. Why are you screaming like a woman? Do I look like I'm afraid of you? Bang! Elder Ika's words had hardly fallen when Gallimar's grand-uncle was sent flying into the distance. The expressions of the heaven-class World Sea Realm geniuses of the second heaven changed. This seemed like it could very quickly get out of hand. How was this woman so powerful? Without hesitation, several shattered hidden talismans on their person. When they came down here, although the prestige of the second heaven could protect them, the gap between sky gods and those below was simply far too large. Even as a heaven-class genius, the likes of Genelis had no ability to battle even a fragmented sky god even if they were a common class genius. The gap was that large. Since the second heaven were sending some of their best, they, of course, had to protect them just in case of any unforeseen circumstances popping up. So not only did they have protective treasures, they also had emergency talismans to request for help. Seeing things going south, they had no choice but to call for help. Only this way could they re-establish their dominance and prestige. If things continued like this, the selection would quickly become a joke. At that moment, Elder Ika rose into the air. The ripple of silver she had sent outward formed a barrier of silver light around the Radiant Star Sect's floating island, protecting everyone within as she was suddenly surrounded from all sides. Pathetic pieces of trash, I was simply weeding out garbage of my sect, do I not have the right? But since you want to surround me, I hope you're prepared for the consequences. Her aura flourished, a clash of dozens of sky gods creating a tempest in the skies. Down below, Ryu's eyes narrowed. The tree he stood within swayed wildly from side to side. He admitted that he quite liked Elder Ika's style, but her actions now pretty much threw him in a vat of hot oil. This was too good of an opportunity for those that wanted to do wrong by him to act. He shook his head, chuckling. Fine, come, then. Chapter 1004. Glaring, the floating island shattered into pieces. All 27 groups of the second heaven were forced to bring out their own flying treasures. Ryu did have such a thing thanks to the Frost clan, but he obviously couldn't bring it out. It was too high level and it would likely expose some things. The rage winds quickly picked up and the screams of the geniuses falling to their deaths was blood-curdling. At that moment, though, the other sects and clans that were trying to decide whether they should participate or not, realized that their top priority should be saving their disciples. They were nothing but small fry in the face of these behemoths. How could they throw their precious sky gods into the fray? However, many who had watched their disciples die one by one at Ryu's hands couldn't help but sweep their senses over him. If they had a casual opportunity to kill this murderous brat, they definitely would. There was no doubt that Ryu's kill count was far higher than anyone else's. Despite feeling these senses sweeping over him, Ryu put his bow away and clasped his hands behind his back, a calm expression on his face as he felt the raging winds. All things considered, this fall was actually easier than the previous one as it was only a kilometer in the skies as opposed to 10. On top of that, it was above water instead of earth. Plus, he was far stronger than he had been in the past, so even if it was a 10-kilometer fall, he wouldn't be afraid. His northern heavenly wind had been fueled to a much greater extent. Right now, he wasn't worried about the fall. Instead, he was primed and prepared to deal with those individuals who seemed to be much too invested in him. And there was one person in particular that his senses were quite primed against. As expected, after shattering her talisman, Genellis entered a flying treasure pike of ice with her junior brothers and shot right for Ryu. Her gaze flickered with a murderous intent. How could she possibly miss this opportunity? However, just as she had crossed a small distance, a streak of lightning crossed her path. Genellis ground her flying treasure to a halt and her eyes widened with fury when she saw that it was the members of the Thunderblaze sect that had appeared in her path. Oh, Genellis, what a coincidence. Get out of my way. Genellis screeched. Varnan blinked as though he was confused. Get out of your way. In that direction is a battle of sky gods, why would you need to go that way? Genellis grit her teeth so hard that one of them cracked. However, the sudden pain in comparison to what she had been experiencing with her soul was actually a slight relief, making her head clearer for a moment. Varnan, if you insist on this path, I promise you that the moment. Haven't you already said something like this before? I don't fear you even at full power, let alone in this state, Varnan said lightly. Genellis' gaze flashed, her chest heaving. But in her state, she really didn't dare to fight Varnan right now. All right, she said with a surprising calm. Once the elders learn of the mockery the Radiant Star sect has made of the selection, I really want to see how you'll be able to continue to protect him. A mere youth of the Immortal Ring realm wasn't worth trading their face away no matter how talented he was. The road of cultivation was simply far too long. Maybe he would be worth it if he was in the Cosmic Seed realm, but in this state, he was absolutely worthless. Once they got here, the Radiant Star sect would be slaughtered down to the final member as a warning to everyone else. That would still be a decision they made, and not the likes of you, Varnan replied coolly. But it was clear by the extra tinge of cold that Genellis' words hit the mark. Ryu watched this scene from below, but neither group was aware that his spiritual sense could stretch so far, nor that he could observe them without their knowledge. However, he was only amused by this matter and nothing more. Something told him that the Radiant Star sect was a bit tired of hiding. What a coincidence, so he was. At that moment, a black-robed figure shot into the air from one of the many pieces of the falling floating island. On his back there was a pair of black wings formed of metal tubes, pipes and gears. It looked as though it was leaking black oil, but if one smelt the pungent smell near him, it would be possible to notice immediately that this was none other than poison. This individual was none other than Xianxia of the Hidden Blade sect and the third individual to receive a chosen rune. His gaze was immediately locked onto Ryu, a sinister light flashing beneath his robes. At that moment, 3 pillars of blinding golden light shot into the skies around Ryu, Xianxia and the third chosen, but that only made the imminent clash between the former two all the more prominent. The sleeve of Xianxia flared and several black needles shot through the air toward Ryu. One could fly and the other could not. The absolute advantage was all too easy to spot. Ryu continued falling through the skies. However, with a single tap of his foot, his body flickered and vanished. He hopped from falling piece of island to falling piece, his movements incomparably fast. In one moment, he was absolutely still, and in the next, he had touched upon an explosive speed that left not even the slightest ripple in the air. He soared in the air, causing the final island he stepped upon to plummet to the ground even faster. He seemed to be jumping into thin air, but right at the moment, an Earth-grade scaled flying beast appeared from thin air. Ryu's gaze flashed, an overwhelming soul pressure crashing down upon the beast and directly shattering its intelligence to nothing. At that moment, Xianxia's black daggers finally collided with the piece of tree Ryu had been falling from, blasting it into a rain of ash. The gap in speed was glaring. Chapter 1005. Lacking Xianxia's head snapped in Ryu's direction, only to find that the latter had already brought out his bow once more. I've always been disgusted by the Hidden Blade sect. To think that you'd try to establish a Tao based on something so cowardly. Hidden weapons, poisons, schemes and tricks, you think that you can climb to the apex with such garbage? Ryu's voice rumbled, the thoughts he had kept suppressed for so long rippling out in waves. The bird he stood on the back of shot in the skies with a single flap before surging downward with a mighty speed. Shoo, 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 shoo. Ryu released arrow after arrow, each formed of highly concentrated lightning. They were resplendently beautiful, looking as though they had been forged of pale blue steel. Xianxia's hidden gaze flashed with a sinister light. The words Ryu had just spoken were a huge taboo, a taboo that none had dared to speak before the might of the Hidden Blade sect since they had established their might all those years ago. Xianxia had already wanted to kill Ryu due to the actions Elder Ika had taken. The prestige of the Hidden Blade sect wasn't something a tiny true one-star power should ever think of trampling upon. However, now, he wanted Ryu's life for these words he dared to speak. With a thought, Xianxia's wings flapped and he shot out of the range of Ryu's arrows. His robes flared outward, causing thousands of little mechanical bugs to surge into the surroundings, forming a net that quickly moved to block Ryu's exit routes. Ryu inwardly shook his head. His skill with the bow was still not to his liking. If he had his grandfather's skill, how could even his semi-normal arrows be so easy to dodge? It always felt like Ryu was on the edge of grasping the essence of the bow, but every time he got there, something would cause him to veer off the path. It almost felt like something didn't want him to comprehend it. Of course, this would have been nonsense to most people. But for Ryu, who had his comprehensions constantly falling back to the ruler realm again and again, it was a depressing reality he had to face. Even now, he wasn't 100% certain of what was causing it. He only knew that it either had to be related to his meridians or the machinations of the Phoenix Sky God. The first time Ryu was close to grasping the true essence, he made a breakthrough in his comprehension of his heavenly pupils and even formed his own unique birthed phenomena. In fact, that birthed phenomena was so powerful that he had yet to use it in battle as he hadn't been forced to that extent. That sounded silly to say considering he had almost died just 1,000 years ago, but in that battle, summoning his birth phenomena wouldn't have made a difference. This was because Ryu's birth phenomena was built off the completion of his Tao, which was, at the time, in the immortal grades. In fact, it was still in the immortal grades. What use was it in a fight of sky gods? The second time Ryu was close to grasping the true essence of the bow was actually about a year ago in the first heaven during his test to enter the Radiant Star sect. However, he instead ended up breaking through and evolving his Tao from a Dominion Tao to a hegemonic Tao. This time, he was determined to truly grasp the essence of the bow. Ryu commanded the bird to explosively retreat, avoiding the surge of metallic bugs. He didn't fear Xianxia's, but but that didn't mean he would let himself get enveloped. His arrows whistled out at a faster and faster speed, but without the element of surprise he had been relying on during the selection, it became difficult even for him to land a hit. Even when he used force to make up for lack of skill, Ismaros would instead choose to block rather than evade. The two wildly clashed in the air, sparks of lightning and fire raging from one side, while a rain of metal and poison fogs cascaded from the other. Considering the commotion in the surroundings, this was nothing more than a small blip. However, to the surviving participants that were still falling to the ground below, this might as well have been a world-ending level clash. How could they and Ismaros know that Ryu had killed the likes of Gallimar in a single strike? If not for Ismaros' use in tempering Ryu's bow, he would have long since died. I'm missing something, it's right there, Ryu's brows furrowed, his gaze flickering. His comprehension shouldn't be so poor, so why was he always obstructed at the final step? In fact, it felt like the closer he got, the less skilled his archery became. It didn't make any sense. Compared to his greatsword staffs, why was his bow so lacking? Ryu was even starting to get a bit frustrated. He had never run into such a problem before. Everything he picked up felt easy and smooth. Was it because he was blind now? No, that shouldn't be the case. His spiritual sense was more than an adequate replacement, and his grandfather's mention of the eyes wasn't meant to be taken literally. A powerful spiritual sense could also be the most important core of one's archery as well. Just when Ryu was trying to figure out exactly where the problem lay, a suffocating feeling of danger made the hairs on his neck stand up. Ryu's body flickering just as an enormous hammer construct smashed down as shattered the bird he stood upon to a rain of blood and gore. Boom, 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 boom. Pillars of water shot into the skies as the first pieces of island collided with the waters below. The water curtains blotted out the skies, shooting up tens of kilometers. Chapter 1006. Focus. Everything was in a complete mess, and the pressurized water even caused some cultivators to scream out in agony. Ryu's descent started once more, but he found himself assaulted from all sides. Ismaros came from the front, some bastard of the Stone clan assaulted him from the back, and now these strong pillars of water came from below, all of them seemingly wanting to shatter him like the Stone clan individual had down the bird. By now, all the other bird beasts had already flown up and away. There was no way for Ryu to get another one. His expression could only become frighteningly cold. The newcomer of the Stone clan was actually in the World Sea realm and was shocked that Ryu was able to dodge at all. He had come purely because Ryu had killed not just one of his sons, but two of them, in addition to his nephew. Despite the fact his clan wanted him to wait it out and see how things would end, his temper wouldn't allow it. He had acted with the intention of killing Ryu in a single strike to avoid variables, but who knew that a mere immortal ring realm expert could dodge him? Ryu activated his northern heavenly wind and whispering petals, using the impact's rush of wind to flash a half-kilometer back in an instant. In a swift motion, he dodged out of the way of the pill of water and the Stone clan elder. However, once the momentum was gone, he began to plummet toward the ground. The eyes of the Stone clan elder and Ismaros widened. Complete success. Dao charm movement technique. They realized at that instant that they couldn't let Ryu hit the water. For him, running across the water and even diving down and moving within it would be effortless. Truly powerful movement techniques wouldn't be obstructed by air, chi or water. Only if you ran into a powerful water cultivator would there be an issue. If Ryu stayed on the surface, the World Sea Realm expert would, of course, be able to deal with him. But as a member of the Stone clan, his antithesis was water to begin with. Plus, with all the commotion below, visibility would be difficult and spiritual sense would be difficult to rely upon if you weren't proficient with your soul. Despite years of training, this World Sea Realm expert was still in the peak soul refinement realm, the Dao pedestal realm equivalent of soul cultivation. Unlike in Sacrum, where the soul would just casually keep up with Chi realm cultivation even without much effort, things were very much different in the true martial world. If you had poor soul talent, it would be glaring. You would then have to rely on soul treasures of special Chi realm techniques to protect this weakness, or else you would be easily taken advantage of. Unfortunately, as someone of Sacrum, Ryu wasn't aware of this, or else he would have immediately begun launching soul attacks. Due to his ignorance, he instead chose to retreat with as much speed as possible, his mind still flickering as he pulled his bowstring back. In a moment of imminent danger, with two threats rushing after him with the goal of stopping him from entering the water, Ryu became frighteningly calm. He had danced on the line between life and death for too long to be fazed by this. He had fought sky gods before, true ones. He had killed more than he could even count. Why would he fear this sort of trash? That was when it suddenly clicked for Ryu and his heart seemed to release a roar. He was an idiot. Why was it that during his first attempt to comprehend the essence of the bow, he formed the birthed phenomena of his Tao? Why was it that during the second attempt his Tao shattered the mold and reached the hegemonic level? Why was it that his greatsword staffs were so much more powerful than his bow? Wasn't it because he had created the foundation of his Tao using the sword? Didn't it all come back to his Tao in the end? Whether it was his bow or his greatsword staffs, he couldn't get their full potential out of them because he kept treating them as separate existences. The most important thing to a bowman was his eyes. This didn't mean literally. Grandpa said eyes and not heart or spiritual sense, because when one's eyes looks towards something, that is what they are focused on. The eyes had limited vision. In order to look at someone, the pupils must shift, the head must turn, and sometimes even the body itself needs to be adjusted. I'm chasing after the essence of the bow, but how focused have I been on it? Early in my cultivation path, I abandoned it because I favored close combat. And even now, I picked it up again not for the sake of the bow, but for the sake of my grandpa. With such lack of focus, it's no wonder I keep accidentally grasping other things when I'm searching for its essence. Ryu suddenly smiled, his demeanor changing entirely. He could finally hear the bow in his hands. His bowstring released. The span of time between the release and the arrow connecting with its target was far too minuscule. It was as though Ryu had pierced out a sword instead of loosed an arrow. The separation between action and result was that short. A hole appeared between Ismaro's brows and he froze in the air. How? A kingly aura soared out from Ryu in waves, beaming shimmering lights towering around him. At that moment, both Genelis and Varnan both snapped their heads toward Ryu's direction, their eyes widened in shock. Their chests rose in waves and their brows shot up. They couldn't seem to believe what they were seeing or sensing. Ryu had become the existence his grandfather always believed he could be. Bow God, Chapter 1007. Bow God, Sword God, Spear God. The list continued to 9 and formed the 9 core weapons that stood above all others. These were all fearsome existences that stood in a league all to their own, and what connected them was only a single thing: establishing their godhoods with their weapons mastery as a foundation. This meant something very simple. Their Taos wouldn't be some grandiose, unexplored law of the heavens, but would rather be among the 9 most explored inheritances there was. And it was precisely because of this that such existences were so impossibly fearsome. Simply put, with every appearance of a new bow god or sword god, the appearance of the next was exponentially more difficult, and the next after that was even more so. Why was it that Ryu had such difficulty taking the Tatsuya saintly weapons and dual-wielding them, taking them down a path they had never experienced before? It was precisely because the karmic ties of the spear, glaive and halberd were so mighty that all the spear gods, glaive gods and halberd gods of the past refused to allow him to pervert their treasures' weapons in such a way. Every time a new such god appeared, it meant that they had forcefully shredded apart the wills of their predecessors and forged their own path anyway. For such existences, even if their Tao was as simple as the use of a weapon, they were extraordinarily powerful. Not only were they proficient at killing existences above their level, but their Taos were also far more powerful than Taos at their same level as well. In addition, should such an existence transcend and manage to become an origin sky god, their Tao would, without a doubt, become a founding Tao. Not just any foundation Tao, but one with a chance to become a peak founding Tao. Bow gods and their god counterparts were capable of forming exceptionally rare Taos which progressed with every step they took in their godhood. Upon becoming a bow god at the fragmented sky god level, one would have a common Tao. This Tao would become a true Tao when one became a false sky god and a lineal Tao when one became a true sky god, so on and so forth. But if one measured such weapon gods by the grade of their Taos, there would be nothing but horror in store for your future. Bow gods and their counterparts couldn't be measured by such logic. They broke the bounds and restraints of such grades by the very virtue of them establishing their godhoods in the first place. They had already fought and won against the wills of the mighty sky gods of the past as mere land immortals. How could they still be restrained? These were the most fearsome individuals in all of existence. Their combat prowess wasn't logical, their strength wasn't logical, and their attacks weren't logical. They broke the restraints of the heavenly laws around them and established their own. The hearts of Genelis and Varnan couldn't help but palpitate wildly. It was obviously impossible for Ryu to be a bow god, he had yet to establish a godhood and become a sky god. But why was it that his aura made their minds jump to this possibility immediately? The two had, of course, never met a bow god or any such god before for that matter. However, the senses of cultivators were extraordinarily sharp, their memories were great, and their instincts were even greater. The fact that this was their instant reaction meant that even if Ryu wasn't a bow god, it was likely that he was already on such a path. Of course, Ryu had no idea what this title represented. Plus, he had already established his Tao and planned to use it to form his godhood. As such, he had no plans to become a so-called bow god, although the prospect of crushing the wills of sky gods before him was quite intriguing. However, Genelis and Varnan came to understand that this feeling of a bow god that Ryu was exuding right now, or at the very least, the prelude to a genius that would become a bow god in the future, came from his bowmanship resonating with his Tao. Their level of shock would be on a completely different level. Becoming a bow god was one thing. Being able to manifest the will of a bow god through a Tao that seemed to touch upon a realm even beyond it was a different matter entirely. Basking in such an incomparably marvelous feeling, Ryu finally felt that he felt like he could see the world through his grandfather's eyes. His heart bloomed and he felt as light as air. A slight hint of tears welled up in his eyes, but the rushing wind ripped them away just as quickly. Ryu regained his composure and his expression became a frosty cold. His bow shifted and it seemed to glow a resplendent golden light. His body became enveloped with the shadow of a god king. Even as he fell from the skies, he was towering and majestic, his bow aiming for the world sea realm expert threatening to take his life. Shoo, 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 shoo. Ryu's arrows had gone from plain, ordinary attacks to gorgeous starlight being painted across a canvas. There was something absolutely marvelous about each stroke, as though just watching him guide the arrows through the sky was enough to pluck at the strings of the heart. The expression of the Stone Clan elder changed and he rapidly sent out several blasts of his hammer. Ryu shook his head. Seems like the gap is still too large, but this is enough. Ryu sent out several more arrows, his bowstring twanging like the strings of a zither. The melodious sound resonated with the heavens, snatching power from it and powering it even further. He didn't even bother to use his Tao charm techniques and waste his chi, he knew that it was a worthless endeavor. The Stone Clan elder whose expression had changed was stunned once again. He had attacked all out because he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Flashes of Ismero's ending had played in his mind and he thought he would end up the same way. However, to his shock, the air pressure of his hammer swing alone shattered all of Ryu's arrows. That was when he realized that he had been tricked. Who cared how great Ryu's archery was? The gap was still far too large to be bridged just like this alone. Unfortunately for the Stone Clan elder, it was already too late. Ryu fell into the waters, disappearing beneath the roaring waves, his gaze still locked onto the Stone Clan elder who had wasted his final chance to catch him. The moment Ryu entered the waters, he shrouded himself in his void spiritual sense and became a bolt of lightning, using his lightning spirit body for the first time since he came to this world. None could have expected that Ryu's greatest speed wouldn't be with a Tao charm technique, but rather in becoming radiant blue lightning itself. Although Ryu could go toward calmer sections of the water, he decided against it. It was best if he stayed in these rough patches. That way he would be difficult to spot and he could hide among the rubble and trees. Like this, Ryu waited, his spiritual sense blanketing the surroundings and his mind focused on each and every minute change. He already sensed the Stone Clan elder diving into the waters, but he stayed far from him, waiting in patient silence. The battle above was still raging on and only seemed to be getting more chaotic. But Ryu was sure that there would be a great change soon. And just like that, there was. The skies were suddenly filled with formation circles once again and the path from the second heaven was opened up. The clouds split and several vortexes formed, revealing the forms of two mighty beings, one of which was from the Thunder Blaze sect and the other of which was from the Carving Ice sect. It was clear from this that Varnan and Genelis had been the most frantic in getting their seniors to come and calm this situation, each of them with their own schemes and machinations. Halt! The voice of an old, wrinkled woman boomed. Even from his position in the waters, Ryu felt his soul shiver. Despite the fact everything came to a halt, Ryu didn't make his presence known. He wanted to see how Elder Aika would deal with this situation. There was no need to put himself in danger needlessly. If the Radiant Star sect really was slaughtered to the last man here, he would have no ability to stop it. In that case, he could only silently slip away. Ryu didn't feel any great loyalty to the sect, and this was beyond his ability to handle. He had a good impression of Elder Ika and Selhyra, so he would help them. But as for the others, he simply couldn't be bothered. Especially not that annoying old man. Chapter 1008. LNTE. Resting Elder Ika stood amidst dozens of sky gods, her countenance cold and unmoved. She didn't seem to be injured in the slightest, despite the fact she had been facing off against so many enemies. In fact, despite the fact the fight had only been going on for a few seconds at most, several more of her enemies had died. She stood over the floating island of the Radiant Star sect protectively, her gaze slowly shifting toward the two newcomers. At that moment, Genellis quickly began to send mental messages to her elder, explaining everything from start to finish. Although the gap between World Sea Realm and Sky God was enormous, the fact Genellis was a heaven-class genius of the former meant that her standing amongst her sect was actually quite high. As such, she could get away with a more informal tone when speaking to certain elders. Depending on the demeanor of the Sky God, sending them private messages like this when you weren't a Sky God yourself might earn you their disdain and rage. However, Genellis didn't need to worry about such a thing and directly informed her elder in the quickest way possible. With the speed of thought of such experts, it only took a second for the wrinkled old woman to be caught up with everything that had happened here, and the same went for the old man by her side. Now that they were, both of their gazes moved over to Elder Ika at once. Varnan sighed inwardly. This matter could get complicated. Recruiting Ryu was one matter, but the actions of his elder was a different matter entirely. How this situation would be handled was still up in the air. The prestige of the second heaven was too important, and if this was allowed to pass casually for the sake of an immortal ring realm expert, who knew what would happen later? What if this emboldened these first heaven sky gods to attack the geniuses they sent during the next selection? The likes of Genellis and Varnan all had great talent and treasures on them. They were a great temptation to sky gods that had reached the end of their rope. If the next time they sent such heaven-class geniuses down caused them to be slaughtered and plundered, it would already be too late to regret even if they sought revenge later. You disrupted the selection process of my second heaven. The old woman spoke first. Your second heaven? Elder Ika was stunned for a moment before she erupted into a fit of laughter. A mere true two-star sect wants to claim the second heaven for themselves. It's been a while since I've heard such a good joke. The gaze of the old woman turned frosty. To think the elder of a first heaven sect would dare to say such words to her face. It was true that while the strongest sent here were true two-star sects, they weren't the strongest of the second heaven. The true strongest wouldn't be looking on the first heaven for talents, they had already set their sights toward the third heaven, hoping to raise disciples that would be able to make it through heaven's path. While all of this was true, it wasn't for the likes of Elder Ika to say. It seemed that they had truly been too casual in the past. The old woman immediately swept down with a palm, no longer saying anything else. Her fury rose like a tempest, forming an ice-infused palm that caused the clouds above to tremble as though they might start a rainfall of snow any moment now. Elder Ika snorted, her cane piercing out once more. Bang! An enormous hole was shredded through the center of the palm, causing it to lose its structure and rupture from the inside out. A surging energy tunneled forth, appearing before the wide-eyed old woman in the blink of an eye. The elder of the Carving Ice sect quickly sent forward a cascade of palms, layering one after another. In the blink of an eye, she had already sent out several hundred palms. Bang, 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 bang. Elder Ika's seemingly casual strike shot through them all one by one, forcing the old woman to retreat time and time again. By the time the booming cacophonies came to a stop, the old woman had retreated dozens of kilometers and a sliver of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Her expression was unsightly to behold, but her heart was trembling as she looked toward Elder Ika with an incredulous gaze. How had this happened? How was this possible? Are you done now? Elder Ika asked. Put away that slimy attitude of yours, it's disgusting. The only reason I haven't slaughtered you all yet is because it will only make things more troublesome for me in the future. I still need time to consolidate my new cultivation realm and I don't have the time to waste on small fry. Plus, I wasn't expecting a breakthrough on the first heaven, so I haven't even gathered up enough energy yet. I'll make this very simple. My Radiant Star sect will be climbing to the second heaven and we'll be co-opting your passageway since I can't be bothered to waste the resources necessary to build my own. You can forget about taking away my little Ryu too, he'll be remaining one of us. Now hand over the control center. If you make me come over there, you'll end up with a fate worse than just a little bleeding. Shock and silence. None had expected that the reason Elder Ika was so casual with her actions was because she was waiting for these two to descend. The geniuses they had sent wouldn't have what she needed, only they would. The old woman's unsightly expression only became worse, but the power behind Elder Ika's casual strike was practically branded into her mind. If she really tried to fight it out, she would lose her life in this pitiful first heaven. But that was precisely what she couldn't understand. How the hell had such an existence appeared here? Are you going to make me wait? My patience is thin. Ryu, who was watching all of this from below, raised a brow. The Radiant Star sect was planning on climbing to the second heaven. This sect was truly mysterious. Could it be because of Elder Ika's breakthrough? Is that what they were waiting for? But that didn't make much sense either, because Elder Ika was at the end of her lifespan. The likelihood of a breakthrough should have been near zero. It was more likely that the Radiant Star sect hadn't had such intentions, but now that Elder Ika held such strength, she unilaterally made the decision on her own. Ryu couldn't help but wonder exactly what this meant and how this might be related to Old Man Wan. Old Wan seemed like more a pacifist while Elder Ika was more fiery. Could it be that they followed Old Wan's leads in how to do things because Elder Ika was weaker, but now with her breakthrough, Elder Ika could steer the sect how she pleased? That was potentially the case, but that didn't explain what else could be going on. What was the history of the Radiant Star sect? Did they have the foundation necessary to ascend to the second heaven? And why did it seem like Elder Ika didn't even take the second heaven seriously to begin with? Could it be that the goal isn't the second heaven at all, but rather much higher? Ryu thought about these things as he slowly came out of the raging waters, dry from head to toe. It didn't look as though he had just been submerged at all, and the raging waters didn't provide him any sort of difficulty in standing on its surface. At that moment, a snow owl swooped down and Selhira appeared with a smile. I'm sorry, I should have helped sooner, but Elder Ika is very stubborn. When she acts, she tends to forget about all the details. Ryu's gaze flickered when he heard this. They seemed to have a double meaning behind their intent. It seemed that Elder Ika's impulsiveness might come back to bite them. Still, Ryu chuckled, feeling his blood boiling. He had never joined a sect before, none were worthy of him. If not for Surreal's warning about becoming a throne in this world and the kind of trouble it came with, he wouldn't have joined the Radiant Star sect either. But the more he thought about it, the more a reckless sect like this one suited his tastes. Looking up at Elder Ika, he had a feeling that she had felt more stifled than he had since he stepped into the true martial world. Not only that, but she had experienced that feeling for much longer as well. She finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst forth with all her pent-up frustration and rage all at once. Ryu found that he quite liked it. Things were only interesting if they were like this. Would the sects and clans of the second heaven just sit idly by as a new power rose up? Of course not. Every ascension of a new power often came with the fall of at least one, if not many. There were only so many resources to go around. Elder Ika's strength was one thing, but she couldn't hold up the sky alone. Without deep enough foundations, the sect would be crushed. And yet, the disciples of the Radiant Star sect were pitifully weak. That meant only one thing, and it was the very reason why Elder Ika made it clear that she wasn't giving Ryu up. She would deal with the old fogies, and she expected Ryu to deal with the rest. Ryu laughed, his bloodlines thrumming through his veins and his dragon soul threatening to roar to the skies. Interesting, indeed. Chapter 1009. Peace. Genelis could only watch as the Radiant Star sect left, her elder unable to do a single thing. This was already the strongest elder they could call down. If they started interrupting ancestors for such a small, insignificant matter, where would their face go? Despite this, Genelis was truly infuriated. There was just nothing that she could do. Senior, are we really going to let them go just like this? I'm not satisfied. The old woman looked toward Genelis with quite a bit of surprise. This wasn't because of the words she was speaking per se, but rather because these words came from Genelis of all people. In fact, now that she thought about it, Genelis' actions until now were off. The old woman's gaze flashed and her expression changed. Your soul, why is it so damaged? Genelis' expression flickered. She didn't really want to let the elders know about this because it could mess with her current standing in the sect. Although she was quite secure, she didn't like taking such chances. Unfortunately, although her original intention was to keep somewhat of a low profile, she was finding it harder and harder to control herself properly. Plus, She didn't want to share information about the perfect blackbody soul she had run into because that would mean potentially having to share in whatever spoils she managed to gain. This would also expose other things she was very much not willing to. Do not worry about this, Senior. I will be able to fix it in a few months so long as we return. But this matter is too big to ignore. Although the old woman's gaze still flickered, she could only set the matter aside. Although Genellis called her Senior, their standing was very close to identical. She couldn't press Genellis too hard about anything. As things stood now, Genellis was still their best chance at succeeding in crossing the heavenly path, so her will was quite important. Still, even with this being the case, Genellis wasn't a fool. Despite the backing she had, she wouldn't casually reveal such important things because even she could end up being backstabbed. The lure of an ancestral-grade soul was far too high. The more she thought about that situation, the more odd she found it. An ancestral-grade soul, had it been at her level, should have been enough to directly kill her. The fact that this person had spared her had to have its reasons. Genellis didn't believe for a single moment that anyone would be so benevolent, especially since she had displayed her killing intent first. The only explanation was that this talent had far lower cultivation than herself. This meant that despite having such talent, there was an excellent chance that Genellis would be able to defeat this individual, maybe even with quite some ease. Genellis was a bit ashamed that it had taken her so long to think of this, but it couldn't be helped considering the state of disarray her mind and soul was in. But now that she was even more confident in dealing with this individual, so long as she could find them. Such a person wouldn't be on the first heaven for no reason. Heavens below the fourth have too small of a chance at forming ancestral-grade talents, especially ones like the perfect blackbody which presents much more like a greater talent. In that case, this person is either from a destroyed clan or sect of a higher heaven, or they come from a lower-level world. If that's the case, Genellis was snapped out of her thoughts by the words of the old woman. She is far more powerful than me, there isn't anything I can do. However, I would not worry too much about it. If they dare to ascend to the second heaven, especially when we've entered a rare state of peace, they'll find themselves to have become public enemy number one. The old woman's words weren't wrong. Whether it was the second or third heaven, both had entered a rare state of peace as they all focused on grooming the next batch to enter the heavenly path. The only scuffles were amongst the younger generation, and that was entirely so that they could temper themselves for what was to come. However, if someone tried to disrupt that balance now, they would gain the attention of everyone at once. Such a thing would be a death sentence. Who cared how powerful Elder Ika was? She couldn't be everywhere at once, right? In addition, they were well aware of just how weak the disciples of the Radiant Star sect were. Even if they had a genius of an elder, what good did it to them if they were constantly being crushed by their opposition? As far as the old woman saw it, the moment Elder Ika dared to step foot onto the second heaven, death would be all that awaited them. The old woman turned her head to find that the Lurking Vine sect actually had a genius of the first heaven by their side. The old woman frowned, wanting to question what was happening. But to her shock, the teleportation array had already been activated. It was clear that the youths of the Lurking Vine sect didn't want to explain their position, simply taking their chosen genius and whisking them away before the elder of the Carving Ice sect could say anything. The old woman's good mood at the thought of the Radiant Star sect's fall vanished. She had wanted to make a united front and teach the First Heaven a lesson they would never forget by not accepting any of their geniuses, but she never thought that two juniors wouldn't even allow her the chance to make this command. She was infuriated. Unfortunately, the Lurking Vine sect was no less powerful than her Carving Ice sect. If they had made such a choice, it was already too late to do much of anything. Chapter 1010. Pansy, what do you think you're doing exactly, Ika? Ika lounged in Old Wan's cave without a care and even covered her mouth in a yawn, seemingly unbothered by Old Wan's rare display of seriousness. Don't talk to me like I'm a child. I've caught up to you now, I can do as I please. You're content to hide like a rat down here, but I am not. I only followed your lead because I was too weak to have a say, but now that I've broken through, I'll be leading the Radiant Star sect forward as I please. And then what? Condemn all these youths to death? And whose fault would that be? Mine. Whose fault could it be if not yours? Is it not you leading them toward a march of doom? This is probably the absolute worst time to ascend to the second heaven. Even the Iuni clan who has a small foothold hasn't dared to do so and is still biding their time until the matters with the heavenly path are concluded. You want to compare me to the Iuni clan? How about we spar a bit, old man? If you can last 3 moves I'll take a step back. Ika, can you not be such a child for once? If you're too scared to battle, just say so, you old, wrinkled, pussycat. Wrinkles. Where? Old Wan's voice boomed, but his response only made Elder Ika keel over in laughter. Of all the things she said, that was what he had a problem with. This old man was just the same. Old Wan, who realized his old habit had resurfaced, coughed. He still looked like a 20-year-old young man, but he had let Ika get the better of him again. You're just the same old pansy. If you had given as much effort as I had during that battle, you think you would have been able to retain that smooth skin? I, as a woman, was willing to give up my youth to battle it out to the end, but you, as a man, couldn't even deign to do that much. You should be ashamed of yourself. Old Wan coughed again. Listen, you're a lower level than me. Was a lower level, Ika corrected. Fine, was a lower level. Breaking through for you is relatively easier. Why don't you tell the full story? The reason I was a lower level to begin with is because my Tao is far more profound than yours. Look at you. You've ascended to at least the higher level while I'm still at the lower and you still don't dare to fight me. Where'd your balls go? Can you even be considered a man? Old Wan, who had finally regained his calm, took a breath and smiled lightly. You've always been the fighter. My Tao is not designed for such barbaric things. What use is your foresight? All it's gotten me is years of annoyances. Pieces of trash from the second heaven actually dare look down on me. This is your fault. Well, didn't I find Xianxia and Ryu? As much as you're bloviating right now, you wouldn't have dared do this if we didn't have the 2 of them. If not, we would have to reveal too much of our strength to keep the sect together and we would be exposed before we're ready. Xianxia and little Ryu both came here of their own accord. What the hell did it have to do with you? Old Wan coughed. Wasn't this woman's mouth a bit too sharp? And it's also your fault that our disciples are so weak to begin with. You lowered the requirements of joining my Radiant Star sect so low that I can't even walk around anymore without wanting to vomit. What absolute trash. If it was up to me, we'd expel them all of them. There are some with a little potential. Compared to Xianxia and little Ryu, what are they worth? Nothing. You called me over here to complain about how many of them would die, but I say good. Let them die. The more than die, the merrier. By the end of it, only the true elites will be left, only the ones that can break out of their cocoon and shed their fate. I know that that was your original goal, old pansy. But they're never going to break out of that cocoon if there's not enough pressure. We'll place the sect in a pressure cooker and those that come out the other side I'll allow to learn the real teachings of my Radiant Star sect. As for those that cannot, they can become fertilizer for the next batch. Old Wan sighed and shook his head. Finally peace fell. A light sound of a throat clearing came from outside of the cave. Is it safe to enter now? Old Wan laughed. Old Samson, just come in directly. Haha, big bro, big sis, I can't cut in on your time. This little brother has to be polite in case he runs into something he should not see. Old Samson was none other than the Grand Elder of the Radiant Star sect and the reason why no one punished Ryu for his reckless slaughter of disciples. But before these 2, he only called himself little brother. Old Wan coughed lightly at the bold choice in words and Elder Ika rolled her eyes. I've been away for so long that you must have grown tired of little Samson, Elder Ika replied. Hee, it's been so long, it's only a matter of time before you 2 get together. I'm itching to be the best man for your wedding. Ika's eye roll only became more prominent. Me, marry this pansy, he's not even a real man. If this old lady is going to give herself to anyone, it'll be a man who has more than just good looks. I'm not attracted to little mice who can only hide behind schemes. How boring. Just the thought fills my belly with cold ice, no excitement whatsoever. Old Samson laughed and Old Wan shook his head. They both knew that Ika wasn't kidding. Ika wasn't the Tsunere type, she spoke what she meant and meant what she said. Ika, Wan and Samson had grown up together and could be considered very close childhood friends. If she had taken a liking to any one of them, she would have said so long ago. But by this point, she couldn't be bothered. That said, that was also the reason Samson could get away with saying such things without being slapped to death by her. Alright, this old woman is going to go into meditation. When I wake up, we had better be on the second heaven, or else I'll bend you both over my knee. Chapter 10-11. Ravage Ryu sat in silent meditation, unworried about the things going on in the outside world. His heart felt light, and he also believed that he had come to understand something quite profound. He didn't know anything about this so-called bow god, but what he did know was that he felt something special when he allowed the essence of his weapon to freely flow between his Tao and himself, becoming the center point of his thoughts. It wasn't just the bow he could have this feeling with. His palm flipped over and a knife appeared. In that moment, even without opening his eyes, he exuded a keen and almost delicate sort of sharpness. There was a subtle suddenness to him even though he hadn't moved a single inch, as though he could go from sitting to an unconsciously explosive speed in nothing more than the blink of an eye. His fingers flickered, and in place of the knife a saber appeared. His aura became tyrannical and unmatched, like a towering wave ready to split a land in two. Ryu kept switching between weapons, but the enigmatic air never faded. It felt as though he could touch whatever weapon he wanted and the effect would be just the same. He finally understood just what kind of prowess his Tao had. He had always had supreme confidence, but he hadn't realized until now just what kind of treasure his Tao was truly, until this moment. Greatsword staffs, bows, spears, glaives, halberds, he didn't have to actually choose between any one of them at all. If even the heavens themselves were forced to open themselves up for his viewing pleasure, then why would individual weapons that could only be considered a small part of them not be as well? Ryu was always restrained by his weapons because the ones he chose often rarely had techniques specifically designed for them. This was especially so when it came to the greatsword staff, which was a weapon that almost never appeared. But now, he didn't have to be so restrained at all. Of course, this didn't mean that Ryu would abandon the greatsword staff. In fact, this was precisely the opposite of what he wanted to do. The greatsword staff was unique in that it embodied both polearm weapons and non-polearm weapons. In fact, in Ryu's estimation, the only ones of the 9 core weapons that he couldn't imitate with the greatsword staff were the bow, the short sword and the knife. As for all the others, he was fairly certain that he could without issue. In such a case, why would Ryu force himself to choose? This would be his path of the greatsword staff. Rather than trying to forge something entirely new, he would fuse them all into one, snatching the hidden truths from weapons masters that came before him and taking it all for himself. The best part was that Ryu didn't have to bother wasting his time on learning each of these weapons individually. So long as his Tao improved, so too would they improve. Now, he only needed 2 things. The first was a new pair of greatsword staffs, and the second were techniques capable of taking advantage of this strength of his. He was starting to feel that just 2 Tao charm techniques weren't nearly enough. His comprehension was far too high. Why would he waste his talents like this? In addition, learning these Tao charm techniques was also a method of training his Tao. The closer to perfection he brought it, the stronger it would become. Step by step, he would push himself to the very pinnacle. While others would struggle with just one, he would suffocate them to death with as many as he could get his hands on. And when it came to such techniques appropriate for his level, or in other words, the heaven grade, the Frost clan simply had far too many. Despite his arrogant thoughts, Ryu still didn't bite off too much. Instead, he chose one heaven grade Tao charm technique for each of his chosen weapons. The first he picked was a sword technique known as magnetic blade. It was designed to be a soft type technique which pulled in the attack of an attack. It made a target feel as though their blade was being guided toward a certain direction and like they couldn't attack exactly how they wanted to. The second was a staff technique known as Buddha's stance. It was another defensive type technique, but it was precisely designed to absorb the attacks of an enemy and channel it back. It could build momentum and reflect back strikes, multiplying the effects over a long, drawn-out battle. The third he chose was a spear technique known as Rising Tempest. This technique was known to stack not power, but speed. While the strength of the technique remained relatively the same, the more adept you were at this technique, the more your strikes would increase in speed. Of course, speed always translated to strength. This meant that for the technique to maintain about the same power meant that the strikes were actually becoming weaker. It was a matter of trading one kind of strength for another. Still, the one thing that was impossible to defend against was unmatched speed. Unmatched power could be run away from, unmatched speed could not. The fourth he chose was a glaive technique known as rending stars. It was a violent, straightforward, and mighty technique that cleaved everything in its wake. It only had a single doctrine, and that was to sever all things. The fifth he chose was a saber technique known as Rising Crimson. This technique was very much like rending stars, but its function was different. It worked not to just rend all things, but to force them into collapse, absorbing all the chi in its path and increasing its strength with every meter of space it passed through. It would ravage everything in its path. Chapter 10:12. I'm Coming. The sixth technique Ryu chose was a battle axe technique known as winding paths. It was actually designed to be a dual-wielding technique, and its function was in its relentlessness. It was designed to use the arms like a pendulum, pressuring an enemy until there was no path left to them but death. The seventh and final technique Ryu chose was a menacing halberd technique, one that could even be considered half a soul technique as much as it was a chi realm technique. This technique was known as howling wraiths. For every enemy slain, this technique would rip apart their soul and absorb their blood. These two parts would fuse into a whole, forming a wraith that made the base of this technique's strength. When this technique was used, it influenced the soul of an enemy even before physical strikes landed, disorienting them and placing them in a vulnerable state. But its actual physical attack was even more tyrannical, carrying with it a strength that existed on a level all to its own. Of all the techniques he chose, this was without a doubt the most violent, but it was also the most powerful, being of peak heaven grade. It was definitely a sinister technique that most wouldn't dare to use for fear of affecting their Dao hearts. But quite frankly, Ryu could care less. If he was using this technique to kill someone, as far as he was concerned, his conscience wouldn't be affected even the slightest bit. He moved as he pleased and acted as he pleased. No arbitrary moral compass would be able to dictate the weight of his heart. Once Ryu had these techniques figured out, he began to design his greatsword staff. In fact, the reason he chose his techniques first was so that he would be able to design a greatsword staff that would be able to take into account all of these aspects as one. This experience had taught him the level of synergy his Dao had, and he was quickly realizing how his paths could all slowly form into a single whole. He would be a man that could not only touch upon the core essence of any weapon he wanted, but he would be able to pair them all with Dao charm techniques, and then form the perfect weapon to use them all. In this world, he really wanted to see who would dare claim to have a better Dao than himself. There would come a day where he stood unmatched. It took Ryu several weeks to plan out the blueprint for his great sword staffs. The main reason was not only due to the complexity of the project, but also because he wanted them both to be forged at the exact same time so that they could truly be identical. Since he was using tribulation lightning and feng shui to accomplish it, it took extra tweaking and balancing to ensure that everyone would go off without a hitch. The most complicated part wasn't actually deciding how to best accommodate the first 6 techniques, but rather how to fuse them all with the 7th. The halberd technique was truly tyrannical, and if Ryu wanted a weapon that matched it well, it needed a few soul-type materials. However, soul-type materials were usually used in auxiliary treasures that could come in the form of defensive artifacts or mental realm amplifiers. But they were rarely seen in weapons. In fact, that was why the twin daggers Ryu had, which could directly attack the soul, were so special. The fact they could was an extremely unique trait. Of course, it wasn't actually necessary for Ryu's great sword staffs to have such materials. After all, the strength of howling wraiths came from the technique in Ryu's soul. It didn't actually need a weapon that fused with it. None of this was actually necessary. But that was also precisely why Ryu was doing this. If he was correct, if he truly combined all of his disciplines so seamlessly into one, his combat strength would take an enormous leap forward. When his blueprint was complete, he was even more certain of this. If his calculations were correct, so long as these great sword staffs came out as expected, they would actually have an extraordinary effect. While Ryu was using them, they would be able to increase his comprehension of his Dao charm technique by 2 stages. This meant that if Ryu was at initial success, which represented that he could use 1% of his chi in using the technique, with his great sword staffs in hand, he would be able to use them to large success, which would allow him to use 20% of his chi. Once he reached great circle of perfection, which would allow him to display strength beyond 100% of what his chi could produce, pulling in from the atmosphere, the final strength would actually double so long as he had his great sword staffs in hand. And he watched his great sword staffs being formed. After another month of preparations, Ryu was filled with a sense of assuredness. This was the path for him. His combat prowess, his blacksmithing, his alchemy, his formation mastery, they would all fuse into one to make him a stronger and more lethal existence. When the time came, whether it was the bastards who dared to brand his forehead or the martial gods who caused his grandparents' deaths, he would wipe them all from existence. A mighty and final strike of lightning fell from the skies under Ryu's gaze. With a step, he flashed forward, appearing above the final product to find two great sword staffs trembling with heavy runic patterns. They both radiated a wild aura, wafting a dense black-red fog. They were so large and thick that they could almost be mistaken for a pair of lances rather than a pair of swords. When Ryu grabbed them out from the ground, the weight almost sank him to his knees. But with just a drop of blood, they became as light as a feather, causing a raging tempest of wind to fly about the surroundings and slice apart the land. Their spines were a dense black, but their blades, surrounding the spine entirely, was a dense crimson that thrummed with a will for murder. A pair of runed peak heaven-grade weapons. Perfect. Ryu held them both out, almost hearing the dancing heartbeat of the two. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet rumbled and he looked up. He knew then that it was time. The radiant star sect was ascending to the second heaven. Elena, I'm coming. Ailsa, Yana, be patient, I'll unseal my eyes soon. Father, I know you're out there somewhere. This son of yours won't let you down. Chapter 10:13. Ascension. Ryu's palms flipped upward, causing his greatsword staffs to flip through the air, over his head, and toward his back. Xianxia. The twin pair of polearm swords crossed with a wild vibration. Sharp sword chi shot into the surroundings like a whirling cyclone, shredding everything in its path before they were deathly silent. Ryu took a step forward, his expression calm and unhurried. To his back, two crossed great sword staffs hovered behind him, following like a pair of obedient children with their auras restrained to an extreme. As he walked, Ryu strapped his grandfather's bow to his back. Although he was capable of forging a stronger bow, he didn't. Quite frankly, he didn't think it mattered. With his current level of skill, no matter how weak his bow, as long as you were within shot of his combat prowess, you could forget about dodging. The heaven-grade pair of greatsword staffs that Ryu had just forged were stronger than any ancestral-grade treasure of Sacrum, that much was a certain fact. There was no doubt that Ryu could do the same for his bow. But to him, being close to his grandfather was more important. He would make certain that this bow reached the peak of this world. Ryu stepped out of the Golden Moon world's hidden space. When he appeared once again, the rumbling had increased more than tenfold. It felt like the world was collapsing. But in reality, it was the entire mountain range of the Radiant Star sect that was slowly rising into the air. Not a single peak was being left behind. Ryu stood outside of his abode, his expression calm and his head inclined to the skies that only seemed to grow closer and closer. A wild and unrestrained aura circulated around Ryu as the skies grew closer. The heavenly laws bore down, growing to the point they threatened to force many to their knees. In the region Ryu was in, he was still around mostly inner disciples. He hadn't bothered to change his location because he simply didn't care. So long as he had the Golden Moon world, it was all the same to him. Despite his calm expression, Ryu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Even a mere first heaven dared to put on such airs. He really wanted to see what the second heaven would dare to do. Boom! The skies were torn apart and many who had felt their knees trembling directly fell to the ground, prostrating themselves. It was a sight so pathetic that Ryu didn't want to be associated with it in the slightest. These inner disciples had looks of reverence and deep emotion on their faces. It was clear that they didn't realize the kind of storm that was waiting for them on the other side. Did they think that things would just be over just like this? Ryu felt a rush of chi press him from all sides as everything was dark. A flashbang went off in his mind, a certain suppressive effect shattering into motes of light and forming a sky of twinkling stars. It felt as though all of his neurons had suddenly become hyperactive, being fueled with a substance far beyond what was on the first heaven. But under this sort of baptizing, only he and those with appropriate talent could possibly feel so comfortable. In a sect where the vast majority of talents were merely black grade, and pinnacle geniuses only barely approached the heaven grade but were still firmly within the earth grade, such a transition was enough to place great pressure on them all. At the second highest peak, the core disciples appeared one by one, leading the sect in bearing this weight. Many of them were already well into the Tao pedestal realm, with the very best already being in the cosmic seed realm. They knew what kind of opportunity this was. It was one thing to use normal teleportation arrays to enter the second heaven, but this method was one where one would have to pass through the heavenly laws of the heavens themselves. It was far more dangerous, but with danger also came opportunity. The truth was that Aika hadn't needed the teleportation pad of the second heaven's powers at all. Rather, what she needed was the location on the other side. Whatever location was that would likely be a place where all the powers of the second heaven converged. Most would thus avoid this location, but that wasn't Aika's intention at all. If it was up to her, she would plop the sect right in the center of it all. Unfortunately, it wasn't Aika controlling this ascension as she was in seclusion. Instead, it was old Juan who was, quite frankly, a bit of a pansy. He knew Aika too well, but the only coordinates he had were the ones she had given him. So, rather than following them, he chose to deviate a bit. Boom! At that moment, even the inheritor disciples appeared, all of their auras well into the world sea realm. In the same instant, the veil of the second heaven was broken into. The sect shimmered and shined. In the view of those of the second heaven, it looked as though the ghost of a sect was appearing. At first it was just a ripple, and then a faint illusion appeared, and then as time passed, that illusion became clearer and clearer until a wild, whistling tornado of shattered space rippled out in all directions. Boom! The sect fell with a heavy thump, solidly connecting with the land as though it had always been there. However, not even 20 kilometers away, the towering peaks of another sect stared right at them. This sect was a 2-star sect and was even one of the 27 that had gone to the selection just a few months ago, the Metalwork sect. It didn't take long before they went from curious, to stunned, and then quickly to infuriated. Chapter 10:14. War. The moment the Metalwork sect's territory was encroached upon, they took it as a declaration of war, and that it was. There were only so many resources to go around. How could they just casually allow anyone to appear so close? In fact, the sudden manifestation of the Radiant Star sect actually caused a lot of those resources to be buried beneath a pile of rubble. Their Metalwork sect followed both the path of blacksmithing and body realm cultivation. They placed a lot of importance on the earth and the ore veins hidden within, and just now, the Radiant Star sect had landed on, precisely, one of their veins. The worst part was that the appearance of the sect had definitely slaughtered everyone that had been working the mine. This included disciples working for merits. With their manifestation, the Radiant Star sect had already slaughtered their people. How could this be tolerated? The patriarch of the Metalwork, Patriarch Arnoldus, immediately shot into the skies, his fury like a towering tempest as his bronzed chest rippled. With every infuriated breath he took, sparks of fire shot into the surroundings. The fact that the moment they stepped into the second heaven they found someone who could fly made the hearts of the Radiant Star sect disciples tremble. This meant that this man was most definitely a false sky god. Many of the Radiant Star sect disciples were still prostrated on the ground, and even those that finally managed to stand felt as though their bodies were incredibly heavy, as though the gravity they were experiencing had doubled. The suppression of the second heaven was not a joke and couldn't be casually ignored by those with poor talent. The pressure was good for those who had more potential to squeeze out, but for those that didn't it was like a death sentence. Good, good, you can all die. With an infuriated bellow, Patriarch Arnoldus flipped a palm and manifested a hammer that immediately expanded to a size that looked as though it could blot out the skies. Ryu looked up with a calm expression on his face, but just the sudden rush of wind from the hammer rising into the air was enough for him to nearly be thrown off his feet, and that was despite the fact there were dozens of kilometers separating himself and the Patriarch. Just when Patriarch Arnoldus was about to swing down, a light cough resounded, dispersing the wild winds as Grand Elder Samson appeared in the skies. Arnoldus' expression flickered beneath his rage. A false sky god. Wasn't the Radiant Star sect a true one-star sect? How did they suddenly have a false sky god now? And even if they had one, shouldn't it be that woman he had listened to that report about? Did that mean that this sect actually had two false sky gods? As shocked as Arnoldus was, the disciples of the Radiant Star sect were even more shocked. Clearly, they hadn't known that they had a false sky god either, but their hearts bloomed with pride and expectation a moment later, though, how long this would last was completely unknown. Samson chuckled lightly. Listen, our sect is already here and it can't be casually moved again, how about we just coexist? When Arnoldus heard this his temper flared up again. Do you think that's possible? Come die. Arnoldus swung his raised hammer down. After his initial shock, he quickly recovered. Why would he give a single care about a false sky god of the first heaven? Such trash could be dispatched by him as easily as a fragmented sky god of the second heaven. How could they be worthy of negotiating with him? Samson lightly coughed again before sighing. Things really couldn't end peacefully, huh? It seemed that Samson's personality was quite a bit like old Wan's. He could only blame their bad luck in landing so near to another sect's territory. A radiant starlight exuded from Samson's body, causing his silver robes to flutter. Samson sighed again. plucking stars. His forefinger and thumb stretched out, pinching at the air. Bang! At that moment, an enormous hand that looked as though it contained the galaxies of the universe manifested in the blink of an eye. In one moment, the skies had nothing but a mighty hammer, but in the next, a thumb and finger had stopped it in its tracks. With a slight pinch, the hammer cracked and Arnold's expression wildly changed as he rapidly pulled back. Samson coughed lightly before sighing. It almost looked like he was embarrassed that he put Arnoldus in such a weird situation. How about this? Just let the juniors fight it out, The loser of this scuffle will just abandon the surroundings. Arnoldus' expression was solemn as he looked down. When he swept a gaze over the sect and saw just how many youths were still prostrated on the ground, a slight look of disdain flashed in his eyes. When he looked toward the strongest disciples, his derision only became more prominent. Plus, the main issue here was the fact that this small sect actually had at least 2 false sky gods, the same number they had. The woman still hadn't appeared yet, but from what he heard, she was even more worthy of fear. Fine, but if you dare to have those above the world sea realm participate, I will make certain that I stake my life to slaughter your disciples to the last man. Arnoldus' voice boomed. Disciples of my metal work sect, show them your ire. A mighty roar shot into the skies. If there was one thing the metal work sect was known for outside of their blacksmithing, it was their hot-bloodedness. Considering the kind of masochistic body realm techniques they practiced, it was no surprise that they were all a group of madmen. A war, that was exactly the kind of thing they loved the most. They didn't seem oppressed by their patriarch's obvious loss in the recent exchange either. Hearing these roars, the disciples of the Radiant Stars sect who were still prostrated on the ground, and even those that had managed to rise, wore solemn expressions. Samson turned back to the core and inheritor disciples, inwardly shaking his head. They were far too weak. Old Juan had his reasons for taking this approach, but Ika had flipped the table. You break out of your cocoons, Samson said lightly before vanishing. The expressions of the disciples sank, some of the smarter ones understanding that their elders had no intention of shielding them. The metalwork disciples had already charged forward, their working and outer disciples being the first in line since they were nearer the base of the mountain to begin with. At that moment, a laugh shook the skies and a blaze of lightning arched through the air. Bang! Ryu appeared at the base of the Radiant Star sect in an instant. His hands flared outward, causing his great sword staffs to shoot from his back and into his hands. With a flicker, he covered a 10-kilometer distance in an instant, circulating whispering petals to complete success. His great sword staff surged, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake as they cut down every tree in the surrounding 100 meters with a single movement. Blood flew through the air. Chapter 10:15. Lit fire. Everything seemed to elevate from the ground. A single swing reaped lives and severed the earth, causing a slight pause to overwhelm the world. And then came a rush of wind. The trees that had been separated from their roots were suddenly chopped into countless pieces. A wave of sword chi filled the skies, pushing back those that were further away and mincing those that were too close into chopped meat. The gazes of the Radiant Star sect disciples glowed with a fiendish light. Suddenly seeing such a scene, they felt as though a fire had been lit within their hearts. If even an immortal ring realm expert dared to charge into such a battlefield, wouldn't they be too pathetic if they didn't choose to do exactly that? At that moment, the 20-kilometer diameter between the two sects erupted into a bloody battle, but it was as though Ryu didn't notice any of it. His greatsword staffs widdly thrashed about. Sometimes they were like swords, swift and elegant. Sometimes they were like glaives, might and unrelenting. Sometimes they were spears, piercing and strong. And yet other times they were like halberds, menacing and violent. He seemed to switch between styles as seamlessly as breathing, countering every enemy he came across with the ease of an expert and the grace of a master. His skill was far too oppressive. The number of forms the greatsword staff could embody were simply too many. And to make matters worse for the enemies Ryu came across, some of these forms were the likes of which they had never seen dual-wielded before. Despite the fact Ryu used nothing but basic stances, they had reached a level of refinement where they dwarfed even techniques of the same caliber. His killing pace was so swift and unrelenting that more often than not, the 100-meter radius around him was completely devoid of life, a shower of blood raining from the skies and yet not touching even the hem of his clothing. It was exhilarating, almost too much so. Ryu had been in his fair share of large-scale battles, but there was something about this that felt decidedly different in a way that he hadn't been expecting. He was very used to facing hundreds of enemies at once, many of whom assumed that he was much weaker than them. It shouldn't have made much of a difference that there were others fighting with him to his back. But unexpectedly, there was a bit of a difference. In his youth, Ryu had always dreamed of fighting side by side with his father. As much as he loved his grandparents, his relationship with his father was probably the closest, and he was the male role model he looked up to the most. He was the man that Ryu least wanted to let down. He couldn't help but wonder if this was similar to the feeling that he would experience when that day finally came. Would this be the same feeling? He surprised himself quite a bit. He didn't really care much for the Radiant Star sect, at least not initially. However, after Elder Ika's display, he had formed a bit of a connection that he had never experienced before. He suddenly felt the will to make certain that the name of this sect didn't fade into the annals of history. In fact, he wanted to see the day they shone even more resplendently than they ever had before. Ryu stomped his feet and roared, his two great sword staffs crossing about his chest and whipping outward. The force behind his strike was so grand that the twin pair of polearms bowed wildly, curving to the point they even looked as though they might break in another second. A surging, X-shaped attack buried itself into the land and wiped out large swaths of working and outer disciples. It felt as though Ryu was practically invincible and that the sturdy bodies of the metal work sects were nothing more than thin sheets of paper. Above, the patriarchs had long since left, but there were still some elders watching to monitor the situation. Their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly when they saw such a scene. They couldn't say anything either because Ryu's cultivation was actually lower than that of their own. In fact, there wasn't a single immortal ring realm expert in their entire sect. It was originally amusing to see Ryu charging, but the moment he swung his polearms, it was as though a hellscape had descended. The only saving grace was that the inner disciples were coming. The weakest of the working disciples were in the path extinction realm, and even the weakest of the outer disciples were nearing the peak of this realm. By the time one became an inner disciple of their sect, you were already in the Tao pedestal realm. No matter how elite this immortal ring realm expert was, he wouldn't be able to jump 2 cultivation levels to battle, especially since even average talents of their sect had at least 1 Earth grade talent. Plus, while Ryu was performing astoundingly well, the others of his sect couldn't be said to be so lucky. The disciples of the Radiant Star sect had charged onto the battlefield, having their hearts lit on fire by Ryu. But when they actually began to fight, they realized just how in over their heads they were. Many could only last a few exchanges before they were slaughtered, never to rise again. Although the killing speed in the opposite direction wasn't as grand as Ryu, that was also because Ryu was killing so much that he alleviated much of the pressure. And yet, even with that being the case, the working and outer disciples of the Radiant Star sect couldn't take advantage, finding themselves dying off one by one. Boom! At that moment, thunderous booms rang out as the inner disciples of the Metal World sect crashed down from the ground, their knees bending and their bodies radiating a bronzed light. Chapter 10:16. Inner Disciples. Ryu's gaze flickered as the blade of a javelin appeared before his glabella. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the throw was so fast that Ryu almost didn't notice it at all. However, the moment he did, he reacted even quicker. His greatsword staff flipped in his palm and he formed a reverse as though it weighed nothing more than a short sword. With a single movement, the polearm appeared in the path of the javelin, clanging against it. Bang! Ryu slid backward, his forward momentum having been stopped for the first time. His head turned in the direction the javelin had come from and he took a step forward, his speed faster than anything he had shown until this very moment. He was like a blur, his speed impossibly quick and his body like a leaf rushing through a tornado. His gaze blazed with dancing lightning and his twin pair of polearms suddenly erupted with flames, his body descending with the momentum of a meteor. The inner disciple that had thrown the javelin had been preparing another one when Ryu suddenly appeared above him. In the far-off distance, the mere afterimage he had been aiming for vanished into the wind, replaced by an oppressive might descending from above. Boom! The inner disciple hurriedly moved to block, the heat of Ryu's strike licking against his face and bare torso to the point that it was unbearable even before their strikes collided. It made no sense. How could the flames of an immortal ring realm expert possibly affect him to such an extent? However, he didn't get to think about this for long because when their strikes did meet, the ground beneath his feet immediately shattered and his body was buried beneath. Ryu's great sword staffs continued burrowing into the earth and infusing it with a raging torrent of flames. The earth melted and a wild surge of lava spread into the surroundings. By the time Ryu brought his great sword staffs back up, The inner disciple in question had already been melted to spare parts, but the worst part was that the surrounding land had become near uninhabitable. Ryu flipped his palms and his great sword staff spun in the air, landing to his sides. In that moment, his aura changed once again and his grandfather's bow was pulled from his back and into his hands. Before the great sword staffs even landed, he had already sent out 5 arrows, killing 3 inner disciples on the ground and 2 that were still quickly falling from the skies. Whizzing streaks of blue steel arrows rushed out with Ryu at the center. With every passing moment, his speed of killing only became faster and faster, the aura of a bow god surging from him like a towering tempest. Others could only attempt to assault him from a distance, but they quickly found their attempts not only shot down, but in the process, yet another one of their fellow disciples would fall. It was as though Ryu was able to calculate not just a defensive maneuver, but also parlay it into an offensive onslaught. Every whistle of an arrow was like the call of the Grim Reaper. The elders of the metalwork sect all had on ugly expressions. "He's a heaven-class talent, we can't send normal experts after him. Even if he ends up dying later, the foundation of our sect will be ruined. Hurry them over, now." It couldn't be helped, the sudden sect war was exactly that, sudden. Many of their disciples were out on missions, tempering themselves in preparation for the opening of Heaven's path. The true elites wouldn't be wasting these final precious years cooped up in the sect. Although they had sent a message for them to rush back, those that could come would still take a few hours and those that couldn't weren't small in number. The second heaven was even more vast than the first heaven, after all. A rule of thumb was that each subsequent heaven was about 10 times larger than the last. It had already taken Ryu months to travel between provinces in the first heaven. Travel times would be even more exaggerated in the second. The good news was that the second heaven had a far more robust teleportation network than the first did, but even so it still couldn't be compared to the higher heavens. So they were now in such a situation. Does my sect really not have someone that can deal with a mere immortal ring realm expert? What have we been feeding you all for? The elders of the metalwork sect were just as fiery-tempered as their disciples and patriarch, but there was little they could do. "Calm down," one of the elders spoke with narrowed eyes. "When such a disciple appears in such a weak sect, it means nothing but calamity for them. They will fall here." They all fell into silence, but they still had their own thoughts. These words were true, but what if the sect elders had monsters as well? On the peaks of the Radiant Star sect, the core disciples watched on with narrowed eyes, knowing that it would be their turn soon. While the quality of the Radiant Star sect inner disciples and lower were inferior, their core disciples were not bad. However, this wasn't due to their own innate talent, but rather because they got a chance to learn a fragment of the Radiant Star sect's true teachings. However, they had no idea about this. In their minds, they had already learned the full technique and were, as such, quite confident in their strengths. Seeing Ryu's strength, though, their gazes couldn't help but flicker. "It seems that it will be our turn soon. Let's not lose face in front of this junior brother of ours," one of the core disciples laughed, a pair of radiant wings formed of starlight forming upon his back. This young man was known as Pibbin, the 17th ranked core disciple of their sect. "See you all down there." He laughed, shooting forward like a blazing star. Chapter 10:17. Trial by blood. The core disciples of the Radiant Star sect surged forward. Their speed couldn't be compared to the lower-ranked disciples. It only took them but a moment to enter the thick of the battlefield, rushing through the disciples of the metalwork sect before they found themselves crashing against a steel wall. The core disciples of the metalwork sect that remained also entered the battlefield. Although there were less of them since most had gone away to temper themselves, it still took 2 to 3 disciples of the Radiant Star sect to face off against just a single one of them. Due to this, despite having the numbers advantage, the battlefield quickly became a case of a steel meeting steel, the resounding crashes causing a tempest of violent winds to surround the battlefield, turning it into a place none even dared to casually step foot in. Ryu continued a wanton slaughter of inner disciples, but there was only so long that the others of the metalwork sect would allow this to continue for. At that moment, the highest-ranking core disciple of the metalwork sect that remained shot forward like a blazing meteor. Hey, what do you think you're doing targeting my junior brother? Do you have a death wish, you brute?" Pibbin appeared in the path of the metalwork sect core disciple. "Scram, weak trash has no right to stand before me." Pibbin's face paled. He was known for his speed, but his power was actually quite lacking. This made him probably the worst choice for protecting someone. Still, His palm flipped over and a flexible sword appeared. He stabbed out with all the might he could muster, his wings slapped and seeming to fuse his body into a streak of sword light. The attack looked quite beautiful, but the power behind it was still far too lacking. A hammer came crashing down, shattering the sword light before it even made contact with it. It was as though the wind pressure alone could destroy everything in its path without the slightest effort. Son of a bitch, Pippin's expression darkened, his chi surging. His sword gained a pair of wings of its own, his piercing strike recovering and increasing in speed. Bang! Pippin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body being sent flying backward like a shooting meteor. The highest-ranking core disciple that remained was only 37th in the metalwork sect and could be considered to be in the mid-ranges of the Tao pedestal realm. Pippin was already in the higher ranges and was ranked 17th. And yet, the gap was still so large. Trash! Gon snorted in disdain, raising his hammer once again to chase after Pippin. However, at that moment, his hair stood up as 3 arrows converged on him from all sides. Gan's expression changed and he released a mighty roar. At that moment, Ryu Palm reached out and stopped Pippin's backward movement, dispersing all his momentum into the wind. Pippin coughed up another mouthful of blood, his head raising up with a solemn expression before he looked toward Ryu. Thanks, he nodded lightly. He was a bit embarrassed. He had stepped out to save Ryu but had ended up being saved instead. He had pretty much lost all face as a senior brother. But he got over it pretty quickly and laughed. This battle, it's yours, Ryu said lightly. Pippin blinked before looking toward Gon, who had shattered Ryu's arrows with a roar, his expression turning solemn. However, a moment later, he grinned, a second sword appearing in his hand. This scene caused Ryu to be a bit shocked because he could see that Pippin wasn't familiar with dual wielding. It even looked like he was doing it on a whim. It had to be remembered that to most, even for weapons that made sense like the sword, dual wielding was simply impossible. It wasn't a matter of controlling 2 weapons at all, but rather the logistical issues around doing so. For example, one would always have a dominant hand, even as a cultivator. One hand would always have large and more robust meridians. And, even if you could control both hands equally as well, the chi would always favor circulation to one side. In addition, even though the circulation patterns of the true martial world were far easier and simpler, they still needed to be modified in the case of dual wielding. For example, if Ryu wanted to cast a technique with one hand, he would circulate it in a certain way, but if he wanted to circulate the same technique for the other, he would need to mirror it within his meridians. If, however, he wanted to use both hands at the same time, he would have to run these chis counter to each other within his body. The only way to accomplish such a thing was to either have a lot of practice or to have meridians as indestructible as Ryu's own. Obviously, Pippin had neither of these things but still made such a choice. And even more obviously, he didn't have the ice jade crystal body that Ryu and his mother had to make his meridians perfectly balanced and distributed across his body as well. Ryu understood Pippin's choice. Speed was his greatest asset, and if he wanted to make use of it, he could only lean into it more and more. There were many ways to do this, but Pippin chose one of the most difficult paths. Pippin laughed into the skies, brandishing his 2 swords. Watching junior brother's valiance in controlling 2 weapons helped me make this decision I've been hesitating about for a long time now. If I don't make this choice now, it will already be too late later. Hold tight, junior brother. This senior brother of yours will bring you back the head of this ugly brute. Pippin shot forward, brandishing his 2 blades with blood still leaking from his lips. Ryu watched one with the same placid expression, before his gaze turned back to the Radiant Star sect. However, he could tell that none of the elders planned to interfere in this. He understood what their purpose was. They wanted to use this trial by fire to temper their disciples. Most would die, and they already expected that. That was the plan to begin with. There might not be even a single core disciple left after this, but those that survived would undergo a great change and might even potentially be worthy of learning the true techniques of the Radiant Star sect. Seeing everyone fighting with their lives on the line, and seeing just how many of them were falling with every passing moment, Ryu felt an odd feeling in his heart. He wasn't the type of person to care about the deaths of others, especially in the case that they were strangers. But watching these people, who were clearly less lucky than himself talent-wise, fight and claw for every inch made him wonder, would there come a day where he was stuck in such a place as well? Ryu slowly put his bow away. He could use it to support his fellow disciples, but he wouldn't. He would allow them to fight their own battles. Even if he protected them now, it would just mean that they would die faster in the future. While he couldn't do this for them, he could do something else. Boom! Ryu's gaze locked onto the final arrival of the metalwork sect. There were 3 of them, all of them with towering auras at the cosmic seed realm. At that moment, the 4 inheritor disciples of the Radiant Star sect landed as well, their expressions solemn as they looked toward these 3. They knew immediately that they were simply outmatched. "I'll take one of them," Ryu said lightly. The 4 looked toward Ryu, with a surprised expressions on their faces. Could it be that he could really climb 3 realms to battle? The reality was that Ryu was embarrassed that he could only climb so far. Back in Sacrum, just being in existence at the cosmic seed realm in the first place meant that your talent was extremely high. A talent with a mere single Earth-grade talent would be lucky to enter the Path Extinction realm, let alone transcending 2 realms above it. Due to this, back in Sacrum, the fact Ryu could climb 3 cultivation realms to fight was highly impressive, because even if his enemies didn't have a great ancestral circle like he did, they still had astounding talents of their own. Here, though, these talents only had 1 or 2 Earth-grade pillars at best. Even these 3 inheritor disciples of the metalwork sect were only Earth-class talents. Ryu was embarrassed by the fact that this was truly his limit even after forging his greatsword staffs. However, this was good as well. At least this meant that he would finally have a good fight. The 4 could only watch as Ryu stomped his feet and shot forward. He held his arms out, causing his great sword staffs to shoot out from the ground, whistling through the air and landing with a boom. In his palms, he swung down, aiming for an inheritor disciple that looked no different from a Greek god. Bang! Chapter 10:18, Accomplishment. An overwhelming strength hit Ryu in waves. It felt like the harder he pressed down, the more violent the rebuff. It only took Ryu a moment to understand what he was facing. This inheritor disciple had the heaven-grade bone structure, reflective impact. Such individuals were practically immune to the power of physical attacks and could borrow this power and add it to their own counters. However, while this much was true, it had its own weaknesses that Ryu remembered almost instantly. Bang! Ryu shot back in the direction he came from, finding himself arching through the air. In a world where he couldn't fly, this made him no different from a sitting duck. The inheritor disciple's eyes narrowed. He had clashed with an immortal ring realm expert and he actually hadn't completely collapsed after a single exchange. For a moment he thought that he was dreaming, but in the next instant, his expression became sinister. He was gone the impervious, his prestige wasn't something such an existence could encroach upon just because they felt like it. Gon roared, collecting much of the momentum that Ryu had sent into him and beating his chest with a single fist. At that moment, the air vibrated, forming a cone of lethal sound waves that appeared before Ryu in an instant. When fused with Ganzon cosmic-grade chi, its speed and lethality reached a new level in an instant. Ryu's expression flickered. His body realm cultivation was slowly being rebuilt from the ground up, but it still wasn't ready to face such a level of attack head-on, at least not when he couldn't enter his draconic form. His bone structure wasn't designed for defense to begin with, so even with it slowly returning to its original level and prestige, it was no good in this situation. In such a case, even this Gan's bone structure would be far better. It seems that I have a hole in my combat prowess. I need some defensive techniques. I'll have to either revamp Immortal Sakura, or use a different method. In any case, Ryu's body became as light as a fluttering leap. In that moment, he did something that should have been impossible, changing his direction in mid-air and gliding by Gan's roaring attack. The moment he did, he tossed one of his great sword staffs to his back and thrust another one beneath his feet. As though he was riding a surfboard on the wind, his feet landed on the flat of his blade, his body leaning to the side as he pulled his bow out. Complete success Dao Charm movement technique. Gan's eyes fluttered, his expression becoming solemn. If he wasn't certain before, he definitely was certain now. This young man was a heaven-class genius. No, he should be very close to the very limits of heaven class. Rays of sword chi surrounded the greatsword staff that Ryu rode, his speed shooting up as he released dozens of arrows, each one more lethal and piercing than the last. Even those watching from a distance felt their hearts shuddering and their souls seizing. Flying swords weren't something very popular in Sacrum, mostly because it was completely unnecessary. By the time you had the skill in swords necessary to do such a thing, odds were that you would have already long since surpassed the spiritual severing realm. As such, it was a practice that had never been invented. In the true martial world, However, this was very necessary, especially as you rose through the heavens. That said, those with the skill to use flying swords were few and far apart. It wasn't just that the coordination was very difficult, but it required having a heart that could guide the sword. When Ryu allowed his great sword staffs to hover behind him, he had already tapped into such an ability. This was likewise the case when it seemed as though he could telekinetically control them. Sword chi was very unique in its ability to do this, as it was a weapon chi that emphasized not only a style of combat, but also a form of disposition. Swordsmen throughout the ages had been kings amongst men, as such, their chi embodied this as well. Only those with the disposition of kings could control the true essence of sword chi, guiding their weapons with their Tao hearts and soaring through the skies. No other weapon could accomplish this. Those that saw Ryu gliding through the skies felt their hearts quake. This sort of legendary sword heart, it was the first time they had personally laid eyes on it. But why did it seem that his bow was no weaker? And why did it feel like he wasn't even a true swordsman to begin with? Gon didn't have the luxury to think so much. He had disdained to bring out his weapon originally, but feeling the threat of his bevy of arrows made his heart pound wildly. He realized that he had no choice but to take this immortal ring realm expert seriously. His palm flipped over to reveal a towering and thick spear. It had a thickness of 4 to 5 inches, and yet Gan's palm wrapped around it with incomparable ease. He braced it against his hip, roaring as he swept it across his body. Bang, 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 bang. Ryu's arrows shattered one by one, a towering wave climbing into the skies. Gon didn't dare to let these arrows hit his body, and clearly Ryu knew this because this was precisely one of the greatest weaknesses of his bone structure. It could only reflect physical attacks, which meant that Ryu's chi and element-forged arrows were precisely the kind of attack it was helpless against. Ryu's gaze flashed. 13 soaring azures. Singe. Gan's expression changed, a lethal threat making his hair stand up. He slammed his chest again, releasing a roar that made even the ground quake. And yet, Ryu's arrow seemed to burn everything in its path to ash, even chi itself. 13 soaring azures. Chill. Ryu released another arrow, the faint sounds of chirping birds whistling through the air. A dichotomy of hot and cold ripped through everything. The rush of searing heat and oppressive cold made even the energy in its path expand and contract so quickly that they lost all of their structural integrity. They sped forward, appearing before Gon in an instant. There was already no other choice. There was only one path ahead. Gan's entire demeanor changed. Although neither of them had been injured in the midst of this battle just yet, the reality was that Gon had felt as though he was dancing on a razor's edge from the very beginning. The pressure he felt beneath Ryu was unlike anything he had experienced before. He had chosen not to go out to adventure because he was already well within the cosmic seed realm. There was no time to improve wildly any longer, and it was best if he just consolidated what he already had and put it all toward a single path. But this interaction made him feel like he was still much too lacking. Dao charm technique, rowing waves. Gon took a strong step forward, his spear piercing out with the momentum of a tsunami. His bone structure glowed, his bronzed skin emitting a light that formed into a solid armor a moment later. Ryu's arrows shattered as a shimmering blue enveloped Gan's body. Oh, Ryu's lip curled. At that moment, Ryu's irises glowed with an ancient green light. Until now, it had been faint, only dancing between thunder, water and fire. But at this moment, they all lit up at once and a suffocating presence rose into the air. Gan's Tao manifested as well. It was at the very same level as Ryu's, the second immortal grade. It powered a portion of his Tao charm technique, making it quite clear that Gon had chosen a technique perfectly suited to him. But in front of Ryu, if your Tao was too weak, it was better if you didn't use it at all. Burn, cool, scorch, frigid. Ryu unleashed the third, fourth, fifth and sixth tiers of third soaring azures all at once. The moment they shot into the air, they lost the form of an arrow entirely, turning into spiraling birds that soared through the skies as though they had life of their own. The wave of Gan's attack shattered, hardly forming before it was frozen into a pile of ice and then shattered beneath a heat wave. The 4 fluttering birds, all a beautiful sheen of azure, appeared before him all at once, colliding with his chest. Boom, 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 boom. Gan's body jolted. Waves of heat and cold sunk into his armor, causing it to shatter into motes of light and his body to be without any sort of protection at all. Gon coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking down to find a bloody hole torn through his chest and 4 azure birds flying out through the other side. In the skies, Ryu stood without a change in expression. When Gon met his gaze, he couldn't find any sense of accomplishment in Ryu's eyes. It was as though he couldn't be bothered to care about this victory at all. Chapter 10:19. 9 grades. Ryu sped back into the Radiant Star sect, stepping off his greatsword staff with an indifferent expression. To his back, the war was still raging, but he no longer felt that it had anything to do with him. He had already fought the strongest enemy he could find. There were probably others of the metalwork sect, but none of them were currently present and he couldn't be bothered to wait. If he stayed on the battlefield, he would only be ruining the point of this exercise to begin with, and that was to squeeze out the potential of the youths of this sect. Old Wan's original intention was to rebuild the Radiant Star sect from the ground up. In order to do so, he had to slowly build up their destiny. As such, he drastically lowered the standards to the level of a normal true one-star sect. This was why their disciples, and even their inheritor disciples, were so weak. Likewise, Old Wan modified the inheritances and techniques of the sect to fit with their current station as well. Although Elder Ika was enraged by Gallimar gaining access to their techniques, the truth of the matter was that it could hardly be considered to be a big deal. After all, it could only be considered to be a small segment of the real technique and didn't have a fraction of the true strength. Unfortunately for Old Wan, Ika didn't have such patience. The only reason she had gone with his plan was because he had the highest cultivation of them all. Now that she had caught up, she didn't feel any qualms about snatching the position of head from him. Old Wan seemed to understand this as well, so he didn't even bother to fight against Ika and simply allowed her to do as she pleased. Though, by this point, he didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. Unfortunately for the disciples of the Radiant Star sect, they ended up caught in the middle of it all and could now only fight for their lives. If these disciples wanted to benefit from the rise of the Radiant Star sect, they would have to break out of their cocoons. Ultimately, even the best disciples of the sect were mere Earth-grade talents. However, talent wasn't the end-all be-all. The heavens had a path for everyone, it was just that the path of some was narrower and more treacherous for some. The only goal these disciples had to have was to reach the limit of their potential. All of the best of them should aim to become Earth-class geniuses first and foremost. Once or if they succeeded, they could try to break past those limits. Talent could be improved, fate could be grasped, destinies could be changed. It was all about how much they were willing to give and if luck would be on their side or not. Ryu, as someone born to Sacrum, was destined to be capped by the limitations of his world. He could be considered to have great luck of his own, having the framework for exceptional talent. But by now, Ryu's scope and understanding of things had already increased to the point he knew that in the whole of the true martial world, he couldn't be considered to be a pinnacle talent. In the first heaven, the pinnacle-level talents were Earth grade. In the second, pinnacle-level talents were of the heaven grade. In the third heaven, the pinnacle-level talent were already at the sovereign grade. Above that, there was only the ancestral grade and above left. From what Ryu understood, there was a huge gap between the third and fourth heaven, to the point where there was a trial to pass into it. This was the so-called heavenly path that everyone was talking about. Coming to this sort of understanding, when one stepped foot on the fourth heaven, the greatest geniuses were likely already at the ancestral grade and maybe even beyond. In Sacrum, the grade above the ancestral grade was known as the origin grade. It was a legendary talent level that only really existed in the vague abstract, and it was only used when a talent surpassed the ancestral grade by a large enough margin that it no longer made sense to mark it there. In the true martial world, it was also considered to be the origin grade, but it was divided into 9 grades. There was very little information about these 9 grades, but it likely followed a pattern of the Sky God Realm's nomenclature. Regardless, it was well beyond Ryu. After reading through the records the Frost clan had left behind, Ryu had a deeper understanding of his talents and where exactly they sat. First there were his bloodlines. In Sacrum, they could be considered to be in the origin grade, at least his dragon and Qilin bloodlines, anyway. As for his odd-fused phoenix bloodline, he wasn't entirely sure where it sat even now. In the true martial world they weren't so simple to pin down. This was because there were huge gaps between fire dragons and their lineages. The same was true of Qilins as a result. The weakest of fire dragons and lightning Qilins were, indeed, of the ancestral grade. However, the strongest of them had entered the origin grade. This grade was dependent on the number and quality of talents created. Beast bloodlines were unique in that they weren't fixed. Even the weakest of dragons had the chance to rise to the pinnacle because of the secrets their bloodline held. This was known as returning to origin. This was actually something that Ryu had experienced himself by tempering himself with mortal chi. This allowed him to squeeze out much more potential from his bloodlines. But the harsh truth was that this was just the first step. If Ryu's calculations were correct, his dragon and Qilin bloodlines were currently just barely in the first origin grade. And, of course, he still needed to unshackle it to that level. Chapter 1020. Insatiable desire. Ryu's phoenix bloodline was a bit weirder and more difficult to pinpoint, and this was because there wasn't a direct one-to-one comparison he could find anywhere. As such, it was impossible for him to make calculations or even guesses. At best, he knew that the individual pieces that made up the fused bloodline were also considered to be at the first origin grade. As for what they were when they came together, he didn't know. When it came to Ryu's bone structure, it had mutated and taken a half step beyond the ancestral grade and was considered to be a quasi-origin grade talent. Then there were Ryu's meridians. He was absolutely certain that they were not only origin grade, but very high up in grade. The trouble was that their strength was contingent upon a very unique cultivation method, a method that Ryu simply didn't have. Ryu's intuition had likely triggered because he needed a very special method to enter the path extinction realm. Or at the very least, a very special method of cultivating the path extinction realm itself. However, Ryu couldn't wait. He had already decided to take the path of the Refinement Sutra. If he waited, who knew when he would stumble onto the unique cultivation method designed for his meridians. In fact, it was very possible that he might never run into it. And even if he did run into it, how would he have the strength to take it if he stalled his cultivation for so long? It was impossible. If Ryu was correct, there were likely stages of unlocking that his meridians could enter. He had to hit every checkpoint in order to unlock it to the highest degree. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have such good fate. There were hard choices that needed to be made. Once he finished recultivating to the Immortal Ring realm, he would break into the path extinction realm and blaze through it as quickly as he could. He didn't have the luxury of waiting. When he did this, he probably wouldn't be able to improve his meridians any further. Ryu had no way of telling what stage his meridians were at now, but it was likely at the third origin grade at the very least, maybe higher. Regardless, Ryu felt that this was enough. He couldn't possibly expect to have a 9th origin grade talent in everything, right? Ryu's spiritual foundation was another difficult one to deal with properly. It wasn't a known talent, but rather one he had gained from a sky god, which made it difficult to pinpoint exactly. Ryu would have to wait until he reached the World Sea realm to understand exactly how powerful the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation was. He would also be able to gain some inkling at the Tao Pedestal and Cosmic Seed realms. All of this information pretty much pointed in a single direction. Ryu wasn't close to the pinnacle of talent in this place. In fact, he was probably a match for 5th and 6th heaven talent at best, and that was only if he took his time to fully unlock them. In fact, it could be said that the only reason Ryu had such great battle prowess even here was because of his Tao. But, in that way, there was also good news. One's Tao was maybe the most important of the 6 pillars. This was why Ryu was confident in his progress into the future. So long as his Tao continued to progress and reach toward perfection, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. But, there would eventually come a point where he met someone who maybe had a Tao that was slightly inferior to his own, but talent that surpassed him by an immeasurably large distance. When that day came, what would he do exactly? Just thinking about it made Ryu's blood boil, not with rage, but with excitement. He wanted to hurry up and get out of here. He wanted to see what the world looked like from that peak after climbing up himself. That said, Ryu wasn't completely helpless in the talent department. There was still the final pillar, his soul. The perfect blackbody was categorized as an ancestral grade talent, but this was only because it was also a growth type, not much unlike Ryu's chaotic silk meridians. In reality, its potential was at the very peak of soul talents and would be no weaker than a 9th origin grade soul talent so long as Ryu allowed it to flourish properly. The only unfortunate part was that it required his other talents to be great. For example, his soul's ability to infinitely grow within any given cultivation realm was actually dependent on the strength of his body. Likewise, what soul natures it could form was dependent on what treasures and comprehensions Ryu fed it. However, Ryu wasn't worried about this in the slightest. Right now, he was feeling quite inspired. Right now, he truly wanted to see what the heavenly path had in store for him. He wanted this pressure on his shoulders to get heavier. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be those geniuses below, to reach the limit of his potential and be forced to break through his cocoon or die. Ryu didn't even realize that as he walked, the ground beneath his feet cracked and the air around him rippled wildly. Even the gravity around him itself twisted and bent, growing 100-fold. In a far-off distance, in a piece of existence, maybe even origin. Sky gods couldn't reach personally. Ryu's fate star sat, still, just as completely still as always. But at that moment, it trembled. The instant it did, its gorgeous silvery gaseous body suddenly earned thousands of chains lashing across its body. These chains appeared from nowhere and also slowly faded when the trembling ceased. Ryu was completely unaware of this, however his insatiable desire didn't fade in the slightest. In his first life, he never looked toward his fate star because he was scared of what he would see. In this life, he didn't look toward it because he simply didn't care what it had to say. These shackles, no matter how many there were, he would shatter them all. Selhira, who had wanted to greet Ryu, suddenly chose against doing so. She could tell that this war, despite it only being the beginning, had truly agitated him. The Ryu she was meeting right now exuded an endless eagerness, an undying will to conquer everything in his path. Chapter 10:21. Just the same, Ryu didn't bother with anything else and simply entered his immortal cave within the inner disciple sector of the sect. Once he was inside, he entered the golden moon world and stood in silence. The white grass was soft against the soles of his feet and the moon above was particularly beautiful. Ryu opened his palms and his great sword staffs flew from his back and into his palms. One by one, he went through his chosen Dao charm techniques. Until now, he hadn't gotten a chance to try them out as he had placed most of his focus on forging in the last month. But now, he finally had time. The snap and crackling of Ryu's bones resounded one after another, the fracturing all too obvious and the sound of his shattering Dao being even more obvious. But the Ryu of now couldn't be compared to the Ryu of the past. Before, the Dao charm technique's backlash was especially bad because his body was, quite frankly, weak. However, after recultivation of the pulse-tempering realm, the sturdiness of his body couldn't be compared to the past. Whereas before a single forced circulation would have caused him to be unable to walk or move, as of now, they only caused small fractures that were quickly healed thanks to his bone structure and flowing frost yin water. Ryu's healing factor was on a level most couldn't comprehend. Healing had always been one of the four main aspects of his ice jade crystal body, while his ice phoenix talent allowed him to take the oppressive cold of his yin water and turn it into just as much life chi. While Ryu couldn't withstand the full strength of flowing frost's yin water and much of it was sealed, it was impossible to ever have too much life chi. Life chi could be considered to be right behind essence in terms of how docile and easily absorbed it was. Thanks to this, despite being in the immortal ring realm, Ryu had a healing factor that could put even more sky gods to shame. In fact, unlike most at his cultivation level, he could heal from strikes from even perfect sky gods. It had to be remembered that the more powerful the individual that harmed you, the more difficult it was to heal from. Higher forms of chi were difficult to dispel for those at lower levels, and that was especially true when the enemy was a sky god. This was why it was so difficult for Ryu to heal from the Phoenix Sky God's retaliation against him for trying to reconnect with his original spiritual foundation. If it wasn't for him unlocking that legendary ability of his heavenly pupils, maybe only his rebirth could have healed him. But now, this shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, Flowing Frost was a perfect sky god and her yin water was, likewise, at that level as well. This meant that the amount of life chi within Ryu was of astronomical proportions and the stronger his body became, the more of it he could tap into at once. Of course, this was all just theoretical. Who cared if he could heal from the strike of a perfect sky god if such a strike would instant kill him to begin with? What was important was so long as he could withstand it, even those who wielded cosmic chi shouldn't think of harming Ryu indefinitely. Likewise, when working with the backlash of heaven-grade Dao charm techniques and their Daos, Ryu was even quicker to heal. This made him even faster than before at comprehending what he needed to. He didn't need to take breaks, he could simply brute force it, forcing his own Dao to incrementally increase in strength with every step. Of course, it also had to be acknowledged that Ryu's Dao was now much more powerful than the last time he had gone all out to learn Dao charm techniques. Not only had he formed a hegemonic Dao, whereas previously he had a dominion Dao, his Dao had also strengthened from the first immortal grade to the second immortal grade, and was now only a small step away from the third immortal grade. The second immortal grade was absolutely perfect for learning heaven grade techniques, as it was the equivalent grade to the path extinction realm, which was the realm that allowed you a chance at learning the strongest heaven grade techniques there were. These two factors made Ryu's speed faster. After forming a hegemonic Dao, Ryu had taken only 2 months to go from initial success to complete success in 13 Soaring Azures, Roaring Sky Serpent and Whispering Petals. For context, it had taken him 3 months just to reach small success in all of them with a Dominion Dao. In addition, it also had to be understood that each subsequent step was an enormous leap forward. The gap between small success and complete success was thousands of times larger than the leap between initial and small success, yet Ryu had completed it in less time. Now, Ryu not only didn't need to pause to deal with waiting for his injuries to heal, he also had a much stronger Dao. It only took Ryu a single day to reach initial success in all 7 Dao charm techniques. A week later, he had reached small success in them all and could even seamlessly switch between them all. In addition, it had to be remembered that because his greatsword staffs were personally forged by himself, he could display the might of great success in all 7 of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with this, Ryu's strength hadn't just increased by a fold or 2, maybe even 5 folds wasn't enough to describe it properly. However, even with such rapid improvement, Ryu didn't feel that itchiness in his heart going away. He wanted to fight someone who could make his blood boil. If he knew that Old Juan had robbed him of this chance, he would probably react just the same way as Aika. Chapter 1022. Maybe the war outside was still raging on, but Ryu had no intention of stepping into it again unless he was called upon. It was all so boring and uninteresting to him at this point. In fact, he felt quite some jealousy toward the disciples currently fighting with their lives on the lines. At this point, I should be ready to recultivate at least the divine vessel realm. With his Dao having improved, Ryu felt that his control and comprehension should be deep enough to reproduce the effects he wanted in the Earth grade, which also meant that he would be able to do the connecting heaven realm as well. He was approaching perfection. Once he caught up, he would finally be able to break into the path extinction realm and hopefully, finally and truly, break free of the shackles that perpetually hung over his inheritances, shackles that kept forcing them to fall back down to the ruler realm. In just his short time in the true martial world, Ryu had actually broken through several more times. He had experienced 6 or 7 breakthroughs in each back in Sacrum, but he had experienced many times that in the true martial world. This made sense. After all, the laws here were far more complete. As such, even with the passive observation of Ryu's Dao, grasping inklings to break through the ruler realm was all too easy. Right now, Ryu's Dao was too far beyond the ruler realm. The ruler realm was considered to be the very start of the immortal inheritances, which meant that it was the equivalent to the immortal ring realm. When you looked at things like this, it didn't seem that Ryu was far beyond it, so why were things like this? Ultimately, it was because Ryu's inheritances couldn't match up to the hegemonic Dao level. While Ryu's inheritances could form birthed phenomena in Sacrum, they could not do so in the true martial world. As a result, it was all too easy for Ryu's Dao to see through their flaws and improve them. With each breakthrough and collapse, Ryu's inheritances became much stronger. By now, he had experienced over 30 breakthroughs, each one harder than the last, but he was slowly closing in on what he felt was some sort of perfection. One Ryu could form a birthed phenomena in the true martial world. He felt that this would be the signal that he had succeeded. But for now, he felt that he was still a ways away from that. By activating his 8 trigram diagram, Ryu could see through it with some degree of certainty. Right now, he felt like he was about 50–60% of the way there. But each breakthrough wasn't created equal. Some might push him forward 2 or even 3%, but some others would only give him a fraction of a percent. With things like this, it could take Ryu anywhere from 10 or so more breakthroughs, to upward of more than double the number he already had now. At this point, Ryu felt that this was very purposeful. It was obviously happening for a reason. The ruler realm was probably the last inheritance realm that could allow this, as it was the stage before it truly solidified into a domain. As before, he felt that there were only 2 possible explanations. Either his spiritual foundation or his meridians. Before, he had become certain that it was his meridians, but quite frankly, he wasn't so sure anymore. He was confused about it and not quite sure how to take things from here. That said, there was something he had to cling onto. In the past, when he had entered the path extinction realm, his breakthroughs had finally been allowed to burst forth. This seemed to point to the fact that it was his meridians holding him back. Knowing this was curious because it likely meant that this was part of the secret to the truth behind what it took to have a perfect breakthrough into the path extinction realm. It had to be remembered that the path extinction realm was a realm where inheritances took center stage, at least in Sacrum. In the true martial world, it was both Daos and inheritances, or sometimes one or the other, depending on the situation. Ryu paused, his eyes narrowed. Beads of sweat fell from his brow and he held his great sword staffs out from his body. During the path extinction realm, one needed to take their comprehensions and shatter them. This could be considered to be the first true test of immortality. Only by rebuilding and reaffirming your comprehensions would you be able to survive the extinctions. Ryu had done a lot of research about this. After all, it was the next realm he would step into and he had already decided to do so with the Refinement Sutra, which had its own unique methods. But when things were laid out like this, the path extinction realm sounded eerily similar to what Ryu was already experiencing. The only difference was that in the path extinction realm, you didn't have to break through, you only had to rebuild what you already had. Your comprehensions would entirely vanish, and only by rebuilding them could you be blessed by the heavens in progress. The process was more involved than this, but the details didn't actually matter. What Ryu was more interested in was why these things felt so similar. Wait, maybe the details do matter. Whenever one felt that they had accumulated enough to begin an extinction, they would enter seclusion. Upon doing this, one would enter a pseudo-state of meditation that could be considered the closest most would get to the real thing in their lifetimes. This was less important, but what caused Ryu to pause was that when one entered this state, their minds and bodies would enter a different plane. The planes of existence were 4 in total, or rather, that was what Ryu had thought before he learned of the Chaos Plane. So, in reality, there were 5, the Chaos Plane, the Real Plane, the Ethereal Plane, the Nether Plane, and finally, the plane Ryu had found his realm heart in, the Abyssal Plane. Although Ryu hadn't known of the existence of the Chaos Plane before, he still felt that the most mysterious of the planes was the Abyssal Plane. It was this plane that new worlds were birthed from and thus the other planes would sprout and grow, and it was the plane fate stars and even spiritual foundations called home. And it was also this plane that one's consciousness had to enter in the path extinction realm. Entering this plane allowed one's body to enter a state of limbo and shatter one's comprehension without backlash. Thinking to this point, Ryu couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that since his meridians were connected to the Chaos Plane, this was the next unique breakthrough his chaotic silk meridians required? Maybe the oddity was related to a difference between breaking through using the Abyssal Plane and breaking through using the Chaos Plane. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It was definitely a possibility. But how could he test it? Just as Ryu was thinking, he was alerted to someone calling for him outside of his immortal abode. He stepped out, drenched in sweat, to find xianxia. His torso rippled powerfully as he hadn't bothered to cover himself up. Despite this, xianxia didn't seem to react weirdly and only kept the same gentle smile. There's been a few changes on the battlefield that you might be interested in. Oh, Ryu nodded. Okay, I will go, then. Ryu stepped past xianxia. He held one of his greatsword staffs in one hand and hopped on the other before shooting into the skies. Maybe only those with Ryu's confidence would jump right into battle barefoot and shirtless. Chapter 1023. Spiritual Ore Vein. Ryu soared through the skies and appeared over the battlefield in just a few seconds. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found much of what he expected. The ground had been dyed red and the number of corpses outnumbered the trees. It was a devastating sort of sight that carried none of the beauty the forest once had. However, there was an odd aura in the air. Oh, Ryu's brows raised. The blood of cultivators was quite valuable. When this much of it was spilt, it was quite likely that this region would become quite amazing in the future, at least in terms of the kind of spiritual herbs that grew here. The bodies and blood of cultivators were simply excellent fertilizers. Given the situation here, even though those that had died here were all below the sky god realm, it was still enough for quite a few high-level herbs to grow over the next few decades to centuries. It was also due to this timeline, though, that most couldn't be bothered to worry about this. Currently, especially since it would only be a boon for whoever could win this war in the first place. However, there were other circumstances where this could cause a more immediate and shocking change, and that was if the resources present here were great enough to begin with and just needed a small push to evolve to a new level. What Ryu hadn't known was that their sect had actually landed on maybe the most valuable piece of land the metalwork sect had, whether by coincidence or not. And this valuable piece of land held their most important ore deposit. Not only was this ore valuable to use in the making of weapons, but the sect also relied on it to cultivate their preeminent technique and the one they were most well known for, the metalwork mantra. This unique metal could have its essence infused into their bodies and could be used to directly temper themselves. It was an exceptionally difficult process, and its practice was part of the reason those of this sect all shared a similarly brutish kind of personality, as it took a certain kind of madman to submit themselves to such a thing. What was interesting, though, was that it was the very same characteristics that allowed this so-called metalwork spiritual ore to be absorbed by the disciples of the metalwork sect that also allowed it to absorb blood itself. The sudden influx of blood allowed the ore vein to push past a certain level of evolution that it had reached and transcend to an all-new level, increasing its value by tens of times at the very least. It had to be known that this ore was valuable for the metalwork sect even into the sky god realms. Although ores that valuable were rare within vein, they did exist, and now that the entire vein had been triggered to evolve, these ores had touched upon a transcendent level of value, especially for the second heaven. It had to be known that at these low levels, even heaven and mystical grade resources were especially rare. The best of these ores could be considered to be at this mystical grade. One might wonder, then, how could they be useful to sky gods of this heaven? But it also had to be remembered that not all sky gods were created equal. The sky gods of the second heaven had all been astounding geniuses of their era, but they were still mostly heaven-class talents. To them, mystical grade resources were still very much useful. What was truly fascinating, though, was that this was only part of Ryu's deductions. From what he could see, some sort of source had opened up and one of the greatest secrets of the metalwork sect had been exposed. From what it looked like, the origin of this special metal wasn't so simple. The triggering of the ore veins, evolution caused changes deep below the sect to be exposed. I see, it should be something similar to a legacy world, but not quite. It also manifests like a ruin, but also not quite. It feels more like the closed cultivation grounds of an expert, so it's much different. Their Tao, or the comprehension of their Tao, should be what triggered the formation of this spiritual ore vein. They couldn't be bothered to deal with the aftermath, so they just directly left after they were done. How interesting. Ryu was able to see through all of these things with a glance, his deductive abilities being at a completely different level. Just by reading the flow of energies and using his Tao to peer into the secret of things, not to mention his own skill as a ruin master, he could guess at many things. Likewise, he could tell that the metalwork sect would be far more antsy now even in comparison to the past. Kill all of them on sight. As though on cue, several booming voices sounded and just as many auras locked onto him. The battle on the surface had lessened, but this was only likely because the battle underground had taken its place. Clearly these individuals were here to make sure that the Radiant Star sect didn't interfere, but judging by the fact that there were still no sky gods amongst them, it must mean that the elders of the Radiant Star sect had already interfered. If not for this, there was no way the sky gods of the metalwork sect wouldn't have acted by now. Ryu raised his head, seeing several Tao pedestal realm experts surging toward him in full force. Clearly, these disciples had only just returned and hadn't been there during the time Ryu had been fighting. Many of the metalwork sect disciples had been returning in droves after receiving a signal that their sect was in danger. To these people, all they saw was an immortal ring realm expert who overestimated themselves. If they took a moment to realize that Ryu was using a flying sword, though, their reactions wouldn't have been so foolish. Chapter 1024. Moths to a flame. Ryu casually opened up a palm to the sky, causing his unused greatsword staff to shoot from his back and into his hands. Just as unmoved, he raised his blade into the air, his expression placid. Rising crimson. At that moment, a huge surge of chi began to surge in from the surroundings. The commotion was so great that even the flying treasures of the Tao pedestal realm experts almost spun out of control, their formations dimming. Just as casually, Ryu's arm swung down and the world was suffused with a curtain of crimson. By the time everything cleared, there was nothing other than fluttering ash in the air. Not a single sign of the previously roaring Tao pedestal realm expert was left to be seen. Ryu shook his head. It seemed that he was a bit too eager. Using such a powerful saber technique on these people was too much, especially since he didn't hold back and used it to the great success level right off the bat. It was clearly overkill. However, he had wanted to see what kind of power it held. Only by understanding yourself could you understand others. When he fought that Earth-class inheritor disciple, he hadn't been pushed to his limits, but he wasn't far from them. He hadn't brought out his most powerful attack, which was the fusion of 13 soaring azures and roaring sky serpent. And he hadn't used his soul technique, which was probably his strongest trump card at this point. At least, it was the strongest trump card he could use out in the open. Back then, Ryu felt that he could probably climb at least one more tier of strength if he truly went all out, without using the talents he couldn't expose. Of course, his greatest reliance wasn't his talents, but rather, his Tao. This was the true reason he could jump so many cultivation levels. Even when he just used it passively, it was an enormous boost to his strength. But it could be considered to be activated, at least in part, all the time. Now, his strength had taken another massive leap forward and he wanted to know where his limits lied. But it seemed that these enemies were too weak to test that. Ryu landed on the ground, feeling the crimson soil beneath his feet. What he was lacking most right now was defense. Who knew, maybe this opportunity would give him something interesting. Since he was following his own path in all things, he didn't really feel like using Eska's immortal Sakura anymore. If there was any visualization he would focus on, it would be the silver star left by that mysterious ancestor. It had a lot of secrets he had yet to delve into and it seemed to be high level even for the true martial world. In Ryu's estimation, this mysterious ancestor had likely made quite a name for himself here and Ryu didn't mind taking advantage. Ryu wasn't opposed to using the work of others. After all, it was only thanks to his master that he could follow this path in the first place. He wasn't so obstinate, but after seeing the kind of strength fusing his own unique path into one could bring, it was all he ever thought about. So, if he could self-create something, he would prefer to take that path if it could be helped. There, Ryu's figure flickered, pushing whispering petals to an extreme. He felt like he was already just a hair away from the great circle of perfection, but this small step felt like a huge chasm to cross. Ryu soon found an entrance carved into the ground. It was definitely a new establishment as the previous entrances had been collapsed by the appearance of the Radiant Star sect. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The first thing Ryu noticed was that because the tunnels were fresh and hastily constructed, there was simply no way for him to even think of using his great sword staffs, at least not as freely as he normally would. And, in such a place, especially with such low vision and winding corners, the strengths of his bow were fairly useless as well. However, Ryu didn't mind this as he stepped forward anyway. That said, he still made a mental note to add some close combat measures to his arsenal. He wouldn't always be in a situation where weapons were a viable choice, and there might even be some situations where he wouldn't even have a chance to draw his weapon to begin with. Ryu didn't see much of anything for the first while. It turned out that most people were fairly deep, likely looking for what secrets this expert had left behind. Even if that individual hadn't cared much about what was here, given how much wider their scope was, even what they disregarded would be quite valuable. Ryu's hands grasped out and a strong surge of radiant blue lightning formed. Sparks flew and grew like a tempest until he activated his lightning god talent and formed them both into what looked like solid blue daggers. All the while, his steps didn't pause for even a moment, his casual actions carrying with them an air of dominance. The moment he rounded a corner, he struck out, piercing someone through the neck and causing their body to erupt into a pile of ash, his lightning destroying them from the inside out. As Ryu was focused on traveling deeper into the tunnels, careful all the while because he was well aware that such a closed cultivation ground must be filled with formations and traps to deal with the potential of interruption, news of these events began to spread through the second heaven. The war itself was the headliner, but news of the changes to the spiritual ore vein began to leak out. At a moment like this one where all the youths of the second heaven were looking for tempering opportunities, this event caused them to become like moths to a flame. The metal work sect didn't have the prestige to make these individuals not dare to act, and the Radiant Star sect most definitely did not. A surging tide made their way toward a single location. Chapter 1025. Time. Ryu's movements were swift and yet somehow unhurried. If there were individuals here to observe him, they would see a young man that looked as though he was taking leisurely steps, and yet crossing impossibly vast distances with every step. Those that might have a chance to observe him, though, quickly found that there were ripped from them. Ryu completely embodied the nature of his twin daggers, his body moving like the wind and his intentions being akin to lingering shadows. Flashes of lightning were all these individuals saw before their bodies fell into a rain of ash, unable to hold on to their lives. Although Ryu moved quickly, he was actually being extremely cautious. There wasn't an inch that he stepped upon that didn't first withstand the scanning of his soul. However, he quickly found that many of the potential issues he ran into had been forcibly broken by others already. In truth, after so many years, the threat levels of this place had deteriorated greatly. And it was also likely that whichever individual laid these formations to begin with had first taken away much of their strength. Although this individual had left behind things that were no longer of use to them, logically speaking, any formation they had laid that would be capable of protecting them from enemies had to have been constructed of extraordinary items. Knowing that, Ryu had already come to understand that the most dangerous parts of these defenses had long since been ripped away. Some fools might believe that they were really getting a good deal here, but they were exactly that, fools. If there was really some supreme treasure lingering in wait in this place, would these protective formations be able to be broken apart by the likes of these people? Anything worth doing was difficult, and anything worth taking would be dangerous. It was just that simple, and these were how things in the martial world worked. Still, though Ryu was aware of this, he had still come here. The first reason was mostly to temper himself, but the second reason was that for those with insights and talent like him, this sort of place might be even more valuable than a legacy world or a ruin might be. A location where a supreme expert spent an extended period of time cultivating in closed door was akin to a treasure trove, not because of what might physically be left behind, but precisely because of the things that couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye. Just standing by Elder Ika's breakthrough had allowed Ryu to step from the initial stages of the second immortal Tao to the very peak. Even now, he just needed a small impetus to push through, something that probably should have taken him months of effort, at the very least. While his Tao was far more powerful than almost anyone he would meet below the seventh heaven, and even more than enough to compare with the absolute geniuses of the seventh and eighth heavens, it was also far more difficult to progress in. One of the main reasons he wanted to enter the second heaven as quickly as possible was because its laws were more complete than the first heaven, and as such, he would have a better chance at progressing. However, his interaction with Elder Ika had enlightened him to another potential method, and that was to rely on those with far higher comprehensions than himself. Whatever lingering and residual energies there were in this place was bound to have profound insights and might even form some phenomena that could be observed. This place had been sealed for so long, and there was definitely a strong accumulation of energy. When the evolution was triggered, there would definitely be some powerful Tao insights to observe. However, only those with strong comprehension would have a chance at understanding what was left behind. Of that, Ryu was certain, and it was also because of this that he found the efforts the others made, digging deep for treasures, to be so disdainful. Rather than breaking through these formations one by one, they should be taking their time to observe them and understand the kind of person this mysterious individual was. Maybe then they'd be able to gain an inkling that would help them once they reached the former core of this formation. Ryu's steps came to a pause and he turned, pressing his hand against a wall. There was a strong presence on the other side here, and it was potentially a former core of the larger formation. Whoever dug this tunnel was just lucky enough to miss it, digging around it and being off by about 2 meters. If the tunnel started 2 meters to the right instead, that individual, and whoever was in here, would have died without knowing what happened to them. To Ryu, though, this was perfect. Despite his confidence in himself, he too wanted to take his time to comprehend this formation before he reached the core. Only by doing this would he maximize his chances. Little Silk floated silently on Ryu's shoulder, watching with a flicker of interest in her little eyes. She was quite eager as well, but not for the same reasons as Ryu. After all, to her, the stronger Ryu was, the more powerful beasts they would be able to target in the future, and the more powerful she would become. A sovereign-grade beast like her was an excellent trump card to have, especially since she wouldn't experience any bottleneck all the way up to the world's sea realm. I see, fascinating. This senior even infused their Tao into their protective formation. This would be a lot like what I would have to do to use the Refinement Sutra on my soul most optimally. Ryu removed his hand, his expression flickering. After a moment, he shot away, looking for another node. Now that he had found one, finding more would be even easier. Soon, he would be able to form a map of the surroundings in his head. While everyone else was rushing to get to the core as fast as possible, he took his time. Chapter 1026. Standoff. Many of the nodes Ryu ran into were damaged and incomplete, disallowing him to get a full picture. But the more he observed, the more fascinated he became. After running into his 13th formation node, Ryu stopped for a long while, his expression calm and his breathing entering a rhythmic cadence. It was a shame. If his heavenly pupils weren't sealed, he would be able to enter the states of meditation with ease, and this process would become even faster. However, he still had the Frost clan's ring to rely on, at the very least. With a thought, Ryu's palm flipped over and his blue steel lightning dagger vanished in place of a hovering ball of white. This ball of white was none other than a formation node formed of chi, but it wasn't any normal formation node. In fact, this was the visualization of one of the Zhu ancestors, Morvar. Morvar's visualization allowed the one using it to form their formation nodes using their spiritual chi instead of utilizing precious items or feng shui. This allowed the quick deployment of large-scale formations so long as you had the stamina to withstand it. The issue with Morvar's visualization when applied to the true martial world, though, was that it was too weak. It was incomplete and it didn't have the necessary foundational firmness to create formations that would be helpful to Ryu, and it also wasn't constructed with the formation principles of the true martial world in mind. Just looking at this hidden expert's abilities, the scope and intent was like night and day. For example, this formation was such that just the residual impacts of it were capable of forming a spiritual or vein of such a large scale. If Ryu cared about the wealth here, just digging into these walls might grant him enough resources to build his own sect. Secondly, this individual was able to infuse their Tao understanding into the formation itself, which was what resulted in the formation of the ore vein to begin with. This alone was on a completely different in comparison to Morvar. But there was a third and even more curious matter. This formation didn't rely on too many external resources or formation flags, at least not in these outer reaches. However, these formation nodes were still here and persisted even after so long. The only explanation was that this region relied on feng shui to accomplish their goals, but if that was true, why was it forming natural resources instead of the other way around? Usually, feng shui relied on the atmosphere in the surroundings to form the effects it wanted. It didn't create energy, it directed, redirected, and controlled energy that already existed. This was why when Ryu was forging his weapons, he had to plant very specific spiritual herbs and allow the environment to undergo a form of terraforming before he could begin the forging process. But here, it happened in reverse. The expert lay the formation, and then the spiritual ore vein appeared, whereas it should have been the opposite. This was another all too obvious sign of just how high level this individual's attainments in formations were. It was also possible that this person invited an expert to help them, but Ryu felt like it was unlikely. Still, not that that actually mattered to him, at least not now. He had found something far more interesting. Fusing one's Tao with your formation nodes, what a fascinating concept, and it wasn't all that far from something that Ryu had already done. Using the 8 trigram diagram, Ryu created a formation that used his Tao as the core and his inheritances as the pillar. The more powerful he became, the more powerful the formation became. This could be considered to be a very similar concept, but altogether different at the same time. The huge difference lay in the fact that Ryu was locked into just a single formation while this individual had access to the creation of a whole host of formations that were compatible with their Taos. From what Ryu could see, this Tao was greatly defensive in nature. Although Ryu couldn't see through any more secrets, at least not with the small bits of fragments he had managed to see until now, this was all he needed to know. Of course such a person would be confident in laying defensive formations to protect themselves in seclusion if this was the case. But what about Ryu? The 8 trigram diagram was both the simplest formation in all of existence and the most complex depending on how you look at things. At its core, it represented the very world itself. Wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life and heaven. Together, these 8 pillars represented all things, and it was also the foundation from which all other formations were birthed. If Ryu used his 8 trigram diagram as the pillars and Morvar's visualization as the foundation, or even the vice versa, wouldn't he be able to transcend the weaknesses of this formation node hovering above his palm? Ryu opened his eyes. This could work, but I need to see more. Ryu crushed the visualization in his palm with a squeeze of his fist and flashed and vanished once more. He wanted to observe more formation nodes to get a stronger grasp of what was going on here. There might even be something intangible that he was missing to take that final step. As Ryu rushed about the tunnels and even began to create some of his own, the first of the new arrivals came. The Bewitching Charm sect, the Wallowing Wisp sect and the Dewdrop sect all appeared at once. In fact, The moment they did, a sort of standoff began in the air. These three sects were the closest to the metalwork sect, and it wasn't too much of a surprise that they were the first to arrive, and even the weakest of them was a core disciple well into the Tao pedestal realm. Chapter 1027. Bewitching Charm. Antha, you're looking as ravishing as ever. Have you come here today because you've agreed to be my Tao companion? Antha, an inheritor disciples of the Bewitching Charm sect, smiled when she heard this, a tempting sort of blush lighting her skin. It didn't seem like the kind of blush a woman would have when she was embarrassed and shy, but rather one that showed off a glow of sexual excitement, as though she was imagining what agreeing to such a request would mean. The man who spoke, Brune of the Wallowing Wisp sect, yet another inheritor disciple, couldn't help but feel an excitement light up his lower belly. However, he was also quite used to clashing with these bewitching women, so he knew exactly what such a faint excitement meant. Sure, Brune, why don't you follow me back to my sect? We can forget about these treasures. What good are they in the face of boundless pleasure? Brune smiled a devilishly handsome smile, his green eyes dancing with a hidden light. Why don't you come back to my sect, instead? It can't be that Goddess Antha wants me to marry into your family, right? And what is the problem with that? Am I not tempting enough for you? Antha pouted, her eyes becoming somewhat misty. Brune, despite being prepared, still gulped. This woman was far too tempting. Despite what one might expect, she wasn't dressed provocatively at all outside of the seemingly boundless mounds of tender flesh that graced her chest. But considering how endowed she was in this aspect, such assets would be all too prominent regardless of what she wore. However, even so, her figure was too fiery, her gaze too alluring, and her voice seemed capable of tickling the soul with a gentle rush of words. Her skin was too perfect, carrying a gorgeous caramel color that didn't carry even the slightest hint of blemish. Still, all those that saw it couldn't help but think of the true nature of the sect when they saw such a scene. It was said that the maidens of the Bewitching Charm sect bathed every sunrise and sunset in the blood of virgin women. It was also said that this cultivation method helped them to absorb the charm and grace of these women, causing the sight one would see before them. Not only did they have the charm of demonesses that had graced the beds of many men and had the skills to back it up, they also maintained a youthful air of innocence and shyness. The combination of these two things was absolutely lethal to any male. If not for the fact that Brune was an astounding talent in his own right, he would have already fallen into the clutches of this vixen. In fact, if he thought it was possible, against his better judgment, he might have already fallen for her advances. However, talents on his level were constantly warned by their sect leaders. The reality was that all of these women were virgins. This wasn't because they had to be for their cultivation methods, but rather because they received the greatest pleasure from their cultivation method itself. The blush on Antha's face right this moment was faked, she was truly feeling sexually aroused. Whenever she circulated her cultivation method, it would feel as though expert hands were gliding all across her body. Her nipples would grow tight and a not-so-subtle moistness would grace that treasured region between her legs. When the women of the Bewitching Charm sect fought, they would all do so in a state of arousal, and they would climax every time they killed an enemy and basked in their blood. That was right, although they were called the Bewitching Charm sect, the truth was that they didn't bask in the pleasure of the flesh, or at the very least, not the pleasure of their own flesh. Instead, they relished in killing and slaughter. They were all mad women. If Brune truly returned with her, the result would likely be him fighting an all-out battle of life and death in her bedroom, where he would either win and subsequently be killed by one of her sisters, or he would lose his life and Antha would spend the night in absolute ecstasy. To Antha, the more powerful the man she faced, the more excited she got. And, the more excited she became, the faster her cultivation and comprehensions would progress. This was the way of the Bewitching Charm sect. We've wasted enough time here. At this moment, a cold voice called out. Everyone couldn't help but turn to a woman with an expression as cold as ice. But shockingly enough, this woman who was as cold as ice was actually following the entourage of the Bewitching Charm sect. Her beauty felt almost surreal, as though she had walked out of a painting rather than having been birthed like everyone else. This kind of beauty was one that should only bloom from flowers and only be touched by the purest of the morning's dew. This woman was yet another inheritor disciple of the Bewitching Charm sect, May. Compared to the constant blushing faces of her fellow sisters, she seemed completely unaffected by it all, standing at an untouchable realm all to her own. I agree with Fairy May. The final group's representative, San of the Dewdrop sect, spoke lightly. The sword strapped to his back trembled as though it too was eager to hurry forward. Of course, despite their name, the Dewdrop sect was actually a sword sect, and a supremely powerful one at that, standing at the threshold to the true two-star faction ranks. Let's enter then. We're a bit late, and it's better to hurry than lag behind. The group turned toward the entrance and tacitly agreed to take the same path. At least this way, if they came across something valuable, they would simply fight it out right here. This would lessen the variables. Everyone hoped that they would be the lucky ones to choose the right path, but what were the odds of that? It was far better to mitigate risk and take this approach. That way, if one got lucky, they would all get lucky. If no one found anything, then none would find anything. Chapter 1028. Dao Pieces. Ryu continued to travel. In the beginning, he took his time. He killed those he came across and slowly observed each and every node. Eventually, he even had to start carving out his own tunnels to get nearer to nodes that were too far away from the paths, but even this didn't make him hurry. The picture he had in his mind of the formation only grew clearer, and his comprehensions deepened with passing time. Ryu's wrist suddenly flared out to the side. Without even opening his eyes, he caused a blue steel dagger to beam through the air, piercing the chest of his target in the blink of an eye. Lightning wildly flared and danced, crushing this individual in body and soul. This should be enough, I understand now. This expert used an ingenious method. Essentially, they created their own foundational formation, stripping it of all of its complexity until it could mimic a fundamental rune. However, fundamentally, this rudimentary formation would still be exactly that, a formation. This so-called rudimentary formation represented the essence of this individual's Tao distilled down to the greatest and simplest concentration. It was essentially like the creation of a Tao charm technique, but many times more difficult. The Tao charm techniques Ryu used now were all fairly weak. This didn't just represent the fact that they were of the heaven grade, but rather the Taos used as their foundation specifically. But if they were any more powerful, the idea of making them any weaker would be impossible. For example, the current Ryu couldn't imagine forming his hegemonic Tao into a heaven-grade technique. The difficulty was too high, and ironically, his comprehension wasn't high enough. In Ryu's estimation, if he wanted to create a heaven-grade technique with his own Tao as the charm, he would need to bring it to at least the fragmented Tao level first. Back when Ryu first faced the working disciples of the Hidden Blade sect, they had immediately assumed that he had a fragmented Tao because they couldn't fathom the idea of a Dominion Tao. It was only after more observation that they realized Ryu must be the latter and not the former. Essentially, the more complex and powerful the Tao, the higher level of attainments within it one must reach in order to simplify it. Right now, Ryu was in an odd situation. His Tao was too powerful to make a technique suitable for himself, but too weak to form a higher level technique. Thus, he could only use it as his Tao and nothing else. Although, of course, this wasn't a bad thing. A so-called Tao charm technique would always be weaker than the actual Tao. What others would call Tao charm techniques, the actual owners of the Tao would call Tao manipulation methods. Tao manipulation methods could only be used by those who had actually grasped the Tao itself and not just a small or simplified aspect of it. It was instead Tao manipulation methods that would be distilled into Tao charm techniques. However, that was a matter for a different time. Tao manipulation methods could only be used by sky gods, and Ryu wasn't nearly ready enough to start thinking about such things. All of this was just to illustrate just how impressive what this individual had done. Ryu's scope of understanding was far deeper now than it had been in the past. After several hours of observation, he had already concluded that this individual's Tao was at the dynastic Tao level. Although this was 3 levels beneath Ryu's own, when it came to the power of the Tao, it was definitely far beyond Ryu's. For this individual to be able to distill their dynastic Tao down to a level comparable to a fundamental rune was even more complicated than creating a common grade Tao charm technique. The more simplified the Tao charm technique, the more difficult it was to create. And the more complex the Tao, the more difficult it was to simplify. The difficulty of creating these formation nodes from a dynastic Tao was far more difficult than if Ryu wanted to form a mystical grade or ancestral grade technique with his own Tao. It might just barely be comparable to if Ryu wanted to make a heaven grade technique with his Tao. This is difficult, too difficult and well beyond my current self. It's unfortunate, but it's an idea that I might be able to explore in the future if it's still worth it at the time. Ryu didn't feel too disappointed by this conclusion. He had still gained greatly. Now he could travel to the center of this quasi-ruin and see if he could use the knowledge he had gained here to get a leg up on everyone else. Ryu awoke from his meditative state and his figure flashed, approaching the deeper regions of the tunnels, his speed countless times faster than before. Now that he understood this formation, he had no need to be as cautious, and without the need to comprehend any more, he obviously didn't need to pause his steps. It's odd, though, logically, anyone with such high comprehension abilities should have a Tao more powerful than a dynastic Tao. Could it be that they lacked the inspiration? Or, Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed, thinking of a possibility. What if this individual only chose to use a small piece of their Tao? Ryu's complete Tao was known as the Dividing Heaven Tao. This was the grand name he had chosen, and if he even spoke these words aloud, it would be likely to trigger a tribulation. Even using the full power of his Tao caused the ire of the heavens to descend. However, weren't there two smaller parts of his Tao? Dividing karma and dividing tribulation. He had comprehended these Taos individually before fusing them into one. Individually, they were weaker than the whole. What if this individual was the same, having multiple pieces to their Tao? It was an interesting thought, and it seemed to have a chance at being true. Dividing karma was Ryu's comprehension of people and living beings. It was most useful when he was facing an enemy with their own thoughts and aspirations, and it was especially powerful when an enemy activated their Tao, as he could use it to crush them even faster as his comprehension of them deepened. Dividing tribulation was Ryu's comprehension of things and physical objects, things that lacked a will of their own. It was this that he relied on to sever bolts of tribulation or quickly deepen his alchemy and blacksmithing skills. Together, they could encompass the whole of the heavens. But each one was more useful than the other depending on the situation in question. If Ryu wanted to create portable formation nodes to improve Morvar's visualization, there was no doubt that dividing tribulation would be better, at least at lower levels. If he was powerful enough, dividing karma would allow the formation to adapt depending on who or what it was facing. Still, even alone, dividing karma and dividing tribulation was both exceedingly powerful and well beyond the dynastic Tao level. They should probably also be hegemonic Taos, although weaker than when they are fused into one. Ryu thrust this matter to the back of his mind, allowing it to brew and stew. Maybe later on, he would think of how to use this information. Ryu's footsteps suddenly came to a pause. The tunnels came to an end, opening up to a vast underground catacomb that was kilometers tall and hundreds of kilometers deep and wide. However, although there was nothing that could be seen in plain sight, an overwhelming danger tickled Ryu's mind. Oh, look, didn't we already kill everyone? Someone actually dared to appear. Didn't he see all the corpses? Chapter 1029. Amused Brune of the Wallowing Wisp sect was the one to speak. However, Ryu didn't look in his direction. Considering his spiritual sense, he had no need to. But even if he wasn't blind, Ryu wasn't the type of person to waste his effort on giving such people attention. He didn't like banter. If someone pissed him off, he would directly kill them. If he couldn't directly kill them, he wouldn't pay attention to them. Unfortunately, there were two issues stopping him from taking the former path. The first was that these individuals were all at the World Sea realm. It was clear that by now, the true pinnacle disciples of these sects were making their way back. All of these individuals had status similar to Genelis, meaning, they were all heaven-class geniuses with World Sea realm cultivation. At this moment, Ryu calculated his limits to be about the half-step World Sea realm Earth-class level. If it was heaven-class, he should be able to match up to someone at the lower or middle cosmic seed realm levels. The leap into the World Sea realm was truly too large, at least when the targets of observation were these individuals. The cosmic seed realm was the realm where one planted their comprehensions into their formed Tao pedestals, while the World Sea realm was where these seeds bloomed and shattered your Tao pedestals into a vast sea. The people of the first and second heaven had piss-poor Taos in Ryu's estimation, so their cosmic seed realm experts weren't very powerful. As such, he could still leap across those gaps. However, the World Sea realm was the realm where one gained full access to their spiritual foundation, as it would go from a solid state to a liquid state, making its energy usable. Due to this, there was an enormous gap between the cosmic seed realm and the World Sea realm, especially in lower heavens like this one. Back in Sacrum, the gap wasn't so exaggerated because anyone who could make it to these realms were all extraordinary, and that went for their inheritances as well. But here, it was different. It was all a matter of relativity. Of course, Ryu was aware of all of these matters, and he had also already seen all of the corpses as well. But he had still come. The likes of these people wouldn't make him take a step back. His life was on the line. Good, he liked it that way. Seeing that Ryu directly ignored him, Brune was actually more amused than anything else. Of course, this was because it only took a moment of observation for him to realize that Ryu was blind. In addition, in a place like this one, no one dared to casually spread out their spiritual sense for fear of triggering one of the hidden mechanisms, so he might not even be able to precisely lock onto their location. Look at that, Brune, you were actually ignored, Antha spoke coquettishly, her voice carrying a heavy sensual air. Brune laughed. It can't be helped, he's blind. He probably stumbled into this place by accident. Look at his cultivation, I doubt he came here on purpose. Seeing Brune's light mood, the rest also seemed to become amused. After killing their way here, they thought that things would be easy, but they immediately found themselves dancing on an edge between life and death. Who could have known that making it here was the easy part? There was one person among them, though, that wasn't laughing, and that was a new addition to the 3 sects that had just arrived, Farith of the Metalwork sect. Farith was an inheritor disciple that had just returned after receiving a summons from his sect. Previously, he had been out exploring, but he came back to find his sect half in ruins and embroiled in war. To make matters worse, these other sects had sent their own inheritor disciples, and they had even slaughtered many of his own disciple brothers on their path here. The so-called everyone Brune had referred to when he mentioned how many they had killed did include a large number of loose cultivators or disciples of other sects that happened to be in the area, but there was no doubt that a large number of them were Metalwork sect disciples. How could Farith not be unhappy? That said, the truth behind his silence now was very different. Farith, is there a need to keep pouting like this? I've already said that I'm sorry, I really couldn't afford to not be cautious, so I accidentally killed some of your fellow disciples, Antha said while licking her lips. Despite her words, it seemed like she was still reminiscing about the rush. Farith snorted coldly, but didn't say a single word. The truth was that he actually recognized Ryu. This was a man who had killed one of their inheritor disciples despite being at the Immortal Ring realm. He had had half a mind to warn these people, but once he remembered that they had slaughtered the disciples of his Metalwork sect, he chose to remain silent. Since these people wanted to use this opportunity to weaken his sect, he would return the favor. He could only hope that Ryu wasn't so weak. Not all inheritor disciples were created equal. In Sacrum, becoming an inheritor disciple meant that you would likely become the next sect master, but in the true martial world, it was a touch different. While being an inheritor disciple could mean this, it also carried other meanings. For example, the Radiant Star sect had 7 peaks that represented 7 inheritances. Each one would need a new peak lord and as such needed inheritors. Likewise, there were exceptionally important positions that would need to be filled when the older generation retired, such as positions of Grand Elder or a position like the head of the disciplinary hall. Inheritor disciples were essentially the individuals that would take up these high-level roles in a sect once they were ready. As a result, there could sometimes be large differences between inheritor disciples, and it was even possible to be demoted from inheritor disciple back to core disciple. As such, Farith didn't actually fear Ryu, but he hoped that Ryu would be able to give him a surprise regardless. His position was too sensitive to use to kill these precious disciples of other sects, as it would only make the position of his Metalwork sect worse. But if Ryu was able to kill them, this would mean that there might even be some that came to help their Metalwork sect expel the Radiant Star sect and kill them down to their last man. As he saw it, it was a win-win. The other disciples laughed when they saw Farith's reaction and didn't mind it too much. Only the cold-faced Fairy May gave Farith a second glance before turning away, her gaze just as cold as ever. At that moment, Ryu suddenly took a step forward, and then another. He couldn't be bothered with the conversations of these people. All this time, he had been observing the catacombs and scanning the region from top to bottom. Others didn't dare to stretch out their spiritual sense so wantonly, but he most certainly did. These collapsed restrictions, left in haggard pieces, had no shot at sensing his void spiritual sense. As such, he could be as cavalier as he wanted, so long as he was cautious about his actual steps. In truth, this region near the edge was already a great spot for meditation, but Ryu knew that deeper within, the results would be even better. After just a few silent minutes, he felt that he had already mapped out all the pitfalls in this region and could begin to move forward. Brune blinked when he saw this before he started chuckling to himself again. Didn't this Immortal Ring realm brat see that even they were being cautious? Even after a while, the deepest they had gotten was a few dozen meters. At this pace, it would take them a couple years to reach the core, but none of them minded this too much. It wasn't easy to find opportunities to temper themselves. Usually, the main issue would be not having enough of such opportunities. They weren't as lucky as the higher heavens, having many ruins and legacies to explore. They all understood this very well. Being at the world's sea realm, they were already near the end of the potential of the second heaven where even false sky gods stood at the very top. There simply weren't that many opportunities to improve. Now that they had found one, why would they care about a couple years? However, the smile on Brune's face froze after Ryu turned and took his fifth step, then a sixth and seventh. In just a few seconds, Ryu had traveled a distance forward further than any one of them. The gazes of the geniuses flashed with a cold intent. Chapter 1030. Condensed energy. The catacombs were seemingly entirely empty without a hint of danger to be seen. But, taking even a single wrong step could cause one to be blasted to death. Until now, none of them had died. But the same wasn't the case for those that had come before them. Yet, there weren't even corpses left behind. One could tell just how devastating this place could be once something was accidentally triggered. The geniuses suddenly found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. Ryu continued stepping forward, his speed remaining calm and even, but still crossed 2 to 3 meters with every step. In fact, he didn't even seem to be hesitating in his movements. By the time he had made it almost 100 meters deep, the others realized that there was no coincidence at all. Somehow, this immortal ring realm expert had actually been able to see through something they could not. They had heard that blind cultivators tended to have far greater sensitivity to certain things than others, but this was the first time they were experiencing it for themselves. But how could they know that this had little to do with Ryu's blindness and personal talent, and almost everything to do with his prior preparation? While all of these so-called geniuses were rushing here at their fastest possible speed, he had taken his time to observe and understand things. Now, in just a few seconds, he had already surpassed them. Follow his steps. This was the decision they all made immediately. However, this wasn't so easy to do. As cultivators, their memories were immaculate, so memorizing what Ryu was doing wasn't the problem. The main issue was that they all had different starting points. If they had been right next to Ryu, they would have likely already acted to kill him. But they had come from a separate entrance. In fact, because Ryu had carved a lot of his own path, he had formed his own entryway. If they wanted to follow him, they would first have to find a way to carve a path that met with the path Ryu was taking, only then could they follow after him. Clearly, Ryu knew of this as well, which was why he didn't even bother with trying to hide his attempt, not that he could. At their speed, it would probably take them at least several days to converge with his path. By then, he would have already long since made it to the core region. Realizing this, and seeing Ryu getting further and further away, an anxiousness began to grow in their hearts. "Hey, kid, how about you wait patiently for us to catch up, then we can all head down together." Brune spoke with the same cheery tone in his voice, but it was clear this was much less of a suggestion and more of a threat. Anyone with half a brain could sense the underlying meaning. Ultimately, they would catch up with Ryu. This place was only a few dozen kilometers long. Although they didn't dare to use their spiritual sense to lock onto Ryu's movements, they could still follow his steps forward with their eyes. With their cultivation, seeing such a distance was more than easy, it was simple beyond belief. This all meant that it wasn't a matter of if they would catch up to Ryu, but when. And when they did, he obviously wouldn't have the combat prowess necessary to match up to them. By then, he would pay. Unless, that is, he obediently waited for them now. In that case, they just might give him a path to live. Ryu, who hadn't even glanced in their direction until now, suddenly turned back. Trash. The single word stunned Brune into silence. He, who was very used to putting up a smiling front no matter the situation, finally met something he couldn't even properly react to. Never in his wildest imagination did he think that an immortal ring realm brat would dare to talk to him like this. Ryu turned away and flashed forward several more steps, his pace seemingly only getting faster. He activated whispering petals, his steps becoming ethereal and difficult to track. In those moments, it looked as though he was stepping in 3 to 4 different locations at once, his movements only becoming more impossible to follow with each passing moment. If they could use their spiritual sense, with their cultivation, it wouldn't be impossible to see through what Ryu was doing. But being restricted in such a way, their expressions became incomparably ugly. They couldn't even spare the time to try to catch up. Each and every one of them became laser-focused on Ryu's feet, trying to make out illusions from reality. It only took several minutes before Ryu came to a stop, but by then, he was in the center of the formation and basked in the most concentrated energies. Without looking back again, he sat down cross-legged, his hair fluttering slightly as he entered a state of meditation, seemingly not worried about anyone behind him. Arrogance. Pure and unbridled arrogance. He didn't even deem them worthy of his attention. Brune regained his bearings after a long while, chuckling a dark laugh. He couldn't remember ever being humiliated like this in his lifetime. He took a step forward and a flash of light suddenly assaulted him from all sides. However, his long black hair reacted, whipped out like vines and shattered the attacks one by one. Then, he took another step forward. While he couldn't find a path of least resistance like Ryu could, what he could do was find paths with triggers that were within his ability to narrow. If he didn't worry about stamina consumption and only focused on getting onto the path Ryu had used, he would move much faster. The others took the same path as Brune, wishing to move as quickly as possible. Ferreth's expression flickered and he too followed. But no one seemed to notice that his pace was actually a touch slower than the others. This wouldn't matter much in the beginning, but as the days waned, the gap would become more obvious. This was exactly what he wanted. Ryu truly couldn't be bothered with the people to his back. The moment he had entered the central region, all of the danger vanished into thin air and there was nothing but a thick and complex chi permeating the atmosphere. Below Ryu, there was a complex vein of spiritual ore, while above him, there was a slowly condensing drop of liquid. The process of the latter was so slow that only a single drop fell for about every hour, but every time it did so, it would be immediately absorbed by the ore beneath him. Although the liquid was no longer crimson, Ryu knew immediately that this was the blood of the fallen disciples. It had fallen through the earth and condensed into a clear liquid that held nothing but boundless vitality. This purified blood was then absorbed by the ore below, making it the most valuable part of this region. At least, it was the most valuable physical object. This ore was actually on the verge of becoming an ancestral grade material. If those geniuses could see this, they would already begin salivating. Still, Ryu was focused on something entirely different. This was a region that a supreme expert had entered closed-door cultivation in. All of the energies that had been circulating around here had been of the highest degree. As a result, this location was akin to basking in the presence of a much higher heaven. Although Ryu had never personally been to any higher heavens, he felt that this place should, at the very least, be similar in quality to the fourth heaven, and that was a conservative estimate. In addition, thanks to the locking abilities of the lingering protective formations, this place had managed to keep much of these energies under lock and key. It was only after the evolution of the ore vein was suddenly triggered that the disruption caused the leakage. Now, Ryu was able to benefit from this directly. Ryu wanted to progress his Tao as quickly as possible as it was his greatest reliance. But being stuck in lower heavens were like shackles on his body. How could he comprehend something if it was in such lower quantity and quality? Luckily, he stumbled onto this place. Ryu fell into silence, his focus only growing with every moment as he allowed the hours and eventually days to tick by. The geniuses approached closer and closer, but Ryu didn't seem to notice them at all, having entered a state of absolute immersion. And then, it happened. Crack. Ryu's Tao foundation cracked and then shattered, but then it just as quickly reformed. This happened again and again, causing the hearts of those that heard the sounds to tremble, their own Taos quaking in agitation. And then, Ryu's aura flourished, a wild energy shooting out from himself in all directions until it suddenly receded like a tide, retracting into his body. Ryu's eyes shot open, a breath leaving his lips. He had broken through his limits. His Tao was now at the third immortal Tao level, a realm equivalent to the Tao pedestal realm, and a level only cosmic seed realm geniuses would be able to touch. This level was the very one that most heaven-class geniuses of the world's sea realm were stuck at. Ryu had gotten exactly what he came here for. Now there would be little stopping him from recultivating to the immortal ring realm. Chapter 1031. A move. The rush of energy settled down, but the spiritual ore vein beneath Ryu was a different matter entirely. In fact, it seemed as though Ryu's breakthrough had shifted the balance, causing the vein which had been on the verge of the ancestral grade to break past its barriers. Ryu watched this scene quite calmly. With the wealth of the Frost clan, he didn't actually need the wealth that was current beneath his feet. However, it's probably best if most don't know where my wealth truly originates from. If I can make some purchases with this ore, that would be ideal. The youths that were rushing in Ryu's direction had no idea what his thoughts were. All they could see was that Ryu, who had been sitting idly for several days, suddenly began to make a move on the very item they had been eyeing all this time. What they didn't know without the use of the spiritual sense was that what Ryu invisibly took away was even more valuable than what he took under their naked eyes, and that was the presence of the energy in the air. This energy was too valuable to Ryu, and he didn't want it to dissipate any further. Luckily, he had a small world on his finger that could take this energy in. After years of being in the first heaven, the Frost clan's ring had already lost the air of the sixth heaven that it had once had. But with this, it would gain the air of the fourth heaven and should be able to sustain it for a few years at least with minimal leakage. This way, Ryu would be able to train in seclusion as though he was on the fourth heaven, allowing his speed to be much faster. This would be especially beneficial for his Tao. Ryu's great sword staffs carved into the ground. He seemed to be able to see the shape of the vein. His movements were fluid and quick. Usually, the difficult part of mining wasn't the earth, but rather the ore itself. There was no doubt that even the most ordinary of spiritual ore veins would be far tougher than the earth they took root in. Due to this, it would take a lot of trial and error on the part of a miner to track the path of the ore and dig around it. Unfortunately, spiritual sense was very weak in traveling through earth, and even weaker when activated near spiritual ore veins, which had their own protective measures. Just the same way that spiritual herbs could hide from the detection of spiritual sense, and one often had to physically lay their eyes upon it to detect them, such was the case for spiritual ore veins as well. However, Ryu didn't have normal spiritual sense. His void spiritual sense was also weakened in the face of earth or barriers, but it suffered much less in comparison to other spiritual senses. In addition, although spiritual ore veins could also hide from his void spiritual sense, what it couldn't do was hide from his Tao. If Ryu used his spiritual sense and Tao in tandem, he could see through the illusions and tricks these spiritual ores used to hide themselves and detect their outline. Like this, he could dodge the physical defenses as well and only cut around the vulnerable and much softer earth. In just a few minutes, the head of the spiritual ore vein was revealed. It exuded a beautiful bronze-red color, shimmering light rubies from certain angles, and like brass from others. Together, it made the scene look somewhat holy, despite the fact it required the sacrifice of thousands of disciples for it to reach such a state. There was simply nothing holy about the origins of this spiritual ore vein. It's quite deep, Ryu thought to himself. It seems that taking it all away will be impossible. But I can definitely take the most valuable part of it away. This should sell for a huge sum. Ryu forgot about taking all of it away and focused on taking the vein core and the ancestral grade ore away. Ha! He released a low roar, his body's strength surging and his pair of swords swinging down again and again with a menacing light. It had to be remembered that Ryu's Tao originally birthed from comprehensions of the sword. Though the word dividing had many connotations and applications in his Tao, it had originally grown from a desire to sever and cut. Everywhere Ryu's great sword staffs passed, he perfectly cleaved the ore, his arms moving like lightning and his blades like death's scythe. Stop! The roars came from several of the youths who had put so much effort into reaching this place over the last few days, but how could Ryu be bothered to care? While Ryu was meditating and improving his Tao, the others thought he was waiting for the vein to finish maturing. And now that he had suddenly acted, they were even more certain. Cultivators were too useless without their spiritual sense. Because they didn't dare to use theirs in this place, they couldn't sense the flow of chi and understand the details of what was happening, they could only make guesses. As such, they had no idea that Ryu had broken through in his Tao, they just assumed that the surge of energy was caused by the evolution of the vein. And now, their precious vein was being taken away from Ryu. However, how could Ryu give a damn about their words? He didn't pause for a single moment, his arms continuing to swing. And then, a large portion of the spiritual ore vein vanished as the first of the youths rushed into the safe zone Ryu had been carefully cultivating in. The first was none other than Brune, whose perpetual smile had long since vanished. His hair flared out and balls of light surrounded him. He seemed to have completely forgotten that Ryu was an immortal ring realm expert as he attacked with all his strength. Chapter 1032. Retracing strands of hair blotted out the skies like beams of radiant white light. The Willowing Wisp sect was one that focused on light elemental chi and area control techniques, but this Brune seemed to have a unique bone structure that allowed him to use the hairs on his head as support. This was quite a rare ability, and even looked quite silly in Ryu's estimation, but the level of control it took to control each individual fiber of hair wasn't something that could be underestimated. There were an innumerable number of paths to follow in cultivation, and unfortunately, the level of the silliness didn't always coincide with weakness. In fact, they could often be the most dangerous to face. In a moment, Brune had taken control of the entire region, his hair becoming like a net that covered all paths of retreat. Ryu lightly tapped his foot and dodged out of the first barrage. It was as though he didn't take the speed seriously at all, despite the fact that this was maybe the greatest advantage Brune's hair had. With light steps, Ryu danced around Brune's attempts to attack him, his expression placid and unmoved. By the third time he did so, Brune's expression finally became solemn as he realized something. The only way for Ryu's movements to be so profound was if he had a movement Dao charm technique. When he thought of this, Brune's heart couldn't help but shudder. If he had used his spiritual sense, he could have noticed this immediately. But realizing like this only made him more solemn. Movement techniques could be considered among the very hardest types of Dao charm technique to master, maybe only soul-type Dao charm techniques were more difficult. For an immortal ring realm expert to not only have mastered one, but to have even done so with one capable of dodging his attempts at locking him down was far too frightening. Ryu lightly stepped and his body suddenly vanished, a breath of relief releasing from his body as though his pores themselves were breathing. But in reality, that was exactly what was happening. Ryu's speed more than doubled and his agility alone seemed to increase at least tenfold. He knew then that he had crossed complete success and entered Great Circle of Perfection. If complete success could use 100%, then Great Circle of Perfection went beyond, but due to this, everyone had a different method of doing so. Ryu's bone structure allowed him to use his pores to absorb chi, unlike everyone else who could only use their mouths and noses. Upon reaching Great Circle of Perfection, Whispering Petals seemed to have tapped into this ability of his with wind type's chis. Essentially, almost like a vehicle with multiple propulsion units, Ryu was no longer just using his legs to change direction, but his skin itself could push and pull against the atmosphere, allowing his agility to reach an untouchable level. Facing opponents who didn't dare to use their spiritual sense, Ryu didn't bother to try and mask this. With a tap of his foot he vanished, appearing to Brune's back in the blink of an eye. Overestimating yourself, Ryu said coolly. A needle of blue steel formed in Ryu's palm and he flicked his fingers. Arcs of radiant blue lightning sparked before concentrating into a single point and flying toward Brune's back with a speed even greater than Ryu's own. A powerful sense of danger overwhelmed Brune and he immediately forgot about chasing after Ryu. He spun with all his speed, facing the coming needle with a solemn expression as he sent his hair forward like a net to bind it. At that moment, the other youths caught up and stepped into the safe zone, but by then, Lionel had already stepped out of it, taking a completely different path out. Wait, where are you going? Don't you want to play with Big Sis? Antha took a different approach from the others, but Ryu couldn't even be bothered to look back. Inwardly, though, Ryu shook his head. His Dao heart was strong enough to ignore Antha's charm technique, but his blood still rolled through his body. It seemed that as his bloodlines grew stronger, their drawbacks were rearing their ugly heads again. Antha pouted when she saw that Ryu ignored her. Her charming eyes couldn't help but focus on the chiseled definition of his back, licking her lips involuntarily. Ryu's scent was particularly good, she wondered just how refreshing it would feel to bathe in his blood. Usually, she only bathed in the blood of virgin women and had never tried a man's blood before, as it might hinder rather than help her cultivation. But Ryu's scent was just too tempting, so she wanted to try it out anyway. Finally, the last of them, Ferrith of the Metal Work sect, caught up. But like this other, he could only watch as Ryu rushed away. Damn it! Brune finally managed to stop the charge of lightning, his hair smoking as though it had been set on fire. Without a word to anyone else, he charged back out of the path they had come from. Even if Ryu had taken a different path, so what? Now that he was familiar with the path, he would be able to exit in a few seconds. By then, where would Ryu run? The youths exchanged glances but ended up completely ignoring Brune and looking toward the gaping mind hole before them. So what if Ryu took the ancestral grade piece? Weren't there still large amounts of mystical grade ore here? After they finished mining all they could, it wouldn't be too late to fight Brune for the piece of ore he snatched back from Ryu. Brune noticed their actions but he only sneered in his heart. After he took the ore for himself, Would it really be so easy to force him to cough it back up? They were daydreaming. He burst forward with speed, retracing his previous steps. Chapter 1033. Restrained growth. Ryu shot out from a tunnel in the ground, but he almost immediately stopped running. He landed atop a branch, one of the very few that still remained intact after the initial phase of the war. Considering how sparse the forest was right this moment, it provided no concealment whatsoever, and it would only take Brune a single sweep of his eyes to find him. Bang! A towering pillar of earth and soil shot into the skies before raining down. In its midst, the shadow of Brune could just barely be seen. Seeing such a scene with his spiritual sense, Ryu sneered inwardly. He couldn't help but think that this idiot was truly lucky. Clearly, Brune had lost his patience and didn't want to rush through the winding tunnels he had originally taken to reach the surface. But rushing through the earth like that, although it wasn't as dangerous as the core region, was still very dangerous. If this idiot had run into a node of the formation, he would have died before he even realized what had happened. By then, Ryu's efforts in waiting for him would have been a waste. If Ryu had wanted to run, he could have already entered the Radiant Star sect. By then, even Brune wouldn't casually dare to enter for fear of alerting a sky god. Even beyond that, had Ryu just wanted an easy kill, he could have made use of the core region. Considering that he was the only one who could navigate it with ease, he could also make clever use of it to kill Brune before he even understood what happened as well. But instead, not only had Ryu left the ground he had the greatest advantage on, he also waited for Brune to come out. His goal was already clear. Brune rushed for Ryu as the latter spread out his arms and opened his palms. With a flash, Ryu's great sword staffs zoomed out from his back, entering his hands like a clap of thunder. Bang! Ryu activated Magnetic Blade, a defensive Dao Charm sword stance. In that moment, it felt as though the one with a net of chi around him was himself rather than Brune. With every movement of his sword, the surging tide of hair Brune had used to attack were attracted to his blade and ripped to pieces. For a moment, everything went silent, and in the next instant, the crisscrossing of blades blotted out the skies, shaving down Brune's hair until it went from hundreds of meters long to no more than a few inches from his scalp. Brune was caught off guard by the sudden change, but Ryu had already shot forward. Brune's expression warped and his palm flipped over to reveal a bow. He plucked at his rapidly regrowing hair with one hand, forming it into a shimmering arrow of white light that he shot toward Ryu. The sound barrier shattered, the arrow reaching Ryu in no more than a breath of time. However, Ryu, who shouldn't have been able to maneuver in the air, lightly tapped at the wind, his position shifting and his blade rising into the skies. Rising crimson, Ryu's saber chi rushed forward like a tsunami, an impossibly tall tempest causing the skies to split and the earth to tremble. By this point, the two sects rumbled and shook. A battle at the level of the World Sea Realm was enough to change the landscape of the second heaven, and the fact that two sects with merely 20 kilometers between them were so close by made it inevitable that these vibrations would be felt. Such a distance between experts of this caliber might as well have been a single step away. There was no doubt that the sects would be ravaged. Brune watched as the wall of chi surged toward him, his expression impossibly ugly. This was already the third Dao Charm technique Ryu had used in his presence. Just what kind of monster was this exactly? Releasing a roar, Brune no longer held back his own Dao. He realized that if he took Ryu too casually, he might really fall here. However, he didn't feel fear in his heart. Such a genius, just what kind of secrets would be on their body? Ryu himself might be more valuable than any ancestral grade material. Brune's hair grew explosively in size. In a single blink, his hair was already 10 times as long as when Ryu initially cut it, exuding an aura of countless arrows blotting out the skies, each and every one being coated with a tremendous sharpness. The sun was eclipsed and the only light left was light controlled by Brune. His Dao went by restrained growth and it was a true Dao. His hair, his chi, his techniques, their growth were all controlled in the palm of his hands. Cutting off his hair, who cared? He would just grow it back even faster and stronger than before. As Brune's hair outshone the sun, his bowstring pulled back as well. Twang! An arrow shot toward Ryu, but it, too, grew inside. From a small dot, it became hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters thick, rushing forward not to pierce Ryu through, but to crush him into minced meat. Boom! Boom! The arrow ripped into Ryu's rising crimson, the collision causing a wild tempest of chi and wind to shoot into the surroundings. The ground below collapsed into a crater that only grew with each passing moment and the skies above rumbled. At the same time, Brune's net of hair encircled around Ryu, many of its strands being destroyed by the tempest of chi and wind, but it was persistent nonetheless, wrapping around back and piercing toward Ryu's back. Ryu silently lamented his lack of a true defensive technique once again as his body flickered, dancing on the edge of life and death. Bang! Brune and Ryu's attacks shattered into a rain of chi and Brune prepared to move forward with another attack, but Ryu's greatsword staff had already raised for the same attack. Rising Crimson. Chapter 1034. Unhappy in that moment, the wild surge of chi and wind suddenly vanished, sucked into Ryu's strike as though the blade chi itself had formed an airtight vacuum. Brune's eyes widened. It was only now that he realized that this was the true strength of Rising Crimson. The initial strike wasn't even Ryu's all-out attempt. Brune roared, a radiant white light shooting out from him in all directions as a towering tree of light manifested around him. On the branches of this tree, delicately dancing wisps of white light formed, but of seemingly 9 possible locations to fill, Brune had only filled up 7 of them. Even so, the defenses of the tree were extraordinarily powerful. Light chi was considered to be a powerful and rare affinity. Even Ryu didn't have any affinity for it whatsoever, nor did he have an affinity for its counterpart, darkness. Higher-level chis like this, especially ones not strapped down by the usual elements, had a great amount of versatility. The Wallowing Wisp sect, however, seemed to hone in on area control and defense, and this allowed them to shine quite well. When Ryu's attack landed, there was a resounded boom and Brune's defenses quaked. But it still held strong, not showing any signs of collapsing. Ryu's gaze flashed, the runes in his eyes lighting up with an eerie ancient green color as he began to pour out more and more of his strength. It seemed that this battle would be a good one. He rushed forward. Brune and Ryu continuously clashed in the air. Brune had no ability to lock Ryu down due to the latter's exceptional movement prowess, while Ryu seemed completely unable to truly harm Brune. There was once in their battle when Ryu caught Brune off guard using the full brunt of dividing heaven to find the weakness in his defenses and split them in two. But aside from a mild injury that could be considered to be in between a flesh wound and a lethal blow, Brune was just fine. At the same time, Ryu couldn't afford to make such mistakes himself. He didn't have the strength or defenses of a World Sea Realm expert without relying on his Dao, but his Dao didn't have any natural defensive properties as its foundation was offensive. Still, Ryu danced between the line of life and death, his intent blazing and his heart remaining unmoved. He read and reacted as the situation dictated, and while never clashing with Brune head-on, he still gave the latter fits. Bang, bang, bang. Raging cyclones of fire and arcs of lightning surrounded Ryu, the fire and thunder characters in his eyes pulsing with a blinding light that matched even Brune's manifestations in brightness. Sweat beaded down his body and coated his exposed torso, but he seemed to only be intent on battling more. Time ticked by and minutes became hours. By this point, the individuals who had come to spectate had grown numb. None of them could imagine how it was that an Immortal Ring Realm expert could possibly battle with a World Sea Realm expert to this extent. However, it was bound to come to an end. At that moment, the youths who had been mining the rest of the ores rushed out, their eyes wide when they realized that the battle was still ongoing. Originally, their first intention had been to intercept Brune on his way back to his sect. Everyone knew that San of the Dewdrop sect had by far the fastest movement treasure among them, so it was impossible for Brune to hope to escape. But what they hadn't expected was for Brune to actually still be here, and to be battling to a stalemate with an Immortal Ring Realm boy. On one side, Ryu was drenched in sweat and some faint lines of blood from wounds that had long since healed. Brune, however, was clearly much less tired, but his wounds hadn't healed and were actually more severe. When both things were taken into account, they actually seemed to be fairly even, something none of them could properly fathom. Ryu was a bit unhappy when he saw that the others had come out. He knew this meant that he wouldn't be able to continue this battle, and it left him feeling not a small bit disappointed. It was especially hard for him to find a single opponent he could go all out against. Although, he still hadn't used any soul techniques. Ryu stopped attacking, his arms lowering and his fingers barely holding on to the heft of his great sword staffs. He took a deep breath and exhaled. It seemed that he would just have to go and digest his accumulations. Then he would finish recultivating the divine vessel, connecting heaven and Immortal Ring realms. By then, even if all of these people came at him together, he wouldn't have anything to fear. Ryu didn't look in the direction of these people and simply let one of his great sword staffs slip to his feet while the other hovered to his back. The expressions of the others changed. Stop him. Surprisingly, though, Brune didn't make any attempt to. He was the one that had been fighting Ryu for so many hours, and that was enough to leave him with a deep impression. Rushing to deal with a person like him would only lead to your death. Shoo! Ryu shot into the air, his straight-line speed reaching a ridiculous level. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the entrance of the Radiant Star sect and he still hadn't bothered to look back. Zan's body was suddenly wrapped in a light and he shot forward, his speed even faster than Ryu's. In fact, he was so much faster that as Ryu was about to cross the barrier of the sect, he had appeared to his back. However, at that moment, a graceful figure appeared to Ryu's side and stretched out a dainty palm. Bang! San flew back out even faster than he had come, clearing the horizon in the blink of an eye. Important authors note below chapter 1035, satiate Selhira's gown fluttered as she slowly lowered her hand. As her veil danced in the wind, she truly looked like a fairy, her presence causing the waning light of day to look just that much brighter. I'm sorry, the Radiant Star sect isn't accepting any visitors at this time. Her voice was soothing and gentle. Despite the fact this was clearly an expulsion order, there was something about Selhira's temperament that made it almost impossible to get mad. It was as though it would be blasphemous to even dare to speak to her in such a way. The inheritor-disciple geniuses looked toward Selhira with a weary gaze. San wasn't weak. In fact, other than Fairy May, he was probably the strongest one amongst them all. And yet, with just a single palm, he had been sent flying to a distance they couldn't even see. Wasn't the Radiant Star sect supposed to be weak? How did they suddenly have an elder capable of raising them to the second heaven, an inner disciple capable of fighting against inheritor disciples, and a mysterious inheritor disciple that could defeat them with a single palm? What the hell was going on here? Selhira turned away from them and looked toward Ryu with a smile in her eyes. She looked him up and down before shaking her head. You're hungry, right? Come with me. Ryu raised a brow. This woman always seemed to understand his state and knew exactly what to do about it. She didn't even mind the glances of the inheritor disciples to her back as she led Ryu away. Fairy May's deathly cold expression wavered for a moment as her eyes narrowed into slits. Everyone else saw a gentle beauty, but she felt a great threat pressing down on her. Selhira seemed to have felt this as well and took double the notice of May, however this action only made the latter feel an even more stifling pressure. Selhira was well aware of her own unique physique. Most couldn't see anything but a gentle woman, and that was the case even for Ryu. But this Fairy May had actually felt something different, and that was very curious. It was very rare, indeed, for such a thing to happen on the second heaven. Selhira led Ryu to the depths of the Radiant Star sect this time. It turned out that Old Wan wasn't so useless after all. While Ryu was out battling, the old man had taken it upon himself to gather a large amount of resources, of which, there were quite a number of heaven-grade beast meat and even some sovereign-grade. Thanks to Selhira, these resources were worked together into a large meal that Ryu swallowed down with great gusto. With the speed he was eating, Old Wan really wanted to make fun of him, but Ryu's etiquette was simply too prim and proper. Despite the fact he was eating with such speed, one really couldn't work up the courage to say anything about it. This time, the food didn't end so quickly. And yet, Ryu just kept eating and eating. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until there was truly nothing left. Realizing that he really had the capacity to continue, Selhira stood with a graceful smile and began to cook more meat. Old Wan could only watch speechlessly from the side. Although it hadn't exactly been difficult for him to gather up this meat, he had thought that it would last at least a few years, but what the hell was this, exactly? He seemed to have realized that he had underestimated Ryu's talent a bit too much. This was more than about just liking food, this had reached an inconceivable level. Ryu truly didn't stop until all of Old Wan's food was gone. His body radiated a wild, bestial aura that made it feel as though he had already assimilated every ounce of prestige the beast meat had once had. His bones crackled and popped, sounding as though thunder and the roars of dragons were rattling about inside of his body. Selhira's gaze flickered, an odd feeling stirring up inside her. However, this feeling faded once Ryu's body had properly adjusted itself. "Thank you," Ryu said lightly. Selhira smiled but didn't say much to this. She didn't seem to think that it was a very big deal at all. Hey, where's my thanks?" Ryu looked toward Old Wan. In truth, He didn't really like this old man considering what happened during their first interaction. But it was still true that without him, Ryu would have a hard time satiating his hunger. Usually, Ryu had no choice but to rely on chi to sustain him, but for those with overbearing bloodlines, this wasn't the best approach to take and it could even weaken your vital chi. Eating top-quality food was, without a doubt, the best method. Although he didn't like the old man, who looked more like a 20-year-old, he had to admit that he still needed him. Still, Ryu was Ryu. When he met Old Wen's gaze, he only nodded faintly and turned to leave. He had important things to do. Old Wen's lip twitched and Grand Elder Samson almost fell out of his chair in laughter. "Little Ryu, come to me." Just as Ryu was about to leave, Elder Aika's voice drifted over. As overbearing as she was, her voice directly boomed over the whole sect and caused the mountain range to rumble. Old Wan shook his head. Completely unladylike, Ryu's gaze flickered but he still changed directions and went toward the voice. His figure flashed, appearing kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Soon, he had appeared in the deepest reaches of the Radiant Star sect and not far from the location where he had initially met Old Wan. Ryu found Aika in the depths of the forest and within a foggy region that contained a small lake could be found. Currently, she was in the process of putting her hair up in a tight bun. Chapter 1036, Start with. Elder Aika seemed to have adjusted to her more youthful looks. After years of becoming accustomed to growing old, the sudden reversion to her young self had left her in an odd state of acting old and yet looking like a young woman. She had even kept several strands of white hair as well. She hadn't changed much since the last time Ryu had seen her, wearing the same robes and such, and even still having her cane, but her demeanor was much more like that of a woman who was just beginning to mature. No, maybe it was more accurate to say that she looked like a woman wise beyond her years, while still maintaining a youthful air. For Ryu, this was quite a fascinating sight to see because he had never seen such a thing before. Even Eska, who had experienced something similar, had had time to adjust back to such a state long before she met Ryu because she had been stuck in her soul form for so long. "Ah, you're here. As I said previous, I will teach you the core techniques of the Radiant Star sect should you want to. If you don't, that is fine as well. You can take the route Selhira did and simply take what is useful to you and ignore the rest. Regardless, you are already a disciple of my Radiant Star sect, there's no need to worry about the minor details." Ryu faintly nodded. He wasn't opposed to learning the true teachings of the Radiant Star sect. Due to the fact he practiced the Refinement Sutra, he had room to maneuver down any path of his choosing so long as he kept the foundation relatively the same. For example, right this moment, Ryu's meridians still have the characteristics of 6 realm opening. This meant that he had 12 miniature dantians within himself that could each store different types of chis. As he practiced the Refinement Sutra and progressed into the future, these characteristics would fade in strength, but they would always be there. After all, it was the foundation upon which Ryu began his cultivation journey to begin with. It wasn't so easy to get rid of. However, whether or not these chis would be more useful than Ryu's Chaos Chi and Primordial Chaos Chis was up in the air. It could be said that no chi in existence other than Essence and Primordial Chi could match up in this regard. But there was an obvious elephant in the room. Whether it was his Chaos Chi or Primordial Chaos Chis, Ryu couldn't use any of them. Right now, he was battling with normal chi blessed by his heavenly favor. If he wanted to boost its strength a bit more, he supplemented it with normal fire chi and lightning chi. When Ryu formed his blue steel weapons with his lightning god talent, he wasn't using tribulation lightning, he was using normal lightning. The difference was akin to the gap between heaven and earth. But it truly couldn't be helped. Until he had the strength to protect himself, it just wasn't smart to expose himself too easily in these matters. So, having something like the Radiant Star sect's cultivation methods would be good if for nothing else other than to have some powerful chis under his wing that he could use without exposing himself to too much trouble. Also, if Ryu was correct, the Radiant Star sect should be far more powerful than what it showed on the surface, so how could its inheritances be weak? Good. Aika nodded. There are 7 main inheritances of the sect, each one with a different approach to how they view the world. Speed, offense, defense, control, chi manipulation, recovery and soul. These are the 7 facets, and each is powerful in their own right, manipulating chi in their own way. The doctrine I follow is chi manipulation. It gives us extraordinary control over our chi and its uses and functions. I have reached a level in attainment that allowed me to birth a Tao that takes this to an extreme. This is what truly powerful techniques can do. Although they will not give you something to drink, it will lead you to a spring and teach you how to find them. Of these 7, you can choose as you please. I won't care too much even if you take all 7, but be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Like I said, these techniques will pull you in their own respective directions. It would be difficult to follow all 7 even if you only use them for reference. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Inwardly, he was a bit amused by Aika's casualness. She didn't even bother to name the techniques, just listing off what they were good for without much effort or thought. But this was also good for Ryu as well. It wasted less time and got right to the core of things. In truth, all 7 intrigued him, but the one that he needed the most was, without a doubt, the defensive technique. When it came to speed, his whispering petals wouldn't be lacking for a long while. When it came to offense, he had learned a total of 9 Dao charm techniques to this point, each of which had great offensive output depending on how they were used. When it came to chi manipulation, his talent in it was beyond what most could imagine. When it came to recovery, he had a perfect Sky God's recovery ability currently, and even beyond in most aspects. As for soul, he already had a technique he was proficient in. All this left was control and defense, of which the latter intrigued Ryu the most since the bow inherently had its own control abilities. After all, the most troublesome weapon to deal with from a distance was definitely the bow. Of the 9 core weapons, it, without a doubt, had the stronger control abilities. Still, even with this being the case, Ryu was aware that he had a great number of weaknesses in all these aspects, and it mostly boiled down to one matter: the techniques he had were far too weak. For example, Whispering Petals had already been brought to its maximum, but it couldn't outrun World Sea Realm experts. Ryu had to rely on his Dao and its predictive abilities to see through an opponent ahead of time and move accordingly. This was ultimately because Ryu's combat prowess was too amazing. This ironically made a heaven-grade Dao charm technique lack in strength. When things were framed in this way, the only things he didn't need to worry about were chi manipulation and recovery. That said, this didn't make them a pressing problem. While Whispering Petals and his other Dao charm techniques were a bit lacking considering his combat prowess, it wasn't to the point that he had to deal with them immediately. Ultimately, Ryu knew that he would learn all 7 eventually, but he still had to be smart with what he chose first. So, he made a decision. He would learn the defensive stance first. Then, he would learn the control stance. Once he finished these 2, he would re-evaluate. "I will start with defense and control," Ryu finally said. Okay." Aika flipped a palm and sent 2 jades zooming toward Ryu. Chapter 1037. Perfect. Ryu caught the 2 jades out of the air and turned to leave. It wasn't long before he was once again in his immortal abode, standing upon the white grass of the Gold Moon world. Sitting in a meditation position, he looked toward the defensive art first, his mind entering a state of unprecedented focus. Radiant Monument. The name of the technique entered Ryu's mind almost instantly, and the use of the art was quite straightforward. Manifest a monument, be protected. It didn't get any simpler than that. But this was also to be expected. Defensive techniques were better the simpler they were. The more tweaks and tricks one had to use to execute a defense, the less reliable it would be. As such, a technique designed to be defensive couldn't be too overly elaborate. What was interesting about this technique, though, was that these so-called monuments could even be called constellations. From Ryu's understanding, the creator of this technique used the constellations in the skies as reference for the creation of this technique. Ryu wasn't familiar with any of these constellations as they were staples of the true martial world, but if he was correct, this wouldn't be too bad of a way to rely on concepts of faith that already exist to gain strength. What was fascinating about this technique, though, was that it seemed to use one's own fate star as the core of resonance, forming a type of technique Ryu had simply never seen before. It felt like every time he learned something new in the true martial world, it would baffle him. From everything Ryu had known until now, the fate star was nothing more than a faint representation of one's destiny. The idea of using it in a cultivation technique never even crossed his mind, let alone using it in a fashion like this one. This was also where the difficulty of the technique lied. A large part of the complexity of this technique was in the meditation and priming needed to even sense one's fate star to begin with. Not everyone was like Ryu, who had personally laid eyes on his fate star before. While to others this would be the most complicated and difficult part of the technique, and even be a barrier that stopped the vast majority from even taking a single step, it was so simple to Ryu that he didn't even need to bother with the meditation method. The first part of the technique was to sink into a state of meditation similar to what one would need to use to enter the path extinction realm. Upon doing so, one would be able to sense the abyssal plane. And, once one's state grew profound enough, there would be a chance to sense your fate star. Once you succeeded in this matter, it became a matter of using one's fate star to resonate with the constellations of the abyssal plane. The more powerful the constellation, the more powerful your monument would become, and thus the more powerful your defenses would be. In addition, you would be able to cultivate the unique chi of said constellation and use it to empower yourself. Feeling curious, Ryu checked the control technique as well. After learning that it was called the Infinite Skies technique, he likewise learned that it relied on a resonance of one's fate star with constellations of the abyssal plane to form these so-called skies. When Ryu learned this, he paused. In all likelihood, all 7 of the techniques relied on this method. In such a case, the Radiant Star sect was entirely built on this method of cultivation. Ryu felt that it was quite ingenious. If he was correct, the simplified versions of these techniques that the others learned were likely distilled versions of very specific constellations. The strength of these techniques obviously depended on which constellation you resonated with and cultivated chi from. And, if Ryu was correct, even the weakest one was astoundingly powerful. It was likely, then, that Aika and the others had used weaker constellations as a foundation and simplified them to the point that they could be used by geniuses of the first heaven. The only real difference in these techniques was in the meditation method used. Depending on the meditation method, you would have better resonance with certain kinds of constellations that had certain kinds of abilities. In fact, dividing them into 7 pieces like this was to lower the difficulty. Ryu retrieved his mind from the jades and opened his eyes. If things were like this, since he had seen one of these methods, he had already seen them all. He no longer even needed to go to Aika to ask for the other methods because he simply didn't need them. Ryu didn't need to waste time meditating to increase his resonance with the abyssal plane or his fate star. Even with his eyes sealed, so long as he had one of these meditation methods as a trigger, finding his fate star would be as easy as thinking, and resonating with it would be even easier. This ironically led to a situation where he actually had too many options. Even without trying it, Ryu knew that he would have hundreds of constellations to choose from even if he was just looking for defensive ones and removed all those too powerful for him to use with his current cultivation or too weak for him to even care to consider. Despite this, this was actually a very good problem to have. Others could only choose whichever constellation they had fate with or whichever one was the most inviting, but Ryu could directly choose the one he wanted and cultivate it without issue. Of course, these thoughts were just about the foundational methods of cultivation related to these techniques. With how high level these techniques were, they definitely had accompanying technique methods. While Ryu didn't need these jades for the cultivation method, he would need them for the techniques that made use of the star chi he would call down. This Radiant Star sect was actually so perfect for him. Chapter 1038, Quality and Strength. Ryu refocused his attention on Radiant Monument. Although things had suddenly opened up for him like this, it didn't change much. His first priority was still a defensive measure that he would be able to rely on in battle. He sunk his mind back into the jade and began to refine the details of the cultivation technique and imprint it onto his mind. Once he entered the abyssal plane, he wouldn't be able to reference the jade again, so this was the best time to focus on such things. It would already be too late later. The entire technique was quite profound, more profound than what Ryu's current origin flame could memorize at a glance. However, Ryu wasn't put off by this. In fact, he was quite happy about it. This meant that the power of this technique wasn't small, and it also meant that the Radiant Star sect had quite some background. So it's like this, Ryu thought to himself. Like he had thought previously, all constellations came with their own special signifiers and strengths. There would, of course, be limitations toward which ones he could resonate with and use. Luckily, due to the uniqueness of the technique, swapping out a constellation for another one in the future, while not an easy process, wasn't impossible. This made sense. After all, what would limit which constellations one could pick wasn't just their talent in using the meditation method, but it was also about their current cultivation level. For example, there were some constellations that only produced cosmic chi. Even if Ryu could battle those that used cosmic chi, using it himself would cause his body to implode. Constellations worked a lot like DAOs, not only in their ranking system, but also in where they gained their power from. In this case, They were most similar to weapon Daos in that they built strength through the generations. Faith was a very powerful thing, and there was maybe no grander sight to experience in life than looking up into the night sky. The older the constellation, the more legends and stories were told about it, the larger and more prominent it was, would all lead to an outcome of a more powerful constellation. This was why one was able to use their fate stars to resonate with these constellations, as they both gained their power through the same means. However, connecting with constellations directly was impossible. For one, constellations were much too far away and even existed on a separate plane. Although they could be seen with the naked eye, even if a sky god shot into the skies and chased after one, unless you entered the abyssal plane and were of extraordinary strength, you would have no chance of even coming close to one of these stars. In fact, physically finding a fate star or constellation was impossible even for origin sky gods. Existence was simply too vast. The only methods possible to use were these resonance methods, and by way of things as enigmatic as fate and faith. This was also why all 9 heavens, despite being stacked atop of one another, could all experience day and night, not to mention seeing the same night sky. It was all due to the abyssal plane. This aside, it simply boiled down to the kind of awe individuals had for constellations. Lore and time were both the most important aspects of a constellation's strength, and the more of it there was to be had, the more difficult it would be to establish a resonance. Just like with weapon gods, constellation cultivators faced the same difficulties. For the former, the more individuals reached a pinnacle height capable of shaping the path of said weapon, the more difficult it would be for successors to surpass them and become the new weapon god. For the latter, it was similar. The more people observed a constellation, praised it, had faith in it, the more difficult it would be to make use of its strength. Due to the similarities, constellations were thus given the exact same ranking system as Daos were. First there were grades of strength: 6 mortal grades, 3 immortal grade, 2 cosmic grades, the fragmented grade, the false grade, the true grade, the perfect grade, the transcended grade, the omniscient grade, the order grade, the chaos grade and the origin grade. Then, their grades of quality: the common grade, the true grade, the lineal grade, the dynastic grade, the sovereign grade, the dominion grade, the hegemonic grade, the ancient grade, and finally, the founding grade. There were some differences, though. Theoretically, one could create a founding Dao the moment one started cultivating and raise it from the first mortal grade to the origin grade over the course of your life. But this was actually impossible with constellations. This was because a founding grade constellation wouldn't be able to produce chi as weak as the mortal grade, and the same went for the others. Ultimately, Daos were internal measures of strength while constellations were external. The former could grow with you, but the latter had already grown through countless generations all by itself. Why would it lower itself to match your strength? Due to this, in practice, the higher quality a constellation was, the higher grade of strength it had as well. What Ryu had to do was to find a balance. He wanted a constellation of good quality, that was also low enough in strength that he could lose lower grade chi while resonating with it. Understanding this and tempering his expectation, Ryu focused on lineal constellations. These were the highest grade of constellations that would still produce immortal chi. In addition, they were also constellations powerful enough to produce cosmic god chi as well, the unique chi of the sky gods. Once Ryu could use cosmic chi, he would be able to use dynastic constellations, but for now, this was what he was stuck with and he would have to make do. That said, if others of the former Radiant Star sect knew that he planned to form his first resonance with a lineal constellation, it was hard to say how they'd react. Chapter 1039. Held back. Ryu exhaled and closed his eyes once more. Adjusting himself, he quickly entered a deep state of meditation, his mind drifting off into an almost unconscious state. By the time a cultivator reached the pinnacle of the immortal ring realm, they were already faintly able to feel a connection to the abyssal plane. It was unknown where this connection came from, at least to the people of Sacrum, but Ryu had a feeling that this connection might very well be related to one's fate star. Of course, this was a conclusion he could only come to after observing the core techniques of the Radiant Star sect. It was mind-numbingly easy for Ryu to feel the presence of his soul shifting between planes, sliding out from the real plane and slowly entering the abyssal plane. However, what he experienced on the other side caught him a bit off guard. Ryu had forgotten one very important thing: he didn't have just one connection to the abyssal plane, he had two. The first was his fate star, and the second was what made his heart almost invulnerable to damage, his realm heart. It had to be remembered that in order to form his connection with his realm heart in the first place, Ryu had no choice but to enter the abyssal plane, something he had only been able to accomplish back then with the help of xianxia. Now, however, his soul had entered the soul birth realm and was even far more powerful than the vast majority of soul birth level souls in existence. He no longer needed the help of xianxia, and now he felt his realm heart to be even clearer than it had before. Ryu hadn't neglected his realm heart, it was just that it just wasn't quite so useful to him any longer. For one, after upgrading his realm heart to an immortal grade realm heart, it could now give him a great boost to cultivating with immortal chi. However, right now, he was far more focused on recultivating rather than speeding forward, so it hadn't been able to shine. In addition, Ryu had also made the assumption after entering the true martial world that this ability of his realm heart to speed up immortal realm cultivation wasn't very useful to him. After all, it had to be remembered that this realm heart was formed under the influence of sacrum. So, in Ryu's previous estimation, it wouldn't be very useful in the true martial world. However, the moment Ryu's soul presence entered the abyssal plane, his heart trembled. He was wrong. Very wrong. The instant the connection was formed, Ryu felt that his realm heart had also transferred over, separating from sacrum's abyssal plane and reforming a much stronger connection with the true martial world's abyssal plane. Things that hadn't been clear to Ryu before suddenly became all too clear to him, and his Tao, which had only just entered the third immortal grade, began advancing by leaps and bounds, surging through the third immortal grade. Ryu's heart palpitated. The greatest strength of a realm heart was in its ability to allow anyone that had fused with it to see through the mysteries equivalent to its level. Back when it was at the mortal grade, it had helped Ryu's mortal grade cultivation speed to be ridiculously fast, in addition to helping his inheritances to rise to the peak of the mortal grade in a fraction of the time. When this was stacked with Ryu's heavenly pupils, it made his comprehension speed almost obnoxiously fast. But what Ryu hadn't realized back then, mostly because he had yet to form a Tao, was that his realm heart could also help him to strengthen his Tao as well. What was the most shocking was that the barrier between heavens didn't matter at all. Right now, thanks to his realm heart, Ryu felt as though he was basking in the most perfect laws of the true martial world, laws that maybe even the ninth heaven couldn't match up to. The only unfortunate thing was that these laws only encompassed the mortal and immortal grades, so it couldn't help Ryu break free of the third immortal grade and enter the first cosmic grade, but that didn't seem to matter to him at all. Even if he couldn't break through, Ryu could make his Tao more and more perfect. With his comprehension abilities, it would only be a matter of time before he formed an ancient Tao and then a founding Tao. By then, he cared if his Tao was still in the immortal grade. He might even have the strength to directly begin slaughtering sky gods to improve his realm heart. When Ryu thought to this point, he forcefully exhaled a breath and returned to his usual calm demeanor. However, it wasn't long before that calmness became a smoldering fury that sat like a lump in the middle of his chest. He knew that he couldn't do it. He couldn't allow his Tao to reach true perfection. Not yet. It wasn't as though Ryu could do it instantly. If he wanted to upgrade his Tao from a hegemonic Tao to an ancestral Tao and finally a founding Tao, it would definitely take time. However, none of that mattered if he couldn't do it. After forming a hegemonic Tao, he was already branded once. Even right at this moment, there were sixth heaven powers scouring the heavens to find him so that they wouldn't have to face the wrath of the seventh heaven. What would happen if he suddenly formed an ancestral Tao? Or even stronger, would Old One even still have a method of hiding him? Would this headband he was forced to wear even still be able to hide him? Ryu's mood became foul. It took him a long while to regain his calm, but by then, his resolve had been tempered into steel. On the day that he could match up to these clans and sects, he would make sure to raze them all to the ground. Ryu turned his soul presence to the vast and dark skies of the abyssal plane. Right now, he wanted the most powerful defensive constellation that he could currently claim.